morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Beautiful words to say, live from Oracle Park in San Francisco, California, in the broadcast booth. Look at us, Marcus and me. We're playing. Our Halloween costume is to pretend we're real broadcasters here in the actual incredible San Francisco Giants broadcast booth. The Lon Simmons, Russ Hodges broadcast booth. All the good stuff we have going on here because it is the day we meet the Giants' new manager, Tony Vitello, at 11 a.m. People say, why the hell are you there? Because Tony Vitello is here at 11 a.m. So, good morning, everybody. We got a lot to get to. Obviously, kind of, I wouldn't say it's ironic, but interesting that we're here hours after the LA Dodgers are put to the brink of possibly blowing what most people thought was a certain World Series. And I have to ask Marcus to say good morning to you with the great Darren Chan behind us, engineering this thing. That's why it sounds so freaking good. Marcus, good morning to you, number one. Number two, where's my Trey Savage, Marcus? Where's
Murph.
my Trey?
Still waiting for
Savage.
that Trey Savage. Maybe that's him out in the Cove right now with McCovey Cove Dave.
Well, we
warming
can
up.
see. I mean, there's like a dramatic lighting on center field right now in the dark. There's a little spot of light.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Trey Savage will walk out there in a Giants
That's
uniform.
it. Maybe he's at the top of the Coca-Cola bottle just waiting to slide down that slide,
Man,
Murph.
dude. Happy Thursday. Happy Tony V Day, buddy.
Dude, happy back at the ballpark day, Murph. I just love the fact that we're back at Oracle Park this morning, of course, for Tony Vitello's introductory press conference today. Looking forward to seeing him put on that Giants jersey for the first time. But I'm just glad that we were able to be back in the broadcast booth today. I thought we would be banned for life after the last time we were here just a couple weeks ago. So shout out to DC for letting us back in this morning.
Wow, DC's the man. This thing sounds so good. Everything sounds very. It's like the guy's an absolute. He's a freaking Cadillac. This guy when he does his things. By the way, if you're watching us on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, you can see us and you can see DC in the background. Just want to alert everybody to a little plot line. The way the camera's set up, I kind of have to move to the right, which means that my right knee is like slightly almost touching Marcus's left knee.
Go ahead, touch it.
It's going to be a thing all day. It's going to be a thing
We're
all
going to
day.
be bumping uglies, Murph.
It's like I don't know. Maybe it's like being on an airplane and you're sort of beginning to jockey for space. You know what I mean?
Here's the question: who has the window seat? Who has the middle seat?
Looks
who's
like
who's getting the armrest in the
I
middle?
feel kind of middle seatish here.
Yeah.
You know
All right,
what I
then
mean?
you can have the armrest.
Oh, thank you,
Those
buddy.
are the rules of the air.
What a nice guy. You think Tony V is nervous right now? You got little butterflies?
You know, I think everybody has to be nervous, especially when you have a big stage out today. It's your first time talking, but like this is what Tony lives for.
Yeah.
This is a baseball guy.
He's also a talker.
And he's a talker. He's a great talker, too. So I'm looking forward to what he has to say. I mean, there's so many question marks about, is it going to translate from the college level to the big league level? It's still baseball at the end of the day.
It is,
It's like what we're talking about with Jonathan Kuminga. Just play basketball. Like you're still out there. You're still out there playing baseball. I mean, we're looking at Trey Savage going from literally pitching in college to the minor leagues to pitching in the World Series last night. It's still baseball at the end of the day, but there are going to be some hiccups along the way for this first venture into something we really haven't seen before.
It is. There's two things to be equally true. It is just baseball, and if you throw strikes like Trey Savage did last night, you have a nasty slider and a wicked split finger, and you have cojones of steel, then you can do what he did last night, which is basically make World Series history. The first pitcher in the history of the freaking World Series to have 12 strikeouts with no walks. Nobody. Not Koufax, not Gibson, not Mathewson, not Lincecum, not Bumgarner, had 12 strikeouts with no walks. Not to mention his rookie records that he set, breaking Don Newcomb's rookie strikeout record, et cetera, et cetera. If everybody missed it last night, Toronto Blue Jays beat the Dodgers 6-1 behind an unbelievably historic performance from a 22-year-old kid who started in Single A. And you had the stat for me walking in. Was it now he has more postseason games pitched than regular season games in his career?
Murph, he now has not only more postseason games started than he does during the regular season in the major leagues because he was a late September call-up, only had 3 starts during the regular season this year. Murph, he has now more postseason starts than he had AAA starts in his entire career.
Dude.
That's how fast he got up to the bigs.
I mean, this make the freaking Disney movie now, man. 22-year-old kid from raised outside of Philly, went to East Carolina, got drafted in the first round last year. So again, where's my Trey Savage? Well, we were talking on the way up. I mean, like Reggie Crawford was a first-round pitcher. Will Bednar was a first-round pitcher. whom I forget, another first-round pitchers. Or is this is the equivalent of Gavin Keelan next year, batting in the 2-hole and like going, 3 for 5 in Game 5 on the road at Yankee Stadium or something,
I mean, it's the absolute fastest track, one of the fastest tracks I think I've ever seen.
Yeah. So, way to go, buddy. And I'm here for it, buddy. I am here for it.
Dude.
And Davis Schneider and Vlad Guerrero starting the games with 2 homers on the first 3 pitches from our old buddy Blake Snell.
Dude, how about that? And I did want to throw one more stat at you bright and early this morning, Murph. The fact that we sit here and talk about the Dodgers, and I know people have the narrative that they're ruining the sport of baseball with how much money they're spending. Last night, that Dodger lineup was making about $150 million. Trey Savage making $57,000 as a late September call-up.
Oh, bro.
And he's taking down that lineup, Murph.
Oh, my God. There was a call on, too, facially. I kept is it Bryson DeChambeau? You see that?
I can see it a little bit with the jawline, a little bit. I'm not going 100%.
But there's something there. Hell of a look on this guy. His mom and dad are there.
Hell of a look and hell of an arm, too, Murph. Like, I love watching the pitching breakdown. Shout out Pitching Ninja on Twitter. Does a great job with all of his breakdowns, always posting, like, highlights and compilations of strikeouts. But I've seen a couple really good videos, like him comparing his release point to someone like Justin Verlander.
Yeah.
Because so many guys are, like, 3-4 quarter side armors. Mm-hmm. Like, he is so high up that guys just don't see the ball like that. And then you think about that release point and the splitter and the movement that he's getting from that release point. It's just something that guys have not seen before. I mean, I think it was earlier this series, Game 2, where the Dodgers actually had Tommy Edman, who's a switch hitter, go up right-handed for a right-on-right matchup because he didn't want to face that splitter left-handed because of the arm angle was coming from.
Wow, that's interesting.
Like, how crazy is that?
That is really crazy. Wow. So that's what and when Tony Vitello takes the stage at 11 a.m. today, it's going to be like, hey, dude, how do you get to that stage? How do you get to be the Toronto Blue Jays? Well, first of all, you don't strike out. Mm-hmm. The Blue Jays don't strike out.
Well, it's funny. We talked about this, not really funny for myself, but after they took out the Yankees, when Trey Savage kind of put himself on the mark earlier on this postseason. And I remember after that series ended, I said, Murph, the Giants should be trying to build a team like the Toronto Blue Jays more than the New York Yankees. Because the Yankees are a team that hit a lot of home runs, but they strike outs. But look at the Toronto Blue Jays. They had the best team batting average of all of baseball. And last night, for really almost the first time this series, it felt like we saw some of that Blue Jay baseball where they were putting pressure on that Dodgers defense, and Teoscar Hernandez slid for a ball that turned into a triple. Mookie Betts did not turn a double play. That was not counted as an error in a box score, but those are some of the defensive moments that I've been waiting for the Blue Jays to take advantage of for a Dodger team that spends so much on pitching and hitting, where I thought defense would be one of the reasons why they would lose a game or two in this series.
Yeah, man, it's incredible that this lineup, the quote-unquote, let's ruin baseball, and they seemed so inevitable after they destroyed the Brewers and beat the Phillies, and man, oh man. Well, it ain't over.
No.
I'll say that.
Mm-hmm.
And let's talk about Yamamoto, Game 6. He could easily get this thing to a Game 7.
Yeah.
And then Game 7, God, all you need is one swing of the bat from Freddie Freeman, and Dodgers are World Series champs. I don't want to,
no,
believe me, strike me
Don't
down.
even put that out there.
I'm just going to say this, though. With the Blue Jays up 3-2 in this performance, pop culture showdown.
Pop culture.
I mean, these things are
pop culture.
These things are pre-written.
I mean, we knew the results. It's kind of unfair for us to even analyze these series, Murph.
It's already done. Well, we're looking forward to Tony Vitello this morning at 11 a.m. Obviously, we'll carry it. So that's why we came to the ballpark today, to be here on site, get you guys in the mindset of a Tony Vitello, of a San Francisco Giants manager, man. Yeah, I got to imagine this guy, when he flew out west. First of all, I've just kind of wondered about, I was thinking about him this morning when I was brushing my teeth. I was like, Tony V's waking up in San Francisco this morning, looking around going, wait a minute, where the hell am I? Wherever the hell we are in California.
Yeah, well, hopefully he's driving to the right ballpark this morning, Murph.
What's that?
Or just driving to the right spot in general. Hopefully he knows where he's going. Hopefully he knows his directions this morning and knows how to get down to the ballpark.
Oh, you're riffing. I see. Yeah, because we should tell everybody, just to let everybody know.
We should tell everybody that Darren Chan was not the first DC that Murph saw this morning.
we for Young Tone and John Joe and the whole crew back there, I drove to Daly City. Yeah, I did. So, I mean, it's a slight exaggeration. I was on 19th, but I was on my way to Daly City. And for the sake of the story, let's say I was in Daly City. So there I was, man, just coming out of Golden Gate Park, just minding my own business on 19th, and I went, man, you dummy! God bless it! So then I got to turn, I got to make U-turns. By the way, shout out Lincoln Boulevard. At this time of the morning. Shout out Kezar in the pre-dawn darkness. It looks beautiful.
Beautiful, Murph.
Shout out the Victorians of the Haight-Ashbury. All these things I wouldn't have seen had I gone the right way.
You took the scenic route this morning.
So hopefully Vitello knows which way.
Yeah, exactly,
He's going.
Murph.
So, but yeah, he's got to be thinking like, what do I say? Do I come out strong? Do I come out with riffs? Do I have material? Do I have boy? I just flew in from Las Vegas, and boy, my arm's tired.
I'm guessing he's going to come out riffing about babysitting Drew Gilbert.
Well,
I mean, he's already dropped
fired
that line
bullet,
already.
though.
Yeah, exactly. But you got to use your best material.
I get
Different
the feel-
audience every 15 minutes.
I get the the 7:30 show is completely different than the 9 o'clock show or whatever. But I get the feeling that he's such a talker and such a communicator. He can just get up and just start riffing. I mean, I don't know what he's going to have prepared, but he's certainly going to have to answer like question number one. How can question number one? College guys have never done this. Why are you different? What's going to happen? And here Paul Skeens actually spoke yesterday. He does rarely. Paul Skeens not exactly an electric media personality. Seen those things he's doing for like Cane's chicken fingers,
where he has to introduce himself in the commercial.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Paul Skeens,
it's
Major
a good
League
cause.
Baseball player.
I mean, he's helping out
Yeah, of course
wounded
it is.
veterans, etc. But he's just like this dead fish on the camera.
Yeah, he's not as electric as his fastball.
No,
Murph.
God. Although Trey Savage, Paul Skeens calling up Trey Savage, trying to figure out how to get some of that splitty and that slider,
Yeah,
right?
Help me out with my splinker.
So, is Skeens older than you, Savage? Yeah, he would be, wouldn't he? Yeah,
I would
couple years
guess so,
out.
yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, Skeens spoke to the speed of Major League Baseball and said, "Listen, Tony V's." He goes, "I know Vitello. I've played against him and all that." He goes, "But it is a different animal. He's a lot faster up here." And we can actually play that sound for you guys on the other side. So there are going to be, for any of us to think it's going to be just a piece of cake, there's going to be a large learning curve and things we don't even see in the dugout. Managing a bullpen. I've never had to manage a Major League bullpen. All the questions that were legitimately raised the day he was hired will be asked today. And I'm almost as interested in Buster Posey. In fact, I'm more interested in Buster Posey than Tony Vitello. Kind of know who Tony Vitello is. We know what he brings to the table. I want to know how Buster went through this whole process and how he landed with this. Was Nick Hundley the first choice? He's never going to tell you that. He's going to say, no, this is, I'm not going to get into that. But it was reported that Nick Hundley was the first choice. So it's kind of interesting that your second choice would be a totally groundbreaking, historic hire,
Yeah, but also, like, if you want to follow some of the reports that go back a couple months ago to them meeting up in Colorado.
Yeah.
So, like, how long has Buster been eyeing Tony? Like, I know there's always going to be other people in consideration, but we really don't know who his first target was.
Yeah, and also, you're right about that, because as John Joe Curley knows, sometimes bosses will tell you things about where you were in terms of choices. It's a deep story about me getting hired again.
Yeah.
I could tell a story on the air. I was getting, I was a sports writer, and I had no interest in, becoming a radio fraud to work with the likes of you and Darren Chan. And so they eventually made me an offer to be the morning guy in 2004. And then there was this report from Dave Del Grande in the Oakland Tribune that Tony Bruno had turned down this huge offer. Dude, to be honest, it didn't even register on my radar. I didn't even know what I was doing. And so Tony Salvador called. I didn't know they offered it to Tony Bruno. I had no idea. And Tony Salvador calls me and he goes, "Let me tell you something." He goes, "This report about Tony Bruno." And I was like, "Well, not really, because my head's spinning. I really honestly didn't really know what he was talking about. I hadn't read the column." And he goes, "Let me tell you what." He goes, "That's total bull ass, all right? Total bull." It wasn't. It was totally true, I believe. So people will just tell you stuff. So Buster's pulling in Vitello going, "This report about Nick Hundley, total bull."
Total bull. And I hope Buster goes and first thing he says to Tony Vitello when he gets here, he's like, "Look at Brian Murphy as a great example. He wasn't my first option, but he's been on the radio for 21 years.
Yeah.
And now he's broadcasting this morning live from the broadcast booth at Oracle Park."
They can't get rid of him.
They can't get rid of you.
All right, well, say good morning to Young Tone back in the studio in Daly City, where I almost was today. Glad to be here in San Francisco at Oracle Park, formerly formerly Pac Bell, formerly AT&T, and don't forget, for a couple years, formerly SBC Park. And when we do This Dayton Giants history, and Mike Kohler used to write SBC Park for like the 06, 07, I never said it.
Don't even acknowledge
I would just say this game was played in San Francisco, or this game was at McCovey Cove, or we're at the corner of 3rd and King. No SBC. That was literally the worst name in the history of this park.
The Giants Waterfront Ballpark.
Oracle Park is where we are. We're in the broadcast booth where John and Dave bring you the magic. We're trying to bring you just 1/5 of the magic they bring you. It is Tony Vitello Introduction Day. That's why we're at the ballpark. And we'll give you the guest list next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tony V Day. The question of the day, what's the biggest thing you want to hear Tony V address at today's press conference? Is it his strategy to beat the Dodgers, philosophy as a manager, maybe the small ball approach? If he talked to the veterans already, you can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
0-2, and he strikes him out, finishing off a 1-2-3 first inning. Swing and a miss from Tommy Edman, and he strikes out the side in the second. He strikes out Muncy with a slider to the knees, and it's 5 in a row. A 2-2 to Ohtani. Yes, swung out and missed. Swings himself out of his helmet on a disappearing splitter. That is 8 strikeouts for Trey Savage. Paul chases what would have been ball 4. And Trey Savage has 10 strikeouts. A swing and a miss and an 11 strikeout for Trey Savage. He has now tied Smokey Joe Wood for the most strikeouts in a World Series game for a pitcher 22 or younger. 1-2 to Freeman. There's a dozen for Trey Savage.
Man, he's amazing, man. I'm so proud of him, man. It's unbelievable, man. He built for this, man, and he's showing every 5th day.
Man, oh man, great rejoin. Loved hearing the ball, the mic, the Fox mics were on a Darren Chan level where you could hear you could just hear that split or that slider just pounding the glove as Joe Davis says, swing and a miss, strike, that's 7, swing and a miss, that's 8, and it was just pop, 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 pop. I mean, man, oh man.
I mean, he was popping that glove like John Dickinson popping peas on Dubs OT.
Too soon, buddy.
Popping
Too soon.
That was low hanging fruit.
Very good. But yeah, man, and Joe Davis dropping a Smokey Joe Wood.
Smokey Joe Wood.
You gotta love that. You gotta love Smokey Joe Wood. And you know what? Vlad Guerrero said it's just one of these things that just gets underrated. You know, he said he's built for this. It's true. There are just what's so great about sports is there are just certain athletes who are built for moments, and certain athletes are not. You know, and you're like, oh, okay, that guy didn't get it done. And then when you see guys who are just gifted in whatever Mother Nature, God, whoever, the baseball gods gave them this poise to control their body and their mind at the most important moments at such a young age with no experience at all is so special. So I
some
enjoyed
guys have it, some guys don't,
There you
Murph.
go, man.
It's as simple as that. And like I love seeing these big time moments from these young players stepping up in these opportunities. And what an opportunity it's been for Trey Savage ever since it's been called up in late September, Murph. This guy has been phenomenal. He's been unbelievable. And last night was another masterpiece. And I loved it throughout the entire broadcast. They're like, yeah. Schneider's doing a good job leaving him out there. I'm like, yeah, no blanking whatever.
know.
Yeah, you got to leave him out there. But like, to your point, like that clutch gene is something that does not show up in analytics. That's analytics. Shout out our good friend Jim Leland.
I actually was wondering if he could pitch the 8th. I actually thought about that. I mean, first of all, pitch count. What do you pitch count, schmitch count? I mean, first of all, it's October.
Yeah,
We're here to win.
it's your last start of the year.
Yeah, and you know, again, I always think if you're the Dodgers, the biggest rally you can get is getting that guy out of the game.
absolutely.
So I actually wondered, but at that point, those insurance runs became a very big deal. If it was still 3-1 and you took him out of the game, I don't know, would have been interesting, but it wasn't 3-1. It was 6-1.
And now maybe because you took him out, maybe if you need him in a break in case of
dude, I
emergency
didn't think of that.
situation, Game 7 out of the bullpen. I'm just saying.
Did you see this interesting thing about Shohei? I want to get to say good morning to Young Tone and get some of this sound on Vitello that we have from Skeens and Pat Murphy here. But this stat I was reading about Shohei's ability to pitch in Game 6 or Game 7, did you see this? Like, because he's a DH, have you pondered this? Because he's a DH, if he came in relief, they ready for this? This is weird, and it confuses my brain. If he comes in relief, which is an option, and then leaves the game, you lose the designated hitter.
Correct. And
Isn't that crazy?
He just stays as the DH, right?
No, they would lose the DH. He would be out of the game. You would lose the. Then the pitcher would have to hit in that spot. Whoever comes in for Shohei would then have to hit in that lineup.
Okay,
spot.
and that doesn't have anything to do with the Ohtani rule that they implemented like a year or two ago, where he could stay in the game as a DH when he's done as a starting pitcher.
Starter,
because he's coming in as a reliever.
Starter. If he starts, they can keep it. If he comes in as a reliever and then gets removed, then the pitcher has to hit in that spot.
Interesting.
So it's going to affect how the Dodgers. In other words, what it says is this: the Dodgers can only use him as a starter or as a closer, maybe in the ninth inning where that wouldn't matter. They're thinking they're not going to hit again. Andy McCullough wrote about it in The Athletic. It's interesting. So he said it presents a scenario where if they in Game 7 they wanted to go a certain direction, he could start the first inning or two and then give way to bulk innings to Tyler Glasnow. Yeah. That way he retains. Just something to keep, just a little seed to keep in your mind.
Interesting little angle. Now, also, let me throw another little wrinkle in there. He could enter the game as a reliever and then enter the game as an outfielder after and stay in the game that way.
I don't know about that. If he's already, I don't know.
He has
I don't know the
suggested
answer.
that he wants to play outfield again in
So he
his
stays
career.
in the game as an
I
outfielder.
think he would stay in the game as an outfielder.
Kick out
then.
Andy Pajes.
Yeah,
All right,
exactly.
so-
Get out of here, Pajes.
Anyway, that was just an interesting little twist going
like
into
that.
game
Huh,
6 and
interesting.
7. And again, I don't think it's over. I think Yamamoto, this thing could easily go 7. So, all right, let's go a little guest list on a Thursday, October 30, 2025. Day before Halloween, baby. Day before Halloween. I think we're making the announcement today that our Decades Friday becomes a Halloween Friday tomorrow.
It's going to be a spooky Friday.
rejoins that will be of a Halloween variety, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Young Tone. Hey, we miss you, buddy. We're here at the Lon Simmons Russ Hodges Broadcast Center with the great Darren Chan. Where are you, bud?
You're in DC's office.
We
is
are
where
in
you
DC.
are.
You're in DC, and we're with DC.
Dude, the fact that you drove to DC is hilarious.
Well, you know, for story purposes, we'll say I made it all the way there, but I was halfway there. Bro, it's what they I think they used to call it what, milk horses, the horses that deliver milk, and they just know their route and they just go the same route every morning no matter
Milk
what.
horses.
Back in the old day.
Okay.
Yeah, and then said, well, you just turn on your, well, you just go and you just do your route, and you just do your route.
You got
just
a
do your
routine,
route,
yeah.
You do your route, you do your route. That was me.
You're a creature of habit.
That was me.
Yeah.
I don't even know what happened to my brain to figure it out. I'm surprised I'm not sitting next to you right now, Tony. You know, I mean, somehow, some way, I figured it out. But I got San Francisco on lockdown. I saw every square mile of it today. What do you need? It looked fine. Dan Lurie's doing a great job.
You can tell young Tony all the good spots to go check out now.
Ah, and I didn't. Well, for all the cynics, no, I didn't drive by the 16th and Mission BART station. All right, so we're good.
Yeah, keep that one off the wrap.
Young Tony,
what happened to your brain, bro?
dude? Trey Savage is younger than you, Tony.
Damn.
Older than you, yeah.
Damn.
Well younger than you.
Yeah, what's up, old man?
You Savage. Hell of a name, dude. Got to be one of the best names in sports.
Well, Marcus says in Toronto they dropped Megan
Meg the Stallion.
with.
I'm a savage.
They play that.
Yeah, that's the drop they play after strikeouts. And luckily, they were not in Toronto last night, or else we would have heard it 12 times.
You ready for this, Tone? Then Marcus says, yeah, you know, like how here at the ballpark where we are today for Tony Vitello Day, he goes, yeah, like they play the E40 sound when the Giants record a strikeout.
Ooh.
I said, wait, what?
Dude, right? That's exactly how I felt.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Do you know about this, Tony?
I recently just found out about this, like this year. I mean,
Marcus
every
being-
time I guess someone strikes out someone, it's not Logan Webb, though. Marcus brought up a good point. I guess with Logan Webb, they drop a little Andre Nicotina.
Yeah, they do the seagull call from the beginning of Killer Whale, where you can hear the seagulls as Logan Webb's going out there to warm up. But yeah, over the last year or two, I would say they've implemented it here at the ballpark because most teams around the league have like a strikeout sound. But now here at Oracle Park, they drop the E40 ooh after a strikeout.
I got to tell you, man, that's the benefits of you going to 70-plus games is you pick up on these subtleties. That's awesome. Did not know it. Now I do. I'm a better person for it. The Dodgers for years have annoyed me with that stupid fifth of baseball. Dun, 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 dun. That pisses me off. Everything about the Dodgers pisses me off. But they're on the brink of extinction, everybody. All right, Young Tone, what do we got today, bud?
All right, well, coming up at 6:50, we're going to talk to George Kontos, get his take on Tony Vitello. Big day for all Giants fans. Curious to hear what he has got to say. Mike Kruko's going to be at 7:30, get his take on Tony V as well. The big hit's going to be John Lynch. I mean, well, look at us. What a show. John Lynch, 8 o'clock this morning. Cooler content's going to be at 8:30, and then Matty Mayoko at 8:50.
Sounds pretty good to me, man. Okay, on the other side, we got to do a couple things. We got to get that Skeens and Murphy sound out there about Vitello. Plus, what did Kyle Shanahan say about Brock Purdy? So a lot to get to before we get to George Kontos at 6:50 on The Sports Leader. All right, let's talk Provident Credit Union because they're here to help, man. Provident Credit Union, local financial institution, good people. Have my mortgage with Provident, have for years and years and years. They're right here for you, and they're going to help you grow your savings with a safe pick a term certificate. You pick the schedule. Do you need to grow some money for 3 months, 6 months, or 12 months? You can, and you can earn up to 3.40% annual percentage yield. There's no guesswork. There's no market ups and downs, just strong, steady growth on your terms. Newsweek believes they named Provident one of America's best regional credit unions for 2025. We all know your money is in good hands at Provident. So don't wait. This 3.40% offer will not last. Open your account today at providentcu.org or visit your local branch for friendly help getting started. This rate is effective September 22nd, 2025. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Start saving today at providentcu.org.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, and I went and watched, I'm sure you saw Drew Gilbert play for us a ways back, and now the world's kind of finding out who he is. I went and saw him play just to see him in a big league uniform and was able to speak to a GM, and we both talked. I think everyone's suffering the consequences all the way up to the big leagues where guys are super skilled, but there's less development, less coaching, less accountability, and therefore less understanding of how to actually play the game to win. And it starts all the way trickle-down effect.
That was Tony Vitello, who you will hear from today at 11 a.m. And then I do believe, if John Joe and Young Tone can confirm, on our show tomorrow morning, right? Is that right, Young Tony? Yeah.
Yes, that's confirmed. We do not have a time yet.
Okay.
But he will join the show.
Well, you're listening all 4 hours anyway, so what does it matter?
Of course.
Right? By the way, DC, John Platts, the great Stanford broadcaster, wanted to shout you. I said, you're looking good on the YouTube stream. There he is. So there you go. Just from broadcaster to broadcaster there.
DC up in that sex appeal on the morning show.
We are here in the Lon Simmons, Russ Hodges Broadcast Center in the broadcast booth. It's awesome. It's just amazing to be here in this place, in these seats that John and Dave occupy during the season. And they're going to be calling Tony Vitello's 2026 Giants. You know, who will the roster be? What will the opening day lineup look like? I mean, a lot of these guys are locked in. You know, Matt Chapman, third base, Willie Adames, shortstop, Rafael Devers, first base, I guess, or DH.
Bryce Eldridge.
Bryce Eldridge,
First base or DH.
Patrick Bailey, or is he traded? I don't know.
Wow. Ooh, spicy this morning, Murph.
Elliot Ramos, or is he traded?
Ooh.
Jung-Hoo Lee, or is he? These things are. Who's on the mound? The guy you just heard. Well, the sound you just heard, Logan Webb. And we wanted to clarify something because you were talking about those sounds that you hear, and we were called to task by a texter.
Yes, the strikeout sounds that happen at the ballpark. Now, Murph, this is just another classic case where you think you're the smart guy on radio, like giving a shout out to Logan Webb and the seagull sounder that they play after a strikeout. But I was corrected on the text line by the 408, my own Murph. They called me out and said, brother, those are the sounds of killer whales, not seagulls. Now, I'm not a marine biologist, so I apologize for the confusion. Whether it's a killer whale or a seagull, it's still pretty damn cool that the Giants do that for Logan Webb.
And as John Joe Curley knows, is anybody here a marine biologist? One of the great lines in sitcom history.
Not me, obviously.
You didn't know the Seinfeld episode?
No, I'm not a Seinfeld guy.
Man.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know.
I
know.
Well, that's
one
of
that's
the
one through
greatest
5-hole.
episodes of them all, and ending with, of course, the sea was angry that day, my friends, like an old man trying to send back soup at a deli. And then it ends with the legendary line, Curly, is that a Titleist? Seinfeld fans are laughing in their cars. All right, guys. Well, are the Giants going to be, I don't know, laughing to the bank? That's a terrible transition. How do we get to the Pat Murphy and Paul Skeens sound? Because we're going to meet Tony Vitello today. We're expecting him to be energetic, charismatic, engaging. He has to break the Bob Melvin curse of not buttoning the wrong button.
Yeah,
right?
let's make sure we get all those buttons buttoned up right.
What
today,
numbers he
Tony.
wearing? I don't know about that. We don't even know.
Is he going to take Casey Schmidt's number?
Might as well at this point. Maybe Rory the Greek will have a Tony Vitello jersey. I don't know. So anyway, here was Pat Murphy. Now, he's the Brewers manager who's been wildly successful. They couldn't beat the freaking Dodgers in the playoffs. In fact, they got steamrolled by the Dodgers in the playoffs. But they were the number one seed. They had the best record in baseball.
They went 6-0 during the regular season.
And this is
against the
after
Dodgers.
letting Willie Adames walk.
Yeah.
Right? Poor Willie. Like, man, oh, man. Willie walked up back. He said, wait, you said won 94 games? We won 81.
Yeah, my buddies are having a good time without
Or was it
me.
96, I think, actually. But anyway, the point is the Brewers were awesome, and Pat Murphy's been wildly successful. Now, here's the catch. He was an Arizona State manager. He was considered a college guy. Here's the big difference, though. He went to the minor leagues and rode those buses from 2010 to 2018 before he got to the bigs. So there is a huge difference there. So it wasn't straight from college to the show. So he went on a New York Post podcast with John Heyman or John Paul Morosi and or both and spoke to them about the transition since he's the closest thing possible. So what does Pat Murphy have to say about Buster Posey making this big move?
Well, I'm not as smart as some of these guys, so it took me a little longer. Buster Posey, I've never met him. I have unbelievable respect for this guy, but I just think he knows all this. He knows it's a tremendous transition from college to major leagues. They know what they're getting into, and they see things in this guy that help lead a club, an unabashed way of saying, this is how we're going to do it, or a personality that can handle the media, a personality that can handle different types of players. The Giants are not stupid. They're not throwing a dart at the board. They've done their research, and they believe this guy can do it. So I'm going to say he can do it.
Okay, pretty good quotes from Pat Murphy there. And one of the things he said, to have a guy who says in an unabashed way, this is how we're going to do it. That's, I think, one of the things that struck me. Melvin, as great as he is, I mean, listen, Bob Melvin's forgotten more baseball than you and I know combined, right? But he didn't put his imprint on the team. Right, for whatever reason. And maybe that's because he liked to be the flatliner, 162, pro guy. Hey, dude, never too high, never too low. We're just going to stay steady. And it drove fans crazy.
Yes.
And the team, as a result, didn't really have an identity. What was the identity of this team? I mean, there really was no identity.
They were a scrappy team that fought to come back early on in the season.
We had the sounder. We were a gritty, grindy
we're
bunch.
a gritty, grindy bunch. But it felt like some of that died out. And I don't know if that's Bob Melvin just kind of being exhausted throughout the season. I mean, that's not really an excuse, but whatever happened during that stretch where they lost 15 of 16 games at home, there wasn't any fire. And there wasn't really an accountability, at least from the outside looking in, when people wanted Bob Melvin to sit down Elliot Ramos for routinely making mistakes out in left field as a defender and even on the base pass. Like the day after the infield fly fiasco, everybody was just looking for some accountability to sit this guy down, and you thought you would get that from an old school red-ass type manager like Bob Melvin, but we didn't really see any of that.
We didn't get it. Well, funny you use that. Murphy used that word. Pat Murphy used that word, accountability. He said maybe there's going to be, or pardon me, Vitello used it in that podcast.
Mm-hmm.
He said there's less development, there's less coaching, there's less accountability.
Mm-hmm.
That was a key phrase.
Yes, but I also think that's one of the biggest issues or questions with Tony is, how accountable will players be responding to a guy that has never rode the bus, has never stepped on a major league field, has never managed at this level? So, like, what's that reaction going to be from those players?
It's like, I mean, can I riff? Can I riff?
Oh, please do.
Do you have the chuckle there? The chuckle we like to play when I quote Woody Allen, young Tony? It's like if somebody all of a sudden became your program director. Yeah. Listen, we can joke about it, all right? It's all
That's actually
good.
a better riff than I had lined up. I was going to riff about, like, me, like, running, like, K-Sun Radio up at Sonoma State and
did
stepping
you?
in.
Were you the manager?
No,
Were you the
I
PD?
was not the PD
How
there.
great would that
But,
have
like,
been?
if somebody from K-Sun Radio stepped up to KNBR one day, be like,
I
who's this college kid coming from a college radio station trying to run KNBR on 50,000 watts?
Keep that chuckle going because we had our own Tony V at KNBR. Yes,
you're right.
Thank you very much.
Groundbreaking move. by
Paul
Cumulus.
Skeens is like Trey Savage. He went on a very short ride from college to the pros, which is what Trey Savage did last night. East Carolina to Dodger Stadium in one short year in the World Series, no less. And Paul Skeens also took a very short ride from LSU to the pros. So he played in the SEC opposite Tony Vitello. So Skeens went on, I think it was MLB Network, I believe. Oh, CBS Sports Line. Okay, CBS Sports. My bad. So he went on CBS Sports, and he gave a thought as an SEC guy and as a guy who went quickly from college to the show.
Just in terms of baseball as a whole, the big leagues is a lot faster than college. Obviously, the players are better. It's in many ways, I think it's a different game. Just in terms of how pitchers attack hitters, how hitters, make plans against pitchers. I think, out of all the people that are in college baseball, there are probably 3 or 4 that could make the jump to being a major league manager. I think Vitello is one of them. He's a winner, and I played against him, while I was at LSU. Obviously watched him, coaching for a few years. He's going to have a good support staff. He's going to have good coaches around him, which is, I would assume, a lot of the battle for being a major league manager. But I think in terms of a learning curve, I think he'll figure it out pretty quick. He's sharp. He's a winner.
Okay, good stuff from Skeens. He's very praiseworthy or he praises Vitello. He does slip in there. He says it's a lot faster. And he said in many ways it's a different game. That was interesting to me.
Yeah.
He said the way pitchers attack hitters and the way hitters plan to hit pitchers. So whatever Vitello was telling his hitters in their approach or whatever Vitello was telling his pitchers in their approach, Skeens says you got to throw that out.
Yeah, but he also said there's only about 3 or 4 college coaches that he thinks can make that transition. He said Tony is one of those guys. And we've talked to multiple people around Tennessee baseball. We had the voice of Tennessee baseball on our show a week ago.
John Wilkerson.
And John Wilkerson was talking about how Tony kind of runs his team like a big league program with their involvement of analytics and how they actually do have a lot more resources than a lot of college teams do also. So, of course, there's going to be a different transition, different tools you're using at the major league level. But from what we heard, Tony V was running a pretty successful ship down in Tennessee using some of the tools that they're already using at the major league level.
Do you have some of that Wilkerson, Young Tone? I know you made a big file of Vitello sound, and we do have some Wilkerson in there about Vitello's brand of baseball or how he runs. Yeah. Which one do you got here? Cuz you can come on the mic and tell
Let's go brand of baseball. I think Marcus asked about his philosophy as a manager.
Okay, let's go.
He does a great job of playing the hand that he's dealt or tailoring his approach to what he sees as his lineup's greatest strengths. There are a couple of seasons that turn out. I mean, he inherits a team that had won 7 conference games out of 30 the year before, and they were projected to finish with 1 less the next year, be a 6-win team. They win 12. And it was just amazing to watch him move guys around in the lineup, whether it be adjusting who's hitting 1 to 4 or perhaps flip-flopping things based on matchups. I just think he's always looking at what his team can do and do better. Now, what you will see are earmarks. They are a team that likes to be aggressive and push the envelope when it comes to perhaps taking the extra base when given. He does a great job working with hitters. The power numbers for Tennessee have been ridiculous over these last few seasons. It's been video game numbers, and when they aren't hitting home runs and getting the ball over the fence, they're also doing a great job of just finding the gaps. Sometimes I think what Tennessee hitters do best is when the shift is around towards a left-handed batter and everything's around towards that right side, Tennessee hitters have that ability to go to the left center gap in so many instances. And the impact that he's made on individuals and what they do and accomplish at the plate or in the field or on the mound has been phenomenal. And that's been reflected by the fact that in 8 years as the head coach at Tennessee, he now has 10 players that have made it all the way to the major leagues.
Yeah, Wilkerson's good, man. That was a really good answer. There was a lot in there. One of the things that really stuck out to me is what he said, beating the shift, going the other way. Giants killed me with their inability to try to hit the ball the other way when they had to. So, again, can a manager make a player do that?
Yeah.
Presumably, Bob Melvin knows that.
Yeah.
And he told the guy, hey, guys, hit this one to the right side. But they wouldn't do it. People blame Pat Burrell. People blame Bob Melvin. People blame the hitters themselves. Yeah. So can Tony Vitello change that?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's easy for me to point fingers at the hitters. But overall, the approach that we've seen over the last couple of years with launch angle, and I thought they did a great job breaking this down last night with the World Series, talking about Vladimir Guerrero Jr., a guy that does not have a launch angle that is nearly as steep as other players around the league, which leads to him hitting more hard-hit ground balls, which some people were complaining about. But look at his batting average. Like, he's one of the best hitters in baseball. So there's been a different style of approach, which launch angle, because when guys see a shift out there, they're thinking in the back of their mind, oh, I'll just hit it over the fence anyways. The shift can't stop me if I'm hitting a home run. But we've seen the Blue Jays embrace the style of baseball more. We're like, we're going to hit it where you're not. We're going to force you to make plays defensively. That's the type of brand of baseball that I think we're trending back towards, since we've seen so many strikeouts over the last 5-10 years now, and the evolution of the launch angle ever since Josh Donaldson went on that rant about, hey, Little League kids, don't listen to your Little League coaches.
Just say no to ground balls.
Try to hit a home run every time.
I remember seeing that for the very first time on Twitter in like 2016. I was like, what's he talking about? Well, sometimes I need a ground ball the right side. Anyway, let's just, for example, you guys know the deal. The Toronto Blue, if you don't know, the Toronto Blue Jays struck out only 1,099 times. Second fewest in all of baseball. Only the Royals at 1,096 were fewer. By way of example, 1,099 strikeouts for the Jays. The Giants, 1,380. So let's just say 300 more times. It's 290, or 280. Say it 300 more times that the Giants struck out instead of putting the ball into play.
Yeah.
Just won 81 games, and we've talked about like 5 or 6 games. Out of 300 strikeouts, you don't think 5 or 6 different strikeout or contact situations would have won a game for them, where get a runner home from third? Yeah. The Brewers did it last night. There was the play Teoscar biffed in right field. Yeah. God bless him. And the next hitter hit a fly ball to center field and got the run home.
What a concept, Murph. A little station-to-station baseball. But, yeah, that's the question. Can Tony Vitello get those guys to that level where maybe they do improve in those situations? But that's what we're hearing from John Wilkerson and other guys saying, this is what Tony did at Tennessee. He got the best out of his players. And, Murph, we've talked about this roster a bunch. And I thought last year after the Rafael Devers trade, this was a roster good enough to at least make the postseason. Maybe Tony will be able to get the best out of Rafael Devers, Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, Patrick Bailey behind home plate, Drew Gilbert. If he can just pull something more out of them, maybe that's the difference between 4 or 5 wins. But he's got to go out there and prove that he can do it first before we start giving him the praise for it.
One of the guys who struck out the most was Devers himself. So we'll figure that. Love this text from 925. Says, if you would have told me 30 years ago, 1, I'd be up at 6:30 in the morning commuting to a job. 2, I would hear Andre Nicotina's Killer Whale on KNBR, I would not have believed you.
Hell yeah.
Best show on radio, LOL. I like it. Very, very good. There you go. So, hey, 925, we're all up early going to work, buddy.
925, I'm a Pisces, but I'd rather be a killer whale.
You got to pay those bills, baby. Got to respect the grind, 925. Way to get up and put it on. Okay, guys, George Kontos, Giants World Series champ, and, of course, now analyst for NBC Sports Bay Area. His thoughts on the big day of introducing Tony Vitello. As we're live at Oracle Park, you can see it on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Darren Chan running the show here at Oracle Park in the Lon Simmons and Russ Hodges Broadcast Center on The Sports Leader.
A hole in one, huh?
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're live in San Francisco, not Daly City today. We are at the ballpark. You can see us on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. We're here in the Lon Simmons Russ Hodges Broadcast Center. I'm going to say that as many times as I can because that's pretty cool. The Lon Simmons Russ Hodges Broadcast Center, where we are here for Tony Vitello's introductory press conference at 11 a.m. As a bonus, he'll join us on the show tomorrow for a more relaxed conversation, as opposed to this thing where everybody's jockeying for a question.
Yeah, Murph.
No, I'm going to get it.
We will not have to fight over the microphone because we will have a long conversation with Tony tomorrow morning.
I will go deep with Tony tomorrow. And I get the feel, I've seen, a fair number of his interviews. He's a pop culture guy. Even in his farewell thing at Tennessee, he made a reference to David Letterman's top 10 list. I think he made a reference to Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite too. So I think he's one of these guys. He's gonna drop he's gonna drop some pop cultural references to keep you engaged. Maybe he follows the Pop Culture Showdown.
I think so, Murph. I mean, how could you not when it's guaranteeing victories? But yeah, Murph, we talked so much about Tony Vitello being a winner at Tennessee. I think he's going to win the press conference today. Like, he is a slick talker. One of the first times I really noticed him, like, on a map outside of coaching college baseball was this past year at the MLB draft. He was a part of the coverage, and he did a great job breaking down every single prospect, which I think is also a nice little wrinkle to this hire. I don't think there's a single manager at the MLB level that knows the talent group of 20 to 28-year-olds better than Tony Vitello being at Tennessee for the last 8 years.
That will work two ways. One, in drafting this coming June, the next draft, he'll have a lock on a lot of these guys. And two, recruiting free agents.
Yeah.
Some of these kids who, although free agents have to spend 6 years, but still he'll know them all. He'll know them all on some level.
Yeah, and shout out to Drew Gilbert, who obviously played for Tony back at Tennessee. He went on the Giants Talk podcast with Cole Kuiper and Pabs, and he talked about how hard of a recruiter that he was. Well, that's key here in San Francisco when the Giants have missed out on so many free agents over the last decade. Maybe he will help out the recruiting also.
So what you're saying is if Vitello was here, Shohei would be a Giant.
Yeah, exactly. It would have been done already.
All right, connection has been made on the UMA guest line with our friend George Kontos, who, of course, you see on NBC Sports Bay Area pre and post, and, of course, you saw him in a Giants uniform winning a World Series, too. So, George, it's great to have you back. You got Murph, you got Marcus. We got Tony Vitello Day. We're here at the ballpark for the big introductory press conference for Tony Vitello. So let's get into it, man. George, how you doing this morning?
Hey, what's up, George?
I'm doing great. Good morning, fellas. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, man. Let's go. I mean, so it's been a few weeks now since the announcement's been made, or I should say it's 1 week since the announcement's been made. I need the full George Kontos reaction. Give me the reaction, A, when you found out about it, and now B, like a week later as it settles into your brain.
Well, my initial reaction was probably very similar to a lot of your guys'. It's just a little, very unconventional. It was not something that I was expecting with the news of Boch and with the news of, a lot of other guys that could have been in the mix. I think that the Vitello hiring took me a little bit by surprise, but, Buster is a guy who I've known for a very long time, and I trust his judgment very much, obviously. So I think that there's very good reason why he signed this guy. And now that it's settled in a little bit after having listened to him speak and watched some of his interviews and gotten the reactions from people like Max Scherzer, who he knows very well, this guy's clearly a very bright guy, connects with players, is very passionate, very focused, will bring the energy. Obviously, the only question you have is it's the first time a manager has gone from the collegiate level straight to Major League Baseball. So the experience is something that I think we will all be watching. But I'm excited. I think that he's going to bring the energy. It's going to be a lot different than what we've seen the last few seasons. with the Giants, and I'm excited for him to hit the ground running.
Yeah, George, let's start there with the perspective of Buster Posey. What do you think this says about Buster that he's willing to take this risk and kind of go with this unconventional route of hiring a college coach?
I think it's a big swing. I think this is going to be one of the things that might define Buster's tenure as a president of baseball operations. And when you take, I'm going to call it a risk, but when you make a move like this and you hire unconventionally, so to speak, there's obviously some other moves that are going to come. This indicates to me that this team is going to absolutely try and make some moves this winter and bring back some winning ways back to the San Francisco Giants organization. So, I think with the inexperience, Buster's going to put a lot of people around Tony to have him be as successful as possible. And talking about recruiting and what he's done with Tennessee being a program before Tony got there that was at the bottom of the SEC, and now as he's leaving it, they're national champions and a program that is nationally renowned at the college level. I think that you've seen what he can do, and recruiting, looking a guy like Buster in the eyes in the recruiting process, then having the energy of a Tony Vitello, I think is going to be very attractive to free agents looking to come to San Francisco.
George Kontos, the voice you hear on the Uma Guest Line. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We're here at the ballpark for Tony Vitello Day on the Murph and Marcus Show. I want to stay on Buster for another one here. So when Buster retired, we did this book. Me and Brad Mengen did this book on him, and I interviewed a bunch of players first person. I kind of wrote their essays first person. I was going back and rereading them, George. It's like, dude, the reverence Buster had from his peers was incredible. One of the things Matt Cain said was Buster's a deep thinker, and he never says or does anything without putting a lot of thought into it first. So, I mean, obviously, any GM that hires a manager is going to think about it, duh. But to this level that Buster thinks deeply, you mentioned that he's a very good friend of yours. Can you take us into that a little bit? Like, when you talk to him, even if you're chopping it up to go get a sandwich, you're like, damn, Buster analyzed that really deeply. Like, how deep is Buster about all this, everything he does?
Well, I think his sandwich selection might be the least of his deep thinking problems. But if he's making decisions that are impactful, that are impacting him or impacting something that he controls, obviously he looks at all the angles. I remember just, not even our outside of baseball conversations, but on the mound. I mean, he would be catching the whole game, and I'd come in the game, and he'd be looking down at the ground, and he had this thing that he always did with his fingers. He'd rub his fingers together while he was thinking before he called the pitch. So he's going through all the information that he had that day on previous at-bats against that guy. So, I mean, everything is in the memory bank, and he looks at all angles before he makes a decision. And obviously this was incredibly calculated. I don't think this was something that a decision that he made on hiring Tony was not made in the last 2 weeks before this happened. This was probably something that was in the works that he had thought about, that he had done a lot of diligence on. So Buster's not going to put his stamp of approval on something that he's not as sure as he can be about it. And I think that's all that you can ask for in a guy that's at the helm of your organization or at the helm of your team as a player. So, I mean, we definitely have the right guy pulling the strings in regard to making these decisions, I think.
George, we've talked to a lot of former players about Tony's lack of experience, him not getting drafted by a major league team or ever riding the bus at the minor league level. But my question would be like, how much more does it mean when you have a president of baseball operations like Buster Posey, who's a 3-time World Series champion, for him to make the move versus some outsider who maybe didn't play at the major league level that's running an organization? Like, how much more does it mean that Buster Posey is the one to make this move versus maybe somebody else that maybe is leading an organization?
Well, I think that the respect and credibility that Buster earned as a player, and now that he's on the organizational side running things, when he makes this decision, you look at it with like, okay, I would not have seen this, but I have to give this the respect that it deserves because of the guy who made the decision. So let's look at how this plays out. And, I think that when you have free agents, for example, sitting in on a pitch to join the San Francisco Giants, and you're staring at a guy like Buster Posey, who has 3 world championships, the MVP, the Rookie of the Year, all the accolades, caught a perfect game, multiple no-hitters, all of that stuff. Then you have a guy sitting next to him where he's like, hey, and here's our manager, Tony Vitello, thinks super highly of this guy. And then Tony, takes the reins and he starts going on his pitch with his high energy and his ability to connect with people. I think it's a really, really, you're not recruiting in Major League Baseball, you're pitching. But it's a very good dynamic duo, I think. And like I mentioned, Buster's going to put a lot of people around Tony to have him be as successful as possible. So hopefully some of that experience that he lacks at this level, managing a bullpen late in the season, late in games, kind of pulling those pieces. Obviously, the collegiate season is 56 games, and then you're going to 162, so it's a lot longer, adding October and spring training. So there's a few things that I think he'll hit the ground running with, that he'll get the experience with very quickly. But I think it's a very nice tandem to have a guy like Buster running things with the accolades he had as a player, and then you have this guy in Tony running things at the managerial level.
George Kontos, the voice you hear on the Murph and Marcus Show. We're here in San Francisco getting ready for the Tony Vitello press conference at the ballpark today at Oracle Park. You can see us on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. We're here in the Lon Simmons, Russ Hodges Broadcast Center, which we're pretty excited about. Hey, you played at Northwestern. I think was your coach Paul Stevens. Is that right?
My coach was Paul Stevens at Northwestern, yep.
So kind of a two-part question. One, could you have imagined him or any of the other Big Ten coaches in a big league dugout? And two, just kind of how different is the game from NC2A to MLB?
Oh, man, the game is incredibly different. I'm going to start with the second part of that question, just in the fact that when you're at the collegiate level, I mean, you're still dealing with very young adults, people that are very impressionable still. They haven't had the experience of real world. And I think that the best managers or coaches or pitching coaches at the collegiate level are the ones that understand how to get the most out of their players. They realize the types of personalities that they have and what gets through to them to get the best out of themselves collegiately. Because a lot of guys just, are there with good stuff that have the potential to move on. Some guys are just there because they got a college scholarship or they've walked on and they'll play their 3-4 years, whatever it is, and then they move on to wherever their life path goes. But I think the best managers, and this is where it translates very similarly to Major League Baseball, they know how to communicate with their players and get the most out of them. I think Bruce Bochy was incredible at that. He was the most incredible manager of people that I've seen. He would know what everybody needed to be told to get the most out of them. Some people need a pat on the back, and some people need a little bit of tough love. And I think that comes out even more at the collegiate level. And obviously the things that we've heard about Tony is he has all that stuff. And then going back to the first part of that question, I think of all the guys on my Northwestern staff that we had, the one guy that could have translated to probably a bullpen coach at the major league level was our pitching coach, Tim Stoddard, who played in the big leagues for a long time, won a couple World Series, one with Baltimore, was a setup guy for Goose Gossage with the Yankees. So I think he could have handled doing the job at the major league level.
George, the Giants currently have 4 players in an organization that played for Tony at Tennessee. How much do you think that influenced his decision to take this job? But also, how much do you think that can help maybe establish the culture that Tony wants to set here in San Francisco?
Well, now that you start kind of looking at how the dominoes fell, you start wondering when some of these decisions might have been made, right? We traded for a guy in Drew Gilbert. We drafted our number 1 pick was from Tennessee. So when you start putting that together, obviously Buster and company had been impressed with the job that Tony did at Tennessee by drafting some of the players that came through his system. So I think that's only going to be an incredible asset to have, with some of your players having familiarity with the guy that's going to be at the helm of your team for the next at least multiple years. So I think the culture that he's going to bring, it's definitely going to be a lot more youthful. He's full of energy. He's fiery. It's not going to be kind of the laid back approach that we've seen the last few years with Bomel, who I really liked, and it's just going to be a little bit of a different feel and vibe, which I think was the whole point, is shaking it up. So it's going to be interesting, and I'm really interested in seeing how it plays out.
Yeah, it seems like it's a culture move above everything. Like Buster's making the culture he wants. He's telling us a lot with this about what he wants. A culture change, George.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Buster's trying to. That was the whole point, obviously, right? When you make a swing this big to try and change how the organization goes about its day-to-day things, the energy, the culture of it, I mean, that's a big thing. And obviously, Buster being at the head of the organization now, he's molding it in the view that he thinks it needs to go. And we'll look back and hopefully we're in 10 years from now, we'll say, man, that was such a great move. And look at the several World Series that we've won since then, and everyone will be very happy about it.
That's it, man. 10 years from now, it'll be really interesting. Finally, George, last one is what supernatural deity reached down and touched the right arm of Trey Savage Oh my God! Can you imagine? So where were you when you were 22? Were you riding the buses in single? I don't know. How about being on that mound at Dodger Stadium in front of 60,000 freaking Magic Johnsons and Sidney Sweeneys and just Jason Bateman?
After he was right on the bus earlier this year.
He was in low A in April, dude. He was in low A in April. How crazy is that?
That's pretty incredible. But I'll tell you what, it shows what that guy's made of, the intestinal fortitude that Savage has. I mean, going into LA and putting up a performance like that, striking out the 2, 3, 4 hitters twice in a lineup like that, with the amount of MVPs that they have and all that, that's a start that he's never going to forget. And if they go on and win this World Series, we're going to look back and say, man, Game 5 was unbelievable.
Kind of it's not exactly 1-to-1, but he's kind of their Bumgarner in a way. You know, I mean, it's like he will be forever deified if the Jays win this World Series at age 22 and more to come.
Especially if he comes back for Game 7.
Yeah, he might. That's true. Marcus is pointing out he could relieve in Game 7. Who knows? All right. Hey, George, it's great catching up with you, man. Good insight, good chat. We appreciate you, and we'll catch up down the road.
Yeah, thanks, George.
Sounds great. Great to chat with you guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, George Kontos, man. Good stuff. A lot of good points there and all this stuff. This all comes back to culture. Buster Posey's changing the culture here. There's a picture of Bob Melvin here in the broadcast booth, and he's obviously, like I said, the guy's forgotten more baseball than you and I ever knew, right? And he knows the deal. He's been manager of the year 3 or 4 times, but he had gotten to a point where his flatline approach wasn't what Buster was looking for. Mm-hmm. But and you're supposed to be a flatliner in the bigs. It's 162. You can't get to it. No matter what happens, you got to come back the next day. This guy Vitello, it's going to be a little bit of a risk riding the roller coaster with him, But some people like that. In the history of baseball, Marcus, Earl Weaver, Lou Piniella, those guys rode roller coasters. Yep. And those guys won World Series. Well, Piniella didn't, but Earl Weaver won World Series.
And Murph, I remember about a year and some change ago, a year and ago, we were here talking about Buster Posey being introduced as the president of baseball operations. And I remember saying on these airwaves, I'm not going to bet against Buster.
No.
And that's kind of my same kind of feeling going to this Tony Vitello hire. And I thought George hit the nail right on the head. This could define the era of Buster Posey as president of baseball operations. This is his guy. This is the guy that he chose out of everybody that was out there to come and make the jump from the college level, something that's never been done. And Buster Posey's out here trying to make some memories in the memory-making business.
Guy traded for Rafael Devers. Yeah. I mean, inexplicably, they went into a 2-month tailspin. But Devers, as you watched him night after night after night, that mofo can hit the baseball.
He's a dude, as Buster told us.
There was some exit velocity coming.
I mean, if we're judging the first year of Buster Posey, I know it's easy to point and say, look, they didn't make the postseason. It's a failure. But, yeah, they went out and traded for Rafael Devers. He handed out the largest contract in Giants history to Willie Adames, who became the first player to hit 30 home runs in 20 blanking years.
They got to pitch
it. I'd say we're off to a pretty good start here with Buster Posey, but we'll see how this all plays out with Tony Vitello.
But Buster always tells us pitching and defense, pitching and defense, pitching and defense, and they wound up running out of pitching at the end of the year.
And by the way, shout out the Blue Jays last night. A lot of pitching and defense.
Yeah, they had more guys going. Man, oh man. Fun stuff. All right. There is a football team in town, and they do have a game Sunday in New York, and John Lynch is going to talk to us at 8 a.m. So how about a little dollop of what did Kyle Shanahan have to say about Brock Purdy? Is Jawan Jennings getting traded? What's going on? Niners next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, bright and early on a Thursday morning, we got our good friend Steve Moskowitz, our tax attorney, on the line to help you. Steve, there's people out there that can't pay their taxes. That's a big deal, Steve. What do you want to tell them?
It's a very big deal, but it's fixable. A lot of people think that's it. There's nothing can be done. They're stuck with this. They feel like they're drowning under 1,000 feet of water. If that's you, talk to us. There's so much that can be done in so many cases. There's so many good deals, but you have to know about them. We've been doing this for 30 years. We're really, really familiar with making deals. with the government. Don't stick your head in the sand. Don't live like a criminal. Don't be looking over your shoulder wondering, is today the day the IRS agent's going to come and get you? Horrible way to live. Doesn't have to be. Again, folks, a lot of good solutions. We have a free consultation. Comprehensive. We explain everything to you. And then if you want us to, we do everything for you, so you don't have to talk to the government. Just pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I understand what Steve's saying, that it's worrisome. What I can tell everyone is that we're being incredible. We've gotten so many opinions on this thing, and it's been pretty consistent. So he's doing a really good job. We're taking the appropriate measures. what I can tell you is he gets better each week, each day. So I do think we're getting closer to him returning. A hard timeline because it's kind of a feel thing and how he feels. That's still out there and TBD. But we're getting closer. We do know that. I think this week in particular, last week, I think we made some progress, and so that has Brock encouraged. It has everyone encouraged.
There he is, John Lynch, talking about Brock Purdy, the mystery that is Brock Purdy. Because, guys, I'm here to tell you right now, Thursday morning, 7:19 a.m. And good morning, Murph and Marcus, from San Francisco's Oracle Park. We are not in Daly City today. No Marchbank Field outside. We got a little bigger field right here. So.
Yeah, we've gone from the field where John Madden would play tackle football at to where Barry Bonds would hit home runs at.
Correct. By the way, what do you give us for us going from Marchbank to Oracle and Tony Vitello going from Tennessee to the Giants?
We made it, Murph. We're big time.
Kind of like the hire. But you can see Darren Chan behind us here in the broadcast booth getting it done. That's why everything sounds so good and looks so good, because DC's doing it. We'll be seeing DC in a few months in February down in Arizona, where Tony V will be cruising on in.
Down in Scottsdale.
Can't you see him coming in with that sort of that wavy hair and a cup of coffee and gripping you? Marcus, man, great to see you again.
Great to see you, Marcus.
Marcus, let's talk ball.
Yeah, the hair is looking better than ever, Marcus.
Well, you two can have a hair off too. Yeah.
Well, you and him can have a beard off.
Yeah, he's a bearded. Somebody wrote in and said, a manager with a perfectly groomed beard. What could go wrong?
Really? Is that what you imagine?
Dude. Anyway, we told you guys this was a Niners segment. So here it is. I'm here to tell you
That's
at 7.
An uninformed take.
Yeah, thank you. At 7:20 in the morning, we don't know.
That's a great question.
Oh boy, that one is just dripping with phoniness.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
What are we doing, man? Come on.
Are you planning on asking Tony Vitello on Friday if he eats vegetarian burritos?
Does he like
really?
Them,
is that what you imagine?
Does he like them thick and juicy in all shapes and sizes?
A little extra guac in there too.
He's a bachelor, I think, Tony V. I do believe. So.
We might get Tony and Tony on the town.
I was wondering if he's gonna drop anchor in the city and be running with young Tony in the marina, or will he do what the other guys do and all go rent some beautiful gated mansion out in Lafayette where you can eat off the streets?
Yeah, well, we know Gabe was a city guy, so maybe Tony will be
too. But a lot of the guys do the family thing out in Lafayette. It's why not? It's like freaking little slice of heaven over there. Anyway, point is that we don't even know who's quarterbacking the 49ers on Sunday. Now, I'm sure Kyle Shanahan has a pretty good idea. He hasn't really let us know. And the way the Niners orchestrate their media availability, it's very frustrating because you get Kyle before practice, so it doesn't really help because all he has to say is, well, I don't know. We'll see what happens today. So then by the time we come on Thursday, we're like, well, what happened? They're like, well, I don't know. We'll tell you tomorrow. So
yeah, wait till tomorrow, Murph.
I mean, Vic Tafer, my good buddy, my old pal, he posted a video he writes for The Athletic. He posted a video of 25 seconds of Brock. He dropped back, in just a warm-up drill and threw a pass. And Vic wrote, looks good to me. That's what Vic wrote. Now, as much as I love Vic, he is not a foot specialist.
Yeah.
So what could you make of this? I mean, nothing. You could make nothing of it.
Yeah,
He's moving a little better.
Yeah, we've seen video of him for the past now 3-4 weeks of him throwing passes at practice. And until he's throwing passes on the actual field on Sundays, none of that really matters to me, Murph.
No. And I mean, can you imagine just the speed of this thing with frickin' Kayvon Thibodeau coming off the edge? Yeah. So here's cut Shanahan, cut you, Tony, before practice, what he needs to see from Brock Purdy to start him on Sunday.
That he feels confident he's ready to go based off how his toe feels. I mean, he's going to look that way most likely getting out there. I mean, he's not going to. He gets out there and he's hobbling around and stuff. He won't be out there, so he's got to go out there and go through the practices and stuff and really let us know how good he feels, because it's hard to know what's going on with the toe, and they're really iffy things. And something, last time we felt like he was feeling pretty good, looked pretty good in practice, and then in the game, one hit and set him back 5 or 6 weeks, whatever this has been, 4 weeks. So it's kind of a sensitive situation, and hopefully getting some reps in practice and stuff will give him that confidence that it's better than it was last time.
Yeah, so that's telling you guys it's going to take a few days here. He has to go through yesterday's practice. He has to sleep on it. He has to wake up in the morning, come out, put on his shoes again, put on his orthotic, go out there and do it again today. So I don't know. We don't have an answer right now, and I don't know if we'll have an answer maybe by Friday afternoon. They're going to be wheels up tomorrow to New York.
I mean, this could be a game-time decision, honestly, if we're talking about how his body feels on Sunday when he wakes up and how he's going to go through the pregame activities and kind of warm his body up. But I don't know, Murph, if you're going to wait until Friday or wait until Sunday, if he's a game-time decision, that tells me that he's not fully healthy. And that gives me a level of concern.
Yeah.
Because I said before week 4, before he made his return against Jacksonville, on the Friday before he ended the show, I'm like, yo, if Brock Purdy's not healthy, I don't want him out there. With that toe injury, with the way that those things can linger if you re-aggravate it, and then guess what? A couple days later, we get the news that he re-aggravated the toe, and now here we are 4 weeks later, and we still haven't seen Brock Purdy.
By the way, briefly, the stadium lights just went on at Oracle. It was like a sign from the heavens.
Felt like a third-quarter light show at least.
Giants are going to win the World Series next year.
The lights came on. They're like, that's a really good take, Waterboy. Keep going.
Right. They liked your take.
It's like the light bulb
Yeah,
went
they
off.
liked your take.
Great take.
Quick digression. The movie Everybody Wants Some, which nobody saw and is really good. And it's Richard Linklater's movie on college baseball in 1980. It opens with a raucous party scene. And one of our heroes, it's Glenn Powell, who winds up being in the Maverick Top Gun sequel, who narrated the intro for the Fox World Series last night. At the party ends with him making a new friend and having a little encounter with her.
Oh, I understand.
And then he leans back, and as the scene ends, he just says, he leans back and he looks up from the pillow and he says, the Astros are going to win the World Series this year.
Damn.
It's a really funny line.
Yeah.
It's the way he caps his wild night. Anyway, that's my feeling on those lights going on with the Giants right there. Giants are going to win the World Series this year. But yeah, dude. And again, I know Kyle has said, no, the turf doesn't matter. I'm just here to tell you, just life experience tells me, dude, I'd almost just know. Yeah. I almost know. Like, I know he said the turf doesn't matter. And I know they play games there where people don't get hurt. But, dude, if indeed he goes out there and somehow, some way tweaks this thing again on the turf, I mean, we'd be kicking ourselves for a year, you know? So what's the harm in one more game with Mac Jones? You know you can win with Mac Jones. You have won with Mac Jones. And getting him on the grass of Santa Clara, as we know how big Santa Clara is, so much that Damian Woody said, what did he say? Who was the quarterback? He said he's going to be playing at Santa Clara. He was talking about who had the big game this past weekend.
Sunday?
Who's that, Tone?
Jordan Love.
Jordan Love. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah,
Thank
Jordan
you, buddy.
Love's coming to Santa Clara.
Yeah, so Santa Clara, they play the Rams next Sunday.
Yeah.
A week from Sunday in Santa Clara. So anyway, that's my feeling. Now, again, the Niners going to be like, you're an idiot. We're here to win football games. He's our best chance, and if he's ready to go, he's going.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've been hearing for weeks now. If Brock Purdy can play, if he's 100%, then he can play. But is there anybody in the NFL that's currently 100%? I mean, this is a sport that beats your body up so damn badly. So I'm with you, Murph. I wouldn't mind taking the extra bit of caution, playing Mac Jones this weekend against a New York Giants team that is not very good. That has, what, a 2-5 record, 2-6. They've only won a couple games this year. Lost Cam Scatterboo. They've lost Malik Neighbors, too. Like, this is a team you should be able to beat, even with Mac Jones at quarterback. So, yeah, play it cautious and then bring him back for the Rams game.
Yeah, so there you go. Hey, a little bit here on more deadlines for Brock Purdy. Cut V, Tony. What does Kyle need to know by a certain day?
So he'll essentially tell you by the end of the week whether he feels well enough to play?
I mean, I didn't give him a deadline. It's not as black and white as you guys want it to be.
That's a big phrase right there. It's not as black and white as you guys want it to be.
Kyle, it's a little bit more gray.
So we're going to talk to John Lynch at 8 a.m., and we'll ask him all this. And obviously, he's not going to have a final answer for us, but I mean, listen, Mac is banged up too. You just said nobody's 100% healthy. I mean, Mac's got an oblique. He's got a knee. Although I thought he moved pretty well, actually, down in Houston. He had a couple of scrambles like, no, look at you.
He was only like 2 yards away from being the 49ers' lead rusher this past Sunday.
What a stat that was. The other thing I teased was Juwan Jennings. Did somebody put out on my Twitter? I don't know, some social media, bro. I mean, social media can give you great things like KNBR reliving these World Series. Like, I watched the 2.5-minute Bumgarner 2014 recap. By the way, ain't gonna lie, got in my feelings. No lie.
As you should.
I had a I was like, oh man, this really happened, man. And there we were there. But anyway, social media is great for that. It's also terrible for everything else. It's tearing our country apart. But there was somebody wrote that Juwan Jennings deleted his Instagram. I don't even know if it was true.
Yeah, I saw that same screenshot, and I'm trying to do some research right now. And there is a Juwan Jennings 4915 on Instagram, but I don't think that's the right Juwan Jennings.
Followers?
He's got 23 followers, so that can't be the right Juwan Jennings. Here's another one. Here's a Juwan Jennings 15, also not Juwan Jennings.
It's not him. So the question is he going to get traded? Like, it's not out of the realm that the Niners would trade Juwan Jennings. Now, they're short on receivers, I know, but there's been disgruntlement. And there's been a lack of production, and the Niners need D linemen.
And he's going to be a free agent next year anyways.
So a team that might need a receiver, and the Niners might need a D lineman or a linebacker, there could be a trade. So he was asked, actually flat out, could he be traded? Cut R, Tony.
I'd be very surprised if Juwan wasn't on our team throughout this year.
That's how he answered it.
Short and sweet, Kyle.
I'd be very surprised if he wasn't on the team. So that, that's Kyle's way of saying we're not trading him.
Yeah.
So that's just to answer that question.
Yeah, and I think just they're looking for Juwan Jennings to get back to being fully 100% healthy himself. Kyle also spoke about how injured he's been this year and how maybe that's played into the lack of production and him not getting as many snaps this year.
Yeah, so there you go. A little bit of Niners for you. John Lynch, though, at 8 a.m. to give you a lot of Niners, too. So we're at the ballpark. We're at Oracle Park. I got to tell you, it looks freaking fantastic. God, it's great to be out here. Can we turn the camera around at all or no?
I'll do it right now.
Some people have wondered about the
Why the
Memorial
hell not?
Stadium.
Here it is.
How's it looking?
Oracle Park.
Can you get it?
Tell us how it looks on camera. Oh, I think it looks pretty good.
Tell me how
Ooh, DC dropping the
Look at
lights.
DC. Nice, Tony. Nice. Very,
I've got a
very
weird
good.
angle going on, but that's the ballpark.
Yeah. Tony's house. Tony V's house.
This is cool, Murph. Look, now we're really YouTubers. It's like we're vlogging out here.
We're like, who
Say
am
what's
I?
up to the camera.
What's his name?
What's up?
The guy who does the flips?
Oh, I Show Speed.
I Show Speed.
That's it. I Show Speed and Kai Cenat live from Giants Ballpark.
All right. Mike Krukow next on The Sports Leader. Hey, I can almost see the North Bay from here. If I went over there and just peered around, I could see the East Bay. But the North Bay is what I want to talk about because of world-class health care. Marin Health. Not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we're live at Oracle Park in Mike Krukow's house. We're just a booth or two down. He and Dwayne spin their magic. We're in the John and Dave booth here in the Lon Simmons and Russ Hodges Broadcast Center. Darren Chan taking care of us here It's awesome. You can see us on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. DC's back there. We're here for the Tony Vitello press conference at 11 a.m., and then Tony Vitello will join us on our show tomorrow, so don't go anywhere, Giants fans. But a good time to talk to Mike Krukow on the UMA guest line. Mike, your park looks beautiful. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Oh, I can close my eyes and be right there with you. I mean, that place is, like Carlos Santana said, it's a holy place. And I believe that.
It is. It's so good. Well, we've talked to you a lot about Vitello, so we can talk a little World Series with you because, my goodness, Mike, we talked to you on Tuesday morning, and what has happened since then has been baseball history. The 18-inning game that was played Tuesday night was absolutely incredible. Or was that Monday night? I forget which night it was. And I'm confusing my nights. But anyway, the point is the World Series has been incredibly dramatic. And there was an 18-inning game. There were two performances by the Blue Jays that were startling. There was Trey Savage's start on Wednesday night that was unbelievable. So, Mike, your thoughts. Spill them all.
Well, it's really the World Series that I had hoped for. After Monday's 18-inning game, you come to the ballpark that day, and you're so vulnerable after a game like that. So very difficult to maintain your concentration and your intensity and your belief. I mean, your belief is so very important in a short series. And the Blue Jays on the road, they're in L.A., they lose an 18-inning game, and everybody on the planet thought that, well, that's it. That you can kiss them goodbye. And they come back, and they win Game 4 behind Shane Bieber, and just an incredibly well played game, and a grinding effort to give them the second victory and match and tie the season up or the series up, make it a 3-game series. I can't tell you how hard that is. I can't tell you how impressed I am with that victory, with their ability to forget the night before, to don't even pay attention to what is being said. And everybody expects the Dodgers to win this series. And now all of a sudden, when they won Game 4, they rattled the cage of the Dodgers. It changed. And then they come back out in Game 5, and the first two guys up against Blake Snell, they hit home runs. And they just take command of that game. And then behind Savage is an unbelievable effort. I mean, he's the rookie. He's like the Frankie Rodriguez of the 2002 World Series. Is a rookie that comes out of nowhere and spins a dandy and gives them momentum. In that game last night, you could see the Dodgers that had the 1,000-yard stare. They have no idea what just happened to them. And the Blue Jays have taken complete control of this series, and they have all the momentum. Now, they have a day off, they have Yamamoto, and it figures to be an unbelievable series the rest of the way. But what they accomplished in those two games was so impressive. I can't tell you how much I just was in awe of what they did. And so we got ourselves an unbelievable series. And I can't wait now for tomorrow night.
Yeah, Mike, we got to go inside baseball with that Trey Savage performance yesterday. 12 strikeouts, the most ever by a rookie in the World Series. He's now made more postseason starts than he has AAA starts in his entire career. This was a guy that started off in low A ball this year, and now he's shutting down the Dodgers in the World Series. Just, Mike, I need the inside breakdown. Is it the release point? Is it the splitter? What was it yesterday with Trey Savage?
Well, first of all, the journey. I mean, he comes from low A, goes to high A, double A, triple A, and the big leagues. Well, let's think about the logistics of all this. I mean, it's incredibly hard to go to one team and go to another team in the middle of the season. I've done that. And you're uprooted, especially when you're young and you're trying to fit in with a team. And yet he goes, they don't skip him a level. He goes to every level. That's incredibly hard. He gets the big leagues in September, and lo and behold, here he is. He puts himself onto the postseason roster, and now he's been an unbelievable weapon. What makes him so special is the release, right over the top, and the split finger fastball he throws off the high angle, the high arm slot. It's a straight down bite, and they're not picking it up, and they're not doing anything with it. They're not even fouling it off, and they're so concerned about. You saw Tommy Edman try to hit him right-handed. He had no chance left-handed. I mean, it reminded me when Bruce Sutter came up against in the 1977. He comes up and he took baseball by storm because he was the guy that had the split-finger fastball. At that time, the best offensive team in all of baseball was the Big Red Machine, the Cincinnati Reds. They come into, I guess it was 78 when this happened. But by then Bruce had kind of established himself, and he was the talk of Major League Baseball. The Reds come into Wrigley Field, and I was a rookie, and he had them so tied up in knots in the series that in one game, Johnny Bench, the Hall of Fame catcher, tried to bunt against him in an 0-2 count because he had no chance. And Pete Rose, who was a switch hitter, and Suter was a right-hander, he tried to hit him from the right side because he had no chance. Well, that's the way it was last night with Savage. They had no idea how to approach this guy. He had 3 magic pitches going, and they just looked bad against it all night long. 7 strong in a game that was all about momentum and bringing momentum back to Toronto, and he completely jerked them around. I loved every pitch of it. It was spectacular. And that's what's great about baseball. You get a kid out of A ball, literally, and he can be the determining factor in a World Series. And you're going to see him. If it gets to a Game 7, you're going to see that kid who probably pitch 3 innings.
Marcus has brought that up. That's pretty incredible. The mental part of it is amazing. It's hard to quantify. You can't analytics. You can't do anything. It's like what we saw with Bumgarner coming out of the bullpen in Kansas City. That's the other thing, Mike. I mean, to stand on that mound in front of 56,000, 3 decks, and Shohei Ohtani's in the batter's box, and Mookie Betts is in the batter's box, and Freddie Freeman's in the batter's box. You can't coach that, right? I mean, that's just a gift from the baseball gods.
Well, I mean, that release that he has, that high slot is a gift from the baseball gods. You don't see that very often. And the other thing, too, about it is it doesn't last. You're that high up with your release. I mean, eventually you're gonna erode down, and your arm's going to. It's just very hard on your arm. But it's the same slot that Tim Lincecum had. Lincecum had it. He had a little bit more of a body tilt when he would throw the ball. His torso and his head was like a 45-degree angle from the ground, and because of that, he had that high slot, and he was unique. But it really is reminiscent of what Tim Lincecum did when he came on the scene with the high release and then the curveball, which morphed into a split, and then it morphed into a slider. All 3 of those pitches were straight down biters, very much like Savage's. And they're just unique, and the Dodgers had no answer for it. I enjoyed every pitch.
Yeah, but the mental part is what I was really. How does how does a kid like that believe?
Easy. When they're swinging and missing, you're a believer. You believe in your stuff. No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're throwing fastballs by guys, you don't think anybody can touch you. When you have a magic pitch like he has, the split, you just think nobody can hit that. You know it. And the best part about it is from that high slot. I mean, he's got nice command. I mean, you don't worry about him throwing strikes, and he can throw it. And even then, he's got that ball a little bit deeper in his fingers. Normally, and this is what I learned from when I first learned the split finger fastball. It wasn't a good pitch for me because I had it too deep between my fingers, and it kind of tumbled out with forkball rotation. And I kind of went away from it. And then when Roger came to the Giants, he had everything to do with me, getting that ball more out towards my fingertips. And it was more deceptive in the eye of the hitter because you had spin. Well, that was my changeup, basically. And when you look at Savage's split, it tumbles a little bit. So he's got it deep in his hand. That's not an easy pitch to throw when you have it away from your fingertips. But, yeah, he's got a great feel of it. Although he threw about a half dozen that one hop the catcher, Alejandro Kirk, the ball hit out about 5-6 feet out in front of home plate. Welcome to the forkball. But anyway, he was fabulous, and he just knows his stuff is good, and it plays. Look, it played at every level in the sport. Low A, high A, double A, triple A, big leagues, World Series. Nobody's touched it. He's been amazing.
Mike, there's been so much attention on Shohei Ohtani, rightfully so, as the face of baseball during this World Series. But I want to spend a minute on Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who's been raking not just in the World Series, but across the entire postseason. 8 home runs this year. He's batting .415 throughout the postseason. It seems like he's really establishing himself as one of the faces of baseball, Mike.
I 100% agree. I think that his story has been remarkable. And then when he first came up, he had all this expectation. Everybody said he's this, he's that. And what I saw was a kid that was overweight and really wasn't giving him his best opportunity to succeed. And that was years ago. And he's a man now, and he's in shape. And his bat speed is as good as anybody's in the game. Especially you go down there with this guy, it's death. But you watch what he does against off-speed stuff that they don't get down, that they leave up to him, and he just destroys it. And he plays with joy. He plays with a smile on his face. I mean, and the other thing too is, he's a good defensive player. Not enough is said about this guy because he's so good offensively. But we don't hear much about this guy because he's in Toronto. I mean, when you're playing in one of the major markets like New York and Los Angeles, you're getting some publicity, and rightfully so. For what Ohtani has accomplished, he should get publicity. But oftentimes in towns that don't get the notoriety, it's a shame that Vladimir Guerrero does not get the same type of recognition and press that everybody else did. And you know what's ironic about it is his father, when he played in Montreal, the same thing happened to him.
Right. I remember him in the home run derby here in 2007. Okay, Mike, now to the main event today. Tony Vitello. And, you're going to develop a relationship with this guy as the spring and the summer unfolds. And we're here at the ballpark, and they just put his image up on the Jumbotron. Marcus, you can show that there to the it says, "Welcome to SF Tony Vitello." There he is with his beard and his hair and his Giants hat. And so if you had a chance to sit down and talk to this guy and, and just sit in a couple of chairs and get a cup of coffee, what would you ask him about the great game of baseball and managing the Giants?
Well, I'd like to know what he's concerned about most. I mean, obviously, everybody's thinking there's nothing about the culture of professional baseball. That's an issue. And, I would imagine that he's going to address that today. I know he's probably going to get asked that question. But one thing that this guy has proven that he can do is motivate. And, I don't care if you're a first-time player in Little League or if you're a big leaguer who's been in the game for 10 years, you still need motivation. And I think that was one of the keys when Buster went about putting his search together and trying to find the right guy for his team. He wanted somebody that could motivate. And I think that is what this guy can really do. And he's obviously meticulous as to how he put his program director. One of the things that's going to come out of this presser today is just how passionate he was about his program in Tennessee, and having to say goodbye to the people in Tennessee and to his players. That was an emotional thing for him. I mean, he was completely vested into his effort putting that together, and it was brilliant how he put that all together. And he's going to try and do the same thing in San Francisco. They're a little bit different because it is professional baseball and it's not amateur baseball. Those are things that he's going to be asked about a lot today. But and I think it's going to be a much different presser than what we saw when Bob Melvin was interviewed, and certainly when Gabe Kapler was interviewed. There was controversy about that interview, and a lot of really difficult questions were asked of Gabe. He handled them beautifully. But I think that they're going to be very, very pensive with the questions that they ask him today, and I don't think there'll be a stone left uncovered or unturned. And I'm looking forward to it. I wish I could be there. I know Kipe will be there, and so I'm going to get a firsthand report from him. But I'll be listening to it. We all will. Yeah. We're all interested.
Mm-hmm. And Mike, to your point, there's been plenty of questions about his lack of experience at the big league level, and the phrase that we keep on hearing is he didn't ride the bus. But there's also not too many presidents of baseball operations that know what it's like to ride the bus at the minor league level. So what does it mean for Tony to be sitting at that podium today at his press conference and be introduced next to a guy like Buster Posey?
Well, a guy that he's in awe of and incredibly respectful of, and everything that Buster's done on and off the field. He's going to be proud that he was Buster's selection. knowing what type of person Buster is, and he's learned firsthand that Buster Posey's thorough. He's going to have a reason. He is going to research it. He is going to do his homework. And when Vitello stands and starts addressing the questions directed to him, I don't think that Buster fears any answer. I don't think Vitello does. One thing Buster said when we had our talk with him was it didn't matter who is going to be standing there getting the questions. It didn't make a difference as to who I brought in. There was going to be controversy. There was going to be some concern, and there's going to be some risk. If you brought in a guy who's had a resume like Bob Melvin, I mean, there's risk. You bring in a guy who's never ever been on a dressed up and been a manager or a coach or a player in professional baseball. There's risk, and I think because of all that, I think that was one of the deciding things for Buster. Hey, no matter what I do, there's risk. I'm doing what I think is best for this team, and how it applies to this team, and gets this team to where we need to be. So that all is going to get covered today.
Well, Buster said, a year ago, we're in the memory-making business. And if you see Rogers Center in Toronto packed to the gills with people watching the game on the screen from Dodger Stadium, I mean, talk about memories being made in Toronto. Even the Dodger fans who are in love with that Dodger team, they're making memories too. So the Giants are trying to get back there. And we will begin the journey today, Mike. So I know you'll be watching with interest. So will we. You have a great weekend. Enjoy everything. Happy Halloween to your grandkids. And we will talk to you next Tuesday.
Out of bed.
Mike Krukow every Tuesday and Thursday. And I just posted on Twitter, Marcus, the sign we're looking at. They got it up on the big board. Welcome to SF, Tony Vitello, manager of the San Francisco Giants.
There's the mug of your new manager.
There he is. I mean, he's young. He's a good-looking dude. He's got the beard, the hair. He's got that, there's a certain baseball hair where you kind of got to grow it out and kind of make it a little, it's sort of Brandon Crawford-y.
Oh,
you know
it's
what I mean?
called show hair, Murph.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, show hair. You have to have some show hair.
So show hay and show hair.
That's it. You got to have that major league show hair.
I don't have that.
No, neither do I. I never grew up my hair that
spot
long.
Up top here, yeah.
No, it's all about the
How
flow.
did you wear the hat on the mound? Did you pull it low? Were you
I was a pretty low brim guy. Like
up and
almost,
tilted?
No, I was almost down to my eyebrows.
Trying to intimidate?
And then you stick up the
Did
glove
you go
right up
glove
to your
up there?
nose so you can barely see an inch of my eyeballs just staring you down.
Gotta have presence, buddy.
You gotta have presence.
Gotta have
have
presence.
confidence.
We'll
Confidence
see if
is
Tony
key.
Vitello has presence. He can be standing in the corner of that dugout right there on opening night against the Yankees.
Yeah.
Trying to retire Aaron Judge.
That's it. He'll be standing right there, hopefully not chomping on a couple apples.
Oh, man. So, hey, it's funny. Mike brought this up too, man. You forget the Gabe Kapler press conference? He was coming off the dicey situation in L.A. where he was the player development guy, and there were some players that were accused of sexual assault, and the questions were tense. It was not good. Looking for a vibe today. Looking for a little Paisan vibe today here.
We're looking for those Vitello vibes.
We're looking for
Murph.
Vitello vibes.
It's a vibe.
And we're looking for John Lynch vibes. Our wonderful Thursday 8 a.m. conversations with 49er GM and president of football ops, John Lynch. Always a must listen is next at 8 a.m. on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Happy Thursday. Happy Tony V Day. What's the biggest thing you want to hear Tony Vitello address at today's press conference? Maybe the strategy on beating the Dodgers, his philosophy as a manager, his approach with small ball, if he's going to bunt guys over. You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Tony, young Tony, back in the studio, getting us in a state of mind to go to New Jersey to play the New York Giants. A Jersey state of mind there. 49ers, New York Giants, Sunday at 10 a.m. They take on the New York Giants, who have been down and out for many, many, many years. They had a little surge when they drafted Malik Neighbors, the great receiver. He's awesome. Everybody looked at him and said, wow, that's a player. Boom, he goes down with an ACL. Then Jackson Dart takes over for Russell Wilson. They said, they got something there. This guy's a first-rounder. He's got some talent. He's got some flair. And he and Cam Scatterboo start doing their thing, and boom, Cam Scatterboo goes down. So this New York team is feeling its own pain injury-wise, losing their WR1 and RB1. But they remain a dangerous team because it is in New York, 10 a.m. body time. Although, time change, brother. You ready to gain an hour of sleep on Sunday?
Look at that. An extra hour, not just for the 49ers, but for us, Murph. That's huge news.
So the Niners' 10 a.m. body clock time becomes 11 a.m. body clock time.
Not
All
as
right,
bad.
So there you go.
Not as bad.
So good morning, everybody. It is the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. We are out here at the ballpark at Oracle Park, 3rd and King. It's gorgeous. I sent out on Twitter what we're looking at, which is Tony Vitello's mug on the big screen at Oracle Park. 11 a.m. We're going to have the press conference. We expect him to be, no pressure, Tony, but be dazzling and charming and charismatic.
And buttoned up, Murph, correctly this time.
Right, the button's right. But we're just killing time until we make the connection with John Lynch, who was so good about calling in at 8 a.m. 49ers suffer a tough loss in Houston. More D-line injuries. John Lynch makes a trade.
Mm-hmm.
In comes Keon White. Keon White, the most underrated player in the league. We don't know who the quarterback's going to be on Sunday. Ricky Pearsall, again, out of practice. Is John Lynch done trading? Does he go make another move at this point in time? It's kind of funny. I mean, as good as Keon White is, in terms of like potential, he could be a guy who makes some plays for the Niners. They asked Kyle Shanahan yesterday, tell us about your Keon White. He goes, yeah, he's healthy.
Yeah.
He can play.
Yeah, he's a body. He has a pulse, Murph.
It's basically like, it's as we say when we cook up a bit on the show, it's something.
It's something.
It's something.
He's something,
He's
Murph.
something.
And that's what the 49ers need. They need something. They need some kind of pass rush, which is why I think even after making that trade for Keon White, John Lynch might still be working up towards the trade deadline.
Definitely. And he's been pretty active and pretty consistent, too. Mm-hmm. He's calling in right now. All right, guys. Connection is made. It's time to talk 49er football.
He's humble.
I'm so grateful that you became our coach, Tony, and my parents were incredible folks, but I don't know if, anybody had the impact this guy did. Hall of Fame football coach, but even a better person.
He's lifted the Lombardi.
We're world champs, brother. World champs.
He's earned the gold jacket.
Tony Dungy, he said to us, our job is to win championships here in Tampa, but if that's all we do, we will not have done enough.
Now he's laser focused on a championship for the faithful.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
CMC, enter the dragon, baby!
Here's the 49ers president of football operations and general manager, John Lynch, with Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader.
All right, it's getting real now. 49ers calendar going to turn to November this Sunday. They're at New York to take on the New York Giants, 10 a.m. Coming off a tough loss to the Houston Texans. Trade has been made since we last talked to him. A lot to catch up on with John Lynch. John, good morning. It's your buddies Murph and Marcus. How are you?
Hey, morning, John.
I'm doing good, fellas. How you guys doing?
We're at the ballpark for the Tony Vitello 11 a.m. press conference. How about that? They're doing a little split duty.
Wow.
Yeah, how about that?
That's
You got
awesome.
you got a question?
Exciting times for the Giants. That's awesome.
You got a question for him? I'll ask it for you.
No, just tell him I said hello. I've had the occasion to meet him, and I'm hoping good things for Buster and everybody down there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's start with the news that you made a trade, and tell us about it, John. Tell us about the calls you've been making, how you and New England came to an agreement, and how long you've been looking at Keon White and what he's going to bring.
Yeah, we've been looking at this whole, this defensive end, defensive line. Really at the trade deadline, you're looking at everything. You're taking inbounding calls, you're taking or making outbound calls, and we had a focus on that position. And Keon was a guy we just kind of we've talked before, when we have alignment, we really hit at a high rate. And so, it's something that scouting, way back to the draft process, really had an affinity for Keon and his game and what he could do for us. Then you watch him develop. He played extremely well last year, played very well against us. So those things tend to stick with you and make an impression upon you. We followed him through. He kind of had Mike Vrabel came in, and that sometimes happens with new coaching staffs. He's a really good player, but he doesn't quite fit with what they were doing, and so he wasn't playing as much this year. But our analytics liked him, and then you bring it downstairs to our coaches, and they're huge fans, and so it kind of was. We were looking at him and a number of candidates. At the end, then you don't quite know these people because they haven't been in your building. And so you rely on relationships and things and of people. At the end, I called Mike Vrabel and just hey man, tell me what happened. And Mike kind of gave me that. I've known Mike for a long time, and we felt comfortable and felt like he's a guy who could really help us. And the cool thing about Keon, he's got this year and he's got next year. So it's not just a rental. It's a guy we can have as part of our program for a while, that we think we can really untap some of his limitless, potential. So we're excited about it. Now Keon's got to assimilate really quickly. He came off a long flight. I took that one recently after our Thursday night game. I went to watch my daughter play soccer at Brown in Providence, but I took that same flight he took yesterday. Logan, JetBlue to SFO. It's a long one, and then he's going to turn around and go right back to New York. So that's the life of a player that gets traded, right at the deadline, and we're happy to have him though.
We saw what a change of scenery could do for a player like Bryce Huff. Now, a little bit of a different situation with his history playing for Robert Saleh, but have you had a chance to talk to Robert about what Keon White now brings to his defense?
Robert's really excited. We have there's edge guys, and we one of the roles we have is a big end, and that essentially means a guy who in base downs can play outside, and then he can slide down and rush over guards. Basically means he has some versatility to his game, and we really like that. We've done well with that in the past, and so it's a cool opportunity to add a very talented, versatile player that we've had our eye on for a while.
It's interesting. You mentioned analytics on D linemen, and we're here at a ballpark. We know analytics in baseball, and we know you use analytics in football. But it just struck me as how do you use analytics on a defensive lineman?
Yeah, well, we have a lot of different things. Our analytics here, Matt Plonsky, our guy who leads the charge, they do a tremendous job. I think a big part of analytics is you better allow them into your building. And so Kyle and his coaching staff do a great job of allowing them in their meetings so they can hear over and over, what is it that Chris Kasarik really likes in a D lineman? What is it that Saleh wants? What is it that Kyle wants? And the more they hear, they come up with different things to measure and apply data to that can confirm what our eyes are seeing, or sometimes say, no, all right, your eyes might see that, but the data says otherwise. Are they around the quarterback? How quickly do they get off the ball? What type of penetration do they get on a down in, down out basis? And it's really got a high correlation to the good players, and it's data, so it's real. And we've had great success with it over the years, particularly at that position. And Keon's a guy who scores very well there, and then that's confirmed with everybody else's eyes. So good process. And like I said, when we have alignment throughout the organization, we tend to do very well on these guys.
Does Keon White check off all the boxes for those needs that you were talking about for what you're looking for on the defensive line, or would you say you guys are still open to trading for and bringing in another pass rusher?
That's a good question, Marcus, and I'll never say never because we still have some time left on this deadline. But we're also in a situation we really kind of had at the end, you sit down and say, okay, what are we looking for? We weren't completely opposed to it, but we'd like for whoever we trade for to be here for more than just the remainder of this year. So you get some opportunity of time working, and then we also want to keep our draft. I think we just saw what we could do with a lot of draft picks. We have that next year as well, and we don't want to eat into that too much. But we also wanted to bolster our team for this year, and we feel like we've done that. We'll also get Huff back at some point here, and I think it can become a good group. We need to play better there, and I think this sometimes can be the thing that gives life to everyone and makes everyone a little better, and hopefully it can have that effect. We're going to need it this week against I tell you that the Giants have a young quarterback in Jackson Dart who's he's got that it factor, and part of it is he runs around and makes plays, and so our D linemen are going to have to be active, and they're going to have to play longer on a per play basis. This guy extends the play very well and keeps his eyes downfield, and we got a big challenge in front of us at MetLife Stadium this week.
Yeah, speaking of the draft for next year, saw a list of picks, and so next year's 5th was for the Bryce Huff, right? So that's
it's a 5th that
could be a 4th.
A little complicated, can go to a 4th if he continues to play. So let's hope it's a 4 because that means Bryce is doing really well and wreaking havoc.
Yeah. So that way, okay. So more D-line questions before we get to the big sexy QB questions, and that is Clee Farrell. He's back in the building. Would you say there's a pretty good chance he's active on Sunday?
There's an opportunity, and that went into our thinking. We're a little banged up at D-line, and so, you bring guys in. And so to have a guy like Klee out there who's been a starting level player, obviously a high draft pick back when he got drafted, I think, but the most intriguing thing, he's been with us. He knows our system. He could, if needed, step right in. And so Klee had a good day of practice yesterday. He'll be in the mix, and, There were a number of guys from that D-line who got a little banged up in Houston, and so we got to kind of let the week play out, see who's available. But, that was part of the equation with Klee, knowing that, number one, he looked good in our workout on Tuesday, and, but the biggest thing that Klee had is he, if needed, could step in and play right away.
John, you mentioned the balance of trying to improve your team right now at the trade deadline, but without mortgaging the future with giving up too many draft picks. I'm curious where the Brock Purdy contract plays into all this. Obviously, you guys committed a lot of money to him this offseason. And when you're looking at that future plan 3, 4, 5 years down the road, how much do you have to factor that contract now when you're thinking about maybe bringing in another big contract through a trade or free agency or anything else moving forward?
Well, it all plays into it when you make a decision like that on Brock. Look, Brock had played so well. We talked about that at length. He was going to be our guy. So good issue to have. It does change the dynamics a little bit, just as any player that you reward does. And so you've got to be judicious on how you do things. And but it all plays a part in the entire picture. And but like we said, we think we found really good value on this Keon, and that remains to be seen. But had a good first day. We'll see what he can do today, and we'll see if we can get him on the field this week. D-line seems to be one of those positions in the past. We've had some guys show up, and they can go out and do what we call hunt quarterbacks and try to take them down and do it in a hurry.
Yeah, I'm sure Keon White will be excited to play after being a healthy scratch last week, and but like you mentioned, a lot of air miles for him this week, and hopefully he can get some sleep. John, now the big question: QB1, who's the starting quarterback Sunday in New Jersey?
We'll see. I mean, Mac's done such a great job and continues to do so. Brock, as I mentioned, continues to progress. Kyle spoke of it yesterday. A lot of this at this point is going to be on trusting Brock and where he's at, and he continues to feel better. He continues to ramp up what he's doing out on the field, and that was the case yesterday. And we'll see by the end of this week. We'll all make a good decision on who that guy's going to be.
John, you know better than we do. The 49ers have had a history of injuries at MetLife Stadium with players playing on that artificial turf. Does that play any factor in Brock Purdy's return this weekend?
No, I mean, everything, as I mentioned, and everything's part of a process, but that's not something that's on our mind. We played there. The league's done a lot of work on studies and things of that nature. We've had some unfortunate things happen there, but our players are ready to go, give our best effort to get a much needed win. We can come out of this game and we can be 6-3, and as bad as last week was, we can be sitting in a really good position. So that's the only thing our mind is set on, and it's about having a good couple more days of preparation. Had an outstanding practice yesterday, and it's all about, I've always believed, you have to go perform on Sundays or whenever your game is, but those games are really won in training camp, in your week's preparation, and so that's where our focus is right now.
I know you said, you can win Sunday, get to 6-3, all true. And talking on Thursday about last Sunday seems ancient, but the question from last Sunday in Houston was the way Houston controlled the clock. It was 41 minutes. And so as you guys looked at the film and analyzed that, I guess the dark question is, is this what it looks like without Warner and Bosa over the long haul? Is that the fear that lacking Warner and Bosa, and then even Bryce Huff for that matter, is just leaves you guys too vulnerable?
No, I mean, those are great players. We all know that, Murph. But we were fully capable of doing so much better than what we did. We had the week before, and so, I think it was just one of those games, and Houston kind of had that backed into a corner type persona, and we knew that they were going to come out. It was a really important game for them, and they played like a team who was desperate, and unfortunately we didn't. We didn't play with the same energy that we had the week before. We also didn't execute. We had a lot of busts, and when you do that, this is the NFL. When you give people opportunities, they're very good players as well. They're a well-coached team, and they came out and they showed that, and they got a little confidence going, and we struggled to get off the field. And from the first drive of that game, that was almost 10 minutes or 10 minutes or more, and then they got going and we started struggling. So we got to change that. We got to, I think a lot of people say to you, do you even watch that film? Absolutely, you watch it. You have to learn from it, and you use it as a challenge to move forward. We don't want that taste in our mouth. We're a better football team than that. Now we got to go show that we are.
John, last week we spoke a little bit about Malik Mustafa getting more snaps each and every week. Last week was the first week that he actually played 100% of the snaps. So just your thoughts on that safety combination with Jair Brown and where Marquise Siegel plays out in all of this.
Yeah, I think we have a good situation at safety, in that we have four guys that can start, four guys that can play at this level, and we're just looking for that right combination. Malik is a key cog in what we do. Jair has been playing really well. We've been finding ways to get Pinnock on the field. Siegel came out and showed everybody that he can be a contributor right away. And, having been through it myself, you can't get discouraged, when other guys are getting their opportunities. And that's exactly what Siegel's doing. He's taking on that mindset. They're going with some other guys right now, but I'm going to continue to get better. He's going to be a player for us. He's got too many great attributes for playing the game. He got out there, got some opportunities early. We've got some other guys healthy, and they're getting their opportunity right now. But Siegel's doing a great job continuing to contribute on special teams and all that, and he'll be back out there for us at some point.
John, not sexy left guard, not sexy, but sexy to you if you're a GM and a president of football ops. It's sexy. Ben Barch's practice window got opened. Is there a chance he plays, and what does he bring?
Certainly a chance. Ben's a really good football player. He's had an issue, with injuries throughout his career. And like Kyle said yesterday, these aren't just random stuff. He got rolled up on pretty good in kind of a gruesome play at New Orleans, and got the dreaded high ankle. And so it's taken some time. It's good to see him back on the field. Ben's a big guy that can move and knows how to play. And so, yeah, the guys like that make a difference. And that would be a big boost for us. But if not, we got plenty of guys that will have their opportunity. Colby's been great for us in terms of a rookie 7th-round pick who's been thrust into it. Maybe before he was completely ready, but he's helped us win a lot of games, and he'll continue to get better throughout the process. He's coached by a very good coach in Chris Verster. He's surrounded by really top end. You're playing next to Trent Williams, you're going to get better, and Trent does a great job kind of helping develop these guys as well. He's seen so much, but it is nice to see Barch out there on that field.
John, we haven't seen Ricky Pearsall's practice window be back open. He's been out since week 4, and we get questions every day from our listeners about potential updates on Ricky Pearsall. So what can you tell us? Should 49er fans be concerned that he still is not back at practice?
Yeah, no. Ricky was never put to IR, so no window to be opened or whatnot. But he's still working off to the side. And what I can tell you is those PCL injuries. That seems to be the injury of the Niners this year, and they can be very stubborn. I had one during my career, and they can linger a little. It's an injury Puka Nacua had, I think, a year ago, and it lasted some weeks. Ricky's doing his best to get back. He is making steady progress. He plays a position. There's other positions where maybe you can play not being at full speed. Receiver's a position you better be at full speed and have the ability to get in and out of breaks. And so Ricky's doing a great job with the rehab. I can tell you that there's been some positive progress, but he's not quite there yet. Now, can he get there by Sunday? We'll see. But such a good football player, we're surely missing him.
John, this last couple ones before we let you go and start packing your bags for a flight tomorrow. And that leads me to my question. In the past, you guys have stayed in either the Central or Eastern time zone, I guess maybe the Eastern time zone, when you've had back-to-back time zone changes. Why didn't you guys do it this year?
In the past, we've really done that when, I guess, typically when two East Coast games. One year I think there was Tampa and Cincinnati or something. We've done it in the past. We kind of look at it each year. We didn't feel like this year going to Houston, coming back was that big a deal. So we went to Houston, came back. Now we'll go out to New York, kind of make a decision each year, based on what we think's best. And that's the decision we made this year. So, those are often good. We've gone to Greenbrier before. We've gone down to IMG before. We've done Youngstown before. They can be really good team bonding, but we decided this year didn't really feel like the situation set up that was the best use of our time.
All right. Last one for me is I was interested in when you said you called Mike Vrabel, because that's like, two gentlemen having a conversation, but also two guys who are trying to win a Super Bowl. And I just can you take us through the delicate balance of having that frank conversation with a respected rival when, it's maybe not in your guys' best interest to share information?
No, but you know guys that are going to shoot you straight. And I've known Braves for probably 30 years, and being in the league, with him. And I know about one thing about Mike Vrabel. He's gonna tell you the truth. And I waited till the deal was in place, and the parameters of the deal were set. And then I said, Kyle and I were talking. I said, let me call Vrabes and just kind of get the straight scoop. And hey, Vrabes, I get it. You're a new head coach. Not everyone's going to fit in your scheme. But what I want to know is this guy's a good dude. He's not going to disrupt our locker room from that. And John, this guy's a great kid. Here's what happened. And he went through it, and it made a lot of sense. At that point, that kind of frees you. I trust him, and understood why they made the decisions they made. It's working pretty well for them. And but he has a lot of, had a lot of praise for him as well. And so I think it's just a step. It's when you have relationships, you might as well use them. And especially when you trust someone that you've known for a long, long time.
It's cool. He took your call.
Yeah. Braves.
You have to leave a voicemail to make sure it wasn't spam, No.
I think I was talking to Braves, not AI or anything.
Well, it's a gentleman's code. It's nice to it's inspirational for those of us. You can act like a gentleman in life. And have you done
That's
that for
right.
others? Have you talked to others?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
That happens a lot, and it does. And I think your character and your reputation go with you. So you better be a good recommender as well, or people aren't going to want to do deals with you down the line. So as long as you shoot people straight in this business, it can take you a long way. And again, like I have a ton of respect for Mike Vrabel. You can see the job he's doing there. He's building something good. He's trying to do it his way, and he's doing a great job. But at the end of the day, we're happy to have an opportunity to add a player of Keon's talent.
Do you see when he was?
Now I can't wait to watch him play.
Yeah, no, number 56. It's worn by some great. Did you see the thing in Tennessee where he would always have the Tennessee AP writer Teresa Walker ask the first question because he said he knew how hard it was for women sports writers in an NFL locker room? The kind of guy Vrabel is.
I saw that. I saw that, and that was really cool. I spent 3 weeks with the Patriots in 2008, before I decided to retire. I'd left Denver and retired, kind of. I didn't officially retire, and then Belichick started calling me, and I went to New England, and they were kind of playing me. I was a safety, but they were going to play me as a linebacker in nickel situation. So I was in the room with Bruschi, Vrabel, and all these guys. But what I always appreciated, even the vets that had been around there forever were petrified of Bill Belichick. But Vrabel was the one guy that would give him lip back. He was like the spokesperson for the team. And Braves has this snarky, sarcastic, and he would give it to Bill, man. And Bill would take it. And I always appreciated him for it.
That's pretty cool. It says a lot. All right. Well, no Halloween shenanigans for you guys nobody's dressing up in costume tomorrow, or maybe, I don't know. Do you?
Yeah, the guys will have some fun, I'm sure. I mean, when George Kittle's on your team, no holiday, no occasion is going to go unnoticed. So I'm sure we'll have some fun costumes coming in here.
I can see the picture of George getting on the tarmac with the Mike Myers Halloween mask
something like
on.
that. And by the way, John, before we let you go, did George bother you about maybe getting some holiday pay for the performance he had on National Tight Ends Day?
That's unbelievable what he created. I think it was like a video snippet. And George, aside from being an exceptional player, one of the best players I think in our organization history, this guy, he knows a little bit about marketing.
He's awesome. We had him today, or Player of the Week Tuesday. It was like the easiest 25-minute, like talking to you, John. Yeah. So we'll let you go. We know you got work to do,
all right,
and you got to pack for a trip to New York. And happy Halloween to the Lynch family, and we'll talk next week.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Hey, thanks, guys. All right, bye-bye.
John Lynch, always great on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
John Lynch is the man. Another guy who's the man is Tony V. Happy Tony V Day. What's the biggest thing you want to hear Tony Vitello addressed at today's press conference? He's being introduced as the Giants' new manager. You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
We are at the ballpark, Oracle Park, in John and Dave's office. Thank you, John Miller and Dave Fleming, for loaning us your office. It is gorgeous out here. Tony Vitello's face is on the screen. Welcome to SF. I put it on my Twitter feed. You can check it out. We are in the Lon Simmons and Russ Hodges Broadcast Center in the capable hands of DC Darren Chan. You guys can see us on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. 11 a.m., Tony Vitello, Tony V, will answer questions. We opened the show by talking about that World Series last night. This is a savage detail from Jeff Passan, 22 years old. Just built different, you know? Vlad Guerrero said he's built for this. You know, when you coach and you've played in these games, and there's certain kids that are built for it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't coach it.
You either have it or you don't.
He has it.
It's that clutch gene.
Dude, he was so unfazed by everything. It was incredible. And Jeff Passan's lead in his ESPN story is that when he was warming up, Dodgers fans were giving it to him. Insults of all manner and variety. Now, how savage can Dodger Stadium? I mean, it's not the Phillies, right?
Yeah, it's still the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Though.
And it said, in the anecdote is he took a breath, stepped off the mound, and turned to pitching coach Pete Walker and said, "This is fun. I love this."
Yeah,
that's the attitude.
That's a guy that wants to smoke.
There it
we
is.
talk about fight or flight instinct.
Yeah,
dude, he was fighting last night.
That's a great call.
And by the way, talking about flight instincts, one of my favorite little nuggets about Trey Savage is that he's literally living out of a hotel right now because he started the season in low A, then went to high A, then double A, then triple A. He's only been in the bigs for about 2 months now, Murph. And every time the Blue Jays have to go on the road, he has to check out of his hotel and then check back in when they get back to Toronto.
Dude, come on, Toronto, Hilton, Marriott, Hyatt. Can you let the kid? You know what? You're Trey Savage. We're gonna call it the Trey Savage Suite from here on out.
House suite. What are we doing?
I mean,
Toronto?
the guy was honestly no. I know Bumgarner is his own person, but this is sort of Bumgarner-like in terms of his youth and what he achieved here. Bumgarner in 2010 going 8 innings in Game 4 at Texas, and then of course 2014.
Real quick, quick digression too. I just noticed it, and I just corrected myself after hearing you say Toronto. I had no idea until the World Series this year that you don't pronounce the second T in Toronto.
If you're local, it's Toronto.
Toronto. Yeah.
But really local is Toronto.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of videos yesterday of Blue Jay fans going around Dodger Stadium asking Dodger fans how to say Toronto.
I've met people from Toronto, and yeah, Toronto. You're just establishing yourself as a Howley right away.
I am. I'm an
real
American
local
Murph.
is Toronto.
Ooh, Toronto.
All right, guys, let's go. Let's get the cooler of content, Matt Mayoko, and then Tony V at 11 a.m. on The Sports Leader. All right, Halloween time. Halloween time is tomorrow, which means you have trick-or-treaters and you're not sure when you're going to have dinner. I know the deal. I've done it. So here's the answer. Amici's. Amici's helps out. So what you do is you go to the Amici's app or amicis.com and plan your delivery ahead of time. Say, okay, bring me these pizzas and pastas at like 5:30. Order early, and then boom, you're all set. You don't have to worry about anything. Just spread out the pizzas, spread out the pastas. They'll bring you the paper plates too, and you're all good. that you can become like Halloween Central in your neighborhood. And there's the get your kids coming. What do we do? Go get the pizza, kid. Go, okay? No, I brought my buddy here. Yeah, tell him to go get some pizza too. All right, it's all set up. And wings and pastas. Also the half-baked. If you want to make sure it's super fresh, you can order it half-baked. And then like 5 minutes out, put it in the oven. It comes out beautiful. So, Amici's.com, Amici's app. It is Halloween time. When you want the perfect, ready when you want it, Halloween meal for your family and friends and neighborhood. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby!
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
We are super psyched to be at the ballpark, man. You can see it. We're in the John Miller and Dave Fleming booth in the Lon Simmons and Rush Hodges Broadcast Center. Tony V at 11 a.m. We're already calling him Tony V, right?
That's it. Tony V bringing the vibes today.
Well, somebody actually texted in. I got to find the right one. He said, I'm trademarking Tony Vitello.
I like that.
Get it? Vitello?
It's
Get
a
it?
vibe. It's
Also,
a
I'm being
vibe.
chastised by the Lou Piniella Army. I had a quick aside saying Lou Piniella never won a World Series because I was thinking of Lou, the Mariners manager. 1990, his Reds beat the A's. My bad. Push-ups. My bad. And it's funny because I've been spending this week telling my kids, they're like, oh my God, the Dodgers. And I said, yeah. 88, 89, 90, the Oakland A's, Tony La Russa's Oakland A's, were among the best teams I've ever seen. Jose freaking Canseco, juice to the gills. Mark McGwire, juice to the gills. Those guys were unstoppable. Oh, Ricky Henderson, rest in peace. Dave Stewart, Dennis Eckersley. Bro, that team, throwing Carney Lansford hitting like 340. Terry Steinbach's going to hit a bomb too. Dude, they were unstoppable. Guess what? 88, the freaking Dodgers with nobody beat them. And in 1990, the Reds swept them with just like Jose Rijo and Chris Sabo and Eric Davis. But still, I'm just saying, preordained, brilliant, legendary teams don't necessarily always win it all.
Wow, you're saying the Dodgers, this Shohei Ohtani era of Dodgers might turn out to be the 88, 89, 90.
They might only get one,
Oakland
bro.
A's.
They might only get one.
Maybe one. They're
In
down
fact,
3-2.
Dude, the narrative this morning, Ken Rosenthal, is right. Dodgers are looking old.
Yeah.
Dodgers are looking old.
Uh-huh.
There was a narrative last night that the 18-inning game tired them out more than the Jays.
Wow, and now they got to go up to Toronto and take on Kevin Gausman and the Pop Culture Showdown, just staring them right in the face.
Tirana.
Tirana.
By the way, we had the great John Lynch on, and we have wonderful sponsors who sponsored John Lynch, and it was my bad that I didn't read them, so I want to make sure. John Lynch's great interview was sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And, of course, the good people at Freedman's Appliance. I was out at Freedman's Appliance. They are good people. It's a great showroom. So get out there in Pleasant Hill. Proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Freedman's difference. I met a bunch of good people there, led by Matthew Leachman out there. So, okay, cooler of content, my friends. There he is. Nicky V's heating up. Or no, Nicky V. Nicky T.
Nicky T's got some vibes.
Is heating up. We had his anti-Dodger one from yesterday.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
You know what? Just for fun, Tony, you want to bring back yesterday's?
Yeah,
do you have access to that?
Sick and tired he was of Shohei Ohtani.
Let me know if you do or don't have access to that, because we're in. Okay, yeah, this was yesterday. I feel like it's worth replaying because I think he speaks for all of us.
Okay, here we go. Game 4. Game 4. 2-1 Dodgers. Whatever. Same. Ohtani this, Ohtani that, Ohtani. Freddie Freeman. I'm tired of these guys. I'm so fucking tired of the fucking Dodgers. I really am. I know that my team is out, but I am tired of it. I ain't jumping on this.
The end is just one long beat.
Yeah, you just got to cut that off.
All right.
Yeah, I think we're all tired.
So he's there. He does them all in his car. I don't know if he's driving around listening or whatever, but he was in when Trey Savage was, I think, after his second inning. Nicky T decided to go to the cell phone here.
Wow. Savage just struck out the side. He's f***ing dealing. This is the guy that I saw against my Yankees. This is the guy that looked like nobody could hit him. I know it's the second inning, but this dude is f***ing dealing. Wow.
I think he summed it up nicely.
Perfectly said.
This dude is effing dealing.
Dude,
this dude is f***ing dealing.
And he's done nothing but dealt since being called up. I mean, he was a mid-September call-up, made 3 major league starts this year, has already made more starts in the postseason this year than he has during the regular season. Bro, more postseason starts than he has at AAA in his career.
Do you know
this dude is f***ing dealing?
I want to remind you who's in the batter's box.
Wow.
Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Will Smith, Kike, who got him for a solo bomb. I know the Dodgers offense is slumping, and that's their story. I have access to a Dodger fan who's just beside himself. He said he's furious at Mookie Betts right now, but he said, I feel so bad. He goes, it's like being pissed at your own kid. Is what he said, because Mookie's so lovable.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed in
but,
you.
I mean, see Mookie in front of the locker yesterday? Said, I've just been terrible.
Yeah, he's been bad. Yeah. And he had a bunch of opportunities in that 18th in the game. Even had a little bit of a blunder yesterday. Won't show up as an error in the box score, but had a kind of a wide throw to second base, which stopped him from turning a double play, which came back to bite him in the ass after Teoscar Hernandez slid for a ball out in the outfield that led to a triple. It's like you're seeing some of these defensive issues that I thought would pop up with the Dodgers, with playing Mookie Betts at shortstop and Teoscar out in right field and Max Muncy over at third base. We're finally starting to see some of those defensive miscues, and the Blue Jays are the team to take advantage of it. They'll go station to station. They'll put the ball in play and force you to play defense.
Put the ball in play. What you just said right there, dude. Okay.
Real quick, one last anecdote, too, because you're talking about the guys that were in the box, the Shohei Ohtanis, the Mookie Betts, the Freddie Freemans, Murph.
Ohtani this, Ohtani that.
Yeah, Ohtani this, Ohtani that. He's out here deferring money, Murph. I saw last night in the Dodgers lineup, they stacked up $148 million, and they got sat down 12 times by a kid that is making $57,000 this year after being a late September call-up.
Wait, 57? You mean because that's prorated? You mean, yeah?
Yes,
yeah,
correct.
Yeah,
so he's making $57,000 for pitching at the major league level.
I saw he had a quote about that saying, "Man, the postseason check is going to hit nicely."
Oh, dude, they got to take care of him. It goes back to what we were saying about getting him that penthouse suite,
right? The Trey Savage suite.
They should just give him a whole hotel. After
that hotel room should be, and don't make him check out.
No.
Okay, the other guy
he should own the hotel in the stadium.
Yeah.
They have hotel rooms where you can look into the stadium.
Rogers Center is now the Savage Center or whatever.
It.
So the other guy, the leadoff hitter, what the look on this guy, Davis Schneider.
Dude, he's a hell of a character.
The look with the glasses and the mustache and everything. And he hits the first pitch out of the park yesterday. And here, by the way, they're saying they're beginning to learn that they're calling him a human raccoon. They said Toronto report from last month said a couple hours before a game, he ate what Toronto Blue Jays teammate Miles Straw called nasty soup. Nasty soup.
Was he eating that out of a dumpster?
The ingredients are Reese's Pieces. Ooh, that's cool.
I like Reese's.
Blackberries, protein powder, and chocolate milk all stirred together.
That's a hell of a concoction.
Yeah. And so he likes to eat, he takes a stick of butter and eats a full bite.
This guy is just
like
a character,
like a bite
too.
Of butter.
And honestly, I don't understand how he's even successful at the major league level. Like, he routinely tries to replicate other players' batting stances during the game, Murph.
Well, first pitch of the game, he hit a home run. His dad, he's from Jersey, this guy, Davis Schneider. His dad was watching, and filming, I guess through the meta, he was ripping his dad for wearing these glasses.
You
What
got
are
to
they,
be
Google
careful with
glasses?
those. They're Ray-Bans, actually. And a lot of YouTubers and TikTokers are using this now. So be careful when you're on the streets. They could be recording you without even knowing, Murph. These new Ray-Ban glasses have cameras.
Paulie Mack said
right
this
there
about
in the lenses.
5-6 years ago. Everywhere, somebody's rolling everywhere. Now you're telling me that down the street, some guy might be rolling on me.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, there's so many videos right now on social media of like guys and they call it like Riz glasses. Like they're going up and trying to hit on chicks on the street, and they're like secretly recording. It's kind of unethical. It's kind of cringy. It's just weird in general.
Illegal, perhaps?
I don't know. I mean, they're in public, so you're allowed to
Anyway,
record. But
this is a much happier story. David
sorry
Schneider's dad was wearing them at the World Series. And here it is. You have the video, Tony? And are we doing the video? I can't see because we're not there.
Yeah, we got it. We got it queued up.
And so he's sitting in the second level behind home plate in the family section, and you're gonna just kind of hear and see the first pitch be thrown and his reaction to his son going yard. Here it is.
Oh! Oh no! No way! No way! Ah! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! You gotta be kidding me! You gotta be kidding me! Woo! Woo! Holy Christ! Man! Oh my God! Ah!
There it is, man. Little League Dad goes to the World Series, right? That is awesome.
Yeah, and it's cool seeing this footage. And I know we've ripped Little League dads before for being at games and staring at the camera and trying to record your son's every moment, even though this is the World Series and there's going to be millions of angles out there for you to watch. But I think this is actually one of the first times where I've supported these new glasses recording, because it's just like you're watching a game. Murph, it would be like if you're just wearing your everyday glasses and you were recording the entire show here at Oracle Park this morning.
That was fun. That was better than I thought it would be, that David Schneider one. That was good audio, too. All right, on to the rest. Well, so this is what we got here. Paul Skeens. Paul Skeens, the legend, the man who's with Livy Dunn, the man who came from LSU and went to the big leagues very quickly. So he actually performed against Tony Vitello's Tennessee Volunteers. So here's Paul Skeens on CBS Sports talking about the unprecedented move of leaping from college to the show.
Just in terms of baseball as a whole, the big leagues is a lot faster than college. Obviously, the players are better. It's in many ways, I think it's a different game. Just in terms of how pitchers attack hitters, how hitters, make plans against pitchers. I think, out of all the people that are in college baseball, there are probably 3 or 4 that could make the jump to being a major league manager. I think Vitello is one of them. He's a winner, and I played against him, while I was at LSU. Obviously watched him, coaching for a few years. He's going to have a good support staff. He's going to have good coaches around him, which is, I would assume, a lot of the battle for being a major league manager. But I think in terms of a learning curve, I think he'll figure it out pretty quick. He's sharp. He's a winner.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's very few people coming on saying this guy's going to fail. He's going to suck. He's going to be terrible. I mean, I think AJ Pierzynski had sort of a negative one, but that's interesting, though, what Skeen said, those 2 cautionary tales. One, he said, in many ways, it's a different game. It's a lot faster, and hitters attack pitchers differently, and pitchers attack hitters differently.
Yeah, and then you throw in the fact you have bigger rosters, bigger bullpens, more maybe analytics even being involved too. So there's going to be a lot on the plate and a lot for Tony Vitello to digest. But that's why I absolutely agree with Paul Skeens. It's going to be a big factor of who he surrounds himself with. Who are the guys that are going to be in the dugout that have rode the buses, that do have major league experience, that maybe can help him communicate to some of these veteran players? Like maybe that's some of the information we'll find out today at 11 a.m. at the introductory press conference that you can hear right here on KNBR.
Yeah, I'm almost as or more interested in Buster Posey's take on all this than because Buster's the guy who's breaking down the doors here. So,
well, that's also another thing like we can discuss maybe later on in a different segment. It's like how much of an influence do you think Buster Posey is going to have on the coaching staff surrounding Tony, or does Tony get the keys to the car and and he can bring in whoever he
Because
wants.
Buster told us he wanted to let Bob Melvin manage, but now that he's got this guy, does he have to hold his hand? So we'll see. Matt Mayoko talking 49er football. We talked to John Lynch about the Keon White trade, about potential future trades, about Ricky Pearsall, about Brock Purdy, all these things that we can talk about with Matt Mayoko as the Niners get ready to go to New York to take on the New York Giants on Sunday at 10 a.m. Interesting road game. You think they should win? Maybe? Because last week, not so good. We'll talk about it with Matt Mayoko next on The Sports Leader.
I think New England's got the most underrated defensive player in the entire league in Keon White.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher live from Oracle Park with Prize Picks on a Thursday morning, getting ready for Tony Vitello to give his introductory press conference here at the ballpark. And on Prize Picks right now, you might even be able to pick more or less on the Giants win total for next year, because Prize Picks is the best place for you to win money on the San Francisco Giants all season long. It didn't matter what day of the week it was, I was showing up to the ballpark and putting down some action on the San Francisco Giants. So if you don't want to wait for next year, you can always get in some World Series action. I've been mentioning it all week. I've been pairing up Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Shohei Ohtani on a 2-pick lineup to have more than 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. You'll have to wait for tomorrow night for those results, but make sure you add it to your lineup right now if you want to join us on Prize Picks. And it's as easy as downloading the app and using the code word LEADER to get $50 in bonus lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code word LEADER to get $50 in bonus lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we are live at the ballpark. We're looking at Tony Vitello's handsome face as he stares at us from the big screen. Welcome to SF. Tony Vitello, manager of the San Francisco Giants. They've photoshopped a Giants hat on him, or I don't know, maybe that's his official picture. I don't know, but we'll talk to him at 11 a.m. today, and then we'll have him on the show tomorrow for a more relaxed conversation. Today will be the jockeying for questions. Oh, excuse me, sir, give me the mic, give me the mic. Tomorrow will be a nice chat.
Who will be the Matt Mayoko that asked the first question at Tony Vitello's press conference?
Don't get ahead of ourselves. We have to take care of business here, buddy. I know Maddie's waiting, but that cooler content that gave you that great Nikki T sound, that was so much fun. That was sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Then when you look at your YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, and you see the great Matt Mayoko, another handsome Italian-American, you realize he's sponsored by a whole different business. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. Matt's also sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi's Stadium. Matty, long business reads now to you, buddy. Italian-American Day. Vitello, Mayoko, even my mom at De Benedetti. Hey, Paisan. Good morning, Matty.
Hey, what's up, Matty?
Good morning. It is Italian Heritage Month as well. We got to get Tony Vitello over to Mona Lisa that's closing on, is that Columbus? After 46 years. So it's closing, but you got the steps of Rome close by and the other Mona Lisa across the street. So Tony, got to find out from Tony where his go-to restaurants are going to be in North Beach.
Yeah, right. He get him to join the Italian Athletic Club, too. So I saw you did something, Matty, with the Italian consulate, huh?
I did, yeah. So that was on Tuesday. So I was asked to be a guest on the Crave Italy podcast and went over to the consulate and met some people and took a little tour and had a great day on Tuesday, day off. And that's why I completely, at the end of the day, after a long, probably 4-hour lunch / dinner, looking at my phone, oh, hey, they just acquired Keon White in a trade. And then the next question was, who the heck is Keon White? And I think, so been brushing up on Keon White here the last couple of days.
Well, Matt, before we get to Keon White, I got to ask, because you're not only an Italian-American, you're also a San Francisco Giants season ticket holder. So what was your reaction to the Giants hiring Tony Vitello?
Well, my brother's a college baseball coach, and I know the level of preparedness that goes in at the community college level, and I can only imagine what it is like at in the SEC. So we think that when it comes to like handling a pitching staff, all that stuff, that it'll be a learned something that he'll have to familiarize himself with. I'm sure he'll have people that he'll be leaning on, but I just think the game of baseball is the game of baseball. And, the analytics and the trends of Major League Baseball, I think those are also the same information that's used in the decision-making process in high college baseball. So I don't know that it'll be that big of a transition. I like it. I love the outside-the-box thinking. I think that he seems to be a great manager of people, a CEO type that has a lot of passion. So I think it has a chance to really be successful, and maybe hopefully 4 or 5 years down the road, other organizations will be trying to lean on the example the Giants set with Tony Vitello, and maybe you might see some other managers in college baseball make that jump. Now, I think it sounds like he's a special guy, and there aren't very many Tony Vitellos out there. So maybe that won't be something that's easily replicated around the league, because maybe he's only one of one. Let's hope so.
Well, what will happen with him is the same thing we're going to ask you about the 49ers. Does he have the horses? Like, does he have the players?
Yeah.
And so the 49ers last Sunday didn't have the horses. It looked like they finally looked like a team playing without Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, and then you throw in Bryce Huff too. So, Maddie, I guess as you get ready to go to New York and take on a team the Niners are favored to beat, are you thinking that the real 49ers defense was on display last Sunday, that they just don't have the horses to keep this thing going?
Yeah, that was not a good offense they were facing either. So that's alarming. I think in today's NFL, and you look around all the teams, virtually all the teams, and you don't know which team is showing up. And at some point, teams start to show their true colors. And for the 49ers, it was down against Jacksonville. It was up against the Rams, not only up, but up in a huge way against the Rams. Then it was back down against Tampa Bay, throw in the injury to Warner and just the sinking feeling coming out of that game. Then it was back up against the Falcons, and then the absolute dud against the Houston Texans. So whenever a team starts playing the same kind of football back-to-back weeks, that's when you start to say, okay, this is more what the team is like. So from that standpoint, I think this game Sunday against the Giants, it's not necessarily two easy games when you think about going on the road back-to-back weeks, 10 a.m. starts, Pacific Coast time, back-to-back weeks. I think this game is going to be very telling because good teams, playoff teams beat non-playoff teams. You have to win the games you should win, and this is a game the 49ers should win. So the product we see out there on Sunday, I think, will tell us a lot about the direction of this team and what I think we all can expect in the final 8 games of the season.
Robert Saleh has a new horse in his stable, and his name is Keon White. Matt, what was your reaction to that Keon White trade, and do you think it's enough to improve this defensive line?
Well, it's interesting because they add Keon White, but they lose Trevis Gibson. So Keon White had clearly fallen out of favor with the Patriots' third different coaching staff in 3 seasons. He fits the 49ers profile to a T. 6'5", 285, can line up outside on base downs and then can move inside and rush the passer. So he's versatile across the defensive line, and he was almost exactly without the name being attached to it, exactly what you figured the 49ers would get on, before the trading deadline, which is a player that has a lot of talent, fits what the 49ers are looking for, somebody to get up the field, somebody that Chris Kosera can work with, somebody who's physically talented, but also somebody who was signed, you wouldn't have to give up a whole lot for him. So they get Keon White and a 7th-round pick for a 6th-round pick. So they didn't have to give up a lot of draft capital there. They don't lose any picks. They bump back around, but they don't lose anything. And then also the salary cap nature of it. They weren't going to get a guy who was only going to be with the team through the end of this season. They wanted a guy who you get him for this year as well as next year. So they have him on a very reasonable contract for next year as well. So, I don't know that he's a starter, but he is a rotational guy. And right now, the 49ers they need guys out there. They suited up 8 defensive linemen against Houston. Didn't have much success at all, really, in any phase of that defense. But getting after the quarterback was a major disappointment. So they just need someone that can get out there and play 25 to 35 snaps and be high motor and get after the quarterback. And they're lacking those guys, and they will be lacking those guys until Bryce Huff comes back here in a couple of weeks. So, and they were already at a deficit, losing Nick Bosa for the season. So it fills a position in need. He's not going to tear it up. He's not going to get 10 sacks the rest of the season, but the 49ers just need to kind of incrementally improve, and I think that's what they see in Keon White, a guy that can give them some incremental improvements heading toward the finish line.
Well, you're right. A lot will be determined Sunday as to how they play. I mean, the Rams come in next week, and we don't know what team that will be, with a 6-3 team that bounced back, or the 5-4 team that's slip sliding away, and that leads us to the quarterback. We don't know. We asked John Lynch, who's your starting quarterback? He said, we'll see. He said, but it sounded like just reading the way he answered it, they're giving Brock Purdy the chance to be the guy this week. Your feeling on what you're hearing, seeing, thinking about QB1 this Sunday?
Yeah, I still think it's going to be Mac Jones. I will tell you what I observed during the portion of practice that's open is that Purdy looked to be moving much better. Kind of the agility drills that they have the quarterbacks doing, the movement stuff, the rolling out, the throwing. I thought he looked much better than he had, or maybe they're just putting more on his plate than what they've been giving him. So I think that, it's clearly a situation where week 4, when they brought him back too soon. At the time they thought they were making the right decision, that he was healthy, ready to go, but then he aggravates it and that sets him back for a number of weeks. So my thought would be, at the point where they think, you know what, I think he can play this week, that's when they say, okay, let's wait another week. And so is it a tough call to bring him back against the New York Giants on artificial turf? Absolutely. I know that they say, well, if he's good enough to play on grass, he's good enough to play on artificial turf. But I think they just open themselves up to too much second guessing if they do that. And I also know it's a tough assignment for his first game back to be against the Rams. But to me, that's the more likely scenario.
Yeah, Matt, that was actually going to be my follow-up question, because now we've heard from both John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, and they both said that the artificial turf at MetLife will not factor into the decision for Brock Purdy this weekend, but it sounds like maybe it should, at least in your opinion. Don't want to put words in your mouth, Matty.
Yeah. No, I think that's right. I mean, I just think that because of the history there, and I know that that's probably not the way to handle this as far as thinking about, the history of 2020, and I know it's different turf and all that. But I just think it's just too much, it just opens themselves up for too much second guessing. And I just think that the way the schedule falls too is that if they think he's healthy, it just doesn't do any harm to say, okay, we think he can play now, but if we wait a week, then we know he can play. And you just reduce the risk of an aggravation of that injury. So to me, that would be the most likely scenario.
Matty, just thinking about the rookie class that's supposed to define this team so much, and there's been some good and some bad. Just a couple guys. Nick Martin is a guy who just can't get on the field. I guess, is it pretty simple? The Niners are telling us what they think of Nick Martin. I mean, it doesn't get any more complex than that. They don't think he's ready?
Well, they don't think he's above Tatum Bethune or D. Winters. So, I don't know if you've talked to John Lynch about him recently, but I did talk to John a couple of weeks ago, and I was asking about the rookie class, and he brought up, we're excited about the guys we haven't seen yet. And at that point, it was Nick Martin, it was Jordan Watkins, and it was Jordan James. And so I don't think that they've soured on him as like, oh my gosh, this guy, let's look to get rid of him. But yeah, I mean, where they are right now, D. Winters has generally played well, and D. Winters won that job over Nick Martin to start the season, and he's held on to that job. And D. Winters did have a 2-year head start on Nick Martin as far as knowing the system, knowing the assignments, everything they ask of him from this defense. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily. I would say this: anytime that a young guy isn't starting, just look at who's playing in front of him. And if that position is a vulnerability or a weakness, then that's when you go, oh, what's going on here? But if that guy the guy who's playing is playing well in front of the young player, then you just kind of roll with it and you go, okay, well, that makes sense. It's not like they're lacking at that position. And I would say generally that they haven't been lacking at the D. Winters position. I think he's played pretty well, and I think the issues by and large the 49ers have had defensively, most specifically the game against the Texans, was a result of no pass rush, not impacting C.J. Stroud at all, and him having considerable time to throw, and then some errors in the defensive backfield, some missed assignments, maybe some lack of continuity back there, or guys not being on the same page. So I haven't heard anything about Nick Martin being a guy that they're having buyer's remorse. Now, when you take a guy in the third round, you expect him to get out there and play, and he is now. He has a uniform after Fred Warner's injury, so he can start to make an impact on special teams and maybe work himself into a role defensively based on how well he plays on special teams too.
Matt, last question for me, because we won't have a chance to talk to you until after next week's trade deadline. Do you think the 49ers are done making moves after this Keon White trade, or do you think maybe they bring in another pass rusher or another player somewhere else on the roster?
Yeah, I think it's totally open for them to bring in another player, and it's probably someone along the lines of Keon White as well. What could be interesting too is if the 49ers also deal somebody. I talked about how they have to look to the future. Well, it is quite open for them to look to the future too, as far as, hey, we have this player who is only signed through the end of this season, probably not going to bring him back as a free agent or won't be able to re-sign him. So that could be a possibility as well, where the 49ers could deal a veteran type player who might not have a future to a team that might need a player at that position. And I mean, I haven't heard anything specifically, but it seems to me they have a surplus at safety. So, a veteran player like Jason Pinnock, who began the year as a starter and was a starter for a couple of seasons, full-time starter with the Giants, that could be a player. The wide receiver position, I don't know what the market would be. It's not like the 49ers have a lot of players at that receiver position, but assuming that, Juwan Jennings gets healthy, stays healthy, Ricky Pearsall gets healthy, stays healthy, Brandon Ayuk, at some point, if they open the practice window for him and he's able to get on the field, 49ers would have a lot of players at that position and some veteran guys who can play in the NFL who won't get a uniform on game day. So, looking ahead a couple of weeks, if a team came calling to the 49ers about potentially acquiring one of those veteran wide receivers, I could see them making a deal there as well.
Interesting. So could be incoming, could be outgoing, and we shall see. So big game Sunday, Niners at New York. They're favored, but we just saw how they played in Houston. They did not play well. So a lot of answers coming up on Sunday. Maddie, we'll take care of Tony V for you. What do you want to ask Tony V? Anything? Can I raise my hand and say?
Well, here's what I hope. I hope somebody asks him about like competing against the Dodgers and beating the Dodgers, and I hope he goes, I don't even want to talk about the Dodgers. I hate the Dodgers so much, I don't even want to discuss the Dodgers. That's what I hope happens.
And I'm going to go, Tony. All right.
Yeah. All right. And then hopefully, it's, my colleague, Alex Palovich, who asked the question. He goes, Pavs. I don't even want to talk about the Dodgers. Exactly. I hate them. Yeah, that's what I hope happens.
You mean those soon to be World Series losers, the Dodgers? Or...
let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Let's definitely not get ahead of ourselves. Definitely not. Yamamoto Game 6, bro. That's nasty. All right, Maddie. It's great. Always talking. Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Matt Mayoko, yeah. It's funny. Man, I told you the Dodgers, who they are, and now all of a sudden the narratives are coming out that they're older and tired and all this stuff. But the idea of Vitello, what he can say on his first day, well, I'll tell you on the other side. I have a funny Jim Harbaugh story about that, too. So we'll tell you on the other side. I'm looking at the clock. We got to get out. We can talk about what Matty had to say about the Niners. We can get us ready. I just saw Mike Passanisi. Dude, suit, white press shirt, orange tie.
Damn.
This is the real deal.
Are we underdressed?
We are definitely underdressed.
Man,
There's no question on the sports leader.
I hate the Dodgers so much I can't even stand to
watch. Maddie.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tony V Day. That's great producing by John Joe and Mayoko there. I see what you did. The question of the day, what's the biggest thing you want to hear Tony V address at today's press conference? Maybe the strategy to beat the Dodgers. Shout out Matty Mayoko. His philosophy as a manager. Anyway, regardless, you can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, we are live at Oracle Park. Man, we love doing this. Is our second remote from here, and thanks to John Miller and Dave Fleming for loaning us their booth, right down to this cool little wooden box they have for our feet to rest. Super cool. Darren Chan, First Class Productions, where everything sounds so great today. You can see us on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. And it's official now, man. Mike Passanisi and Matt Chisholm, the media relations aces for the Giants, have come by in suits
Both
and orange
wearing
ties.
orange ties, Murph.
We are underdressed, buddy. They are going to have, well, you can tell them what they're going to have.
Well, in honor of Tony Vitello coming to town, we are going to celebrate with a little bit of Tony's Pizza after the press conference today.
Now, I might head on down to Amici's. That's what I might do. Pier 39.
Murph, I love Amici's, but I also love grabbing a slice of Tony's from Tony's Slice House right here at the ballpark.
Once Richard hears they're doing that, he's going to blaze down here with some pies. All right?
We'll see in a couple minutes.
We got to rep the Big A, Amici's, buddy. Not Darren Chan's Big A, Anaheim Stadium there.
Oh, I thought you were talking about a different Big A.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, you can't show that on camera, DC.
Oh, hey now.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So listen, I told you guys I teased before. We just talked to Matt Mayoko and John Lynch, and we can talk about some of the stuff they had to say, but I was teasing to you about Tony Vitello. We'll make this segment about Tony. We can get to the Niner stuff in a few minutes here. But, Matt Mayoko joked. He said, I want him to say, I hate the Dodgers so much I can't even stand to watch them, which was a play on our famous soundbite that where Maddie and I were so upset with the Dodgers that we wouldn't draft Dodgers games.
I hate the Dodgers so much I can't even stand to watch.
Maddie, that's the famous bit. That you got, who was it, Copes or you? Or
No, I cut that and put that on the board.
That was you. That was you. Look at you, buddy. You're like Tony Ryan with that Jeff Kent cut.
And by the way, I think Murph even climbed the ladder more than just 3 times with Maddie, but I knew that was the perfect cutoff point for that drop.
Well, see, that's what makes you, buddy.
That's
the artist that you.
That's the magic of radio.
But I was wondering about, at some point we're going to ask him, how do you beat the Dodgers? Of course, the Blue Jays are like, yeah, hold my beer, right?
Yeah.
we'll do it
We'll
for
show
you.
how it's done. Go get yourself a Trey Savage.
It's not over.
Yeah, you're right.
It's definitely not over.
Murph, it was over before it started. The Pop Culture Showdown picked the Blue Jays.
Well, that's true.
This is true.
Okay, so, but I tell this story on occasion. So in 06, 07, 08, Stanford football was terrible, dude. Terrible. Like, you think it's bad now? It was worse back then. They had a guy, Buddy Tevens, rest in peace, who took over the team and it was not happening, brother. They lost to UC Davis. And all due respect to the mighty UC Davis Aggies, we love UC Davis, but at the time they weren't even a Division I school. Now they are. I think they are. Are they FBS or FCS? Anyway, the point is that they were Division 2 back then. And Stanford scheduling them was a joke. Stanford losing to them was unbelievable. And it was all part of this whole... sorry, buddy. I'm encroaching on your space here. You want to scoot a little there? There you go.
Yeah, I'll go off
Thanks,
camera
buddy.
for the story.
No, you're there.
Oh,
See, I was
I'm still
watching
on
you. I was
camera?
watching you. Yeah,
I know. People don't know that Murph's basically like man-spreading right now, and I'm doing the show like in between his legs.
Yeah,
cut that one, Tony. Cut that one.
Long story short, they hired Jim Harbaugh. And at this point in time, we're like, what an idiot. Taking this, that's the worst job in America, Stanford, right? So we do this event. Back then, Gary Cavalli ran this thing. Remember they used to have a bowl game here? The Emerald Bowl. Remember the bowl game here?
I do remember that, actually.
So KNBR did stuff with the Emerald Bowl. And Gary Cavalli was the tournament director, and he would ask me to come do luncheons for the Emerald Bowl. So I did this event at Trey Sagave's. You guys remember Trey Sagave's around the corner? It was the little Mexican joint. I don't even know what's there now.
I don't think so.
Anyway, it's like a block up from Momo's. And so we did this lunch there, or dinner. It was like an early dinner, and they had the Stanford coach. They had who was the Cal coach? Tiff Tedford. And Harbaugh was there, hadn't coached a game yet. And USC was riding high with Pete Carroll, Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, the whole deal, right? Carson Palmer. They were winning natties, Heismans, the whole deal. And Jim Harbaugh stood up, and they said, Jim, you want to make some remarks about the upcoming season? He said, I do. And I'm paraphrasing here, but he had these bug eyes, and he said, we are Stanford football. We are men of Stanford. We're like, yeah, you're 0-30 in your last 30 games, Yeah. And he goes, and I would say to America and to USC in particular. We're like, USC? You can't call it. He goes, that we men of Stanford, this is Harbaugh, dude, in Trey Sagave's. He goes, we will lock arms as one and stand across our turf, and we will say unto you, come after us, for we are men of Stanford, and you cannot defeat us. And I was like, this guy out of his tree.
Hey, it sounds like he's lining up to play a game of Red Rover.
Exactly.
Locking arms.
That's
Nobody's
exactly
breaking
what
his
it
chain.
sounded like. Red Rover, send USC and Reggie Bush right over.
Send them Trojans over.
It was insane. It was the rantings of a lunatic. They went down to L.A. as 42-point underdogs and beat them.
Mm-hmm. And nobody came over.
And that was the unbelievable game. So biggest upset. So point is that Tony Vitello has a chance to stay today. We lock arms and say to the Dodgers, bring it on. Come at us.
Blank the Dodgers.
Come at us. So I don't know if he's going to do anything as dramatic.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to go that dramatic. But
because Harbaugh's
definitely-
1 of 1.
Yeah, yeah. But hey, Tony Vitello's 1 of 1. He's the only college coach to make the transition straight from college to the big league level.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting. I mean, we just talked to Matt Chisholm about it, and he said, yeah, the energy is high with a guy like this. You know, he's going to come in, he's going to kind of capture the room, and we expect it to be kind of a free and easy conversation. But, you know, if you want to be a cynic about this, the guy's never managed the bullpen. 162 versus 56 is a whole different deal. And if you're going to be riding emotion for 56, how are you going to ride emotion for 162? Now, we talked about this, though. There have been emotional managers before. Earl Weaver, Lou Piniella, guys like that. There's others, too. Guys have revved hot before and been successful big league managers.
Yeah, especially when we're talking about the marathon of 162 games. Like, yeah, obviously it's a lot longer than the college baseball season. But where was Tony a couple weeks ago when we were trying to figure out if Tony was coming to San Francisco? At an 18-inning inter-squad game out in Tennessee. Like, college baseball doesn't stop either. It's year-round. Now, different stakes when you're playing fall ball versus playing in the fall classic. But this is a guy that lives, breathes, and sleeps baseball 24/7, 365. So, I don't know. We'll see how it plays out and how it's a transition. But you're absolutely right. This is a risk. And Buster's out here risking it, trying to do something that's never been done to beat a team like the Dodgers who are doing things that have never been done before.
Well, I'll tell you what, Toronto's showing you one way to beat the Dodgers. That's just put the ball in play. Yeah. Don't strike out so much.
Which is what Buster wants. He wants to focus on guys like Gavin Keelan, who was drafted out of Tennessee, and we focus so much on the contact rate. Well, guess who his head coach was? It was Tony Vitello, a guy that focused on his contact rates back in college. Like, we know Buster wants pitching, defense, and just forcing the other team to then beat them with pitching and defense, which means you got to put the ball in play.
The only thing, and I've been a huge Buster supporter, obviously, the only thing where I think he doesn't add up is that he says that, and yet the 3 biggest acquisitions of his tenure, Matt Chapman, I'm giving him credit for Chapman because he got the contract done, Willie Adames and Rafael Devers are all strikeout guys.
Yeah.
But so Buster built a team with the nucleus being strikeout guys.
I'd say this, though, as a counter, Murph. Find me somebody in Major League Baseball that isn't a strikeout guy.
Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah, I mean, but still, like, compared to the different eras of baseball, they still strike out more than teams from the past. I mean, now, this is a Toronto team that's striking out less than damn near everybody else besides the Kansas City Royals right now, and they have the highest team batting average. But that's why I do feel like there's a little bit of a shift where the last decade or so, everybody's been focused on the long ball and launch angle. It does seem now, and especially if Toronto does end up winning the series, that people are going to start paying attention to what the Blue Jays did and that brand of baseball, which I think is more similar to the brand of baseball that Buster Posey wants to play here in San Francisco.
You know, it's incredible. As bad as the Giants were in strikeouts, they were 12th. 11 teams struck out more than them, including the New York Yankees.
Yep.
But the Jays beat them in the playoffs. Did you guys strike out too much in October?
Oh, it was strikeouts left and right. It was Gosman and Savage back-to-back games with double-digit strikeouts. The Yankees couldn't even touch a splitter.
It's interesting, though, the 5th most strikeouts, Detroit Tigers, another playoff team. 6th most strikeouts, Seattle Mariners, another playoff team.
So, like, that was the point I was trying to make. It's like, look, guys are going to strike out. And I'll take the strikeouts from Rafael Devers if he's out here hitting 30 home runs. I'll do the same thing with Willie Adames. To me, it's about surrounding those key pieces with players that can put the ball in play, like a Davis Schneider, a guy who's going to go up there and just make up whatever batting stance he wants. But it worked yesterday in the leadoff spot for the Toronto Blue Jays. Like, that's where I think the focus should be, is getting the pieces around these key players to help them overall improve and raise the entire floor of this roster.
I know this is going to make me sound impossibly ancient, but I'm going to look at batting average. I know.
How dare you?
Every kid 27 and under just turned off the radio, right? Or flicked off their YouTube or Twitch or
just
Twitter.
Closed off that tab.
But this is more correlating with bad teams. The Giants were bottom 6 in batting average. The teams below them, Texas Rangers didn't make the playoffs. White Sox, Pirates, Guardians. Actually, the Guardians made the playoffs, didn't they? And then the Angels. So the teams that are generally surrounded, and then the Rockies and the Orioles right above them, and the Twins. Other than the Guardians, every single team in the bottom 10, Nationals, every single team in the bottom 10 of the batting average stunk. So
Yeah.
I know everybody says, "Oh, what do you know?" Batting average.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
there's an indicator.
But here's a
right there.
crazy concept, Murph. Put the ball in play, and good things happen.
I know. So can Tony Vitello make Willie Adames or Matt Chapman put the ball in play 1 or 2 more times a week? You know, I'm not even asking like to change their persona.
No.
Just 1 or 2 more times a week. I love Matt Chapman, but he came up in any number of RBI situations and would strike out instead of just making contact. I get it. These guys are throwing 99 now. It's hard. Strikeouts are up because guys are throwing absolute freaking cheddar now.
Yeah.
And you saw Trey Savage strike out the Dodgers last night 12 times
Yeah.
in 7 innings. So it is. But it is interesting. That gets to player development.
Yes.
Can he develop big league players?
That's the biggest question for me. That's one of the main keys here because we talk so much about his development of these players and the 10 first-round draft picks he had out of Tennessee. Yeah, if you look at that Tennessee roster the last couple of years, Garrett Crochet, Ben Joyce hitting triple digits out of the bullpen. Yeah, it looks like a big league club of guys hitting bombs and throwing triple-digit cheese. But can he do that at the major league level? And Murph, I've mentioned this a couple times. Like, I looked at that Giants roster from last season, especially after the Rafael Devers trade, and I thought it was a roster good enough to get to the postseason. Obviously, they did not make the postseason, but can Tony Vitello get the best out of those players where you do get 4, 5, 6 more wins? And if that happens, then you are talking about being a postseason team, and that could be the difference between a Tony Vitello or versus a Bob Melvin. But Bob Melvin was a former manager of the year. Bob Melvin had a lot of experience at the major league level, and he couldn't get it to click with these guys. So that's a big, big task to ask for Tony in his first year.
Well, that gets us back to Buster, who looked at this team and said, I want a new manager. And I want this guy who's a groundbreaker. So I told you, I'm probably more interested in Buster today than I am in Tony Vitello doing his thing. There's a lot of text to get to, a lot of people checking in, and a lot of people are saying, when is the press conference? Okay, we'll tell you again, 11 a.m.
11 a.m. sharp.
11 a.m. Don't miss it. And then tomorrow he's coming on our show for a more sort of relaxed chat. We can talk about his Uncle Rico references and things like that, his Bye Felicia references.
Maybe talk a little UFC after he was dropping Conor McGregor versus Jose Aldo.
That's right.
Yeah.
Your ears perked up on that, didn't it?
Yeah.
All right, one more. We got, listen, it's Vitello from here on out. We'll do Niners tomorrow, and well, actually, we'll do Vitello tomorrow, too. But tomorrow, obviously, we'll focus a little bit more on the Niners and the New York Giants. It's Vitello from here on out because it is an hour and a half away, and we're at the ballpark, and he's on the screen looking at us. I took a picture and put it on my Twitter on The Sports Leader.
Murph's man spreading right now, and I'm doing the show like in between his legs.
Bro.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
You know, obviously you see things circulate online and whatnot, and I think nowadays there's a little bit of it, you know, you don't know what to believe or whatnot. And, you know, people are always coming up with ideas and whatnot. So, yeah, was I entertained by the idea? Absolutely. Did I think it was actually going to happen? I wouldn't say I think you don't really anticipate anything not happening at this day and age. But no, it was super exciting to see what happened yesterday. And no, I'm really excited to see what happens. You know, I love him, obviously. I have a good relationship with him. And no, he's been super impactful for me. So really excited.
That's Drew Gilbert. Of course, the 49ers got him in a trade. Giants got him in a trade in the
Tyler Rogers trade. How about that, dude? The trickle-down effect of trading Tyler Rogers for Drew Gilbert and Blade Tidwell, 2 Tennessee Volunteers.
I mean, being fair now, Drew Gilbert hit 190.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I mean, there's no guarantee this guy's going to...
Can Tony get the best out of Drew?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's like, oh, well, Drew Gilbert's got a guaranteed spot on the opening day roster. I don't know, you know.
No. And I will respect Tony more if he comes in and say Drew has to earn a spot.
Oh,
I don't care about what he did at Tennessee. He's got to come out here and earn this job.
Tell you what, though, good defensive player.
Yes, he flies.
You can see him in center field, actually, maybe better than Jung-Hoo Lee already, right? So we'll talk about that. Drew Gilbert was on a Giants pod. That was with Cole Kuiper and Alex Pavlovich, right? So,
yeah, but super cool how many Tennessee ties there are already in the organization. Of course, the obvious one is Drew Gilbert and Blade Tidwell, who we just mentioned. Gavin Keelan, who we've had on the show before, was the Giants' first-round draft pick. Maui Ahuna, too, a shortstop that played for Tony at Tennessee. And even Reggie Crawford, former first-round draft pick, had originally committed to Tennessee before being drafted out of high school by the Giants.
That's a great detail on that. A little bit more from Drew Gilbert on that Giants Talk pod with Cole and Pavs about why he's so popular in rebuilding the program. Cut F, Tony. Drew Gilbert on Vitello.
Yeah, I think it's a testament to what he created there at Tennessee. When he got there, and I think it would have been 2017, if I remember correctly, Tennessee baseball program really wasn't anything to be proud of at the time. I think you ask anybody, they'd say that. So when he got there, it was kind of built it from dirt. And I think he gave that fan base something to be excited about, where even if you look across other sports, whether it's football or baseball or football, basketball, they hadn't had quite the success that, you know, I think the fans there hold their sports teams to the standard of. So when he came in, and obviously it took a few years to get the place rolling, but once he got it going, I mean, it was a pretty special place to be. And obviously, you see his personality and whatnot, and I think that kind of rubbed off on the way we played there at Tennessee. So, and then obviously, when you win a national championship, people are going to like you a lot more.
Well, that's going to be interesting. Like all that stuff there about building a college program. I don't know how much of any of that pertains to the bigs.
No, because he can't just call up Drew Gilbert and say, hey, I want you to come to Tennessee now. Like, obviously, it's a lot different, but I do think that maybe it'll be beneficial in recruiting when you're talking about Tony Vitello. Might having the most knowledge out of any Major League Baseball manager for guys that are right now in the prime of their careers, from 20-year-olds to 28-year-olds. He spent the last 8 years coaching down in the SEC, so maybe that does play a factor when it comes to recruiting or free agents or just trying to bring people over.
Well, the bottom line is, man, first impressions go a long way, and how he impresses these guys is because the players talk. Hey, man, how's that guy? What's that culture like? What's going on? Do I want to come play there? First of all, hitters are not going to want to come here in general. So it's going to have to be a special place where I remember when Tim Hudson signed here in 2014. Shout out Tim Hudson. 220 big league wins, brother. When he said, man, he goes, I've just admired this place from afar. He goes, this place is packed every single night. He goes, and that's what you want as a baseball player. So that was something that attracted Tim Hudson. Obviously, pitchers are more attracted than hitters, right? Mm-hmm. But the point is like, if Tony Vitello can build a culture where like, no, man, and the players are texting each other and pinging each other saying, no, dude, it's good here. It's good here, and they'll pay you because the Giants have a payroll, right? Now, again, you're going to fight. The hitters are not going to want to go to a place where their power numbers die. But any other, a contact guy or a pitcher, if they're told, hey, man, Tony's got it going on here, then, you know, that will be the recruiting. So that's going to be up to Tony V to establish that culture kind of early. Mm-hmm. We were saying one negative that was brought up by one of our guests. I forget who it was. Was it Javi Lopez or somebody who said, one of the negatives for Tony V is that the World Baseball Classic is this spring, and it's going to disrupt spring training. So that's going to affect his building of the culture because guys are going to take off halfway through. That's unfortunate.
Yeah,
nothing
Logan
you
Webb
can do.
could be out there pitching for Team USA.
Willie Adames.
Yeah, Rafael Devers. Maybe Patrick Bailey behind home plate.
Heck, wasn't Doval one of the Doval split for the Dominican in the World Baseball Classic, didn't he?
I think you might be right.
Yeah. I don't know if there's others we're missing.
Yeah,
or
but
forgetting.
like think about we talked a lot about last year at spring training, establishing the culture, and it all sounds good. And we could talk about going out and playing laser tag for Justin Verlander's 42nd birthday, or Jung-Hoo Lee having dinner with his mom, with Luis Matos. Like, all that stuff was great. But you also have to have that translate to the field. And it seemed like for the first month of the season, it was translating for the Giants. When Buster Posey was saying our identity is a gritty, grindy bunch, they were battling back. They had more walk-off wins than anybody in the first half of the season. And then the bottom fell out. And I don't know what happened in the second half of the season. I for sure as hell don't know what the hell happened when they lost 15 to 16 games at home. But you saw that energy kind of be sucked from the clubhouse and from the entire organization in a year where there was a lot of energy in this ballpark. We talked a lot about the attendance numbers and people just wanted to come back and see guys on the field. That's the culture. And you want this Giants fan base to react to Tony Vitello the way that Tennessee Volunteers fans react to Tony Vitello. And Murph, we saw the reaction on Tennessee Twitter when the news started to leak about maybe him coming to San Francisco. They love him out in Tennessee. And if he wins here in San Francisco, they will love him here also.
My algorithm, I must have looked at so many of those. My algorithm is still feeding me those Tennessee people. And some guy, I don't know who he is. I don't follow him. All of a sudden it showed up on my feed. It was him opening a box and holding a Giants hat. And it said, I made the order. I'm all in. And I clicked him. And it was some huge Tennessee baseball fan who ordered a Giants hat.
Good. That's what I've been trying to say, because I know there's been a lot of back and forth between some Giants fans and accounts and Twitter accounts. Did you see there was actually Tennessee Twitter accounts that were changing their Twitter to pretend to be Giants fans to try to send out like woke messages to try to get Tony not to come to San Francisco?
Dude,
I mean, that's dedication.
Just savagely sick behavior,
Yeah,
dude.
it's insane.
Sick behavior. More Drew Gilbert here.
But that's how much they love the guy.
I know exactly. He's I loved how in his farewell speech to the Knoxville media when he got that line off about babysitting Drew Gilbert. Did you see Lane Kiffin caught a stray? Did you see that?
No, I did not
So
see
if you
that.
know your college football, Lane Kiffin came to Tennessee, and after 1 year, he split. Was it for which job did he split for? I forget. But he split. It just left him cold. Dude, Tennessee was like, dude, you don't do that to us. So he's freaking public enemy number one there. And in Kiffin's farewell thing, he's like, or Vitello's farewell thing, he was like, yeah, man, I love this place. I hope to always make it part of my life. Because I hope I don't have Lane Kiffin status around here. I was like, bro, just strays on
He's got some riffs,
That's what he
Murph.
said.
Yeah.
Drew Gilbert, well, that leads to accountability. And that's the word. We talked about this earlier. How like Elliot Ramos didn't know the infield fly rule or didn't run something out. And wasn't just him, but others.
Mm-hmm.
And, why he wasn't he benched the next day. That's just a small example of accountability. So cut G, Tony, and can Tony Vitello bring accountability to a big league clubhouse?
It's different. Like, I think you have a standard, right, that you always uphold everybody to, whether that be being on time for things, working hard, going to class. But then you treat everybody a little bit differently, individually, just based on their personality. And that's something I always appreciated about him, right? Kind of coming into school, I already had a pretty good structure in terms of like how I worked, my practice habits, just be on time for things. So that wasn't necessarily a problem for me. But it was awesome to see how that system that I guess he developed would impact kids over a 3-year course.
Mhm.
So at the time, the transfer portal and NIL wasn't a thing. So you were able to see like how kids develop, not only as players, but as people. And when you combine the two, you might have a really good ball player at the end of 3 to 4 years. So, and then even if not that, you can take those skills you learned there and apply them to anything else you do in life. So I think, and it's really organic too. That's the best part about it. It's not like this corny stuff or whatnot. And I think maybe people have that misconception. It's not. It's just, it's organic. He does a great job. He has a way with words. It's really hard to explain. He's a really just an incredible motivator. I can't explain that part either. So I'm excited to see that impact on our team. Obviously, you got to earn that opportunity to be on that team, but excited to see just be around him even in spring and see how that looks.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's describing a leader. Like, some of that obviously the college class stuff doesn't apply to the Giants, but it's how you run your program. It's what you expect out of your people. It's, are you a leader?
Yeah. And just Murph, circling back to the topic of development, like obviously Tony did a great job of developing these players at Tennessee over a 3-4 year period. Maybe that helps throughout the organization with younger guys like a Bryce Eldridge or even maybe a guy like Elliot Ramos. Like when we're sitting here talking about not knowing the infield fly rule or making these simple mistakes out in the outfield, and we've talked to multiple baseball voices, but like, yeah, it's just kind of been lost in the minor leagues. They need to get back to basics. Well, back to basics might be going back to college baseball where you learn these basics or should at least have the expectations of knowing this stuff as a college baseball, nevertheless a Major League Baseball player.
It's that cut that he had on the Greg Olson podcast where he said there's less development, less coaching, less accountability. He's supposed to be bringing more development, more coaching, more accountability. Finally, we'll wrap it up here with Drew Gilbert on the Giants Talk podcast with Cole Kuiper and Alex Pavlovich on the 162 question. It's going to come up probably within the first 5 questions today. How do you go from revving hot for 56 to 60 to leveling out over 162? Cut J, Tony.
That's one of my honestly favorite things about him is like the intensity he can bring on a day-to-day basis. I mean, I've seen it for long periods of time, like a year straight, right? Like same guy every single day, gonna bring it every day. His thing is attacking each task the same you would no matter like what the task is, and he shows that in practice. And no, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how that plays out over a long season because I mean, people have asked me like, how is he gonna transition from 70 games to 162, and like my answer is, well, he's not playing, so I don't think it's gonna be a problem for him. Actually, no, it's not gonna be a problem for him. It could be 280 games for all I care. He's gonna bring it every day. I know that. If we played 365 days out of the year, I still wouldn't believe that. So he's gonna bring it, and I think it'll help the guys kind of rally around that. And you talk about some of the great coaches in other sports, even whether it's Bill Belichick, Nick Saban, Pat Riley in basketball, right? One thing they all have in common is an intensity about them that they brought each and every day. And yes, I understand that they're different sports, and football is obviously a physical sport where you play once a week. But I mean, I don't see why he can't bring that intensity to baseball. I don't really understand that argument in my mind.
Okay, so he says, I don't care. I don't care if it's 56 to 60. He'll give you 162. He's the same energy. I mean, you know people in your life who have the same energy every day or they don't.
And that's what I mentioned earlier, too, about the college baseball schedule. Obviously, it's a much shorter season, but Murph, for any college sport, it's a year-round event. Like Tony Vitello is in the trenches every single day, a lot different when you have to coach and manage a lot more games, a lot more pressures, buttons to press, but now he has that opportunity at the major league level.
I tell you what would make Tony Vitello a great manager. Go out and get Trey Savage to start opening day. How's that for an idea?
Yeah, I know. I was joking about how he can't just get Drew Gilbert to decommit and go over to Tennessee. I would love Tony Vitello for life if he's able to get like Garrett Crochet to decommit from the Boston Red Sox to return to playing for Tony.
Yeah, again, as much as we talk, go on and on and on and on and on. Do you have the horses? And that gets back to what Buster Posey's going to do this offseason. The Giants had the horses to go 81-81 last year. That included selling at the trade deadline, Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval, obviously. But they wound up 81-81, which they've done for 3 straight years now.
And that's the key, Murph. It doesn't matter the horses, if they're on the field or not, or I should say it does matter, but we've seen 2 different types of managers with these horses. And Bob, I'd say, even had better horses last year with Devers and Willie Adames in the building, but you're looking at the results from the last 3-4 years, and it's been 500 baseball with 2 different styles of managers. You got the old school red ass and Bob Melvin, you got the new school analytical approach of Gabe Kapler, and they both resulted in 500 baseball. So this is Buster going outside the box and trying something different.
All right, well, listen, it's just an hour and change away. We'll be carrying it live at 11 a.m. Everybody keeps asking. 11 a.m., 11 a.m., 11 a.m., Tony Vitello. And then tomorrow on our show. We don't know what time, but we'll get it out to you on social media as soon as we find out. It's been fun all morning here. The ballpark looks fantastic. Tony Vitello's face is on the big screen. It's a whole new world, buddy. It's a whole new world, man. Andy Baggerly wrote it on September 28th in The Athletic when it wasn't even, Melvin hadn't even been fired yet. It had ended 81-81. His game story from that Sunday afternoon game when we were watching the NFL was that the Giants just finished 500. Melvin said, I have no idea about my future. Everybody was like, uh-oh, that's not good. And Baggerly wrote in The Athletic, if the Giants are going to make a move, Buster Posey might go outside the box. One name to remember is Tennessee coach Baggerly just freaking crushed this story, man.
And here we are today.
Here we are. There he is on your board right there. Here it is, October 30th, so literally like a month from the first time we heard his name to here he is in the orange and black.
How about that?
Not Tennessee orange, not Rocky Top orange, but more, I'd say less Rocky Top Megan Maroney and more Tony Bennett.
Ooh,
How's that?
although they might need to bring back the old City Connect uniforms because that was more of a Tennessee orange.
Can we just get rid of the City Connect?
Yeah, you're not a City Connect guy.
Let's give me the uniform. Can you give me the uniform Willie Mays wore? Can you give me
Here's
that
the
one?
one thing I want to see today. Him not walk up to the podium in a City Connect
Dude,
hat
can you
like
imagine?
Rafael Devers did.
Yes,
Remember
I remember.
Rafael
Yes,
Devers
of
got
course.
introduced as a giant in the City Connect
man.
purple hat.
Maybe that's why his first 2 months he hit like 110, dude.
It's like I don't even know what team I'm playing for.
Oh man, yeah, no, just give me the Willie Mays uniform.
What is
all
this,
right?
the Phoenix Suns?
On the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, our final segment here. We got Greg Silver about to slide into the John Miller, Dave Fleming seats here in the Lon Simmons and Russ Hodges Broadcast Center. Thanks to Darren Chan for an outstanding production today, and Matt Chisholm and Mike Passanisi and the whole crew that's hosting us here for the 11 a.m. Tony Vitello here. You can see it all on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. We will carry it, of course, live on The Leader. Marcus, we started the show by talking about Trey Savage. We end it by talking Tony V. And, of course, in between, talked 49ers. We still don't know who the quarterback is Sunday.
Nope.
Do you have a guess?
I'm going to guess it's going to be Mac Jones. That's my guess right now.
Matt Mayoko said Mac Jones.
Yeah, I'm leaning more towards Mac Jones.
But the way John Lynch was saying, we're going to give Brock all week and we're going to trust Brock.
I mean, I'm giving you the same take I gave before the Week 4 game against Jacksonville. If Brock Purdy's not 100% healthy, I don't want him out there, especially this week going out to MetLife.
Man, it's almost like a lost season for this guy.
Yeah, we haven't seen him in over 4 or 5 weeks now.
Man, oh man. We also talked about the trade for Keon White. Learned about the John Lynch, Mike Vrabel chit-chat they had, the mutual respect going down, and that, is he done yet? And the answer was not necessarily, but he says, I don't want to give away next year's draft too much. And he mentioned, the Bryce Huff thing, that can turn into a fourth-rounder if Huff keeps playing when he comes back. So the Niners have a slew of fourth-rounders because of compensatory picks. Yeah. But they do, so they've lost their Huff pick and they've lost their sixth-rounder for Keon White.
Yeah, but they need both those guys on the defensive line right now without Nick Bosa.
And they have Keon White for next year, too. And so we'll see him going forward here. All right. Looking forward to tomorrow's show. We'll have Tony V on live. Just a quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 415 says, Giants need a new slogan. No more, nothing like it.
Yeah, can we change that?
Okay. He says,
can we go with Vitello vibes? Hashtag.
707 says, Tony V is cool, and he might be good looking, but does he lift weights with Levi's and boots on? It's deep knowledge right there.
Yeah, that is deep.
510 says, Giants right now remind me of the Cubs in the mid to late 90s, 81 and 81. That's a deep pull there. 2916 says, I'm imagining Elliot Ramos listening to KNBR all morning and punching a pillow every time the words infield fly rule are mentioned.
I'm sorry, Elliot. There were other mistakes, but that's the easy one to point to.
503 is very cynical. I can't believe my beloved Giants have turned into the 90s movie Little Big League. This sucks.
Oh, that's a good movie, though.
If it's about developing young players, why wasn't he hired to be the farm director? So he's angry about that. Here we go. 707 says, Tony V, to me, is the perfect mix of of Kapler and Ted Lasso. Douchey but fun as hell. That's kind of strong word there.
Yeah.
661 says, we also brought in a culture guy last year, Willie Adames. And even though it didn't start off great, he is as advertised. I have similar hopes for Vitello. There you go.
Good take.
A lot of people coming in on Drew Gilbert saying, I'd like to see him get his batting average up. Okay. 559 says, tell Unc Murph is no longer throwing cheddar. The cool kids just call it Ched. Ched. 831 says, Murph, you said batting average, and I turned the radio up. How about that?
Hey.
209 says, is the split finger the new best pitch in baseball? Yamamoto, Gosman, Savage. Well,
I mean,
everything old is new again because Darren Chan and I lived through a humbaby era in which Roger Craig threw the split finger.
Yeah.
In the 80s.
And I'll say this, as a pitcher, I think the splitter is one of the most devastating pitches in baseball, but it's also one of the worst pitches that you can throw for your arm because of the stress when you spread your fingers. It puts the stress on your forearm, which leads to a lot more Tommy John surgeries.
We learned that as humbaby fans in the late 80s. It was great, and then it had a shelf life.
I'll catch up to you.
All right, guest, let's go to the what did young Tony learn today? Now.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, young Tony, you learned that you miss us, right? You miss us.
The classic JD, yeah.
Nice, Tony.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, very good. All right, it is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Young Tone, what jumped out to you today, buddy?
Yeah, well, we're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel today, I will say. I just know too much ball, I guess. But I think we're going to go with the Smokey Joe Wood reference. This is Joe Davis last night on the broadcast.
He has now tied Smokey Joe Wood for the most strikeouts in a World Series game for a pitcher 22 or younger.
Oh, hell yeah, Smokey Joe Wood. You didn't know about Smokey Joe?
I do not know about Smokey Joe, and neither does Jacob Violante here. Curly said he had him on his fantasy team back in the 80s.
Stop it, Curly.
Smokey Joe Wood was a Boston Red Sox fireballer, 1908 to 1915, won 3 World Series, led major leagues in wins in 1912. He's in the Red Sox Hall of Fame. He threw hard, buddy. He threw Chad. That's why they called him Smokey Joe. But listen to this detail here. I just researched here. He played his first amateur baseball for a local minor league team in Ouray, Colorado that was a female team called the Bloomer Girls. Yeah.
Wow.
And Red Sox star Ted Williams told the story in 1950 that he was posing as a girl on a girls' team when the Red Sox signed him. And he told a long story, and he says, the pitcher I'm talking about was the immortal Smokey Joe Wood, a pitcher who can never be forgotten, even though he did get his start posing as a girl.
Wow.
There's a lot of jokes there.
I mean, there's a lot there, and we're out of time.
About today's. Anyway, The point is then he listened to this story, Young Tone. His 1966 book, The Glory of Their Times. I threw so hard I thought my arm would fly right off my body. Walter Johnson, the big train, said, Can I throw harder than Joe Wood? Listen, my friend, there's no man alive that can throw harder than Smokey Joe Wood.
Damn.
How about that?
Shout out to Smokey Joe Wood.
So he was on the Driveline Velo train before everybody else.
No, he's the original Driveline Murph.
Man, they don't call him Soggy Joe Wood. They call him Smokey.
Smoke him if you got him.
Joe Wood.
Smokey Joe Wood.
There it is, right?
Nice.
Do the Marty Murph.
Smokey Joe. They called him that. At lunch, he used to like to go to the back lot and smoke one.
He smoked a pack in between every at-bat.
They used to call Marcus Smokey Marcus.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know something about smoking woods, but not a lot about Smokey Joe Woods.
All right, let's get out of here.
Last thing I want to say, congrats to Tony Vitello for making it from the Salinas Packers to the San Francisco Giants.
Very good. All right, Papa and Silver's next. And by the way, it's sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Savage just struck out the side. This dude is dealing.
Murph's man-spreading right now, and I'm doing the show like in between his legs.
Bro. That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
He needs a strike. Burton needs a bolt. Swing and a miss. And for the first time, Rocky Top reaches the mountaintop of college baseball. They are the World Series champions.
Hello. Thursday out here at Oracle Park. Wow, Marcus is going to make me deaf. I got to turn down the volume knobs on this a little bit. It's always a bit of an adjustment, but this view is tremendous, and you can see it on the scoreboard right here. Welcome to SF, Tony Vitello, manager of the San Francisco Giants, and he will be introduced right here in this building 1 hour from now. We'll carry that live for you here on the Sports Leader. A lot of questions to be had and answered. It's Papa and Silver. We got Zach Manazian joining the show a little bit later on as well. So, Papa, it's a big baseball day. The Blue Jays, Walt's Jays, turned into Walt's Trays last night. 3-2 lead. Now it goes back to Toronto. Yamamoto versus Kevin Gausman after a day off. So whether it's the Giants and what's ahead or looking into the World Series in the present, we got a lot of action to break down in the next 4 hours.
And they have 8 World Series championships. The Brooklyn, Los Angeles Dodgers, the same amount as the New York, San Francisco Giants. So we did see a lot of DC there. The camera was on him to open, so we love Darren Chan. I think he got that Rocky Top audio from the great Lee J. Crank it up in honor of Lee Jones. Forget Peyton Manning and Pat Head Summit and Philip Fulmer and everybody. It's Tony Vitello today, and Lee J loves himself some Tennessee Volunteer athletics on every level. So I've been spending, since the end of our show, I watched, obviously, Game 5 of the World Series. We'll give you our thoughts on that performance last night of Savage is a savage. What an outing. He could be the World Series MVP. Let's just see. Wasn't great in Game 1. We'll see what Vladdy does tomorrow night, and I'm not sure we're going to have a Saturday night. It may end on Halloween. But Tony Vitello, just reading, and you sent me, a lot of great audio. We got back and forth with Greg Olson. When was that recorded? Because he started the show as history of Major League Baseball, talking about Lenny Dykstra and Dutch Dalton and the 93 crazy Philadelphia Phillies, who, by the way, were walked off by Joe Carter and the Blue Jays. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run. Guy that I grew up idolizing and listening to, the underrated voice of the Blue Jays, Tom Cheek. But he was talking about that team. He was talking about the 2016 Chicago Cubs that ended the curse. Obviously, with Joe Madden coming from Tampa. And Joe brought analytics into baseball, certainly, and Ron Wotus and the Giants, and Bruce Bochy did as well. They went into overshifts and all that, but I think when you got Friedman and Joe Madden in the way he thought out of the box all those years, Friedman going to the Dodgers and Joe going to the Cubs kind of changed National League Baseball a little bit, but he knew a lot about the Cubs ending the curse. So I do wonder, the one thing with Tony Vitello is, his dad coached in suburban St. Louis. He coached for 46 years, baseball and soccer. He grew up a dad's coach, and you can tell, all the different, like Kyle Shanahan and everybody. It's just different when you're raised in it. You're in the crib, and it's just a part of you, and he has a natural leadership quality as a coach, and now he's going to be a manager of a franchise with a long history, not just 58 when they moved to San Francisco. You got to go back to Christy Mathewson and Mel Ott, and you'll see all the pictures. And this is the New York San Francisco Giants. These are one of the lords of baseball. They have 8 World Series championships. The Dodgers have 8. A few franchises like the Yankees and the Cardinals and even the A's with their great run in Philadelphia have more. But there's a lot to be proud of. I wonder, when I saw his introductory press conference when he took the job at Rocky Top, and he had all orange on. He had an orange jacket on. He had an orange tie on. It's a different shade of orange. I mean, look at him as a younger man in 2017 before he took the program over in 2018. He's got Greg Silver hair going there, and that's a lot of Lee Jones orange, so he'll wear different orange. But the one thing about Tony Vitello, and I think the Vi part is applicable here, he is vivacious. He has got an amazing personality. And we'll get into the pairing of Buster Posey and Tony V, because, that's how you're aligned. John McVay in an understated way, obviously, with Bill Walsh, and Bob Myers and the great connection with Steve Kerr, and, losing a family member and bonding together, and Steve getting ill, just their commonality. Brian Sabian and Bruce Bochy, their relationship. And when they hired Bruce Bochy as the longtime manager of the San Diego Padres, I'm like, you can't bring him in from the National League West. Why don't you just hire Tommy Lasorda? But then obviously Boch turned things around, and when Tony Vitello walks through those corridors, and he's probably been there a week, he sees this figure lording over him. Bruce Bochy, after winning his 3rd World Series championship, the Commissioner's Trophy, in 5 years. And then we went into a Farhan, Gabe Kapler run, and they were a little bit different personalities, but I think everybody clumped them together as analytics, and it just wasn't embraced here. And, then it's a couple of years of Bob Melvin, and it was just underwhelming with Bob, I got to say. We'll get into it more, but I expected more from him, the great communicator. But it was just, obviously, the one-loss record, and this year, 81-81, it was just kind of blah. This guy's not blah. This guy is fiery. He may come in, and it'll be a different shade of orange. It'll be giant orange. He may wear an all-orange suit from head to toe. Who knows? It's Halloween week. But his personality, vivacious, and in a different way than Gabe Kapler. I embrace Gabe. Gabe is smart. Gabe will give you an answer. But is Gabe totally sincere? I think that's where the disconnect. And I wasn't around him enough. Sometimes when I was around him, he's got a big ego. He struts a little bit. And I think that's the undoing a little bit of John Gruden. John is vivacious. John not only is a coach, and he said things to players I've never heard, and they just kind of looked at him, even Jerry Rice and Tim Brown. And then when he went in the Monday Night Football booth, he was Madden. But was he completely sincere? He would say things to a player, to me, and then go, or say things to a player in a room and then come around the hallway and say something completely different to me, and they could hear it. That's the thing about Cap. I think there was a level of insincerity, or just whatever it was. Was he completely a people person? Was he more of a me guy than a we guy? I don't know. This guy is a complete we guy. He's out there. He grew up the son of a coach. He likes the forum. He will run this press conference today. I think that's the difference with Buster. And I'm not saying Buster hired him to be his alter ego and to be the front guy of the franchise, but they are completely different. We know Buster Posey is a player. He acted like Kyle Shanahan in the Wednesday press conference being drilled by Eric Branch on injuries. I ain't telling you. I ain't saying anything. Next question. Move along. Buster was thinking. You could see the wheels spinning, but he wouldn't offer it up. Very seldom. And even as the president of the baseball ops, or what he's observing, you got to listen between the silence to know what Buster's thinking about. It's hard. And I do want to know how far back he goes with Tony Vitello. But just the pairing, and we'll get into how he runs the game, and watching a lot of videos, reading a lot about this guy. I get it. I do get it. Now he's got a lot to learn. He's got to learn an entire league, and you also play the American League. The personnel is very different than the SEC, and he didn't just show up as the head coach in Knoxville. He spent years. He went back to the early 2000s. He's a long time assistant coach, great recruiter. Yep. That was mainly what he did at most of his stops, is recruiting. The guy can talk. The guy can handle himself. He will run this press conference. I go back to Gabe's press conference. In a word, it was awkward. Awkward. And Killian, and she has to ask the questions, and others as well. All of what went on in the Dodger farm system that he oversaw. And, Gabe was there, and Farhan was there. Go back to Gabe's introductory press conference in Philadelphia, and that got really sideways. The Philadelphia media, and one in particular, just wouldn't let things go from a social media post. Bob Melvin was just, come back home, Bo Mel. We love you. We knew you with the age. You're going to be better with the Giants here and, take over, and you're a former hum baby, and it just didn't work. This guy, there's so many questions to ask him. Why does he want this job? Is he always dreamed? He grew up around a coach with his dad. Greg, by the way, his dad's name is Greg Vitello. We love that. Is that what he always, did he want to just coach D1 baseball and go to Omaha every year and win College World Series championships? Did you ever think, you would take the spot of John McGraw, Leo DeRocher, some of the greats, and then obviously all the Giant managers here, whether it's Felipe or Dusty, and on and on it went, obviously, Boch being the guy at the top, but there have been Roger Craig, just so many. We'll see. I'm sure he's been studying a lot, because it is a big undertaking to take one of these franchises and be the manager of the New York, San Francisco Giants. But he is Tony Vitello. He is vivacious. His personality, and he will talk to the media a lot, and a lot of you will hear him speak for the first time today. He is a great speaker. He could easily host this show for 4 hours and the ratings would soar. He can talk every sport. This guy, it's going to be different than Cap. It's going to be different than Boch. Boch was understated. We got to get these bats going. This guy takes chairs away. No hitting, no sitting. He pulls the chairs out and makes them watch. Go sit in the clubhouse, or I don't even know if they have a clubhouse there, but anyway, he will command the room today. You won't have to worry about that. He speaks beautifully. He's articulate. He'll go on and on and on. The only question is, what's he going to wear? It's a different Rocky Top orange than it is a San Francisco Giant orange. And will he go heavy orange and black? All orange suit today with maybe a black tie. Too much? Too much?
I mean, the photo that's up right in front of me here on the big scoreboard,
he's
got a Giants hat on, and he's got the groomed beard. I mean, it could be a Photoshop.
Is that what he's wearing from the press conference?
No. It's not from the press conference. It's just the graphic. But he looks so serious in this photo to where when I think about him speak, when I think about the personality that's shown, it almost doesn't fit. But we're going to get the full personality at 11 o'clock, and we'll carry that. The YouTube chat for the morning show, they put a poll up, and it was about what's the biggest thing you want to hear Tony Vitello address at today's press conference. The 4 options were the strategy to beat the Dodgers, because who doesn't enjoy watching that? The small ball approach, the conversations with the vets, and then the leader at 55% was the philosophy as a manager. So I know I sent you that podcast when he was with Greg Olson. I listened to the whole thing yesterday. It was great. It was insightful. But he talks about coaching philosophy in a way where it's recruiting kids or even kids younger than the college and high school age. Greg Olson talks about his sons who are 13 years old playing travel baseball and getting to reach them that way. So now we get Tony Vitello trying to bring a philosophy that was so successful, but doing it at the highest level, the professional level, and not worrying about how to recruit Drew Gilbert to come play at Tennessee, but how to make Drew Gilbert into an everyday outfielder, how to handle somebody like Rafael Devers, who was formerly a disgruntled superstar. Willie Adames got paid a lot of money. Matt Chapman, Logan Webb, you got these veterans. So how do you blend what was successful into something new? You mentioned Kapler. You mentioned Bochy. And Buster Posey, the day they decided to make a managerial change, talked about having success as a player under two different styles. Now, there's certainly going to be some overlap here with Tony Vitello, but at the same time, this is sort of its third category going way outside the box. So we'll carry it live for you at 11 o'clock. We got a lot of reaction. 808 KNBR. Please feel free to jump in the text and the YouTube chat at any time. Good to see a lot of our YouTube regulars. I see Riddy. I see Mike. I see Jeremy. I see Rockin', Dom. A lot of people very excited, and some of our favorites here during the Giants season. We get a little October 30th Giants show, and I want to get into some of that Tony Vitello sound. And then we also got to talk about Trey Savage and what the Blue Jays did last night. One game away, going back to the Rogers Center. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
New Giants top man Tony Vitello is going to be on our airwaves. His opening presser is at 11 o'clock in the morning. Keep it locked in here on The Sports Leader. We'll have that for you. We will play that in its entirety on Papa and Silver. Keep it locked in here on The Sports Leader for all your Giants stuff.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
3-2. Swing and a bouncer to third. Clement up with it to second one. Return to first. 2. 5-4-3. And it's an inning-ending double play. Edman hits into the twin killing. And that ends it for the Dodgers in the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, 3 eventful games out at Dodger Stadium. I'm over here at the other side, the better side of all this. Oracle Park, Tony Vitello getting introduced today at 11 o'clock. And, of course, we'll carry that live for you on the Sports Leader. Then we also have the privilege of Zach Manassian joining the show following that presser. So whatever questions don't get answered, whoever doesn't grill Tony Vitello hard enough, we'll clean up with Zach Manassian following that. So that right there, a little Toronto over the Dodgers 6-1, going back to the Rogers Center. Just have to win one of the next 2, but as we've seen, it's unpredictable. It's not going to be easy. Although Papa yesterday went on a whole thing about the pitching. You had Trey Savage, who was in the minor leagues on September the 10th, and then Blake Snell, who's won a Cy in the AL. He's won a Cy in the NL. What has he not done? Won a World Series. Hasn't been his best World Series. We knew all about Game 1 and Toronto taking that one. But 3 pitches for 2 home runs, and George Springer wasn't even playing. And Toronto never looked back from there.
He's savage. He is savage. What a story. This is one of the great stories in the history of baseball, and it reminds me of K-Rod in 2002 and how the Angels got him on the postseason roster. And I was doing the A's then, and they brought him up, and they got him. There was some loophole with an injured list, a DL, and he was put on by September the 15th, or nearly had him on by September the 1st to be playoff eligible. But he won them the division that year, couldn't deal with his slider, and then obviously what he did to the Giants in the World Series in 2002. Who the hell is G. Savage? Began the year single A Dunedin, Florida. I was down there in that area, actually having lunch one day in the spring. And that's where the Blue Jays are. And then that's low A ball. Then he got called up to Vancouver. Of course, the Canadiens there, that's high A, went to New Hampshire double A. And then he went to Buffalo. He was in Buffalo, my home, for a good month in triple A. Season ended. They brought him up to Toronto, got him over the Peace Bridge. And he only made 14 innings of Major League Baseball. His entire life, he gets to start against the New York Yankees, and he just paralyzes them. He reminds me a lot of Kevin Appier, former Royal and A, the way he pulls the ball back and hides the ball behind his body, and he has that really high release point, 7'1", just unusual, and then it's dive bombing with a split, and you can't tell if he's going to give you a fastball or not. So Blake Snell was better last night, but 3 pitches into the game, Schneider takes him out on the opening pitch of the game, and then Vladimir Guerrero, 2 pitches into his at-bat, rides him out, and they go up 2-0 like that. Kike did hit a bomb to get their only run, but the Blue Jays do what they do later. They just keep tacking on. I think it's obvious who the better team is here. You wouldn't have said that, certainly, in the spring or in the off-season when they kept on adding and brought in Blake Snell, and Yamamoto's now in his 2nd year, and on it went. But right here and now, the Toronto Blue Jays are by far the better baseball team. Offensively, it's not even close. They are going to have Yamamoto in Game 6. We'll see how it goes. But there's a guy named Kevin Gausman, who we know well, who has a pretty good splitter himself. And then we'll see about, Game 7. They would probably go with Glass now, and we'd see what Toronto would do. But in any event, how does it relate to the Giants and Tony Vitello being introduced here and Buster Posey? Well, feeling a lot better because a week ago when Tony V said he was leaving Rocky Top, what was that, like the 22nd, the World Series that hadn't even started yet, and we thought, they can't announce it during the middle of the World Series. Well, it's in between games 5 and 6, and is there even going to be a game 5? Is there going to be a parade in L.A., or how's it going to go? So the Dodgers have not won the World Series. They may not win the World Series. They may be stuck on 8 franchise titles with the Giants, which would make it, that's what it's all about. And then, but then the bigger thing is, and we could see this when the Giants went to Rogers Center in Toronto right after the All-Star break in mid-July. And I think indirectly, you could say the Toronto Blue Jays got Bob Melvin fired, because that's where the season began to unravel. They played better in Atlanta, but then had that hideous homestand against the Mets and Pirates, and that's essentially where it began to slide. Remember, they gave Bo Mel, they picked up his option for next year on July the 1st, and the Blue Jay series was the 18th. They were playing all right. They went to Sacramento, did well against the A's, and Philadelphia and the Dodgers. They got a little sideways the last 2, but the way the Blue Jays played, and it's like, who are these guys and what are they doing exactly? Well, I mean, and you could see it in how the Giants talked, with Buster and mainly Randy Wynn, who runs the farm system now, along with Kyle Haynes and others. Their offense, they want to be the Blue Jays. They want the big boppers in the middle to go out. And Rogers Center is completely different than Oracle Park. The ball flies in that ballpark. It's a hitter's yard. They've had some great home run hitters in their history there, and they got Vladdy, who is really not a home run hitter. He's a line drive hitter, but he hits the ball so damn hard. He's become such a complete player. But Springer, Bichette, they got guys that can hit the ball out the park, but they attack. They attack you. They don't wait around to draw ball 4. Even though they will draw ball 4, they will take ball 4. They had 6 walks last night. How many did the Dodgers have? 1 in the entire game? Dodgers are known for wearing you down. That, starting with Max Muncy, they just spit on splits. And Alex Call's the only guy that drew a walk last night. They look so tied up last night. They are, what happened to their offense right now? But the Blue Jays, they're not sitting around waiting for ball 4. They're going to attack you on the first pitch. I don't know who Schneider's batting stance guy he's emulating right now, but it was his younger self, minor league self, and he went Ricky on you and hit a bomb to open the game, and then Vladdy takes you out, and boom, they attack you. They had a game, what was it, against Seattle? Maybe the Yankees. They had a game where they had 18 hits in the game. 15 of them came in the first 3 pitches. You see their numbers in the first 2 pitches that they get, they are just attacking. They don't wait around. They go, and it's amazing. I heard a stat earlier this year. 98% of the very first pitches of a baseball game, when a starter gets on the mound, it's like he's building his house. He wants the foundation. So what are you going to work off of? I'm going to work off the fastball. And then I'm going to go, if you're Blake Snell, then I'll go to my change, I'll go to my curve. Like 98% of the very first pitches that a pitcher throws in a game is going to be a fastball. So are you going to Wade Boggs and Ricky and take it? You're going to be all, if you know you're getting a fastball at 98%, what analytics in sports tells you anything at 98%? Swing at the first pitch and try to hit it hard. Schneider did that, and then Vladdy got one later, even though that one was in on him. Blake Snell settled down. Blake Snell, he wasn't Beetlejuice guy, although I don't know what kind of sleep he's getting, or he needs a little something under his eyes. He looks tired to me, but he was obviously much more comfortable on the Dodger Stadium mound than he was at Rogers Center, even though he was a Ray for a long time and he pitched there. He looked so out of sorts, but their team is built on their frontline starting pitcher. The Dodgers defense is just, what has happened to it? Dropping Mookie down didn't help, and Will Smith up, and they're all lost. They are all searching. So we'll see where it goes. But I think the one thing, and I'm sure it'll come up at some point today, if you want to beat the Dodgers like the Blue Jays are beating the Dodgers, you need an offense like them to attack their front. And these guys are all paid for a long time. They're not. Blake Snell's not going away. Yamamoto's not going away. They may get hurt. Glasnow's not going away. He may get hurt. Eventually, where's Sasaki going to go? Is he going to go back into the rotation? What are they going to do? They need a closer, and then they got Shohei once a week to bring out their showstopper. But the way to beat them is put the ball in play. Be Randy Wynn. Be Buster Posey. Don't strike out. When you get to 2 strikes, change your approach. Spread out. Put the ball in play. Be a baseball player. Hit the ball where it's pitched. I mean, that's what it is. And these guys don't even wait to 2 strikes. They attack you on the first and second pitch or the third pitch. So isn't it obvious? And the best team does not always win in sport. And one thing could flip this. Shohei opens the game against Gausman, takes a splitter out the yard. It could flip it like that. That's what sports is. But isn't it obvious watching this entire October run and watching the Blue Jays? Remember when they swept the Yankees and Michael Kay, my friend, said, they're not a first-place team. No, Michael, they're a World Series winning team. And the Yankees caught them. They tied, but they still won the American League East. I don't know what he was seeing at that point because they were a last-place team last year. But if you want to beat the Dodgers, have the Blue Jays just not given you the manuscript to do so?
No, there's no question about it. That's why when we had Kerry Crowley on with us yesterday, I asked him about guys in the middle of that order that can be more bat to ball, why Dom Smith was so popular in the second half of the year, because you got strikeout guys in the heart of this lineup. Willy Adames, he hit 30 homers. He broke the curse, but guess what? He strikes out a lot. Rafael Devers, very similar deal. Elliot Ramos struck out too many times for the production he got, and Matt Chapman, just when he was finally starting to get that production, he had the injury with his hand and then was just never the same. So the strikeout to production ratio overall was not worth it. You got to have other guys in the lineup that can simply put the ball in play. Was that Addison Barger yesterday who went from first all the way to home on 3 wild pitches? I mean, Blake Snell was fine. He had the 2 homers in the first 3 pitches. Then he pitched pretty well, but then he just lost it late and was gassed and was spiking them in the dirt. Will Smith didn't know where the ball was a couple of times, and the Blue Jays, just by getting on base, continued to punish and extend that lead because they took every extra base. What do we always say? No free 90s. Well, how do you give up free 90s? You get on base and put the other team in a position to do so. So, yeah, when you think about the Dodgers, I mean, we know what their payroll is. We know what their lineup is and that power, but Toronto, just by attacking it early in the count, they were ready for that Snell fastball, and then just getting on base is how they extended that lead to where the Dodgers never really had any life. You never felt that stadium get quite back into it like you did a couple of times in that 18-inning affair.
And now that place is closed. They're not playing any more baseball games. That was the last one. What happened to the Dodger bullpen? They put so much money in their bullpen this offseason. Where's Tanner Scott? What's going on with Blake Trinan? Vesia, I know he's going through a personal heartache and losing a child, so thoughts and prayers out to his family. Man, they miss him. Kershaw got away with one against Lucas. That way he got lucky. He threw ball 4 and ball 5 to him. Anyway, they put so much money into the bullpen. No one's there now, and the lineup is lost right now, and they do strike out a lot. The Dodgers strike out a lot. Shohei punched out 187 times this year. Now he hit 55 the other way, but when that's teams that strike out go into long slumps. They can't manufacture runs, build an inning, as Doc says. Toronto can do that. Springer strikes out a little bit. They got a couple of guys that'll try to. He swings hard, but they're going to try to do it. Just put bat to ball skills. So as we segue to Buster, and we'll get more into this combination and what this means for Buster to hire Tony Vitello. Why is Buster around here? Because they won 3 World Series championships in 5 years. And 1 year they had 162 home runs, won a game. That was after they got Sorry Doc and they got Pat the Bad. They had 1 year where they were dead last in home runs and still won. They won with timely hitting. Buster ball. Hit the ball the other way. Spread out with 2 strikes. Get a pitch in from Latos, hit a grand slam. Move the line. It's the way the ballpark is built. Defense, you got to defend. Toronto Blue Jays are excellent defensively. Who got Vladimir Guerrero to play defense like this, and can Rafael Devers spend some time with that guy? Vladdy was an overweight third baseman. They moved to first. He was still overweight. They gave him, $500 million, and look at him now. Wow, what a complete baseball player is. His daddy is proud of the way he plays, but all of them, Barger's got a hose. They all can play defensively. And then, frontline starting pitching. They don't even use Chris Bassett. That guy would be like the Giants' number 2. That guy's nasty, and he may have a big say in closing out these games. He can't make their top 4 in the rotation. I don't know. But they use him, kind of like Randy Johnson was used in Arizona for multiple innings, multiple games, and not just in a starter role. But what Buster's got to do is build a pitching staff. He's got to build the staff that he was a part of. They need starters, they need relievers, they need everybody. They got to tighten up the defense, and they got to change the approach. Rafael Devers is going to strike out. He's going to strike out 200 times. He struck out almost 200 times as a Giant. Added up between here in Boston, well, he's going to strike out. Matt Chapman's going to strike out. He's going to chase the high fastball. They're just going. Elliot Ramos is going to strike out. They are going to strike out a lot. Willie Adames is going to strike out a lot. It's what Patrick Bailey is going to strike out a lot. Can you change their approach a little bit? And then if those are 4 or 5 of your core hitters, can you put Drew Gilbert? Is he good enough? A lot of questions about him. He certainly can defend in the outfield. Can the guy hit enough to be a major leaguer and really make a roster? But the bat-to-ball skills and just put the ball in play. Blue Jays they got guys who strike out, but they got guys who put the ball in play. So I'm not saying you have to be part Blue Jays, part Dodgers to win just because they're the last 2 teams standing. You got to be the Giants. And Buster knows from Bill Newcomb, Bowtie Bill, the Giant way. They just got to get back to playing Giant baseball and Giant way. And this guy, I just can't wait for the reaction around the Bay Area when they get the full Tony Vivacious personality. This guy will come right through your radios, and if you're on stream, any device, this guy will command the room.
Well, you say you got to be the Giants, and you're bringing in a very different kind of personality and taking a big risk and roll the dice here. So Tony Vitello introduced here at 11 o'clock. We'll carry that live for you on the Sports Leader. So we'll keep it right here on some Buster, some Tony V, and how the Giants can make sure that this time next year we're not talking about, oh, the ballpark looks nice in the offseason and baseball happened a while ago, and instead, oh, the Giants played some October baseball. That was fun. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader. All right, Steve Moskowitz joining us on a Tony V Thursday. He's the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. Steve, if you're someone out there who is struggling and unable to pay your taxes, how can you handle that situation?
A lot of people are struggling to pay their taxes. You have a lot of companies. We have a free consultation. It's very comprehensive. We go over everything with you. What most people don't realize, there's a lot of good solutions. A lot of people, when they can't pay their taxes, they say, that's it. I don't have the money. There's nothing I can do. They got me. And then they make a lot of mistakes, like stick your head in the sand or live a criminal-like lifestyle, do the illegal stuff, always looking over your shoulder. Is today the day the IRS agent is going to get you? Horrible way to live, and you don't have to. We'll explain all the things we want to do for you. And then if you want us to, you just say, go ahead and do it. We do everything for you. You don't have to interact with the government, talk to them, deal with them, anything. We do the whole job. And when we're done, we want to hand you back a normal life. You can sit back, enjoy your family, enjoy your work, enjoy the ball games, and just let us take care of you. The only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
You can pick up the phone and have Steve take care of you today. Just dial 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL. You can also go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
The following interview is being paid for by ChuckWins.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
All right, it's another week, and we are here to talk to our friend Chuck Edel. Well, Chuck, winners never get old, and once again, you gave all the listeners another winner with the over in the Dallas-Denver matchup, and I heard that you were offering that $29.99 deal for the entire week of NFL for first-time callers, and all they have to do is go to chuckwins.com or call 1-800-808-3481. That's chuckwins.com or 1-800-808-3481.
Yeah, that is correct, and let's keep things rolling. You know, we're in the 8 weeks I've been doing the show, we're 7-1 against the spread. All the NFL all week here, $29.99. First-time callers, and very simple. It starts tonight. Call 1-800-808-3481 or go to chuckwins.com, chuckwins.com, $29.99 for the entire week of the NFL. You take your kids to McDonald's, it costs more than that.
Yeah, Chuck, I mean, that's a good point right there. And so what are we looking at as far as the games going this week? We got an interesting starter tonight with a little Thursday night football. Lamar Jackson should return, going against the struggling Miami Dolphins, but that Baltimore defense isn't it. And then on Sunday, look, last Sunday was not the greatest slate of NFL games, but here with Week 9 beginning and into the second half of the season, what do you like at the top of your list here?
Yeah, we got one play that we're going to go with here between Houston and Denver. And this Denver offense, they've just been averaging 21 points a game, basically, if you take out last week's game against Dallas, which we did have the over in. But that Dallas defense was so banged up. They played bad defense to begin with. They're missing half their secondary. So I disregard the 44 points right there. And, of course, if you remember the week before against the Giants, they were shut out for the first three quarters, and then they stumbled on some luck, and they scored 33 points in that. But besides that, they struggled to score. Houston offense has struggled too. Besides, that Baltimore game where they were missing half their defense and Cooper Rush threw 3 interceptions, they're averaging 18 points a game. So both offenses struggling. And you mentioned about the game tonight also. There's a game tonight. Again, I just want to remind the listeners, go to chuckwins.com or 800-808-3481, chuckwins.com. You will get the play tonight, the entire week of the NFL, $29.99. Getting back to the game here, Houston's going to come into this game very banged up. Schultz, tight ends banged up. Collins, concussion. Kirk's questionable. Barrios, questionable. So not only have they only averaged 18 points, but they're possibly missing or banged up a lot of offensive players. The real success of both these teams is their defense. Denver right now is on a record pace to challenge the 1985 Bears. They have 36 sacks so far this season. Denver's defense allowing 18.9 points a game, 281 yards. Houston's defense has even been better. They're only giving up 14.7 points a game, 266 yards a game. Only one team all season has scored more than 20 points against this Houston defense. So both defenses are good against the run. Houston doesn't play fast. They average 60 plays a game. Denver 63 plays a game. Both teams are very happy running the ball, trying to open up the pass. They're going to both have trouble scoring in this one, and we're going to go under in this game. Under 40 right now is the current number. Going to play that Houston-Denver under.
Well, Chuck, I've noticed a lot of commonalities with Denver Broncos games and your big selections, and you also continue to win. So if it's not broken, don't fix it. Again, you can give them a call at 1-800-808-3481. Chuck, always good catching up with you, and let's keep winning because I'll talk to you next Thursday, and I have a feeling we got a similar trend following us.
Sounds good. Let's keep it rolling.
Thanks, Chuck.
The preceding interview was paid for by ChuckWins.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership. seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Yeah, it's a Tony Vitello Thursday. It's Papa and Silver. Zach Manassian going to come by after that presser. But if you're wondering how you can have access to this, if you're out and about, we got the audio for you. If you want to check it out on YouTube, we'll have the video feed for you. We got Jacob Violante back in the studio making it all happen for us. And so we're getting ever closer there, Papa. We're talking about the Dodgers losing to the Blue Jays, but also the new Giant culture. And between the last couple of years, big changes in the front office and now another managerial change. But Tony Vitello, unlike anybody ever before, making the jump from the college level to managing a major league franchise without any prior experience. We've had a lot of people weighing in around the world of baseball. Paul Skeens was vocal and said, I think there's about 3 or 4 guys that can make the jump. Vitello's one of them. He's a winner, and now he's got a shot to prove that he can win at this level when Buster Posey takes a major swing.
He does. And talking to Matt Chisholm and texting with him, they're going to start on time. It's going to be punctual at about 11:03. It'll get rolling. So when you just listen to Tony Vitello, I think you understand it. It's just not a breeding ground to go from D1 college baseball to Major League Baseball with no stop at the minor leagues. I mean, if you hired him to manage the Sacramento River Cats, and we love Dave down there. So, I mean, would you understand that more in developing of what they do there? Just brought him into the system. So, I mean, you wouldn't, necessarily blink, but to have him be a D1 coach and make him the manager of the major league team, that's really essentially never happened. It happened very early, way back in the 1900s, and the guy lasted in Boston for 6 or 7 games, essentially unprecedented. But why do you do it? Because you feel this guy. There's certain people that you just feel. I mean, Mike Krzyzewski would have been, he could have got any job he ever wanted to coach in the NBA for a long time when he was a much younger man. There's just guys that you feel. Now, you'd like him to have a little experience, but baseball's baseball, and you're seeing a blurring from college baseball and the level they play. Obviously, the schedule's not the same. It's about 1/3 of what you play. My main concern is just knowing the other personnel. How well does he know the National League West and the National League? And you got to know the American League well because you got to play those teams at least one series. So, but if you've had interaction with this guy, and honestly, up until Andrew Bagley wrote about him, I just don't have a lot of time to be watching college baseball. We got so much to do. We just don't watch it. But Tony Vitello has been around for a long time. After he got done playing, and it was not a great playing career, but still he played. And he was a hustle guy and a good defender, middle infielder. Missouri hired him to be a volunteer, not Tennessee volunteer, but you don't get paid volunteer assistant coach. And he was there for a couple of years. Then they elevated him to a new position where he was recruiting coordinator. He was the guy in charge of getting them to come to the program there. That is vivacious Tony V. That's the guy he is. TCU stole him away in 2010. He was there for 4 years. Same role, assistant coach, recruiting coordinator. And then he went to Arkansas, 2013-17. Same role, recruiting. How much recruiting can he do with major league players? He's got an association with Max Scherzer, brown eye, blue eye. A lot of these guys, coming up from the college program, they could get him. I don't know how. When he gets in the room and he just starts talking, I think you'll feel him. And then obviously he took over the program at Rocky Top in 2018 and had a great 8-year run, and they were the national champions in 2024 and took the program to the highest of highs. So my question would be, if I'm listening, and maybe you're in the room, or near the room, it's going to happen in, or to Buster Posey, when's the first time you heard the name Tony Vitello? When did you even know who he was? And, Buster won the Golden Spikes Award in 2008. So he was in Tallahassee, in those years leading up before the Giants made him a first-round pick. And, Tony was not a manager or coach at that point. He was not the head baseball coach. He was at Missouri from 2003 to 2010 as an assistant. Did you even know who he was then? Maybe when Buster took the job as baseball ops, they won the College World Series in 2024. They just won it. So, now you're getting ready for a draft, and you got to start studying these guys. So you pay attention. Boy, I like the way they play. This manager is out there. He's among them, jumping in piles, and he is a leader of men in a different kind of way. Good-looking guy. He's a San Franciscan. Tony G is not the best-looking Italian Tony in the Bay Area anymore. It's Tony V. So if you don't know him, like we didn't know, like what? Who? Vitello? Vitali? Tony V? Jimmy V? Dickie V? What are you doing? But if you know him, and we'll get to know him at 11:03 for a good, it's going to be a long presser, I think, because he'll give you long answers, and there's a lot to ask him. He is vivacious. He commands a room. He is sincere. He comes right through the screen to him, and he will. So, and Buster's going to be there, and Zach will be there, and we'll ask Zach more questions about it. I'm sure Zach has known the name Vitello longer than even Buster, but the timing is also interesting. So July 1st, they pick up the option for Bob. Now, that cost ownership $4 million. Bob's going to get $4 million this year. And then a couple of weeks later, you go into a draft, the amateur draft. You actually take a player from Tony's program. So don't you think you had a lot of conversations with Tony Vitello about the player you're going to draft? Without a doubt. And then, in September, you go to Colorado for a series right after Labor Day, and Tony Vitello shows up to watch some of his players play, like Drew Gilbert. And there's an interview, supposedly with Buster and the brass to be what? Manager of the to bring him in as a bench coach, or what are you going to do? Go manage our team in Sacramento. Are you kidding me? You know how much I make in Knoxville? I'm not doing that. So now here he is, and he's going to be introduced today, one day before Halloween, as the manager of the San Francisco Giants. So initially you'd think, who is this guy? What's he about? What are you doing? And then if you know him, and if you've known him for a while, or you study him, and I've just crammed for him I get it now. I get it. I get the personality. I get the way he handles himself. I think he will be a leader of men. You gotta handle professional, veteran, 30-something-year-old players differently than 18 to 22. I get that. He'll get that. His dad coached baseball for 46 years. He grew up a coach. He knows what he's doing. My thing is more personnel and knowing the other teams, but he'll have to rely, and that'll get into, who's going to be his bench coach? Will it be Jay Tingler? Will Wody have a role? What do they do with J.P. Martinez? I'm sure a lot of that will come up today. But initially, when Bags wrote it, I was like, this is so far out of the box. What are you talking about? No, you can't do that. Then you just get into it a little bit. And Tony Vitello, I'm not going to say he would be successful, but I think he can do it. And he's going to have a lot of pressure on him to succeed. Because if he does well, everybody's going to want to find the next Jimmy Johnson. Yep. They're going to want to find the next Tony Vivacious. So let's hope he does well. Obviously, we'll watch him manage for a number of years in the Bay Area. He's a young 47. I don't even know how old Buster is. Buster should still be playing. What's Buster, like 38?
39,
so
38?
This 38. Buster's 38.
Yeah.
So this will define who Buster will be. This will be the guy he'll be aligned with. This will be Brian Sabian and Bruce Bochy, John McVay and Bill Walsh, Bob Myers and Steve Kerr, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. I mean, that's what you're looking for. A run that lasts not just days, but decades. So, but after, just paying attention to this guy, I get it. Tony Vitello will bring it today.
Well, we have all the big dogs walking by right here. We had John Shea come by. We had the Kuipers come by, but we're all staying afloat because the great Darren Chan is helping us out. Tony Vitello will get ready to take you live when we come back. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Nice work, Jacob. A little bit of sabotage, a little Beastie Boys heading into Tony Vitello. We're at the top of the 11 o'clock hour here on the Sports Leader. So any minute now, we will get the voice of the next Giants manager right here on the Sports Leader. We'll be streaming it as well. So, Papa, we'll keep it short and sweet because I think they're going to be pretty prompt here. But we've done a lot of talking. We've done a lot of learning. And you said it well when, look, we had to do a lot of learning on this guy. But the way that Tennessee and that community in Knoxville reacted to him moving on to his next chapter and not wanting to lose him should tell you at least a lot about the culture, the personality that's coming into this building.
He is Tony Vivacious. There's no doubt. He will command the room. He's different than Bob Melvin. He's different than Bruce Bochy. He's different than a little more like Dusty. Dusty could handle it. He looks more like Brandon Crawford. The beard is well cropped and just heading in. He's just a vivacious personality. So getting live shots from the room, it's going to happen and it's in the same club level where Buster Posey on the first day of October in 2024 was introduced as the president of baseball operations. 1 year. And 29 days later, he's going to pick up, and, you know, Tony's his own man, but Buster is the one that identified him. This is a Buster blockbuster, different than signing a free agent or trading for a player. Would Tony Vitello have been hired by any other major league team to be the manager right away? Maybe this will open the door for others to do it as well. But I think Buster's stepping into a brave new world. So why are you going this way? What do you know about Tony V? Where does it go from there? Zach Manassian will flank him as well, and we'll talk to the Giant general manager after it's all over. But just so many questions. The room is absolutely filled. There isn't a seat in the house. It is completely filled, and it's going to be a little bit different. Certainly different than Gabe Kapler's introductory press conference, Bob Melvin's a couple of years ago, Bruce Bochy's. This one, we knew all those guys, obviously. Before they took the job. This guy's the 40th manager of the New York San Francisco Giants, and you wonder, like, anybody ever hear of him besides Lee Jones a week ago? I mean, honestly, we didn't even know how to pronounce his name, and it is Vitello. So anyway, it'll be fascinating. He will command it. Where Buster is more understated, and you have to listen really closely between the silence to what's he trying to say there, not tell you. Tony will give you lines. I'm not saying he's Dickie V. He's more Tony V. But he's going to come at you. He's a talker. He will fill the room with his charisma, his personality. He's a leader of men. There's no doubt. And he knows this game. This game's a little different than the game they played in college. But I, for one, I'm very much looking forward to hearing him and watching him and see what suit color he's wearing and the whole deal. but he will command the room, unlike a lot of figures we've had in Bay Area sports that have taken on the undertaking of managing or coaching our teams. This guy is a full personality.
I mean, suit color is probably priority number one. While we wait for Tony and Zach and Buster to come out to the podium, the quick note I wanted to share on Tony Vitello with that podcast he did with Greg Olson, former tight end turned great broadcaster, is Greg asked him about what would you want to see in a coach in order to have your kid commit to a program. And he just talked about being present. And it was interesting the way he spoke on baseball, how, look, 25, 35% of the time there's action going on, but you could have a 3-hour game and there's a lot of downtime in between. So personality, connecting with players is a big part of it. And I'm not saying that his energy or the rah-rah act is required to be successful. Look at managers across the league. Look at it in the history of this franchise. It's not that, but it is the notion of being present. And it's one thing to do that over a college season and the recruitment process and connecting with people who can't legally even sign their own contracts yet. It's another to do it over the course of 162 when you've got a lot of money, you've got egos, you got superstars, you've got guys who have this as their full-time job and take it so seriously. So based on the personality, everything we've heard, everything we've seen, I'm excited for him to take on that challenge. Now I just want to know a little bit more about his philosophy and the dynamics of how it's going to work on the day-to-day between him, between Buster Posey, setting the lineup. Is there a bench coach? What's the rest of the staff looking like? And how does this all surround the nucleus of Tony Vitello?
Yeah, I mean, he's essentially had the job for a week, so some of those positions may have been determined, some maybe have not. So there's a lot to get to. As far as does he have to change dramatically to manage major leaguers versus college kids? No. No, players, no matter how old or young they are, they want to get better. They want the coaches around them to give them either fundamental advice, and you can still develop at the major league level. I mean, that's why you ordinarily you would hire a guy like this and send him to the minors, but they still get better at the major league level. Rafael Devers needs to get better playing first base. Elliot Ramos needs to get better as a base runner and an outfielder. He needs to learn first step awareness. So they can develop here, but they're sending him back to the minors. They provide a service. Both those guys can hit. So we're gonna, the raw part of their game, we're gonna get better at it, and the energy is vivacious. I think this team needs a little bit of that. Now, you're not going to be maybe celebrating every single win as you do in college, because college you play Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then a non-conference game middle of the week. Baseball you play every damn day. But still, when they win and walk off, and the Giants walked off a lot, they act like kids. They spray water or whatever they can spray on each other in the clubhouse, and they act like kids. There's nothing wrong with that to celebrate a victory, and this guy is genuinely enthused. So as far as his personality, be who you are, brother. That's why Buster hired you. If you change and become a phony, then you wade into the John Gruden, Gabe Kapler. Then you're a short-timer. Just be who you are. That's why you got hired. And I want to know, Buster, why did you hire him? Was it his personality, the way they run the game? From what I've seen, they don't do a lot of hit and run. They don't have to. They're the Dodgers. They just sit and buggy whip and hit bombs, and they got guys that throw hard, and they just blow you away. They had great skill. Now, they had to develop that program to get people to come there. But as far as the personality...
Hey, Pop, not to cut you off, it looks like they're headed to the podium, so let's take it out to the club level.
I'm honored to be with you here on this very special day. I'd like to welcome everyone with us here at Oracle Park, as well as those watching on sfgiants.com, sfgigantes.com, the Giants YouTube channel, NBC Sports Bay Area, and those listening on of Media Relations for the Giants. I'm honored to be with you here on this very special day. I'd like to welcome everyone with us here at Oracle Park, as well as those watching on sfgiants.com, sfgigantes.com, the Giants YouTube channel, NBC Sports Bay Area, and those listening on KNBR. Last week, the Giants officially announced that Tony Vitello has been named the 40th manager in Giants history. Tony, welcome to San Francisco.
Thank you.
It's a privilege to have you.
We'll take it.
It's a privilege to have you, your parents, Greg and Kathleen, your sisters, Christine, Kara, and Katie, your brother-in-law, Rich, your nieces and nephew, and other members of your family and friends here today. Also with us today on the dais is Giants President of Baseball Operations, Buster Posey, and Giants General Manager, Zach Manassian. I'd also like to recognize in attendance Giants Chairman, Greg Johnson, Giants President, Larry Baer, and members of the Giants front office that are here today. Also, we have the three Kuiper brothers I would like to acknowledge. Jeff, Dwayne, and Glenn are here today. Welcome, you guys. And now it's my pleasure to turn things over to Buster Posey.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here today. Today is a very exciting day for our organization as we welcome Tony as the new manager of the San Francisco Giants. You know, when we first started talking to Tony, it was abundantly clear that he was a natural leader. You know, wide range of topics, and I think some highlights that I came away with from those conversations were, you know, some of his vision, his conciseness, and plenty of other leadership qualities. I think where it really took off for me is when you start making phone calls and you talk to so many different people that have come into contact with him for years and years and been in his world, and you start to hear some of the attributes. And conversely, Tony had a lot of conversations with people in our own organization, and the feedback was all the same. You know, the response was, this guy's a winner. He has a vision to be great, and not just for himself, that's going to rub off on those around him. There's an expectation that he'll get the best from everybody that he comes into contact with. You know, Tony's a teacher, he's a motivator, tireless worker, and someone who understands how to build culture. We believe his leadership is not only going to impact our clubhouse, but it's also going to impact our organization and our entire fan base as well. Thrilled to have Tony as our manager. High confidence that together we can build something really special here in San Francisco. And so now it's my pleasure to introduce Tony Vitello as the next manager of the San Francisco Giants.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
We're gonna mess up that hair?
I think we should. A little more comfortable.
Tony?
Yeah. Obviously, thank you to Buster, to Zach, to Greg Johnson, Larry, all the ownership, really all the organization, and I know players' feedback was important. That's kind of where my whole deal has started, is with players. Gavin Keelan, who some of you may know was fortunate enough to be a first-round pick here, and that's where some of those conversations exist between the college level and the pro level. And obviously, something all those players are aspiring to do is make it to the big leagues. And as this process has gone on, it's been funny. I've gotten a lot of text messages about living out your dream, or somebody said, you know, when you have baseball cards when you're little, which I still have some. I don't know if they're worth anything or not, but you know, did you dream, or you dreamed of being this? I never dreamed of being a Major League Baseball player. I don't know why. My skill level wasn't very high. I think it was just so far above the clouds that I never even saw it. And for me as a coach, I was just kind of trying to make my way. I got thrust into a position at a young age that I probably didn't even deserve. So I was just trying to do a good job. And fortunately, it helped get me to the next spot and the next spot and the next spot. And eventually this did become a dream, where I just kind of decided if it was, you know, if I was blessed enough to receive an opportunity, this is something I wanted to do before I was done coaching, you know, in general. And now I'm incredibly humbled and blessed to do so. So It is a dream come true, but it's a very recent dream. It wasn't one I had for a while. And as much as I'd love to sit up here and promise things and pound my fist on the desk and all that, and really all I want to do is a good job. And I think because of being around my dad and being blessed around winning players similar to Buster, those standards are very high. And I have spent some, I know it'll be a question later, I have spent some time around this organization, either as a fan or just watching or again through business ways. I'm fully aware of the tradition that's here and the excellence that's been brought by managers like Bochy, Dusty Baker, the toughness from guys like Baumgartner and Romo, the loyalty, which is incredibly important, word to me and my family, which is epitomized by the guy to my right, and the records that have been set by guys like Bonds and Mays and Linscomb and everybody else. And then, the one thing that always got to me was the family, the sense of family that was a part of this organization. And one of the players I coached came up during Hunter Pence's playing days and just talked about how good that guy was to everybody in the organization, especially younger aspiring players and rookies. So there's a lot to learn from the past, and there is very high expectations, very high standards to meet because of the past. And this is a challenge that's been presented to me, and again, I'm humbled and honored to be here in front of you today to take on that challenge.
Okay, thanks, Tony. With that, we will open it up to questions for the media. I just ask, if you have a question, please state your name and affiliation. Let's go right here to John Shea.
Hello, Tony. Welcome to the Bay.
Thank you.
Now, you've coached college. You haven't played, coached, or managed in the big leagues. 56 games versus 162 plus spring training and whatever happens in October. But Buster and Tony, have you talked about how different this will be in terms, we've seen how emotional and passionate you are at the college level. Can you transfer that to this 162 game grind, or will you have to tone it down a little bit? What's the conversation between you two on that front?
I think if you ask my mom, she'd want me to tone it down, but if you ask my dad, he'd say kick it up a notch, I think it is completely different. There's obviously, we didn't waste any time. We got to the first question that everybody was maybe thinking and should ask, and it is very different. So I think the one thing about each game unto itself, whether it's high school, college, or pro, is it's kind of got its own personality, its own flavor. And you have to adapt to that particular day, especially in our sport. I mean, the one common theme that I always, when I first started coaching that I didn't like is when you win, you lose, 9-6, it's the pitching let us down. And then when you lose 3-2, it's, pitchers did their job, but the hitters didn't hit. You win and lose as a team, and every game, for whatever reason, kind of has its own vibe to it. And I feel every day is like that too. And whether it's 162, 56, or whatever, baseball is a sport that is built on sample size, and you have to be willing to separate each one as a mutually exclusive one and attack it for what it is at that particular time. So I wish I had an answer in my own head, to be honest with you, because as I first got here, I was like, man, there are a lot of unknowns and just a lot of wonder in my mind. And of course, you can ask people and draw on previous information, but until you live it out, you don't know what it's going to be like.
Sorry, Matt. John Shea, San Francisco Standard. Sorry about that. And just one more. Buster, when Gabe Kapler was here, it seems like there was a massive collaboration on how the in-game game planning and strategizing was going to come down, whether it's the bullpen moves or the lineups or anything like that. Maybe not so much with Bob Melvin. What's it going to be like now? How much will the front office be involved in the analytics department and scouting and everything else with the game-to-game, with the day-to-day planning, including in-game strategizing?
I think it remains to be seen. And some of it will just evolve naturally as we spend more time around each other and the staff is built out. The way I look at our role is we're evaluating so many different departments across the organization. But as much as anything, the way I see us as a support system to get Tony and his staff information, we can be a sounding board. We can be think partners as well. As Tony mentioned, from my experience, any great team that I've been a part of, people are pulling in the same direction, and that's the hope and the expectation here is, we're all going to be working together. Does that mean that we're going to have perfect harmony all the time? No, I mean it doesn't. But there's going to be things that we all continue to learn and grow together as we go through this.
We're here on the right, Mark.
Hey, Tony. Mark Willard, 95.7 The Game. Just kind of building on your previous answer, kind of person to person, I wonder if you have any concerns with the idea of kind of the energy that you would use for a college player. Like, does that work for someone who might be in their 30s and has, kids at home? Like, do you have to, from that level, kind of adjust your style, or how will you go about kind of addressing that?
Yeah, I think one thing we did well at the places I've been, in particular Tennessee, was coach guys as individuals. I've always used the example in recruiting. You turn on a TV and watch a big league game, whether it's last night or, you're watching the Giants play the Padres. You're going to see 9 different stances, 4 or 5 different deliveries and things like that. So it's not an exact parallel, but just kind of use an example of it's got to be individualistic. I mean, some of these guys are guys that I've recruited, and, I don't know what the punishment running is, but Bryce said no to Tennessee when I was there, so we'll have a separate conversation. But no, he's a great kid, but to be honest with you, he's exactly what I just got done doing a week ago. And then you climb the ladder and you get to a guy like Justin Verlander or a Max Scherzer or somebody like that. I think those conversations are completely different. So it's an easy answer to say it's individualistic because it's kind of vague, but that's truly what it is. And then falling back on my other answer, I do think you got to come to the office and vibe it out. I think some of those conversations are a lot easier when things are going good, and when they're not, Buster just kind of got done commenting on we'll all work together. The whole goal is to create a bond here between everybody at the top all the way down to whatever you consider the bottom of the depth chart, and all have a bond strong enough that when Alex Gordon hits a triple, everybody's still on the same page and willing to get through that moment and come out victorious. I was at that game, by the way, behind home plate. It was rather intense. Correct?
Yeah, I'll second that. It was.
Let's go right here to the right.
Hi, Tony. Justice De Los Santos, San Jose Mercury News. Question for Buster as well as Zach. When did the idea of first considering Tony come to mind? And following that first consideration, how did the process of wanting to interview him and get to know him more, how did that process evolve? And kind of for Zach as well, like what were your first questions?
Yeah, well, I'll start because I'll give Zach credit. He was the one who first had the thought. I think that's credit, right? Yeah. But no, it's so I don't remember the exact time, but once the season was over, started having conversations, pretty casual to start with. A unique thing about this process was, and it's one thing that I've come to really appreciate about Tony, and honestly made me feel more confident in this decision, is this guy was hard to get a hold of because he was on the field all the time, or he was bouncing from city to city recruiting. And just because this was on his plate, he was still full go with what his job was at Tennessee. And I have a tremendous amount of respect for that. I wish it was easier to get in contact with you during those times sometimes. But it's, so yeah, that's a little bit of how it played out. Zach, you feel free to add on to that.
Yeah, I would just say, as much as this feels out of the box, Tony's name has been bouncing around Major League Baseball for a while. Fortunate to sit in the draft room, and Tennessee's program has been top-notch, which means there's a lot of good players that we're talking about year in and year out. I've been fortunate to go watch them, and I think just the nature of this job is you're always evaluating everything. Not necessarily sitting here 3 years ago watching Tennessee play and Gilbert in center field and Dolander pitching saying,
one day we're going to hire Tony as a manager, but you get a sense of how he goes about it, his passion, his intellect, his care. I mean, he talks a lot about family, and those are things that we talk about. But I think starting the process, you really want to try and build as big a list as you can. There's a lot of talented people out there. And as we started to go through it, I felt like we kept coming back to this one would be really interesting, and it just got even more and more interesting as we continued to speak.
Let's go, Brian.
Hi, Tony. Brian Murphy from KNBR. We're the Giants flagship. We carry all the stations. Welcome to San Francisco.
Thank you.
So baseball, this is the hard question. Baseball's a dues-paying culture. They say if you didn't ride the bus in the minors, you can't get to the show. So you haven't. So I'm wondering, have you reached out to those veterans, the Willie Adameses, the Matt Chapmans, the Rafi Devers, to suss them out and earn their credibility or respect?
More just touching base, and pretty cool that some of those guys beat me to the punch and reached out to me first, but just some casual going back and forth. And I think we all want the same thing. It's to win. And, that's where the conversations have started to this point. I think it's, normally it's recruiting in college. You're going to see people face to face. I think it's good that there's some time between now and spring training for me to maybe go out, and wouldn't be able to do it with the whole roster, but do spend some time face to face with those guys, and earn their trust or their respect in a different way. Because I can't go back in time and be a switch hitter or be a catcher or anything like that. So, but I am very sensitive, with all due respect, to the phrase "pay your dues," because like the other coaches in our league and across the country, Savage is, Cliff Godwin is the coach at East Carolina. He reached out last night because Max and Savage are embracing. It's a lot of lonely nights in a hotel, and it's a lot of phone calls, and it's a lot of text messages. It's hearing no just as much as maybe an insurance salesman or whoever else, or maybe a reporter looking for an interview that hears a no. So dues have come in a different way, and hopefully respect will be earned, in different ways. And the only way I know how to do that is through hard work.
Let's go to the left, Maria.
Hi, Tony. Maria Guardado, MLB.com. It seems like you really kind of agonized over the decision to leave Tennessee. Just what ultimately convinced you to take this opportunity with the Giants?
Yeah, thanks for revisiting that. Relationships is kind of, I don't have a bread and butter. And to be honest with you, just mention work ethic. On the field, I joke. I mean, I had decent skills, and I don't know that I have many skills to offer in baseball. And sorry if that lowers expectations around here. I think for whatever reason, I clicked on pitching a little bit when scouting. Maybe a few guys maybe hit the nail on the head there, but I've just tried to work hard. And I think no matter what field it is, probably everyone here knows from the media, it's not easy. It's hard work. You all have a job to do too. And the harder you work, the more you have success, and the more you also figure out what doesn't work, and trial and error and things like that. So that's a long lead into a lot of relationships, and a lot of work were put into that. It's a phenomenal place to live, work. Like here, the one similarity I saw is the fan base is arguably the best in the country for who they are, and you end up creating a bond if you do put in the work with those people, where there's a reciprocation. For everything you give to them, you get back. I don't know what number you want to attach to it, but you get back. And then I started my rambling at the beginning by talking about players. I owe everything to the coaches that have given me opportunities, like Tim Jameson, who I played for, and he gave me my first coaching job, but more to the players that have competed the way they have when I've been fortunate enough to be in the dugout. And then you get some credit. And those relationships are tough. And no one wants to see that team go to Omaha more than me that's in Tennessee. But I'll tell you whose wins I'd enjoy more than Tennessee's: San Francisco Giants.
Let's go, Janie.
Hi, Tony. Janie McCauley from Associated Press. You referenced your mom might want you to take things down a notch, and your dad would say, let's ratchet it up here. What do you want people to know about your style, and maybe the mix of both your parents that you have, and maybe how they've influenced how you do your job?
Yeah, my mom's Irish, so you probably picked up on there were days where you're a little teary-eyed about, in different ways, excitement about opportunity and relationships and things like that, and then just overall a bunch of emotions that come about when you tie in the whole story. My dad's Italian, and he's a great cook, but he was the ultimate competitor, and he hated to lose. And I think a lot of the things that have come out about the teams I've been a part of or our coaching staff are just that. It was a group that hated to lose and just wanted to do everything we could to put ourselves in a position to win. It doesn't always work out that way. When you show up to a competition, as long as it doesn't rain, there's two outcomes that can occur, win or loss. And that's something that every competitor, when you step into the arena, has to realize. So some of the moments, I guess, that I'll branch off of that is Twitter is not life. And I know I don't have an account. I asked before even taking the job, I don't have to get a Twitter, right? And they said no. I realize it's a part of the job. There's great information. There's great entertainment. But one thing that I think is very beneficial to people is to know that Twitter is not life. So you pull a 3-second clip and you see Drew Gilbert doing something in college, you think he's a maniac, and maybe a maniac off the field, and you don't get the full scope of the kid is literally a sweetheart, off the field. But yeah, he's very competitive on the field. So that's just the one thing I'd say. And I had to live it out. I didn't look at a lot of the stuff, but I can tell when people say, I'm sure there's negative stuff. There's always doubters, and why would you do this? But the amount of positive feedback I've gotten from, I was joking about recruiting, from kids that I didn't even coach, I just recruited them, or opponents in college baseball, or other people in big league baseball, these other managers that are either retired or still coaching, reaching out to me, has blown me away. And positivity's got a lot of power.
Let's go to the right. Shayna.
Hi, Tony. Welcome. Shayna Rubin with the San Francisco Chronicle. There's a lot that's been said about the difference between college and the pros and the learning curve there, but what are some of the elements of college baseball that you think the big leagues would benefit from that you want to bring?
I think there's a trade back and forth off the cuff. I don't want to say the wrong one. I'm around big league guys up here. But I think in college, it's so important to build relationships with these kids because they're at a vulnerable part in their life where they're so impressionable, and they need to be able to come forward to you with, things that maybe don't even relate to baseball. In all walks of life, any kind of business, and we're in, one of the most innovative and aggressive areas of business in the world, really. So whether it's that or with baseball, relationships are so important. And so I'm sure that's being done at this level. I just think it's a different perspective that either I can bring or other coaches can bring. And, I'll also say this, you look at guys like Christian Moore, who are almost immediately in the big leagues, and obviously Paul Skeens is having success and things like that. I think the two are kind of melting together. And trust me, the college base, I wouldn't vote myself to be the pioneer of college baseball, but I think one thing that can come out of this is it be one step further of the two, again, kind of melting together, and MLB supporting college baseball and doing things for it, and college baseball interacting with MLB and seeing how, those two things can kind of, call it melt or bridge together, I think could be very, very beneficial to the game, especially since some of the minor league teams have been taken away, and also especially since college baseball has risen in popularity so much. There is real star power, and the fan following has kind of matched that. And some of those guys are, in the big leagues 2 months after they get drafted.
Stay on the right. Scott?
Yes, Scott Osler, San Francisco Chronicle. Going back to the question that Justice asked a few minutes ago, how this all started, this is, I guess, for all three of you, but can you give us a little more detail on, it seems unusual that Buster Posey could call a college coach and just say, hey, have you ever thought about being a manager? I mean, how'd that first call go, that very first contact?
Well, I think, Scott, one of my most important responsibilities in this role is to be able to read a room and read people. I don't always get it right, but I feel like I have a pretty good sense of that. So there's a perception, I think, when you have somebody who you can watch even before you make a phone call of what they may be about, and what their personality might be like. And it doesn't always perfectly match up, but you do have a good idea going into it. So I don't feel like I was going into it blindly, not having an idea of who I was calling. And then, just as I mentioned to Justice, it just kind of over time, more conversations, Tony having conversations with people in the organization, talking more baseball, talking vision, leadership, all the attributes that go into making a good leader. He checked all those boxes. And, there's, again, like I think with any hire you make, there's going to be a certain level of risk. It doesn't matter who it is. I mean, I would say that's for anybody. But again, my responsibility, Zach's responsibility, and the rest of the front office is to be able to read people and have a good, I guess I'll use a front office word, projection of who they may be.
Stay on the right. Evan?
Hi, Tony. Evan Webeck with the San Jose Mercury News. You said after you took this job that you consider yourself a Vol for life and you hope to return to Tennessee one day. How do you expect to go about embracing not just the Giants, but San Francisco and the Bay Area and the culture here in the same way?
Yeah, I've been fortunate enough to experience it before. I mean, we've had conversations, so it's all blending together for me, but I played and coached in Salinas and, came to several games here. Bill Miller, a former player that, I don't know, you might be too young. Do you remember Bill Miller?
I know Bill Miller.
Yeah. Pretty good teams he was a part of and a pretty good dude there, and he took good care of me. So I was able to see this environment myself. My former college roommate is here, Ryan Pickett. He's one of several people that are from this area and are Giants fans that I'm friends with. So like Tennessee, where you referenced, when that job first became available, I was busy with what I was trying to do at another program at Arkansas. And, I was like, well, it's not who you know, it's not who you are, but who you know. And I was like, I don't know anybody at Tennessee. Well, it kind of turned out I did. There was like 7, 8 little connections, and it's been interesting how this has come to be. Obviously, there's some players in the organization I'm familiar with, but just a lot of random connections. And again, 2 summers that were very special to me that I spent in Salinas, California, not too far from here, where I was educated on the Giant fan base and the organization itself, and also just the people in general and how great of an area this is,
Can you tell us just a little bit more about your time in Salinas and the impressions that you came away from, I guess, Northern California with?
Yeah, I was in good hands. Deborah Cole was my host mom those 2 summers, and people make a place, and the park was fun to go to, and we had a good group of players and the fans, not quite as big of a crowd as here, were abundant, but it was the people there that just made you feel welcome. And being from the Midwest, you've got different stereotypes throughout the country on what the vibe is like where you're from. And in the Midwest, home and family and kind of feeling welcoming is very, very important. And that was very evident from day one, in part, again, who I was staying with and who I was surrounded by, but just in general. And it's different up here. It just is. Abnormal may sound like you're saying weird or in a bad way, but very abnormal the last couple days since I've been here. The attention to detail, the people at the hotel that have either been tipped off or maybe already, I'm like, how much did you give these guys but it's not random, it's not coincidental, it's culture. And again, that's also a vague word and one that's overused a lot, but it's abnormal here. And I think it's probably fed into the success of the organization, which has also been abnormal.
Let's go to the back left. Tim?
Yeah, Tim Kawakami, San Francisco Standard. I don't think I've introduced myself to Buster, but to Buster, obviously Tony's not lacking in energy and personality. I know maybe it wasn't the single thing you were looking for, but were those factors, like either you identified, hey, I'm meeting this guy, this is what we need, or did you have that kind of circled when the search began? You'd like some energy, you'd like some personality in that clubhouse.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think it would be fair to say that was like the overriding factor that I was looking for. I was looking for somebody that I felt like shared a similar vision, had similar ideals. You've heard him talk about people over and over again up here. To me, that's your secret sauce in everything. It's the relationships you build. And so for me, it was finding somebody that I think we matched up in a lot of those ways, and that we could grow together. You know, the hope is that this is a relationship that lasts a really long time.
And you did mention vision and conciseness. I know you don't pick words randomly. I don't know if I'm referring to any question he's already answered, but can you tell us what do you mean by concise?
Yeah, I mean, so look, I think concise comes from my conversations with him over the last few weeks, and he's very direct in his thoughts, and there's not a lot of hemming and hawing. He has what he believes. Now, I will say that. I think that can be misconstrued to say that he's not going to be malleable. Certainly is not how I felt throughout this either. But I think it's a huge attribute to be able to take in information, and once you get that information, make a decision and stick with it. And you know, you should be able to back up why you were concise in that situation.
Sorry, some of my answers haven't been concise. A lot to share with you.
Stay on the left side. Kerry?
Hi, Tony. Kerry Crowley, San Francisco Standard. Have you made any hires for your coaching staff yet? Will you retain anyone? And what qualities do you generally look for when you try to hire people?
Yeah, I think at this point, it's get to this day and then push forward. That doesn't mean there haven't been a ton of conversations prior to, and it could be a variety of things. It could be, you know, keeping those that are on board and obviously know the players well already, bringing somebody in, covering blind spots, just complimenting one another. But my biggest thing is just for everybody to be on the same page. I think, you know, pulling on the same rope is a cliche for a reason. And we talked about how long the season is. So it's important to have a group of guys that are willing to be there through thick and thin. It literally is a marriage for the course of the season. So to me, it doesn't have to be the brightest, the best, the most experienced, or the best resume. It needs to be the guy that's going to have your back. And he's also going to have to take either the leap of faith or know that, you know, I or whoever else has their back. And then you kind of get this reciprocal thing we talked about with fan base. It's more important for it to go on with the coaching staff because the players can see it and they can feel it and they can hear it. And in order for them to do it, you all have to be doing it as a staff as well. And there is nothing more fun than when you got it going on with the staff and the players are doing that. And then there's the back and forth too. And, you know, sometimes it's after a loss, which is crazy for me to say up here, but there's a feeling. These guys have been a part of competitive sports. You can feel when it's like, if I'm going to come back, you know, and bounce back from this, I want to do it with this group, and I believe I can. And then, of course, nothing better than celebrating a win with the people that, you know, you truly want to be around and people that you know, again, you could count on to help you achieve something like that.
Let's go right here, right?
Hey, Tony, Jack Loader. I'm with KNBR. You're obviously a very competitive guy. How much did the current landscape of the National League West play into your decision, and how excited are you about the challenge of taking on rosters like the Dodgers and Padres?
Yeah, I think, you know, the bottom line is if you want to win the final game of the season, you're going to have to beat everybody or be better than everyone. Now, not everyone can be on your schedule, but just looked at it a little bit, in part following the division because of some of the players, you know. The Rockies have 3 guys that we recently coached, you know, and then some ties to San Diego with a friend of mine who used to manage there, and just watching in general. I got friends down in the LA area as well, so nothing too crazy there. I mean, no matter where you go, if you're striving to, you know, make progress, competition is going to be at a very, very high level, and got to be careful too about not getting caught up in what others are doing. You know, the most important people and the most important place is pretty much where we are right now. So, well, again, to me, what doing a good job is, which I said at the very beginning, centers around you focusing on what we got going on here and doing it as well as we can do it.
Okay, let's take 3 to 4 more. Let's go over here back to Maria.
Tony, you're obviously the son of a coach. Just how has your dad kind of influenced your outlook and your approach to coaching in general?
I think having principles or values that you want to stick to and have conviction to them. I think one thing that's key for our players is to go out there and play with conviction. Each pitch of the year. Again, long season. That is so much easier said than done. But when you got a fan base, because we're in this together now, whether you like me or not, I've just seen it. It includes everybody. And unfortunately, when things get difficult or it doesn't go the way you're hoping, some people get further apart from the center of the group. But the best groups are, no matter how it's going, people seem to get closer as time goes by or reps pile up or maybe even difficulties or successes pile up. It just is a group that gets together. So whether it's media, fans, our players, everybody that I've met so many people, we're all in this together. And I've learned that from my dad. And, being a part of, not a part of them, but getting to sit on the bench when I was little and see all the different teams he coached, you kind of become well educated in, well, this isn't the right thing to do in this situation, or this is. And his teams had a knack for peaking towards the end of the season. And I think that's piling up lessons learned, but more importantly, falling back on that concept of as things get going, difficult or longer or harder, then everybody gets closer together.
Okay, to the right here, Michael.
Yeah, Mike Wilson, Knoxville News Sentinel. This is for Zach and Buster. Zach, earlier you said that this might feel really outside the box, but what are some of the things about Tony that maybe make this less outside the box than it might appear?
Well, I think him having this success that he's had at Tennessee has drawn a lot of attention to him from the professional side for quite some time. So like I said, when we sit in the draft room, there's a lot of conversation about what was going on at that university and what Tony in specific was doing with his players. And as you do that and you start to do research on players, ultimately you end up having conversations with staff from that school, other schools. We have a lot of great people who work in amateur scouting who think the world of Tony. And I think for me personally, not to speak for Buster, you start to get a little bit of a sense of who this person is and what those attributes are and how they could fit into professional baseball. And so when you start lining them up, there is some things that draw strong comparisons to people who have been really successful in the role right out here.
Okay, we're going to take two more. Let's go right here to Janie.
Tony, when you think about working for Buster and Zach, I mean, the fact that Buster is still fairly freshly removed from his playing career and all that he did in this game, I mean, how much comfort is there? And can you believe that this guy played all 9 positions in one game his junior year at Florida State? And do you remember that and some of all the things that he did here?
I do remember it. We're both former shortstops. Our careers went a little different at one point, but if I was picking up on what you're saying, I think maybe we should talk him out of retirement. You said he's not that far removed. He's kind of moving around all right earlier today. But no, I think a big X factor in this whole thing was being around somebody like him. And, to leave where I was at was not easy. We kind of touched on that already. It had to be a certain set of circumstances that would even be considered. And ultimately what this was about, just to some personal introspective of 2 words that I had to diagnose are risk and challenge, and they both are kind of the same thing. But if you talk about risk, it kind of sounds like you could lose it all if it doesn't go well. But to me, this was more about a challenge. And no matter how each day goes, and again, to beat up the theme, I'm very well aware there's a higher sample size, so therefore more days. Regardless of how it goes, are you willing to meet the challenge? And what a challenge is something that you find out what you can and can't do. And that's something that we've preached to our players all the time at Tennessee. So who am I to preach that but to not do it? Now, when you head into a challenge, you want a level of confidence. And again, there's so many unknowns. I can't tell you what that level is for me, but the level of the people surrounding me here, whether it's the roster, which is pretty good, or the other people in the organization, and in particular, again, the guy sitting to the right of me, the confidence is through the roof.
Okay, last one, back left.
Hi,
Andy.
Tony. Andy Baggerly with The Athletic. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you.
You know, one sort of cohort of players you haven't had experience really interfacing with are Latin American players, which make up a huge part of Major League rosters. Do you have thoughts about just how you're going to go about connecting with those players, and do you have to have resources on your staff to help you with that?
Yeah, I think who makes up the staff is really key. And then I think also just making an effort, which involves work ethic, to meet that challenge in particular head on. Because again, regardless of people's backgrounds, when you're in a work environment, you need to get to know who people are, and you need to build relationships. And you also want to build a trust level there that they're willing to come to you with certain things. And then, as you all have become familiar with, there's a lot of key decisions that happen over the course of a game. So there's got to be that trust level too, whether it's me making the final call or it's a staff decision to do something, that individual's got to trust us. So to have any barriers or obstacles that are in the middle of that trust is not a good thing, and it's something that's got to be approached and attacked from day one. And again, that's
Here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You heard him. New Giants manager Tony Vitello was on KNBR, and we will have that interview for you, the presser, the whole presser, on thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app. If you want to hear about Tony Vitello, his work ethic, his style, keep it locked in here on The Sports Leader, Giants fans.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Greg Silver here. And did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based here in the Bay Area? Some not even in the state of California. But that's not the case with Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They've been based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. And we're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. And you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, children, all around us, please be careful and let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And here's the best part. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
We are back here in the broadcast booth. You just heard the 40th manager of the San Francisco Giants franchise, and now joining us right here up in the booth is the 11th general manager of the Giants, Zach Manassian. You just heard him at the podium, and we have the pleasure of talking to him right now. Zach, thanks for joining us. We know you've done a lot of hits with Murph and Marcus on the Giants Executive Show. Now you get the two Gregs, and so we briefly spoke to you on opening day. Now we get to truly grill you and show you that the middays do it a lot harder. How's it going?
You guys got big shoes to fill compared to Murph and Marcus, but I'm confident you can fill them.
Well, let's start with everything to react to right now with Tony Vitello. You know, I had to make the note that Buster said, and he did give you credit after all. He said this was Zach kind of initiating this. So, you know, with your job and being around this game so much, I want to go to the whole concept of college baseball and, as the word Tony used, melting between the college game and the pro game. So I guess the question would be, have you paid more attention to the college game in recent years because of NIL, because of the transfer portal? And I mean, this organization alone has drafted a lot of players out of four-year schools rather than coming straight from high school or international.
Yeah, I think just given the position that I was in, not only here in San Francisco, but prior organization, I always paid a lot of attention to the draft. It was somewhat a responsibility of mine to pay attention to the draft. I do think coming here and being a little bit more involved in that, having such a good relationship with our amateur scouting director, Michael Holmes, I probably started to see a deeper side of college baseball, and not only who each player was, but maybe how certain programs worked. And certainly something that led me to pay more and more attention to Tony, and ultimately here we sit today.
Hey, Zach, Greg Papa here. We had a chance to briefly meet opening day. You
Yeah.
were busy here, there, and everywhere. I've admired watching you and listening to you when you're on with Murph and Marcus, and welcome.
Thanks,
So as Greg said, Buster said you had the first thought about hiring Tony as the manager, or at least the thought, in concept. When was that first thought? You've been observing him for a couple of years, but can you recall the first time that you thought, could he be our manager?
Yeah, I think shortly after the season, as we started, all right, we need to compile a list. When I really thought about, is this a name to throw out there? I think generally, and maybe this is just part of the territory of this position, and having a background in the front office and scouting, is you're always kind of evaluating. It's always been a little bit of a conversation if you're in the draft room with the front office, going through managerial hires in the past, and that having that question of, is there anybody in college that we would consider? So, I think you're always thinking about different ways to do things and what could fit. So, probably generally the idea of someone coming from college, thought about for years. The idea of maybe Tony being a manager in the big leagues. I had heard his name a little bit even last year as a potential manager hire. And then in terms of this position in particular, shortly after the season.
Zach, during those conversations and the interviews you had with Tony throughout this process, how did you and Buster head-on address some of the inevitable challenges that Tony might face going from the college level to MLB without any prior experience at this level?
Well, I think one of the great things about Buster is he's very direct, always respectful, but very direct. There's no holding back. And I think Tony has come into this with a great deal of humility, and really a lot of the answers kept coming back to believing in Tony's leadership ability, but also believing in Tony's ability, and hopefully ours as a front office, to surround him with as much talent, as much good fits, quality fits as possible on the roster and on his staff.
Zach, as we well know your story, and and I knew your dad, running the clubhouse at Arlington for years and years, just growing up around the game the way you did with your dad and your brother, listening to Tony, a lot of commonality there. You can tell that his dad coached and coached for a long time. I mean, every answer was extremely thoughtful. When you began to really talk to him, obviously observing his players and the way they play and scouting them, you had an idea about him. But could you guys connect on just, our dad did this in some realm, we're doing this, we were kind of raised to do what we're doing?
Yeah, I never really spoke to him about my experience or my background. I'm sure, knowing Tony now and working with him, having him here the last couple of days, I'm sure he did his research. But, a lot of these decisions you try to make with your head as much as possible. But there's no doubt your heart's going to come into it too, and your feel. And I could definitely feel a little bit of that connection of how important family is to him. And for me, I've always brought this up, is I grew up working for my father at a major league stadium with my brothers, and it's kind of how I work, for better or worse. People are going to know what's going on in my life, and I'm very open. I try and be very authentic and genuine. And I think that comes from that background and that, relationship with family, and definitely got a similar vibe from Tony. And, maybe that's the Italian side of both of us. I'm not sure, but very
Italian
proud of,
in you, Manassi in you. Tell me about your Italian. I want to hear more about that.
Yeah, there's a quarter in there. There's
That's
a quarter.
enough.
There
That's
is
enough.
there is a quarter in there. So my dad's 50-50. But yeah, I definitely feel like there'll be a lot of great conversations going forward about what family means to us, and I've said this really since I got here. This organization has treated me like family, and developed a lot of close relationships with the people I work with. And at one point, I did mention this to Tony, some of the people that he had talked to, Buster Posey, Jeremy Shelley, Paul Bien. These are people who have been with the Giants their entire baseball career, and what that says about an organization. And it really does feel like a family, and we're proud to have him a part of that. And I think it's something he appreciates.
So would your dad too tell you to kick it up a notch, as with Tony's Italian side?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And my mom would definitely tell me to cool it. So she worries about the intensity from time to time.
Well, good. Tony talked about getting on the same page, so we're off to a fantastic
yeah.
start here. Zach Manassian, Giants general manager, kind enough to join us following Tony Vitello's introduction to the franchise. So with a manager who's new to the big leagues, there's obviously a high importance on a bench coach. And I know Tony said he was just really looking at getting to today and then sorting out all of that stuff. There's a lot of ongoing conversations. I guess, will you look to bring in someone who has been a big league manager before? Does the track record matter in that regard, given Tony's predicament and lack of experience here?
Yeah, look, I think it matters regardless of who the manager is. I still go back to, you really want to find the right fit, not only in experience, but personality, skill set. So, yeah, we'll continue to have conversations about the staff. And as Tony gets more and more comfortable, as we talk to more and more people, I'm confident we can make strides and find someone great who can complement Tony very well.
So obviously, in your job now as the general manager, you're dealing more with the amateur draft, where before it was professional scouting. But as you said, you've been in the draft room and you know. So the one question I would have, when you went to Knoxville, I don't know how often you went back there to watch the players with your own eyeballs. One thing you're there to do is to scout the baseball player you may be drafting. Did you have a feel for the way Tony ran a game? Because they had a lot of power. They had power arms. They had power bats. But the question I have, and I loved every answer he had today, how does he run a game? How do you want the San Francisco Giants to play, Zach, with Tony as your manager?
Yeah, I think you do get a feel for it, but you also get a feel pretty quickly of where the big differences lie. So where they're playing a weekend and then one weekday game, obviously we're having at least 6 games a week and most likely 7 games a week. So I think hopefully where, there'll be a little bit of a learning curve, but where hopefully the staff can help them, and even us in the front office is managing that bullpen. I think the style of game, you can see it in his personality, and that's the way Tennessee played, is they're aggressive. They're going to take the game to the other team. And I think those are things that did attract Buster and myself, and something that I think our fan base really enjoys watching.
Is the plan for Tony to be the one to set the lineup?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I just have too many other things to worry about. So, but like Buster said, we want to be here as a sounding board. We want to be here as counsel. We want to be here to help. Certainly open to those conversations. I think things will evolve and we'll see how it works. But ultimately, we want to give the manager that type of autonomy, but also, we're here to help him in any way we can. And I'm sure he'll have questions and we'll be able to give recommendations as such.
Zach, when you say they were aggressive how? Hit and running, stealing bases, pitching out. One thing, calling the pitches from the dugout.
Yeah.
Did Tony call pitches for his catcher there? Expand a little more on how they played aggressively.
Yeah, I do think Tony called pitches, but I think the aggression was kind of the style of play of in your face. I mean, it's a team that's had a lot of power, and I think there'll probably be a little bit of a transition there when you talk about our ballpark, where they could play for the 3-run homer. But I do think I saw them play last year in Arkansas, and I think what you're hoping for in this position is flexibility of thought, and a lot of it comes down to the personnel too, and that's something I'm never going to shy away from. Is it's going to be difficult for us to tell him run if we don't have speed. Now, one of the things Tony talked about when Buster and I first sat with him is base running, how some of it's effort more than just raw speed. And I think that's where you would see a team that would push to go first to third, despite maybe having more physical power type players.
Very appreciative of the time we get with Zach Manassian here, right, at Oracle Park after Tony Vitello was introduced. So I'm curious about, from your perspective, what last year was like. Now, Tony himself addressed what it's going to be like going through the full 162, and we always hear during a baseball season, don't get too high, don't get too low. And it makes sense because the season is long. There's a lot of games. There's a crazy grind that goes into it. But this team in particular last year had some streaks of looking like the best team in baseball, also had some streaks of not being able to hit, get on base, and looking like one of the worst teams in baseball. So just in your position and doing this alongside Buster Posey, What was that like going through the highs and lows of a very unique season where you're trying to toe the line of not overreacting, but also reacting appropriately?
Yeah, I'm pretty good at not getting too high. I don't know if I'm really good at not getting too low. It's difficult. It's difficult for me when we lose. It's tough. I take it very hard, and it obviously it's something in this position I want to continue to mature at and get better, because I think in this leadership position people look to you and you want to stay even keel, but you also want to be genuine. And I'd like to say I enjoy winning, but I think I just hate losing. And one of the things that's been great for me personally, having Buster next to me, is just the level of calm that he brings day in and day out. You're getting the same person every day. Intensity. He can put the last game behind him. It's something that, I look up to, and something that I want to strive to be better at. But yeah, losing's tough. And my big thing is you got to get something out of it. You got to somehow turn it into a positive. And, unfortunately, we didn't get to where we wanted to go last year, and it forces us in the front office to look at things differently and leads to this type of hire, and hopefully that's for the greater good of the organization for a long time.
Yeah, we know it before every year starts, but 162 games, brother, is a lot. And last year you were the streakiest streaking team we've ever seen, but 162 is long, which leads to the adjustment for Tony. Going to essentially a schedule that's 1/3 less at 56, and then the midweek game as well, as you mentioned. So the adjustment, and when you see a great manager, I think we judge him mainly on a lot of things, obviously communication, but how they run a bullpen.
Yeah.
Bruce Bochy's genius, and the reason he has 3 rings, is how he ran that bullpen in the core 4 plus George Kontos. How will Tony have to learn, Zach? How much do you use the bullpen in college baseball when you got the Friday night starter and Saturday, Sunday, you only play 3 games, and then, maybe one Tuesday, Wednesday? Will that be his biggest adjustment as far as running the game, is how to run the bullpen?
Yeah, look, I think I don't want to speak for him. He may have a different answer, what he thinks the biggest adjustment is. In my chair, in this position, I think it'll be a huge adjustment. But I think Tony's pretty good identifying maybe what he doesn't know and where he's going to have to lean on other people. And that's a big one. And I do think something that was pretty resounding as we went through this process, and you're checking with people and doing background. This is someone who, despite having spent his entire baseball career outside of the professional realm and mostly in the collegiate realm, has a lot of strong connections to professional baseball. Players, former managers, coaches, staff members. So I wouldn't say there is zero familiarity with what he's getting into. Now it's a little different when you're in that dugout, and I think that'll be something that that he'll have to learn with. And it's not to say there aren't going to be mistakes, and I think there are. And look, in all these jobs, we need help. We have a great front office staff. I need help every day, and I welcome that. And I think Tony will welcome that in the dugout.
Zach, in terms of filling out the rest of this coaching staff, Tony mentioned the conversations. We got into it a little bit earlier. Is that process one in which you and Buster are trying to give him a lot of autonomy and making his own decisions? Does it feel more collaborative and a team effort of names and ideas? Just how has that communication been as far as maybe who's carrying a little bit more of the influence or the communication breakdown?
Yeah, it's still relatively new for all of us, as Tony's now officially here. We've had him in the office this week and a lot of conversations. I'd say it's pretty collaborative. Certainly want Tony to have a strong opinion and want him to be comfortable with the makeup of the staff. And he'll definitely share his opinion on maybe where he has more confidence or a stronger feel, and that's great. And we'll try and make those decisions accordingly.
He is genuine. He is sincere. There's no doubt. He had a lot of great lines. I love the line where he said the roster is pretty good. How do you take that, and how do you make it better? I mean, hopefully, 5 days after the World Series is over, you can start, building the roster, and it may be over Halloween night, tomorrow night. We'll see if the Dodgers lose that game. But You traded a lot of pitching away, both starters and back-end bullpen guys. It made a lot of alterations to this roster. Just starting with building a pitching staff.
Yeah.
There are a lot of interesting free agents available and a lot of guys via trade. What do you think you need? 1, 2 starters here and there, and then a bullpen arm. What do you have to do to make the roster better, starting with the pitching staff, Zach?
Yeah, well, when Tony says pretty good, look, I've been sitting in the office the last month. We haven't had any games in Oracle Park, so you're not going to hear me be very defensive. The season that we had, quite frankly, it's just not good enough, and it needs to be better because we expect to play October baseball. And yeah, Greg, I think when I sit here today and look at our rotation, there is a depth of arms that we're excited about beyond, Webb, Ray, Roop. You get into McDonald, who threw well late, Birdsong, Wisenhunt, Tidwell, Tang flashed. And I think one thing that we saw last year is how thin we got later, whether it was injury, whether it was trade. And so, yeah, building up that pitching depth is going to be very important. How many starters that is, tough to handicap right now. But certainly bolstering the pitching staff, both in the rotation and in the bullpen is going to be a goal of ours. And look, as we look around, the positional side, having Rafi Devers for a full season, I think he made a lot of positive strides at first base, is just going to be huge for us. But there's things that we need to do better. And look, I hope I'm doing this for a long time and you guys get bored with this answer. But I think the biggest improvement you're going to have from one season to the next, it's always going to have to be internal. We'll go out and try and acquire players that improve the team. But I do think we're going to see a better defender in left field out of Elliot Ramos. I do think we're going to see a better defender in center field out of Jung-Hoo Lee. And I think we'll see improvements elsewhere. But yeah, we'll definitely look and see if we can bolster our pitching staff.
Final couple of minutes here with Zach Manassian. So speaking of October baseball, with your ties to Milwaukee, did you pay close attention to Pat Murphy and some of the success he had in college when he ultimately made the transition to manage the Brewers?
Yeah, I was fortunate to have a couple of years with Murph in Milwaukee before I joined the Giants, and certainly a ton of respect for him, his baseball acumen. He's a pretty brilliant baseball mind, and I know the comparison's been brought up. And look, as much as I respect and love Murph, in my mind, Tony Vitello didn't get hired because of Pat Murphy. He got hired because of Tony Vitello, and me personally, I think Tony being so authentic and genuine is something that lands with our fan base. And as our players get to know him more and more, it'll land with them and hopefully brings out the best in them. So, but no, a lot of respect for that organization and what they've been able to accomplish. But as I sit here today, I am not trying to build the version of the Milwaukee Brewers. I want us to build the best version of the San Francisco Giants.
You mentioned Elliott in left and Jung-Hoo Lee in center, which leads the gaping hole with Yaz being traded in right field. And it's a challenging, maybe the most challenging outfield in all of baseball with all the nook and crannies and surfaces and the wind to play right field at your ballpark, Zach. Do you feel like you have a right fielder that could take that job in the 40-man or in the system, or is that something you have to go outside the organization to acquire?
I certainly think there's a chance that person is here internally. I think we've seen good things from time to time from Luis Matos, from Drew Gilbert, from Gerard Encarnacion, Grant McCrae, and then there's other players in the minor leagues. Marco Luciano's transition to the outfield. Wade Meckler kind of jetted through the minor league system and just hit a ton. So there certainly are internal options. In this position, my responsibility, we have to look at every option. So continue to look outside the organization, if that's acquiring via trade, acquiring via free agency. I do think we have some internal options that are really attractive that could end up being long-term fits. But we'll just throw everything on the board and line it up and then see what's available to us as the offseason starts to unfold.
Well, we are very grateful for your time following a very busy day, an exciting day here out at the ballpark. And I told you this right before you popped on. When we talked to Tony back in July after Gavin Keelan was drafted, he said, yeah, it's one of the best ballparks. I really got to find a way to get out there. And as I stare at it here from this window, not a bad choice made by Tony Vitello. All right, the question of the week, and this is what I'll leave you with. How far did you make it on Monday night for the 18-inning game World Series?
Oh, I'm embarrassed to tell you. Look, I've been trying to get up early to try and work out here in the off season to keep my sanity. So it's usually a 5 a.m. wake up, and I have a 1.5-year-old at home. And sad to say, I think I fell asleep at about 9 o'clock. So I woke up at 2, and I told myself I should check the score. And then I thought about who was playing, and I didn't even want to see the score. And then I just kind of sighed when I saw that Freddie Freeman hit a walk-off homer and it was a Dodgers win. So, but no, look, playoff baseball is amazing. I think we've seen a lot of good games this year in the playoffs, and I think it just fuels the fire even more to see this team in the playoffs.
With your ties to Tommy, how do you pull? Because everybody in the Bay Area has beat LA. And you're the general manager of the San Francisco Giants, but Tommy's your guy. So how do you deal with this?
It was a very easy transition, very very easy, easier than what I would have thought. And I have a great story. I still remember when I got the job during spring training in 19. He called me to come over and say hi to him at Camelback Ranch, and I actually had to walk into the Dodgers clubhouse, and I was decked out in Giants gear. And he was swearing at me and yelling at me, calling me Benedict Arnold. And but I'll tell you, and it's a credit to this city. It's a credit to this fan base. It's a credit to Buster and Greg Johnson and so many people. Not for one day have I felt like Benedict Arnold, that this feels like home. And I kind of joke, if you guys find me wearing blue, I'll throw a 20 spot your way, because it's been really easy for me to make the transition and, see the Dodgers in a much different light than I did, say, 10, 15 years ago.
Well, I know the seats are empty right now, but they were quite full, even with the ups and downs of this season. And I know that for all those people who come out here, for all the people listening to the Sports Leader, that makes them quite happy. So,
yeah.
Zach, good luck moving forward with this offseason. We'll definitely catch up at some point, and very excited for everything that's ahead. We really appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys. Murph and Marcus are now in the 2 spot in the power rankings on KNBR, so you can let them know that.
We're leading off. Thank you, Paisano. I didn't know you had 25% Italian. We love
it. Only the good 25%. Right? Thanks for having me, guys. I really appreciate it.
Zach Manassian, general manager of the San Francisco Giants. Very much appreciate his time. Well, between that and Tony Vitello, we've got a lot to get into, and we'll be taking your reactions all the way up until 2 o'clock, 808 KNBR, or the YouTube chat to join the conversation. It's all coming your way on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Our Tony Vitello Thursday continues out here at Oracle Park. It was great to catch up with Giants general manager Zach Manassian. I felt like we could have taken 25 more minutes of his time, but we're grateful for everything we got. Also got to give a shout out to the one and only Darren Chan, who's been kicking butt all morning with Murph and Marcus and into the afternoon, bringing me a slice of Tony's pizza right here. We got Tony G and Tony V. I mean, this is the full day of Italians. We got the quarter Italian of Zach Manassian. We got the half Italian of Tony Vitello. We've got Tony Gemignani's product here in the house. I'm feeling pretty good.
And Tony Gemignani's 100% Italian, and we don't let non-Italians in our family. Unless maybe if you're Jewish. But that's all one and the same. But anyway, so we'll get into a lot of it. I mean, Tony was a little nervous, I think, in his opening comments, but he speaks so nice and clear. Conciseness, Buster Posey said. And I think Buster likes conciseness, doesn't like guys to babble, but he can go on. And, you know, Buster called him a natural leader, and he's direct and build a culture and all that. I was immensely impressed with him. I'm not surprised. His answers are always thoughtful. I mean, he's 47 years of age. You know, the transition to dealing with men in their 30s and 40s and 20s as well, it's not going to be hard for him. He's a grown-up. It's not like you're hiring some 25-year-old. He didn't play college baseball a year ago, and now all of a sudden he's your manager. He's been around. He's experienced a lot of life. Great perspective on things. I think every word he did. Did he get Baumgartner's name exactly pronounced correctly? It was more Baumgartner. Maybe he said it like he's from Baumgartner, North Carolina. I'm not. And anyway, I'm not surprised. I think he was also understated. I expected he wore a black suit. Now the jacket does come off, and he wore Felipe Alou's number 23, which is a real sign of class. And Wody wore that number as well. So I think he was perfectly stated. He wasn't overstated or understated. He didn't come in beating his chest and make any, proclamations. The one thing, he didn't answer the question that was what I was wondering about. What was his dream? What was his goal? You know, watching his dad coach baseball and soccer all those years, what level of coaching did he want to reach? And he said he never dreamed of being a Major League Baseball player because his skill set wasn't there. So he knew he had to go into coaching, and the college coaching was the way he went. But he did say it was a very recent dream. and maybe even a nightmare. I mean, can you imagine all the things he must wake up in the middle of the white night in a cold sweat, like, what the hell am I doing? Just everything. It's just such an undertaking. But it was a very recent dream. And I do wonder, and I think, Zach's timeline about, because Buster said that Zach had the first thought was after the year had actually ended. I'm not sure that's entirely true, based on what the Knoxville News and KnoxNews.com reported that they had a meeting in September in Denver. Maybe it was that he was there to see Drew Gilbert and a handful of his players on both the Giants and Rockies play a Major League game, and maybe he was there to be interviewed. They made it out like it was more of an interview. I think out of respect to Bob Melvin, you don't want to say we were interviewing his replacement in September, and I was thinking of this guy being our manager in July when I was getting ready for the amateur draft. Doesn't much matter, but we'll see what the Bay Area and the Lunatic Fringe think of him. Ultimately, how does he run a baseball game? That's really all that matters. Now, how he handles people, and that's all essentially important. There's no doubt. And I thought Cap ran a good game. Can't think of too many instances where he made mistakes. More so later, 21, I thought, and I could think of like 5 the whole year where I thought, what's he doing there? Otherwise, it was textbook. But it's the way he handled people, and it didn't handle them. This guy is genuine. This guy is sincere. And no matter where you come from in any part of the globe, I don't care where you are, he can look you in the eye, and you see that in him, I would think. So I came away impressed, but I thought I was going to be. Now, go manage the baseball team. How do you do that? How do you run a bullpen? How do you hit and run? Situational baseball. What staff do you build in here to have these guys fundamentally sound? How do you improve Elliot Ramos' first step and Jung-Hoo Lee's? And how do you do that? Now it's time. Stop talking, start doing. It's not time. It's February when they go to spring training. But this guy can talk. There is no question he can talk. Can he walk the walk, as Jimmy Johnson would say? Can he teach these guys to be better professional players? That's ultimately what he's going to be judged by.
Yeah, no, and I like the fact that he brought a little bit of personality and humor, but also you could tell he was a little bit nervous there at the beginning and took it seriously. So he called it a dream come true, a very recent dream come true, and I expected this to go well at the podium. I mean, between the media he's done, between the videos you've seen, the podcast we referenced with Greg Olson, I'm not shocked that he got up there and presented himself in a good light. But now the question's going to really become in February, and then when it starts for real against the Yankees here at the end of March, what kind of baseball team are we looking at? How can they evolve throughout the season? It's Papa and Silver. Lots to continue getting to, including catching up on all the bills we didn't pay. We'll come back on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Your beloved San Jose Sharks are back in action tonight against the New Jersey Devils, an evil team, but perfect on Halloween. The Sharks looking to get back on the winning track. They lost a 4-3 tight one against the Kings on Tuesday. They will get back in the win column, guys, at the Tank tonight. Go Sharks on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
It is completely different. There's obviously, we didn't waste any time. We got to the first question that everybody was maybe thinking and should ask, and it is very different. So I think the one thing about each game unto itself, whether it's high school, college, or pro, is it's kind of got its own personality, its own flavor. And you have to adapt to that particular day, especially in our sport. I mean, the one common theme that I always, when I first started coaching that I didn't like is when you win, you lose, 9-6, it's the pitching let us down. And then when you lose 3-2, it's, pitchers did their job, but the hitters didn't hit. You win and lose as a team, and every game, for whatever reason, kind of has its own vibe to it. And I feel every day is like that, too.
Yeah, I heard the morning show talking about Tony Vitello from a texter texting in. And whatever nickname we choose for him, he's the new manager of the San Francisco Giants. I'm out here at Oracle Park. We got to talk to Zach Manassian. It's Papa and Silver. And with about an hour and 15 minutes left on the show, we want to invite you to join the conversation. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll take your calls. We got the text line. We've got the YouTube chat. What are you excited about? What questions do you still have? Because there, I think it's fair to say, are plenty of both. Also, a quick mention of some Warriors news. The Warriors have exercised the team option on Brandon Pajemski, so that essentially picks up the fourth year on his contract. We'll get a lot more into the basketball and football side of everything tomorrow. We'll have our Tim Ryan Football 45, but today the focus is all about Tony V and those vibes and the energy and the emotion and doing something brand new, which is going from the NCAA level and without prior experience at the major league level, now being the head man for the San Francisco Giants. So Buster Posey, Zach Manassian, Tony himself were out there. A whole thing went on for about 40 minutes or so, and there's a lot to say. We knew the personality would come out. We knew there are reasons for excitement, but we also talk about the other side of it, and that's the fact that the Dodgers are trying to keep their season alive in the World Series tomorrow night. How do we get to a point where in October, we're not just talking about the Giants offseason and reasons to maybe be optimistic next time around, and instead actually breaking down October games?
Well, I mean, we miss them. There's no doubt. They're a lot of fun. And 8 of the last 9 years, the Giants have not been in the postseason, going back to 2016 and pulling Matt Moore and blowing a 4-1 lead. And then the season no one wants to remember but me. I mean, the 2021 year was the best baseball season in the regular season we've had on either side of the bay. And the A's have had some dominant teams and Giants as well, but they won 107. The one thing, and Tony is genuine and sincere, he came off well. I want to hear what Giant fans have to say about that. But some things were not discussed as much. Analytics in college baseball have been more prevalent the last few years. You didn't see a lot of shifting and all that because you didn't know personnel. But now, like anything else, and the data's there, they incorporate that a lot more. So, obviously Gabe Kapler with Farhan embraced the analytics. How much do they want to make that a part of how they play? And, the adjustment to the 56-game season and the bullpen, that ultimately is going to decide how a manager does. How to use the bullpen, how do you piece it together, the 3-batter minimum rule. It's different than when Bochy managed the Giants to championships. Javi, the side-arming lefty, was left on left, and Serge with a no-doubt slider from the right side. He could, get out a lefty every once in a while. Jay Bruce, after a 13-pitch battle, but mainly he was in to get out righties. So how does he run the game ultimately? Like opening day, March 25th, Tony V. Are you walking Aaron Judge right away? Depends who behind him. Giancarlo, who's sitting behind him? Ben Rice, just walk Judge?
World Series version of Mookie Betts?
No, I don't. Mookie's struggling right now. He's not doing the right thing. But anyway, I like the guy, but I like a lot of guys. Tony Gemignani, I like him too. I'm not going to hire him to manage the damn baseball team. So Tony Vitello is vivacious. He says the right thing. His speech, I didn't hear 100% Italian, and now I do hear the 50 Irish percent and the 50 Italian. I got a lot of jokes, but I'll stay away from drinking and overeating because both sides do that. But anyway, I like the guy, but ultimately we're going to decide what kind of manager he is by how he runs a game, and we'll see, how he does that. And they did call pitches from the bench in college. That's just the way it's been done. The Miami Marlins were doing this the last month, 6 weeks of the year. They called every pitch from the bench, which is just not done. Every once in a while you call a big one from the bench, and hell, they hardly even call pitch outs anymore in baseball. So I don't know. He's not going to do that, I don't think. And you got pitch comps. So I don't even know how that would work in baseball. But he ran the game in a different level. And I would like to hear, did he actually call pitches, or somebody on his staff do it, a pitching coach? And he did say, although he was a middle infielder and a shortstop, he got to know pitching, pretty well mechanically and judging talent that way. So I was impressed. I thought I would be. I thought he handled it beautifully. But now, ultimately, and we're not going to know this for a long, long time, how does he run a game?
Well, that's a big question, and we want to hear your questions as well. 808 KNBR for all the reaction of Tony Vitello. 510 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. In all caps, I like Tony Vitello. Let's go. 707, for the love of God, can someone ask him what style of ball he's bringing to SF? Well, they kept us away from the podium.
Damn! Why not? Did I not ask him that? How about Kawakami introducing himself with the San Francisco Standard? I don't have to introduce myself to Buster Posey. He knows me. Okay. Really? Seriously, move on. Ask him how he's going to run the damn game. Did anybody ask him that? I had to ask Zach that, and Zach didn't really answer, except they're going to be aggressive. After they hit a bomb, they're going to woof at you going down the line, like, Rafael Devers in Denver. How is he going to actually run the baseball? He doesn't know. But how did he run it there? Did they do a lot of hit and running and stealing bases and 90 feet and dirt balls? And, I don't know. So I think that's I wanted that question asked as well. How do you want the San Francisco Giants to play baseball?
It's a great one. 831 also saying, as question for Zach, I'm assuming when we had Zach Manazian on, how much influence will you and Buster have in hiring Tony's coaching staff? Yeah, I essentially asked him the same thing, and he said pretty collaborative communication process so far. Tony, he did say, would be setting the lineup. Zach joked he had plenty on his plate. We got 925. I love the Giants hire of Tony Vilasso. Yeah, a lot of Ted Lasso comparisons, and I don't know if it's just the fun-loving energy, the never having done this particular kind of role before. And look, the Ted Lasso thing is great. It's a fun TV show. He's going to have to be a little bit more serious for me to embrace that one, but I think he'll be just fine there.
He has coached baseball. It's not like you're hiring the guy to run the soccer. His dad was a baseball coach and a soccer coach, so you can make the transformation. It's different, obviously, level of baseball, but baseball's baseball, so that's not that big a deal.
Another 707 says, Papa, you were right. Tony V is great at speaking, but I still have a ton of questions. The fact that the Giants had zero info on a bench coach, concerning to me at the least. I would like to have a bench coach.
I'm not going to tell you right now.
Yeah,
I'm not going to tell you right now.
It's too early. It's too early to worry.
They'll hire when they hire. He mentioned Jay Tingler a couple of times, and I wasn't that impressed with Jay as a manager in San Diego. I thought they kind of ran him, and I thought fundamentally that team was stacked. And I thought, damn, he can't control Manny. He can't control Tats. He can't. Those guys run him. And so I wasn't that impressed. But, it'll be a different role for him. And obviously, they have history going back. So I don't know if it's going to be him or not. But when they haven't made hires yet, so they're not going to say it. I think the interesting thing is Buster's kind of taking charge a little bit here in his quiet way, collaborative. Whoa. I mean, what does that mean? I mean, you got to hire J.P. Martinez, going to be your pitching coach. I want Hallberg on the staff. So, I mean, did Bob Melvin have those parameters where he had to put I don't know, maybe pat the bat? I got the impression Bomel got to pick his staff. Now, Bomel was hired by Farhan, so it's different. But I think in his quiet way, Buster Posey's taken ownership of this team. Collaborative? I'm the manager. I'm going to pick my staff. I'm the one leaving Knoxville. They'd probably match your salary and pay me more to keep me in Rocky Top. So that right away was, whoa, interesting. I mean, you're going to hire your staff, but I want you to put these 4 guys on the staff. And so, I mean, that's Al Davis like. That's interesting. I was surprised by having a lineup. Seriously? You're going to bring them. Now, that's done in baseball. There's no doubt. They bring the lineup. I'm sure Dave Roberts didn't come up with the idea of dropping Mookie. I'm sure that was Andrew Friedman and his henchmen that did that. But we're definitely seeing Buster Posey, maybe with a major league manager and a guy who's been around as long as Bomel. He wasn't going to disrespect him that way. But keep in mind, the reason Bruce Bochy was available to you, Sandy Alderson brought the lineup, not himself, but somebody from Sandy's staff, brought the lineup to Bruce Bochy in San Diego every day at 2 o'clock and said, Skip, here's your lineup. And he's like, what? What am I doing? What'd that guy ever play? He won a few championships in Oakland. Should have won more, actually, just one. But it does happen in baseball. But this is interesting because Buster came in last year like the manager's going to run the game, run the team, run the staff. Buster's kind of taking ownership, not just of building the 26, the 40, building the organization, but he's taking a little ownership in running the coaching staff and running the game. Interesting.
Yeah, we'll continue with your reactions because there are a lot of questions to be had. 808 KNBR phone lines are open. Give Jacob a call in the studio. And it turns out when you carry a press conference and then get the pleasure of sitting down with Zach Manazzi, Apparently you got a lot of spots to make up over the rest of the show. So we'll go ahead, take a timeout, come back in a bit, and continue with Tony Vitello Thursday. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
This is the flagship of Giants baseball. Double play! KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Twitter is not life. And I know I don't have an account. I asked before even taking the job, I don't have to get a Twitter, right? And they said no. I realize it's a part of the job. There's great information. There's great entertainment. But one thing that I think is very beneficial to people is to know that Twitter is not life. So you pull a 3-second clip and you see Drew Gilbert doing something in college, you think he's a maniac and maybe a maniac off the field, and you don't get the full scope of the kid is literally a sweetheart.
I got to tell you, that's my favorite quote that we didn't even mention. Twitter is not life, Tony Vitello. Can you tell that somebody coached college kids by that statement right there? By the way, the one thing I'll push back on, though, is like, all right, we have enough clips of Drew Gilbert from that couple of months to make me think that he's got a little bit of fire to him. But no, Tony Vitello has managed all sorts of different ages, and now the big test is what's it like with people he's closer to in age and around Buster Posey's age and Rafael Devers and superstars and players who are international. So we got the World Baseball Classic coming up in March, and I know some players are going to be in and out, not for the entirety of spring training, but that'll be another interesting wrinkle to follow here. So It's Papa and Silver. We're taking your reactions. 808 KNBR. Phone lines are open. We got the text line up. And just continuing with all the questions that still have to be answered. One thing that doesn't need to be answered, though, is that Twitter is not life. I couldn't support that wholeheartedly.
I don't have a Twitter. Is it Twitter or is it X? Moving on. Don't care. Still stuck with my Tesla. No one will take it from me. But, coach, manager, we don't need a 3-minute clip on Drew. We watched him play for 3 hours for several weeks. The guy's a maniac. We know who he is. First game as a Giant, he face planted, making a catch down the right field line. He's insane. He's getting choked out by Matt Chapman. Just all nuts. I didn't know Matt Chapman had Tourette's, by the way. That's weird. Anyway, he is who he is. And the age thing, he's 47 years old, Tony Vitello. He's not 27. The people that he coached were young. He's not young. He's older than Rafael Devers. Hell, he's even older than Justin Verlander. And how many people on earth can make that claim? So he can relate to everybody. He can relate to anybody in any walk of life, any ethnicity. He'll be fine. The guy is a people person. I don't worry about that. And if they judge him because he didn't ride the buses, he didn't? Where do you think? How do you think they travel in the SEC? They getting on charter aircrafts everywhere? And when he's going to recruit, how do you think he's getting there? He spent more time in Motel 6s than a lot of guys that, were in the minor leagues for a long time. So, and he pushed back on that respectfully. It's a different form of baseball. So if you want to diss him because he didn't play pro baseball or didn't coach it, that's fine. Then we'll get somebody else to play here, probably. He's genuine. He's sincere. He'll reach out to you. Skip, make me a better player. Hire a coaching staff that makes me a better player. Provide me with information that makes me a better player and makes our team be able to win. So we're actually taking part in October and not watching it. So as far as the way he handles people, couldn't you tell? He knows how to handle people. That's how he got the job. He won over Buster Posey. Now, go manage a baseball game. That is I don't know that. That's hard. Steve Kerr, I sat in front of Steve Kerr on Spurs buses here, there. I knew Steve Kerr was a genuine man and a great person. He walked into that team of Tim and Sean Elliott and David Robinson and Avery Johnson and Jerome Kersey, and they were great people, Pop and Hank Eden and Mike Budenholzer. Steve got on the bus, and they all, bowed to Steve. I'm like, because the guy made one shot in Chicago. It's unbelievable. They respected Steve Kerr because they knew what kind of person he was. So when the Warriors hired him, I knew, they're going to miss Mark Jackson. Really? Come on. Wait, if they're around Steve Kerr for 5 seconds, they're going to know what a quality, genuine, sincere person he is, unlike his predecessor who has never been hired as a coach since. What I didn't know, can Steve Kerr run a game? Can he actually run a basketball game? I don't know. I know he's a good guy. I watched the first possession of the first preseason game against the L.A. Lakers, and they passed the ball around the perimeter 8 times before they shot. And I thought, he could coach. He brought the San Antonio system here. We good. Let's win the division. So we'll watch a little bit more. But you knew he's sincere. He's genuine. Doesn't matter what age he's talking to. He knows people. The question is, can he run a baseball game? And can he run a major league game and run them every day of the week for 6 months? That's the challenge.
Yeah, of course. And I liked Tony Vitello in the one area of vulnerability in the press conference, which is what you referenced a few minutes ago, where he said, I'm sensitive to the phrase of paying your dues because, yes, he has never managed at this level before. He's going straight from college to the major league level. We know that. We've known that since there was a rumor that the Giants might hire him. But he talked about it's a lot of lonely nights. It's hearing no more than you hear yes. Dues come in a different way, and the only way that he's going to deal with it is looking forward and going hard. And as we know more than anything, this is a results-oriented business. So Tony Vitello, I have no doubt that he's going to be great with the media. I have no doubt that he's a genuine human being, and I have no doubt that he's going to be himself. But if you couple that with winning, it's going to create a real buzz in this ballpark in the way that Tennessee got built up into a nothing program to one of the powerhouses of a college game that the sport in and of itself and that conference of the SEC has only grown in that time. So if you're losing, you got to find ways. How long of a leash does he get? Is it Bob Melvin, for example, this last year, we talked about the different turning points, and you mentioned maybe Toronto right after the All-Star break as where things went wrong. I think a lot of those division games, the mid-August series against the Padres, then they trade away players. The Giants have a little bit of a push. The Mets collapse. They ultimately don't make the playoffs, decide to do things differently. This is going to be a brand new experience, and as Tony put it, not as much of a risk as it is a challenge. You imagine there's going to have to be a little bit of growth, and a lot of that, too, is can he manage a game, but also who are the guys you got out there on the field going against these powerhouse teams you're chasing?
Yeah, and I loved his line, and we asked it to Zach Benessi, and the roster's pretty good. It's not the payroll. I mean, it's in the middle. It's not as good as the Dodger lineup, and well, maybe it is right now. I don't know. And there's, their overall roster, and but they're going to get older, and San Diego's as well. Is it as good as Arizona's? Where's Kyle Tucker going to play next year? And is it as good as the Cubs and the Brewers and the Mets? And I think the Braves are going to have. They got to hire a manager. What are the Braves? Did the Braves go after Tony Vitello? I wonder if you didn't get a job managing the San Francisco Giants, were you going back to Knoxville? Was anybody else knocking on his door to get him on a Rocky Top? I don't know. But the Giants identified, they zeroed in on the guy. So, and his head must be spinning right now. Just all the things that he has to do to manage a major league team when he's never been in professional baseball before. It is daunting, but he signed up for it, and he said it is a very recent dream. So now just don't turn it into a nightmare. He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to a lot of it, especially just the headlines of how this coaching staff fills out. I know everyone wants answers today. I want answers today, but the bottom line is they were trying to get to this moment, introduce him in the middle of a World Series. It's not even technically the Major League Baseball offseason yet, so we'll continue to monitor it and process it. But as far as the guy that showed up to the podium today, you'll see personality, you'll see a sense of genuineness. Now the question is, how does it connect with the players, and how does it all translate to the style of baseball they play on the field? Because that, on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, is what we keep hearing about. What style of baseball does he want to play? Is it conducive to this ballpark? Tennessee was a very offense-oriented team. This isn't Knoxville. You're not using aluminum bats, although I would love to see Rafael Devers out there with an aluminum bat. That'd be quite fun for McCovey Cove and everything. I digress. The point is,
maybe he wouldn't strike out as much. He wouldn't have to swing so damn hard.
Maybe that's the case, too. Yeah, same goes for Adames. Same goes for Chapman. Same goes for Ramos. 808 KNBR, the number 2 join. It is poppin'. Silver Sun is coming out here over the bay. One of the best views you could absolutely get anywhere in the country looking at a baseball diamond. I got a little Silver Linings playlist at the end of the show. I went into today thinking it's got to be something from the presser. I can't have my selection made before. I know what it's going to be. I'll tell you that at the very, very end before Dirty Work. And I went down to the press room to check on the Tony's Pizza supply and also say hello to a lot of our favorite media, trying to see who I could bother. And I think I bothered the most easily bothered person. Dieter Kurtenbach's going to come hang out with us at 1:30 for a few minutes. So 808 KNBR, if you want to get your phone calls in, coming up next is the perfect time to do it. Tony Vitello Day, live from Oracle Park on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants manager Tony Vitello, big-time presser. You can find that thing on thesportsleader.com, the Sports Leader app. And if you want another head coach in the Bay, Kyle Shanahan for the 49ers joining Dirty Work in the 3 o'clock hour. Keep it locked in here on the Sports Leader if you like head coaches.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Wherever you roam, throughout your home, listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Twitter is not life.
Lesson of the day by Tony Vitello. Twitter is not life, and he is your next manager of the San Francisco Giants. We're out here at Oracle Park. It's poppin' silver. Dirty work coming up at 2 o'clock today. They'll have Kyle Shanahan on, and we will get a lot of 49ers talk in our lives tomorrow. By the way, your unrelated brother, Bob Papa, joining us, voice of the New York Giants. So he took part in our Greg's-cellent mock draft and rightfully selected Abdul Carter with the third pick. I want to get his thoughts on him, Jackson Dart, how this running game is going to function without Cam Scatteraboo. And, of course, we'll have the full football close to an hour with Tim Ryan before their wheels up to MetLife Stadium, and monitoring the quarterback situation is all the big headline there. 808 KNBR, the number to join in. We'll take some calls if you're having questions, doubts, excitement about Tony Vitello. The personality was on full display, and now it's going to be a lot of speculation before we see the way he manages a game, a big league bullpen, star players, everyone of different backgrounds, but this guy is a pretty established communicator, and you saw it based on the way that he did it with a bunch of teenagers over at Tennessee, 3 College World Series, a national championship, and a long history of recruiting at high-level baseball before that, with Max Scherzer known as his most successful pupil.
So we're not going to see any shots on social media, whether it's TikTok or Twitter or X, or of like him on the beach doing yoga or having a cheeseburger review like we got from the previous manager of the Giants. So there's been a lot of, out-of-the-box thinking with Gabe and comparing him to Tony to Gabe. They're individual people. I think the sincerity level and the genuineness of Tony Vitello does come through. We'll get Dieter Kurtenbach's thoughts on that coming up in a little bit because he was in the room that it happened in. But I do wonder, because the Bay Area, and Tony referenced it, I mean, we're smarter than everywhere else in the world. We have changed the world with our forward thinking. There's no doubt. And we tell people that. And it's true. It's facts. The pushback on Gabe Kapler and the way he ran a baseball game, was it because you didn't like Farhan? You like Buster now, so you'll take Tony? And I don't even know how Tony's going to do it. I have no idea. Analytics are more prevalent in college baseball today because there's more data, Fizdale. So we'll see where it all goes. But there was a pushback on Gabe that just shocked me. I think we're forward thinking, except when it comes to baseball. We want our starter to start the game and damn near finish the game the way Bumgarner always did, or Marichal. He did a lot. Marichal did more than anybody. We want our lineup set. Mays is hitting third and Buster's hitting third, and that's the end of it. We're not going openers, and we're not doing any of that, and that's why there's such a pushback on it, even though it worked. It worked for 1 year, then it didn't work, and there was a disconnect. So I do want to hear, this is out of the box thinking. I mean, how many out there even knew who Tony Vitello was, 10 days ago, or before Bags lumped him in with a couple of other college coaches? So is it just in Buster we trust? I just wonder what people think, and we're going to give him, Gabe had a lot of pushback right away because he's Gabe. And what happened in Philadelphia, and then, what happened in the minor league system with the Dodgers, and Farhan was part of that. So he came in kind of having to then it was a pandemic year. It was so weird. And, they were one Austin Slater strike away from making the playoffs the next year, 107, then not as much. So I do wonder what people think, because we are the most forward-thinking people on the planet. We have changed the world. But we like our baseball played in a certain way, like it's the 1960s and 70s and 80s, or even, Bochy's teams, and not as much forward thinking there. So I do wonder, there's a disconnect a little bit between how we view baseball and how we view the rest of Bill Walsh changed football. Mm-hmm. Did you push back? Just hand the ball. Would Murph come in with just run the damn ball with Roger Craig now? No, we're not going to run it. We're going to throw it to them. We're going to set them up and use them give them 100 balls a year out of the backfield, or 1,000 yards, go 1,000. Did people say, we don't play that way? We're the $1 million backfield. We're going to run right down your throat. We're going to trick it up and go to a passing game. Do they push back on Walsh? Maybe right away, a little bit. Then he won a Super Bowl, and a second one, and a third one, and couldn't have gotten, he could have gotten the fourth and fifth as well, but, he walked away too soon. I just wonder, what do you think of Tony V? Are you going to embrace him more than you embrace Gabe Kapler if he's a little different? And is that because Buster hired him and not Farhan Zaidi?
I mean, in the end, you can feel how you want on October 30th. In the end, it's going to be about winning and production. And I know that there was all sorts of mixed feelings in the 107 year, but for the most part, everything around that has been some version of another of 500 baseball, and that includes the 2 seasons that we saw here with Bob Melvin. So I think in year 1, people are going to want to see progress of some sort, and we'll see how the roster ends up shaping out, right? It's all about who you have to play, the horses you got in addition to the manager. I think you're going to want to see how Tony Vitello functions when the games get tense, it's in this ballpark. You understand those elements. What regular season games do you treat with a little bit more meaningful? I mean, when we talked to Alex Pavlich, he said that he thinks there's going to be a little bit of that return of the rivalry like you would see in a college baseball where, yes, a series against the Dodgers over the weekend at Oracle Park is going to hold a lot more weight and against the Padres than it would be if you're welcoming the Twins or if you're on the road and you got to face the Pirates for 3. They all count the same in the standings, but there's going to be some real excitement and energy and juice, and the attendance was way up this year here at this ballpark. Now they're going to want to see progress. They're going to want to see results. So in the end, that's going to tell the big story. But I hear what you're saying on the Gabe Kapler front, and he did win 107 games as a Giants manager, and people still felt all sorts of ways about him. But in the end, I don't think we're going to see Tony Vitello be the guy who's doing yoga on the beach and burger reviews. I can picture Kapler in my head right now. They're going, yeah, Tony, I just want to know what your Tony's pizza order is.
We got to get him his own personalized pizza, the Vitello from Tony V's.
It's called the Tony V. It's got
He's going to
nice
take all my
cheesy
advertising
crust
away.
and it's
Now that I think about it, I'm not on board with Tony V. Tony G and Tony V are going to get tight, and Greg P is going to be out. I know it. I can feel it.
Well, you can't share the space?
No. Well, maybe we can do a side-by-side.
808 KNBR. Got a couple of texts to get to. 805, Gabe worked for 2021 because he had a rested, healthy Buster, Crawford playing like an MVP, Gosman, and an up-and-coming Logan Webb. After that, Buster retired, and Farhan refused to hand out contracts.
But Buster didn't play every day that year. Anyway, go on.
Anyway,
So
no,
it
I'm
was
just
all
saying,
because of
people
that?
do have their opinions about it, and I
Yeah.
get it. And Vitello's probably got a little bit of overlap with Gabe, but, goes back to what we talked about, the genuine factor and how Gabe Kapler or somebody like a John Gruden might be perceived as a little bit phony, whereas Tony Vitello, if he's himself and it's coming with a little bit of progress and winning, nobody's going to question that in the end. We got our good friend
Except
Kurtenbach.
Dieter, because he questions everything. I just want to know if is Ben Barge back to play left guard? We don't care about Tony V. Who's going to be the left guard as they pull against the Giants?
I think they're going to go back to Barch, right? They got to.
Good job. And that's the way to run against a 3-4 over front.
Well,
get back to gap scheme, and duo, right?
They did a lot of gap scheme last week, but they just went away from the run too early. They abandoned it down 13-0. I like the way
3 and outs will do that to you.
It was a tough look. It was a tough look because I like the way they were running the last 2 weeks, but we'll see. We'll see. Against the 3-4, I agree. Go to gap. And I think Pooney prefers gap. But are we talking baseball?
No.
Yeah, we could do a little bit of everything. We'll take a quick time out here because we do have spots to fill in this last hour. Dieter Kurtenbach of the San Jose Mercury News joining us coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver continues here. Got another half an hour, and then we'll get it over to Dirty Work. Dieter Kurtenbach of the San Jose Mercury News stopping by in the broadcast booth. Beautiful view. Very interesting day. Tony Vitello had a lot to say, and a lot of this is going to be, as we discussed during the break, anytime you bring in somebody new, it's a lot of we'll see, and that does not change when somebody answers questions for 40 minutes. What we can tell is that Tony Vitello, like Buster Posey, like Zach Manassian, seems to hate losing a lot more than liking winning, and with the way it's gone for the Giants in the last half-decade, I would consider that a positive.
I would agree, because 500 just isn't going to do it anymore. I'm just of the mindset that I'd rather see them go big and lose 100 with the possibility of winning 100 than just lock in wild card baseball again. Go big or go home, and this is a big-time hire. It's an unprecedented hire. And in 6 months, we might be saying, like, it was unprecedented for a reason. This guy's in over his head. Or we could have this gentleman who is staring at us. He's staring into our soul on the Jumbotron here at Oracle Park, Tony Vitello, and he could be the catalyst that this team needs to get back to an elite level of baseball, which it's been a minute, and even when it was here in the 2021 season, we couldn't quite understand it or replicate it. So that's what I'm looking forward to seeing, and hopefully it comes.
Well, you got to celebrate the wins. Otherwise, this professional sports will eat you up. The losses cannot be more painful than the exhilaration of winning, so you got to balance that out. But I hear you. In 85, they lost 100 and then came back and were able to redo that franchise. And Will Clark led the resurgence, and they won in 87 and 89. And, Bochy's team, they lost 98 games one year before they were able to bounce back. So it's not quite that dire. They are on the treadmill that you don't want to be on. But the Dodgers are showing age and vulnerability. We'll see. But just you were in the room that it happened in, and we had full confidence the way he speaks and handles himself. He'd do well, and he is. He's genuine. He is sincere. Now we got to see if he can run a baseball game and run a major league game, and 162 of them, and hopefully more. But just your own takeaways. Was there anything that he convinced you of that you were uncertain of going into the room, or conversely the other way? Just as you left the room, what did you think of this hire now?
I thought the authenticity was real, and I think that's a term that a lot of people throw out when they need to say something nice about somebody, but they don't really know what to say. So I don't mean it in that sense. I mean it in that he had a humbleness to him. He understood that he's coming into a situation that no one's ever treaded the path that he's on currently. And I think he understands the significance of that and the severity of the situation that he's walking into here. He's going to be viewed skeptically for a very long time. No matter how successful they are out of the gate, if they're successful out of the gate, it might take years of success for people to stop viewing him skeptically. And I think that he is eager to take on that challenge, and he's not going to shy away from that skepticism and have this chip on his shoulder. The thing that stood out to me most, Greg, was he is so different, or this press conference was so different than the last two we've done. And that could be given the fact that this is now the third one, has to be a very good thing. But Gabe Kapler, and again, I don't mean to trample on those who have gone before us, but like Gabe Kapler led with insecurity. And that press conference was contentious for reasons that we don't have to rehash here. But that really set a tone for his entire managerial stint of, I'll show you, I'm good enough, I'll show you. And with Melvin, they went the opposite direction with somebody who had a track record and someone who could just bring stability. And it got a little too calm, a little too stable. And at a certain point, it seemed like Bob didn't want to make any waves because it might remind someone that he's actually managing this baseball team. And they might be being like, what are we doing here? Is this Bob's fault? And eventually it did come to that. This is somebody who's going to be out in front. He was very confident in himself, but he's also confident enough to say, hey, man, like, this is going to be new for me, and I don't know how it's going to go. I appreciate the risk that everybody's taking, though. I'd rather be on that ship, on that boat, where everyone knows, hey, this might go way wrong, because at least then I know that it could also go way right. The upside and the downside, massive, but that's the way they got to do it, because I'm sick of 500 baseball. No one wants to watch it. It's just boring. This is not going to be boring, I can tell you that.
Although this last year of 500 baseball, you either saw the best team in the major leagues or the worst team at different points, whereas the year before, it was a just constant ebb and flow right around 500 the whole time. So Dieter Kurtenbach joining us here in the broadcast booth. So going back to Bob Melvin, what do you pinpoint as the moment where Buster Posey decided to ultimately make a change? And I'm not going to this because we need to overly rehash the past.
Right.
But you kind of just laid it out. They're taking a major risk and going a completely different step from what they had in Bob Melvin.
When the team started to fade after that nice little boost that they had, after they, it was a little bit after Bob got the extension, or they picked up the option, I should be more specific. And they were still swooning a little bit. And then it started to pick up, and Rafi started to hit, and Adama started, and it seemed like everyone was kind of aligning. And they got back into it. And they had an interesting start to September. And the moment that just tuckered out, and then they went back down again, that had to be it, because there was nothing coming from the dugout. There was no fire, no brimstone, nothing to say, hey, guys, like, our season's on the line. You're not doing anything out on the field. Let's see if I can light a fire under your collective rears, which might be a bit cliche and trite, but it is done by every manager in baseball for a reason, because sometimes it works. Sometimes you have to do something big and stupid to get everyone to wake up and pay attention and start playing better ball. And that's in any sport. And Bob just sat there. He just sat there and let the season drift away. And when you're Buster Posey, a competitor of the highest order, and not necessarily a fiery guy in your own right, and you see this team just sort of take whatever's given to them as they have an opportunity, albeit a slim one, but an opportunity nevertheless, to make something very interesting happen, to bring playoff baseball back, and to just watch Bob sit there and take it, that had to have been it. And I had gotten some word a couple weeks before, and I wrote a column about how, like, they're never going anywhere with this guy as their manager. They can lock in 81 wins a year, and maybe they'll get to 85 one year, maybe it'll be 75 one year, but that's your window with Bob Melvin. And I think that everyone in the Giants organization had, at least the decision makers, had kind of come to the same conclusion as well. He stabilized the organization when it was teetering on kind of totally collapsing. So credit to Bob Melvin for that. He was the leader they needed for that year. The second year, though, he couldn't take them where they wanted to go. This team wants more, and they're willing to risk what they already have in order to get more. That's the kind of leadership that I appreciate from Buster Posey with this ball team.
And he did pick up his option on July 1st, and they would have to pay him $4 million, so good for Bowmel. And then 2 months later, and there was a report in the Knoxville News, knoxnews.com, that there was a meeting, that Tony Vitello came to Denver, right when the Giants were playing that Labor Day series against the Rockies. Now, I read that article to mean that was a job interview. It may have been he just went to see 4 of his players play, including Drew. We asked Zach Manassian, because Buster said he had the first thought about hiring Tony V. And I said, well, when was that thought? And he said, well, shortly after the season ended, out of respect to Bob. I don't necessarily buy the timeline, but that's neither here nor there. My question is, I don't think Buster, and he's understated, I don't think he sold me enough on why he decided to hire this guy. He's a natural leader. He's concise. He's direct. I could say that about a lot of people, and they can't run a damn major league game.
Well, not me, Greg, but yes.
Well, you're none of those things. So I'm not even going to. You're not a leader. You're not concise. You are direct. I'll give you that.
I'm direct, but I've never been concise.
No, but I'm
Leadership.
You're not going to run it.
We'll
Maybe I'll have you coach my own line, but I'm not.
There we
gonna have
go.
you run it.
Now we're
but
talking.
My question is, during the Q&A, it's a little stiff, and when you broke up into one-on-ones,
Yeah.
Why did Buster Posey hire this guy? What was it about him? Is he can talk? Did he watch him run games in Knoxville? Why did Buster do this?
It does sound as if he's the kind of guy who can create the environment and the culture that Bob Melvin just wasn't going to be able to do. He can relate to younger players. Obviously, he has a tremendous amount of players who played under him at the major league level now. Drew Gilbert, obviously. Think about just this with Drew Gilbert. Maybe this was the best resume builder, maybe the best referral that he could have gotten. Like, Drew Gilbert shows up on this team. Who the hell's Drew Gilbert? No one was excited when Drew Gilbert got called up. It wasn't like Bryce Eldridge or anybody. Like, it didn't matter. And this guy comes in, and he just immediately is a spark plug for a team that needed a spark plug. And you go, man, well, what's this guy's deal? And you look back, and he's like this at Tennessee. And then you look into what they're doing at Tennessee, and it shouldn't be that hard to look into. He won a national championship, and I don't think people quite understand how bad the situation was at Tennessee before he showed up. They took a big risk on him when they hired him, and he turned that thing into not just a really good program that got lucky one year at Omaha, but the gold standard in college baseball. And he did it because he has a great eye for talent, and more so, he's a great people person in the sense of he understands what teams need to be able to get over the humps late in seasons when the going gets really tough. He understands that culture wins out more than maybe the X's and O's or the analytics and things like that. It's the teams that want to stick together and fight for each other that end up getting over that hump because everyone's going to face those challenges throughout a year. The question is which teams really want to do it together. And I didn't get a big sense of togetherness with these Giants. I didn't feel like it was some sort of mutinous situation, but I never felt like they were some collective unit. There was a lot of crosstalk sometimes through the media, not necessarily finger pointing, but different opinions on what's going on inside their own clubhouse. And that just stems from leadership. And it may be having a bit of an iconoclast, though I don't feel like Tony Vitello is going to show up and make it all about, Tony V. It's not going to be the Tony V show here, even if we want it to be at times. I do think that having somebody who has a strong, authentic, confident personality, but isn't insecure, could really do wonders for this team that, like Willy Adames is a big personality, but Willy Adames is also kind of a people pleaser and a go-with-the-flow kind of guy. And Rafi Devers is definitely a go-with-the-flow guy. He's not somebody to make waves. And Matt Chapman, he's a pretty fierce dude, but he's also not this clubhouse leader, rah-rah dude. Logan Webb tried to take the role. I'm not sure if he's totally suited for it. He's not terrible at it, but this is why Justin Verlander was so important to this team. But Justin Verlander, how many more years can you milk that for? I think just having this personality in there and someone who can build a culture from the ground up, I think Buster realized that's been the hardest part of his job. And he's got a really hard job, and he's still learning a lot of it. But building this culture, and he said, we're going to build it together. I feel like with Bob Melvin, they couldn't do that. And with Tony Vitello, they got a real shot at doing that.
In 1 year and 29 days ago, Buster Posey was right there and talked about the memory-making business, and he's swung big in that short amount of time. So a few more minutes here with Dieter Kurtenbach. This is the question of the day from our listeners.
Ooh.
What style of baseball should we be able to expect from Tony Vitello?
Yeah.
And we hear so much about Buster Ball, but at the same time, actions speak louder than words. Look at what they did last year. They traded for Rafael Devers. They were willing to part with some of their pitching.
Yeah.
The bullpen, due to injuries and trades, only 2 of the opening day guys were there at the end of the year. And I'm not saying that those moves were bad.
No,
I
it
would
made sense
have
at the
made
time.
that trade for Rafael Devers and given up what I did, of course.
Absolutely.
All that being said, though, the roster, the construction, how it was at the end of the year, very different from the type of team that was constructed that won 3 World Series from 2010 to 2014.
Yeah.
Tony Vitello at Tennessee, offensive powerhouse, not playing in this Marine layer.
Right.
So a lot of it will be based around the roster. So much is still to be seen. But with the information we have here at the end of October, what style of baseball can we expect in 2026?
Well, I think that even Buster Posey understands that the baseball is not the same then as it is now. Like, I really do want to harp on this point because I feel it's so important. The Giants won 3 World Series in the dead ball era, and that meant pitching and defense was at the utmost premium because that's the only way you could have won during that era. The Kansas City Royals were good during that era. Name a Kansas. Who were their sluggers? What was their murderer's row on the Kansas City? It's pitching and defense. They play on a massive ballpark in Kansas City. The Giants played, and it's not a technically massive ballpark, but it plays bigger than maybe any ballpark in baseball. Pitching and defense because the ball was dead. And then Rob Manfred got his hands on the ball, and it tightened up pretty significantly, and now every place is Coors Field. Obviously, there's ebbs and flows with the nature of the ball and the height of the seams, but as we look at it now, it's pretty clear that Major League Baseball, if they do have any say over the matter, wants more home runs and wants teams to hit dingers, and that's good for business. So I don't expect a dead ball era anytime soon, which means that Buster Ball and this ideal that we've held on to and has been so successful. I see the pennants flying right now. Actually, they're not technically flying right now. I shouldn't have said that. Regardless, the pennants that should be out there as we speak, they were won playing a different sport, in effect. And I just don't think you can carry that forward. I don't know how Tony Vitello is going to squeeze out more home runs or more strikeouts or anything like that. I can tell you this, the way that his teams played at Tennessee, and as a fellow Missouri Tiger with Tony Vitello, I watch a decent amount of SEC baseball. You were wondering how soon I would get into it. The way that they played was aggressive. That would be the way I would describe it. He was a big, aggressive personality, and his team played aggressive. And having listened to him talk to other people throughout the years, other interviews and such, his stance was there's no rule, like unwritten rules. We're not going to follow any of them. Now, I don't know how that plays at the major league level, and maybe he tones it down a little bit because he is coming into a big new environment, and you don't want to be that aggressive that early and set a tone that strongly. But I loved the way that they played baseball at Tennessee, having watched a little bit of it. I loved the way that they always took the extra base, that they would steal like crazy, that they just did not care if your feelings were hurt because they were playing baseball hard. That's what I want the Giants to do. That's something they didn't do under Melvin. And then every now and again, they would give you a glimmer of it and then go back to playing sleepy baseball. And it was what Gabe Kapler refused to do because the analytics said that that's actually too much and we shouldn't do anything like that. This is maybe a little bit old school, maybe a little bit irreverent. I love all of that. This team needs to squeeze any advantage that they can. It's not like we're a small market here. It's not like they're not spending money. But you're going up against the Dodgers. The Dodgers are so good they might shut down baseball for a year just to get rid of them. That's how good they are. And I know they might lose the World Series, but their problems have shown up in the World Series again. And the Giants need to do everything that they can to even the playing field between them and the Dodgers. And if that means being the most hated team in the National League West, bring it on, because sports needs villains as much as it needs heroes, if not more so. I would love nothing more than the San Francisco Giants and Tony Vitello to be the number one villain in all of baseball. That would be both great for business and I think great for the fan base, because that's all something we can get behind, I think.
All right, we've been on the air for 3 hours and 47 minutes in the month of October. And we've not mentioned football at all, or specifically the San Francisco Giants, the 49ers. So can I segue from the San Francisco Giants to the New York Football Giants, which they still call them there, even though the baseball Giants left after the 57 year.
That's right.
So the 49ers, Dieter, started the year 3-0. Nick Bosa got hurt in the third week. Since that point, they have alternated loss, win, loss, win, loss.
Yeah.
They are 5-3. They got a trading deadline coming up on Tuesday. After you play this game in Northern Jersey on Sunday, you're playing the LA Rams. And I know you already beat them, but a lot has changed since then. So the pure math of it, they're 5-3. They win, they're 6-3, and they face a deadline. You lose, you're 5-4. And for the first time, you've lost back-to-back games, and you got the Rams coming up next. How huge is this game Sunday?
It's massive because of also the little battles in the game, Greg. I don't need to tell you, but like, if you can't beat Jackson Dart, a quarterback who spends half of the time staring at the back of his own offensive line and the other half figuring out how fast he can run away from the defensive line, if you can't beat him because you don't have the pass rush or because your secondary is too porous, two things that we've seen now recently with this Niners defense, I'm having a hard time believing you're beating Matt Stafford. I'm having a hard time believing you're beating Jordan. I can't take you seriously. Maybe as a playoff team, but certainly as a playoff contender if you can't beat Jackson Dart. And if they win it, I feel like it creates a level of stability because everyone's entitled to good games, bad games, up, down. I don't think they expected to play as well as they did against Atlanta. I think Atlanta handed them a lot of that game with Michael Penix
was not good that game.
Just doing some dumb stuff. And Zach Robinson, fraud. But then you come out the next week, and I don't know if they were that bad against Houston, to be frank. I thought their defense did a lot of bend but don't break, and the offense just couldn't get going, and it felt like that game script just put them behind the 8 ball from the jump. So you get a good one, you get a bad one. Let's just get a stable one. Let's get one where the Niners actually execute some game plans, and it's not going to go perfectly. It's not going to go great, but they're going to give up points, and they're going to give up yards, and they're going to have 3 and outs because they're not that talented. They're not as talented as they used to be. But how about we just get a game where they look like a competent team as opposed to this kind of wild swings that we've seen the last 2 weeks as they've tried to piece together a 53-man roster from street free agents and draft picks. I just want to see them look in control, maybe not of the game, but of themselves for some stretches here against a Giants team that is fine at best. And I think they can do it. I actually feel pretty good about them this week, having watched the film.
I'm not saying this to be sarcastic in any form.
No, yeah.
If they had to play Cam Scatterby, I'd be a little bit more worried.
You should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's been really good, and that was a terrible injury, and right off the heels of Fred Warner, I hated seeing it.
I'll say this. The New York Giants basically run the Arizona Cardinals offense, which is it's the worst kind of chicken wing order, all flats. It's just awful to watch. It's so bad to watch. And the positive for Dart is that he's actually a really effective scrambler. And certainly we've wasted enough airtime on these channels explaining how the Niners have struggled with scrambling quarterbacks in the past. I just feel like it's there. I feel like both teams are of a similar level of talent. And if the Niners can get any sort of a pass rush, they really have a good shot in this game, even going across the country. This has got to be one that they take because, as you laid out, Greg, it is a tone setter for the rest of the year. And I don't think they're going to do anything big or bold or brash at the deadline, whether they win or lose. I feel like they're going to ride this thing out and try to reverse engineer meaning from it effectively for 2026. But, man, for the fan base, it would be so huge if they could just look calm, cool, and collected for a week. And that will really, really bode well for them going into that Rams game, which is going to be interesting to say the least.
Oh, yeah, and whether it's Brock or I think more likely Mac Jones, how about not getting beat up for a week?
Mac Jones on the injury report with knee. Not great. Not ideal. Both knees. My goodness. They had to go to page 2 on the injury report this week. That's what they had to do. They've done it a couple times now, but they went to page 2 on the injury report.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan he's got to catch his breath when he does these pressers.
I almost came out of a presser the other day, and Kyle goes through all the injuries, and I just want to be like, I'm sorry, what? Can you repeat all of that?
I think it would be easier if he said who is practicing.
That's right.
Versus who is not.
Kyle comes in with the PowerPoint. Wednesday. Yeah, Kyle comes in with the PowerPoint.
CMC and Trent don't practice. Just tell us who is. It'd be easier.
Yeah, and Fred Warner was the only vet that was never missing a practice, and now he's out for the rest of the year. So there you have it. The irony of it all.
Suddenly they're like, Dieter, you're at left guard today. It's like, oh, damn, I forgot my pads, which probably would
Barch is back, right? Barch is back?
Yeah, I mean, he's in his window. I think he's questionable for the game. We'll find out really tomorrow. But Colby... Colby's been battling that injury. He was so good against New Orleans in that first game where they threw him into the fire. He was so good, and then picked up a groin injury. It just hasn't been the same. Pooney's fighting that PCL injury that a lot of guys wouldn't play through. He prefers the gap stuff because it gives him a little bit of a head of steam to get some blocks in.
He's a good puller.
He's a really good puller, and I'll tell you this. I'm very concerned right now about Trent Williams' ability to handle power because Danielle Hunter and – should be noted, Will Anderson, who is perhaps the preeminent speed rusher in this league. Every time they went up against Trent, they just tried to bull rush him. And that used to be the dumbest thing you could do in football. And now it's kind of an effective thing. So Trent's got something to where the entire league knows the book on him now, which is if you're going to beat him, which is something you couldn't do for 10 straight years, but if you're going to beat him, you beat him with power. And that's not going to be great against this Giants pass rush, which has some dudes, and Colton McKivitz not being able to handle speed on the other end. Oh boy. We could talk offensive line all day, but it would be a pretty depressing conversation as we break it down.
Well, I'm sure you'll have some sports phones. We'll have you on these airwaves plenty of times where we can get deep into the offensive line as new guys continue to surface, and we'll be talking about the new left guard in Week 16. Dieter Kurtenbach did bring his pads.
I would not recommend that under any circumstances. That would go about as poorly as my collegiate football career went. Let's put it that way. Which is no, we're not doing this anymore. Have a good day. Thank you for coming.
Well, thank you for coming by, and it's been a nice full day of Tony Vitello talk, and we'll see. That's the theme of the day. We will see, but hey, I like the guy that showed up in the building. I'm excited about what's ahead.
Villains of baseball. I expect nothing more, expect nothing less, and I'm so excited for it.
Thanks for coming by.
Anytime, guys.
Dieter Kurtenbach of the San Jose Mercury News. You can read him. You can hear him on these airwaves. Let's get ready to wrap up the show and give it to Dirty Work when we come back with one final message courtesy of High School Musical. I'm just quoting Tony Vitello on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Greg Silver here. And did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based here in the Bay Area? Some not even in the state of California. But that's not the case with Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They've been based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. And we're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. And you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, children, all around us, please be careful and let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And here's the best part. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Silver Linings Playlist. The tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver. All right, let's get on out of here. And I said it. High School Musical. It's not me. It's the quote from Tony Vitello. And I believe that quote is, "We're in this together now, whether you like me or not. The best groups seem to get closer as time goes by and difficulties and successes pile up. We're all in this together. I've learned that from my dad, Tony Vitello, High School Musical." And that is how we will wrap it up today.
Wow, he is going Gabe Kapler. I mean, so we were impressed. We'll get into more, but tomorrow obviously is back to football. Tim Ryan, Bob Papa, Matt Mayoko. We will talk a little Warrior basketball. Maybe a member of the Warriors will actually join us tonight. Big day for Pods. Gets the option picked up. He's back to Milwaukee. I'm playing him off the bench tonight, though, Silver. Got to go big lineup tonight, right, against Miles Turner. Is now a Milwaukee Buck. And Giannis Antetokounmpo. We start quitting Post tonight against their two big lineup.
Yeah, I'm putting Pods off the bench, too. Even though Pods has done better when he's starting, I like the idea of big lineup. It worked against Denver, did well against the Clippers, and now you got the Bucks. Good stuff today, Papa. Appreciate Zach Manassian and everyone from the Giants to make that happen. We appreciate Tony Vitello's entrance. We appreciate Jacob back in the studio. Darren Chan delivering Tony's Pizza and also making this operation run for 8 straight hours. And a big, big thank you to all the listeners out there. We'll be back tomorrow. It is time for Dirty Work. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, and we are all in this together.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb here. Jake Violante already with his ass out of the chair. You notice how Tim got Jake's ass out quick? Because
very quick.
He felt the heat from the takes, I think.
Oh, did he?
I think Tim rolled in and he was like, why don't you get out of the chair? Don't get comfortable in there.
And those pipes.
Dude, he's got good pipes and better takes than Tim.
I'm talking about the voice.
Better? Oh, yeah. Same. Great voice, great pipes.
Jacob slept on my couch too many times. I've seen some things, but he's... Yikes. He's got a good voice.
Shout out the great Jake Violante, one of our good buddies. A guy who, one of the rare KNBR employees who's had multiple stints at KNBR.
Oh, yeah.
A guy who left. One of the rare KNBR employees.
He's like Kruger.
One of the rare KNBR employees who left on his own and then came back for a multiple... into his own stint at KNBR. He left on his own volition and then decided to come back. How about that?
How about that?
I don't know. Do you honor that more?
Yeah. He's not like
he's not like Dan Dunn who just got axed and then came on back. You know
Come
what I
on
mean?
now. What are we doing here? Awesome. What are we doing here? I cried that day.
yeah, you did. It's fun to riff with our boys.
No, he's
I mean?
like who's the old Yankees manager back in the day that also managed for the A's during the Reggie Jackson.
Talking about Billy Martin.
Billy Martin.
We got fired 3 times with the Yanks,
and always was brought back.
Well, only the second time. You figure he was fired 3 times and brought back, fired twice and brought back, and then fired a 3rd time.
One of my favorites. We're talking about press conferences today. One of my favorite press conferences when they brought him back, and I think he says during the press conference, "I just got the job." And then, of course, the owner of the Yankees, Steinbrenner, goes, "Not yet. Not yet, you don't." It's like, we're just going to fire him right then and there.
Right then and there, dude. Just axe him. Yeah, Billy Martin, a 3-time manager for the Yanks, manager for the A's, in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Anyway, we got the Tony Vitello presser went down earlier. We do have Kyle Shanahan, by the way, 49ers head coach, joining us about 3:15, 3:30 today.
Always in the 3 o'clock hour.
In the 3 o'clock hour when they get off the practice
Yes.
field, we'll let you know the time. But we'll catch up with Kyle about this game on Sunday against the New York Football Giants in New Jersey, which I love, going up against Jackson Dart, the rookie quarterback.
Does anyone ever say like the San Francisco 49ers in San Jose?
No, Santa Clara.
Santa Clara, yeah.
No, they don't. Well, it's funny. I think people here mock it.
Yeah.
I think people who are Niner fans mock it.
But nationally, people don't care.
Nationally, nobody mocks it. Niner fans mock it because Niner fans are like, what the hell what are we doing outside of the city limits? It's sort of like how the nation will mock the LA Angels. You're not even in LA County.
Yeah,
much
you're
like
not.
Santa Clara is not
You're not.
San Francisco County. Like I don't hear that nationally. I feel like New York gets it more because there's two New York teams. New York is supposed to be the epicenter of it all.
Mm-hmm.
There's two teams that claim to be in New York that literally do not play in the state of New York.
Right.
It's a different state.
Yes.
That's the difference.
It's a big difference.
It is
Yes.
one thing to be like the San Francisco 49ers. They're still in the Bay Area. It's the San Francisco, whatever.
Yeah.
I get it. I don't love it. It's like, Golden State is the generalizing
Right.
of the state, not even the Bay Area itself.
Yeah.
But I would say it's different with New York because it's two teams that play outside of New York, carry the New York name, and the one team that plays in the state of New York carries the name Buffalo.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, right? Because people think New York, they think city. You think New York, and you, of course, think grandma and grandpa in upstate New York. And you think New York, you
Anchor
think
Wings.
You think New York, you think the juice. That's what you think.
Oh, of course I do. You said juice, right?
Yeah, I said O.J. Simpson.
Okay,
when I was
gotcha.
talking, yeah.
Gotcha.
The juice.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting matchup, and we'll talk to Kyle, and we'll replay it for you at 5:30.
The replay leader.
Along with Tim Ryan at 4:50. By the way,
Kyle 3:30,
Yeah.
T-Rock 4:50, and then the replay leader, Shanahan, again at 5:30.
Have you ever followed a High School Musical coming into a radio show before? You didn't.
I didn't hear them. Are you saying this?
Greg Silver had a little bit of, I guess, Tony
We're
Vitello
all
during
in
the
this
press
together?
conference.
Did
We're
he
all in
drop
this
the-
together.
he
He
dropped
dropped
a
a little High School Musical
little
to
Zac
end the
Efron
show.
on you.
And then, of course, my father was like, I remember this jam back in the day. My daughter's blaring this.
So when I was a junior in high school, I'd done the fall play.
You did High School Musical?
I was the lead in the fall play my junior year of high school.
Oh.
It was the first play I ever did. And then they wanted me to do the musical, but it is in the spring. It's during
Right.
baseball season. And so my mama Susie said when that High School Musical came out on Disney Channel, I think I was a senior when it happened. No, I was a junior when it happened. When it came out, my mom was like, High School Musical, what? The Adam Copeland story? Because it's all about him like playing basketball
Right,
and being
yep.
in the musical.
Yep.
Zac Efron, Vanessa Hudgens, sort of launching point into stardom.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
But they dropped it. We're all in this together, huh?
I guess during the Vitello press conference, I watched the whole thing. I can't pinpoint that. He called out Twitter today, which I
heard him call out Twitter. That was pretty funny.
No, that was good. I'll say this about
He said that was his first question when they asked him about the job. He was like, do I have to have a Twitter account?
No, I like that. Listen.
Twitter's not real life, he said, yeah.
As far as the Vitello press conference, I'll just say he was real. He wasn't phony. He spoke from the heart, and I'm glad that he didn't make any, declarations about what he's going to be as a manager.
Well, let me stop you real
Yeah.
quick. Let me ask you this,
Yeah.
because I think everybody's wondering, Derek, did he say everything you wanted him to say? Did you get everything out of it that you wanted from this press conference?
All right. Well, as far as yesterday,
I didn't get. Whatever. I didn't get the big pound your fist on the table. We're going
Right.
to beat the Dodgers. I did leave feeling like, all right, bro, let's go to war.
Exactly.
Let's go to battle, bro. Because he wasn't, as Buster said, he has a conciseness to him. He talked about his vision. But what I came away with this from really is feeling like it's not just Vitello, and I know this isn't the case. Everybody around it feels good because Buster's the guy who hired him. But it seems to me like this is going to be a support situation for
Yes.
Buster and Manassian.
Yes, definitely.
That they will be working closely on this. Buster couldn't give a straight answer even to John Shea when asked about analytic stuff and front office impact on everyday lineups or roster decisions and
Right.
whatnot. And he said, I think that's something that's going to be obviously done in concert, but he said that's going to iron itself out naturally in terms of how we get to know each other and work together.
Yeah.
I think it would be foolish for Buster to say, and this is what I mean, is these were the answers I wanted yesterday.
No, I definitely hear you.
I think it'd be foolish to say up front, like, no, we're going to let him do his thing, or no, we're going to be very involved.
Right.
Why don't you get into it? Get the staff together, which they don't have yet, which I think
don't.
that's right. He said this comes first.
Mhm.
Get through this, and then we start hiring the staff. That was a good question by Kerry, but we want to get through this threshold. We're not even, by the way, done with the end of the actual calendar baseball season, or the end of the season, because the World Series still has, hopefully, one more game left instead of two after the Blue Jays win last night. But I liked what I heard. I liked him making sure people knew, I understand Giants baseball. I've been to this ballpark before.
Yep.
I've seen games. My favorite moment of the presser which, by the way, I caught it. I had my back turned. I was like getting ready. It was on the TV behind me. And I was getting ready, and I heard him say, I forget what the question was or who asked it. Maybe it was about managing or dealing with a bunch of different guys at different levels and not managing veterans and whatnot. And he said, we just all have to be, basically, we're all in this together. We need to be one unit. We win. He said, well, I remember the analogy. He said, there's when you lose a game 9-6, they say, the pitchers let you down. When you lose a game 9-6 or 3-2, they say, the pitching did their job, the hitters didn't do their job. He says, we win as a team, we lose as a team.
I think it was John Shea asking him about how he's going to, take his enthusiasm from college to the major league level.
And he said, we win as a team and we lose as a team, which is obviously a great way to think about it. It's not a divided, this is pitchers and this is catchers, this is defense, this is offense and special teams. It's we are one unit, we are one team. So he's talking about that, and then he said, we need to know that, like, when Alex Gordon hits a triple, we're all going to – and when he said that, my ears perked up. I said, did he say Alex Gordon? And then he kind of smiled and was, I was at that Game 7 in 2014, got a little intense, and I went, dude, that's the best flex you've had all day.
Yeah, and Buster immediately, it was a little intense.
I was like, holy crap, the dude from Missouri – I got to imagine he was rooting Royals, by the way.
Probably.
I got to imagine he was sitting there rooting for the –
Whatever.
He's from Missouri, whatever.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, when he said that, I went, that's just not him mentioning, by the way, Romo he threw out. I love him throwing out a Serge Romo.
Yeah.
Mentioned the one faux pas, Madison Baumgartner he dropped, which I thought was kind of funny. But he mentioned Lincecum, he mentioned Mays, he mentioned Bonds, he mentioned his history or knowledge of the organization. Dude shouted out Bill Miller, which made my day.
Right.
He shouted out Big Bill Miller, dude, former batting title or batting champ.
And then asking if people remembered him.
Yeah, I asked Jack Loader that. I texted him. I said, do you know who Bill Miller was? He goes, yeah. So, of course, he was up and he drew that walk when Dave Roberts got the steal of second base. People don't remember that.
Right.
I was like, did you know he was a Giant, though, Jack Loader? I don't think so. Anyway, fact of the matter is, I felt good about the presser. I understand the engaging nature of Tony Vitello. And the same as I felt yesterday and that you felt yesterday, who knows? There's no way to gauge whether or not this is the right hire or will be. I like what we've gotten. Energy and enthusiasm, we're not part of it. But what Buster said, and this was the question I was asking along the way, was, is this something that was coming to Major League Baseball where we were going to get a coach like this making the jump? Or are the Giants doing something totally cutting edge against the current off the wall? Like the Moneyball comment or quote from Billy Beane. Everybody was going to do it. We were just the first. Was this something that was coming for Major League Baseball, or is he just the first? If you read the interview that Pat Murphy did with The Athletic and Bags and Brisbee, he says he's way more equipped than I was even coming out. He said, I couldn't have made the jump. And I'm not saying that he can't. I'm saying he's in a different situation. He has a different support system in Buster Posey. The college game is much closer to the Major League game now than it used to be. And what Vitello said is, like, you got to earn respect. Respect is earned. And I get all that. And he said, but you cut your teeth in different ways. And he said, and I hope that becomes clear. But also he's looking to earn his keep and make a name with the guys who are already on the roster. Has not spoken, it sounds like, to tons of players on the roster.
Doesn't sound like it.
But that may be coming. He may be doing like a Giants roster tour. It's kind of what he was talking about. I came away feeling like, okay, Giants are going a different route. Dodgers may lose the World Series.
It's all looking good right now.
Let's turn the page into the Vitello era. And all we have, I told you, by nature, I'm a positive Giants fan. I question whether or not it's the right move. I would have questioned whether or not anybody was the right move.
Right.
This one was the most off the wall and unknown. He addressed those. We'll see what it looks like. I mean, the 1/3 mark of the season will be about how many games he's ever managed in a year. You know what I mean?
Right. And I just appreciated, like I said, how real he was. He said that this was never a dream of his, but it's a recent dream. And
I love that.
He's not going to make any proclamations, but all it is just, I want to do a very good job. And yesterday, yes, I didn't give a good take as far as like what I want to hear him say. I guess what I wanted answered was, how is he going to be, with his experience in college, how is he going to take that to the next level? And what kind of philosophy is he going to have as a major league manager? And, how is it going to be with the coaching staff? How is it going to be with the front office? Are they going to be involved in day-to-day
And we got some of those questions. And I thought Buster's answer was good. I like it. I like it not being.
I mean, we didn't get any concrete answers.
But I think I think if we did, I would be more skeptical.
I'll say this. I'm glad that he didn't say anything like, I want to beat the Dodgers all the time. Like, if he did that stuff, the rah-rah stuff, I would have rolled my eyes. Like, so many coaches do that, and then they can't live up to expectations. It bites them in the ass. If he said something today like, I guarantee your World Series in 3 years, that by the end of my contract, then we all would hold that against him. I'm just glad that he kept it real and just said, yeah, I don't know how to be a major league manager, but you know what? I'm going to figure it out. We're all in this together. And I'll just say this. When things go well, we never remember the press conference. Do we remember anything from Kyle Shanahan's press conference? Not a damn thing. Do you remember anything from Steve Kerr's press conference?
Great call.
We always remember the train wrecks. We remember Jim Tomsula.
You going to D'Amico Ryans on me? All you do is focus on the negative.
All I'm saying is, though, you remember the press conferences
it's a great call.
that unfold with such turmoil, and the guys don't pan out.
And if they end up great, you don't really remember. I mean, again, now we go back to the Dan Campbell one. That could have been the biggest joke of a presser ever.
But it didn't mean anything.
It didn't mean anything. And now we're like, damn, this guy was setting the stage for a tone that he was actually going to bring, and they found success with it.
I'm about biting kneecaps now.
Now it's a character thing, right? They're like, well, that's just who he is. That's
exactly. So as far as today, it was a simple press conference, but I hope it's one we don't remember because, in my opinion, the ones that I remember are the train wrecks. The good press conferences are the ones we forget about because you focused on the winning.
Yeah.
So hopefully that's what happens with Tony Vitello.
1,000 planes take off and land every day. We don't talk about the ones that land. We talk about the crashes. Right?
Exactly.
That's kind of how it goes. So I'm with you. I felt good coming out of the presser with Tony Vitello. Who knows if it will work? But what I will say is there was a tone of arrogance when Farhan hired Gabe Kapler, around Kapler and Farhan.
Yeah.
I don't think that's unreasonable to say. There was an idea of we understand the game better and differently than you do. And because Tony Vitello comes in with 0 Major League Baseball experience, none of that was felt. And it was more of, I said, is he going to endear us to him? And I kind of felt like he did. I kind of felt like he was like, I'm here. The only thing more important to me than Tennessee Volunteer wins is San Francisco Giant wins.
Yeah,
and
that's important.
He said, the number one thing for me is to do a good job. It's the number one thing. So we'll talk more about that. We'll hear from Tony Vitello, the new manager of the San Francisco Giants, the 40th manager in franchise history. I was just thinking about this. Buster retired at the end of 2021. 22, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so he won't be eligible for the Hall of Fame until next year. Never mind. I was thinking, dude, could he hire this guy and then end up elected into the Hall of Fame this summer?
You think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer? That's a topic for another day.
It's time for another day.
Yeah.
I think, we'll get into that a different time.
All right.
I have thoughts on that. But anyway, we'll talk more Vitello. Buster Posey may be the only guy with this kind of pull and equity. I mean, he's the most marketable, one of the most marketable and beloved franchise members ever. World Series champion, carries tons of respect and weight around the game. Then as part owner, sits on the executive board, owns a piece of the team. Is there anybody who had the pull to get this done besides Buster? The answer is probably no. Tony Vitello is introduced. We'll talk about it next, and we'll hear from him only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The San Francisco Giants introduced new manager Tony Vitello today. You can find the entire press conference, including Jack Loader's incredible question, at thesportsleader.com and on our app. Keep it locked for everything Giants right here on the new manager leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. We are streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, or thesportsleader.com, and our The Sports Leader KNBR YouTube channel. Stream and watch the show wherever it is you're listening. You can do it on any of those platforms. Tony Vitello announced as the new manager of the San Francisco Giants. And as Brandon Crawford, I remember, once said to me and Marty on the patio, he said, people always talk about us playing 162. We don't play 162. He's like, tack on the spring training games, we're talking 200.
Yeah.
Tack on postseason baseball, we're talking extra rounds now. You're playing a whole nother month of baseball. We're talking February to November, effectively. These guys are playing ball, and that's what you're tasking Tony Vitello to do now, nearly 3 or 4 times more games a year than he's ever managed in his college career. The first question, well, we'll start with his first statement because he, Buster opened up the presser, then Tony Vitello gave some thoughts, and then they opened it up to questions. This was an interesting one, and I am not surprised by the answer, but they asked him, or he's talked about taking this job and it not being a dream that he had his whole life. It's a more recent dream. Here's Tony Vitello on reaching a goal that he never thought he would attain.
I never dreamed of being a Major League Baseball player. I don't know why. My skill level wasn't very high. I think it was just so far above the clouds that I never even saw it. And for me as a coach, I was just kind of trying to make my way. I got thrust into a position at a young age that I probably didn't even deserve. So I was just trying to do a good job. And fortunately, it helped get me to the next spot and the next spot and the next spot. And eventually this did become a dream where I just kind of decided if it was, if I was blessed enough to receive an opportunity, this is something I wanted to do before I was done coaching, in general. And now I'm incredibly humbled and blessed to do so. So it is a dream come true, but it's a very recent dream. It wasn't one I had for a while. And as much as I'd love to sit up here and promise things and pound my fist on the desk and all that, and really all I want to do is a good job.
That's fair as hell. And
Was he listening yesterday?
A little bit, I think.
I think I said, pound your fist on the desk and tell me you're going to beat the Dodgers.
No, but I like how real he is. Like, a lot of coaches would say, I've dreamt about this for a long time. Since I was a little boy, I wanted to play in, Major League Baseball. I wanted to manage Major League Baseball. And he's like, I didn't. I knew what my ceiling was. I knew I wasn't going to be a player. I knew I wasn't going to be a manager. I was having fun in college. I could have spent the rest of my career at Tennessee. But he's like, you know what? This opportunity came, and he can't say no to Buster Posey. So I commend him because a lot of people would be phony. What's the biggest indictment about Gabe Kapler? He was phony. This guy seems real to me. He's not going to BS you. He's going to be real in press conferences. Again, is that going to translate to wins? No, but I just like how real and human he is.
Yeah, and the thing I was saying before about wondering whether or not he was like, was baseball ever going to get to this point, or did the Giants go off the wall with this and say, hey, this was something coming and we're just going to be the first, or we're going to be unique and outside the box? And I wonder if this will create an avenue for other managers or coaches from college to make this
it's not
jump.
the same, but did you see the Twins who they hired today?
They hired Derek Shelton, didn't they, to be their manager?
A minor league or
Derek Shelton was managing the Pirates last year, though.
No, I'm sorry. I must be thinking of a different team.
Minor league manager's a little bit different to get elevated or hired. I saw the Twins hired Derek Shelton, who had been the Pirates manager, and he was relieved of his duties. And then I saw Craig Albernaz was hired as the Orioles. Tim, are you shaking your head no? Am I wrong on this? Oh, he's talking about something else. Craig Albernaz, I believe, he was the bench coach in Cleveland. He used to be here as a pitching coach or a bullpen coach. He took the job in Baltimore. But what I was getting at here is I saw an interview with Paul Skeens on MLB Network or somewhere this morning, and he was talking about the jump from college to the pros and how he made the jump really quickly, obviously, from being at LSU, faced Tony Vitello, of course, and then jumped into the minor leagues, shot through the minor leagues, and is already a Cy Young candidate at the major league level. But what he said was there's like 4 or 5 guys in college baseball that he thinks can make this jump. Tony Vitello is near the top of that list. And something else that Manassian pointed out is this wasn't totally brand new in terms of idea. He said this name has been floating around. Tony's name has been floating around baseball for a few years. It's just about somebody actually interviewing or jumping on it or having the equity and the capital that Buster Posey has to be able to make this decision.
Just to give the right details, the Nationals hired today Blake Patera, who is 33 years old, and he is a minor league manager in the Tampa Bay Rays organization. So not the same as Tony Vitello, but very interesting hire.
He's got to be related to Drew Brutera, right, Tim? The other catcher? Tim doesn't know.
I would say he has to be, right?
He's got to be.
But to your point, Copes.
More pro baseball experience than Vitello is my point. It's something like this even, you know?
Exactly.
They know him in the system. And by the way, the Nationals are a team that right now is very young.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of their players have probably already played for this guy who have come through the system. C.J. Abrams, James Wood, who was an all-star this year, is massive. For them, they're not a team ready to compete or win yet in the NL East. So bringing up a guy who's big on development makes sense for them, right? The Giants, I think, are in that hybrid. They have Rafael Devers. They've spent money at the major league level, but they're not good enough to compete. So they've still got to develop that talent. They still need a new culture. Whereas with him, they know this is maybe it's a 10-year plan. It's a long plan for Butera.
Yeah, and as far as who came up with this idea, I'm glad that Buster Posey was like, I'll give credit to Zach Manassian. And Manassian was like, we know that this hire is kind of off the wall to you guys, but this guy's been in high regard in MLB circles for a long time.
His name's been talked about.
Exactly.
Yeah, and so for even Buster to say that, like, I want to give credit to Manassian there. This goes back to what I was saying coming into this process, where people are going, I trust it because it's Buster's idea. I trust it because it's Buster's idea. And I say, I've got a lot. Trust in Buster goes a long way, but it only goes so far. Right. Because what I said is Buster doesn't know what he doesn't know, which to me is massive in that he hired a general manager who he has a lot of faith and trust in. He obviously works with Zach Manassian extraordinarily close. We never heard, ever, seemingly from anybody in relation. Or what was the guy's name? I'm blanking at Pete Patella.
Yeah.
He was the general manager under Farhan. General manager was irrelevant almost under Farhan. Manassian is not.
Right.
Manassian has been very involved and front-facing in terms of being Buster Posey's right-hand man. And I think that's the way this has to go. So for Buster to not just say, yeah, we're giving him credit as the idea, but also that we'll give him credit for the idea, but also it shows that Buster is I won't say delegator. He's leaning on guys who know more or have better takes or better thoughts or more outside the box thinking than he knows because he's still very new in this job.
And those are the best leaders.
And those are the best leaders. The guys who are willing to point out other things. And so we know that's happened with Manassian. I've got good faith it's going to happen with Vitello. And Steve Young said to us yesterday, everything Vitello does needs to be right alongside Buster. Buster needs to be there with him because that backbone of Buster Posey is going to go a long way with the faith of the fan base too.
Which makes me wonder a lot about the coaching staff and the day-to-day operations as far as the front office's involvement with how the lineup is set.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. Did you leave the press conference today feeling better about Tony Vitello? Did anything not get answered that you wanted answered? How confident are you in his ability to pick things up where they are now and take this team to the next level? 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Giants fans, we got a new manager. How we feeling? I'm feeling legit. I'm feeling better. I just like hearing him talk. I didn't feel like great after the Gabe Kapler press conference. Okay. I wasn't like excited after the Bob Melvin. I was like, all right, cool. Got a manager. I left today being like, I'm intrigued. Let's get after this. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. How we feeling after the Vitello presser? Your calls and thoughts next on the Sports Leader.
Here comes the money.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Tony Vitello introduced as the new manager of the San Francisco Giants today. Said he has not spoken to a whole lot of players. Said he got some calls and some texts and some people who reached out to him. Didn't specify exactly who. But he said he plans to make some of those connections and reach out or get in touch and have some face-to-face with some of these guys. Said he'd like to do that. I imagine he's got a lot of work to do.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you're going to gauge manager work in the offseason, one of the things that I think will be easier for him after he gets through a season is when you're a college coach, and in nowadays, college coaching is so much different, especially if you're in the SEC or you're in a major program that is recruiting players and using NIL funds to do so. And it's something that Tony Vitello was doing because Tennessee baseball was a huge program because he created it and built it into a huge program. It was desolate. It was terrible. And the SEC was running away with college baseball World Series appearances in Omaha. You had Vanderbilt, of course, doing damage. LSU was great with Paul Skeen. So he turned that thing around and made them national champions and trips to the College World Series. But he won't have to recruit. I mean, I think he said as much.
Well, in a way, yes.
Well, sorry. What I'm saying is Nick Saban had to spend all of his time traveling the country, talking to kids, sitting on couches, and he's got other people to do it too. But when it's a big time recruit, you got to get out there and you got to try to make it happen, right? Now you're competing not just with other schools at trying to sell the kid. It's about, well, what are you going to do for me? I'm the kid. Are you going to pay me? Am I going to get to play? How much time do I get? What kind of equity do I get in coming to play for you? There's a lot of different stuff that goes into it. As a baseball manager in the offseason, you have other stuff to do, and there may be some recruiting, but it's not traveling the country to different. He said it's a lot of long nights by yourself in hotel rooms. So in small towns, and I love that he said, too, I don't know what the punishment's going to be for Bryce Eldridge because he turned down Tennessee to enter the draft and ended up coming to the Giants. Right. So he's got relations with players within the organization. That, though, is not the sole reason he was brought in. It's his vision. It's how he views the game of baseball. It's how he views leadership. And that was a lot of what was talked about today was leadership.
Yes.
And how he interacts with players, with teammates, his coaching staff, and other people around the game. That is where, when Buster said I started having conversations, it started to become clear that this wasn't just like a guy who's selling you on something. This is a dude who people flock to because of his ability to lead and find the best talent and the best players at every level. He talked about connecting the bottom of the depth chart, per se, to the top of the depth chart and making sure everybody's on one string.
Exactly. Like the things that Buster said today were leadership, vision, had high praise from people in his own organization. He's a teacher, motivator, builds culture. And what you're talking about with his experience being a recruiter, look, when Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler were running things, we heard that they, would finish last all the time in free agency. But those guys kind of gave baseball, true baseball guys, kind of the heebie-jeebies. Like, these guys are kind of weird. If you have Buster Posey and you have a guy that has experience convincing players to come to play for his program, that's a good thing going forward.
That's a great way to say it.
People will see Tony Vitello, true baseball guys. Like, we'll see this free agency if Max Scherzer wants to come over to be a San Francisco Giant, maybe a little too old, but he can convince guys. He can say, I can relate to you. I played the game of baseball, not at the major league level, but I'm just a guy. Trust in Buster, who you know, and trust in me. And that might go a long way in free agency, but we'll see. I wasn't blown away by anything today. I've heard him speak before. It's the same stuff, but he just came across as real. That's the best way I could say it is he's not a phony guy. He's not coming in with any proclamations of, I need to do this. I thought it was a great question by our guy, Jack Loader, today to ask about, when you look about the landscape of the NL West, how does that seem daunting to you? And he was like, you're going to have challenges in any division you face. So, and of course, behind closed doors, going to be like, we have to beat the Dodgers. We have to find a way to beat the Padres.
But he felt that way about other schools in the SEC.
Exactly.
Is your point? Yeah.
So he's not going to let that be known to everybody right away. Like
he knows he has to beat the Dodgers.
He doesn't know what he doesn't know yet as a manager, so he's not going to tell the world, yeah, I'm scared of the Dodgers, or I want to beat their ass. We all know that. But it's just good to be real. It's just good to be like, I want to do a damn good job. Let's see how it goes.
530 checks in and says, I heard he was a rah-rah guy, and I wasn't pumped. Presser did not come off as a rah-rah guy at all.
No.
Now I'm pumped.
Yes.
Says the 530.
That's what I was a little worried about. Like, not to say that he's phony by any means, but if he came in as like a former college coach and kind of did like the Pete Carroll enthusiasm of, yeah, yippee, 3 cheers or whatever the crap, like I would not be down for that. If he said like, I want to beat the Dodgers' ass, or if I want to beat the Padres, that I would have rolled my eyes. He was just a real baseball guy, and that's all I could ask for.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. 408 says, come on, man. I don't know why he's defending Farhan here. He says, Farhan got Gosman and Snell. Oh, snap. Both are pitching in the World Series. Couldn't get the big bat, but who's been able to? Buster Posey. Buster Posey was able to. What I would say about Kevin
Devers,
Gosman.
you're saying?
Yeah. What I would say about Kevin Gosman, though, is to say, well, Farhan got Gosman. Gosman was a reclamation project, dude. Gosman was relieving. When the Giants signed Gosman, he had been released by the Atlanta Braves in 2019, the year before, with a 6.19 ERA as a starter in 16 starts. He then pitched 15 games in relief for the Reds. The Giants grabbed him and said, hey, you were way better when you threw your split finger fastball X percentage of the time. Then they kind of made him into what he is now. He got a contract because of the Giants. Farhan didn't go get Gosman as a top free agent. He was a scrap heap guy who they grabbed. They gave DeSclafani more money than they gave Gosman when they signed Gosman. Blake Snell, yes, Farhan landed Snell, but he didn't land him to a long-term 6-year contract. He gave him a 1 with an out, right? And by the way, nobody was calling Snell.
Exactly.
Snell wasn't getting the money he wanted for 1 year even, so he did the Pete Alonso thing. And now Pete Alonso is going to get what, like a 10-year contract?
Exactly.
7-year deal somewhere for $200 million or more. I think the Farhan thing's neither here nor there. My point is, Rick Monday said something. I keep saying Rick Monday. Our guy Rick from Hayward, who calls on Mondays. I don't want to act like we're talking to Rick Monday, because screw that. But our guy Rick, who calls on Monday, said last week, guys, this is not just about these vets. This is about the future. It's about the development. It's about growing players at the major league level, something the Giants have not done well. If we want to crap on Farhan for anything, that's where I would say, where are all the players of major talent that you were supposed to help develop from the minor league system?
Exactly.
They've got some. Don't get me wrong. They do have some that have reached this level that have already found success. Hayden Birdsong is of that era, right? Landon Roop is of that era, or of that regime. There are a lot of guys who they could grab who you'd say, hey, that's Farhan's dude. That's the same as with Bobby Evans. That was a Camilo guy. Tyler Rogers, a Camilo guy. That said, you've got to be able to get offensive talent to the major league level and develop it beyond just getting here. They've not done that.
No.
Outside of Buster Posey, Brandon Belt, Crawford, and Panic, like that era, they didn't even really do that prior to that era. They didn't do that under Dusty Baker. Rich Aurelia was brought up, of course, and found success. Jeff Kent emerged into the player that he was, but throughout the Dusty Baker era, that was one of the biggest frustrations is they had so many vets, and they kept bringing in vets to try to help Barry win and the core of the team win because they were so committed to so many solid all-star veterans. They never really developed any big-time offensive talent. And when they did, both pitching and offense, they found their best level of success. So I'm looking at this kind of the way our guy Rick was and saying, this is for the future, too. This is about the young guys.
100%, because this guy knows how to find talent and develop talent. And let's be real, like Marco Luciano, Luis Matos have been inconsistent. You need to find guys that are going to be great players coming out of your farm system. But just a side note here, real quick, from the 503. He's not telling us what to do with my coconut oil, so all good so far. Dude, yeah. I always think about that with Gabe Kapler. When he was introduced as Phillies manager, that's all that was brought up. And then I thought with the Giants.
He's in Philadelphia, too. Like, dude, if there's I could not imagine, having gotten to know Gabe now being here, he was so not a Philadelphia guy.
No, not at all.
That was what a bad cultural hire by that organization.
Absolutely.
Just to look at that team and go, here's our dude. I wanted to go into that new age, young, hot manager, analytic-based, and then he clearly was not ready for that role. I mean, early on, he struggled with managing the bullpen. He didn't warm a pitcher up or a reliever up on opening day, and he pulled Aaron Nola out of a game, didn't have a guy ready. Like, there were big question marks, but you're right. You said something a minute ago. When Kapler came in at that press conference, kind of gave you the heebie-jeebies.
Well, for a lot of reasons, because when he was hired as Giants manager, I kept making the joke, like, all right, who's going to bring up the coconut oil in the press conference? And that whole press conference turned into an interrogation. So it was a totally different deal. But as things went on, he won 107 games, got into the postseason. But yeah, we remember the encounter with Danny Emmerman and all the awkwardness with Gabe Kapler. This guy doesn't seem awkward to me. This guy seems genuine. So that's all you can ask for in a manager. We'll see what he is. I don't know if he's going to be a winning manager, but he seems like a down-to-earth guy.
I want it now, though. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think this is a long road for him to get to travel before they find success. It's not a rebuild. They are not in a rebuild. They have expectations, and I do think he has expectations.
But how long are you willing to wait, though?
What's willing to wait? To miss the playoffs?
Yes.
Like, will I be satisfied if they win more games?
I'm not saying
miss the playoffs?
satisfied, but like, can you understand, like in his first year, that things may be a little rocky?
Yeah, for sure. And that's why I'm like, I don't want to wait. I don't want to go through 26 and not compete. That's my point. I want to compete in 26.
I think they'll compete, but I think you have to temper your expectations as far as
I could find
how far they'll actually go.
I could find next year successful. I could find next year not a failure, even if they miss the playoffs, if in fact we saw a different level of growth.
Right.
You know what I mean? If we saw, again, though, like if 83 wins get you in or 84 wins get you in, I'd like to get there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if 84 gets you in, I'd like him to do that this year. We'll talk plenty more about this. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How much road and how much leash do you give Tony Vitello? Do you need to make the playoffs this year? Because I think, I'm not saying you fire him. I'm saying you got to hit the ground running. I'm saying the Giants have expectations. Buster does. They said it's time to go when they got Devers this year. I expect the playoffs, and I think Buster Posey does too. What about you? 808 KNBR. We'll get to your calls next. That's, of course, after Derek's special presentation.
Oh, yeah, of course. And let's make you some money.
The following interview is paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
You know what that music means. It's time for JR from TakingVegas.com. Follow his legendary money management program. As always, JR will give us his winning play for tonight's Thursday Night Football game between the Ravens and Dolphins. Text WIN to 545454. That's WIN to 545454. Or call 888-9-WIN-NOW. Later on, JR will give us his free play of the week. JR gave us a big win last week on his free play for the Bears and Ravens on an over of 45. And as always, catch JR every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. right here on KNBR for more of his picks. JR, what's going on, my man?
What's going on, big boys? I got to tell you, we are ready to just crank it out, make some big money for clients this weekend. I absolutely love this matchup tonight. You got the Ravens taking on the Dolphins in Miami. That lines up to 7.5, obviously, because Lamar Jackson's going to be playing this game. And not only am I going to give you the winner of the Ravens-Dolphins, but, guys, I know the interest in San Francisco on whether or not your 5-3 49ers are going to win and cover the 2.5 points that they're laying on the road in New York against the 2-6 Giants. So, text the word WIN to the number 545454. You get tonight's winner between the Ravens and Dolphins, and you get the winner between the 49ers and Giants. Both games are absolutely free. We will send them to you via text message. So all you got to do, again, text the word WIN, WIN, to the number 545454. You're going to get those winners absolutely free. Again, no questions asked, no strings attached, no credit card needed. You just get the games. Text WIN to 545454.
There you go. 2 games. Tonight's a big one between the Miami Dolphins and Baltimore Ravens. Lamar Jackson coming back from injury. Tua Tagovailoa coming back from a lot of turmoil and throwing for 4 touchdown passes last week. But good matchup tonight. And, of course, some interest in the Bay Area here, obviously, with the 49ers and New York Giants. We'll see who the quarterback is this weekend. Probably Mac Jones. But, JR, tell us about your free play of the week.
Well, again, last week, and we do this so far in advance sometimes that, unfortunately, some things are not known when I give you those picks. Now, yes, we wound up getting a win, even with Huntley playing last week in that Baltimore over against Chicago. But if you had bet it on the day I gave it to you, I know you lost. I'm not stupid. The line was 49.5, but that was when Lamar Jackson was supposed to play. And, of course, after we finished last week, it wound up that Lamar was not going to be playing in that matchup. Huntley came in. The line dropped down to 45, and it wound up going over. So I hope you guys did wait to game day to put that game in. But, look, the name of the game, not only being able to win like crazy, but let you guys know that we are a trusted source now. I've been on KNBR radio for over 20 years, on and off, for the most part on for, I think, almost 15 years straight now. Non-stop winners on air, and there's one that really stands out to me this week. You got the Broncos on the road taking on the Texans, 6-2 against 3-4. The total on this game is all the way down at 39.5. Everyone loves the over. This game's going under, and I mean way under. Yes, the Broncos had some decent games as far as over 30 points the last couple of weeks, but those were not against real contenders. The Texans are just not putting up points. They're not an offensively, let's just say they've been struggling on offense and kicking butt on defense. So we like the under as your free play in the Broncos-Texans game. Go under 40 points. But look, the name of the game is always money management. Money management with the proper amount of direction is going to get you to that next level. I talk to everyone, and I mean everyone, whether you're betting $200 to $300 a game or you're betting $20,000 to $30,000 a game. I'm going to take you to that next level slowly and professionally, doing it the right way with discipline, treating it like a business, and doing it in a sense where you're using house money, profit if you will, to increase your bets and go higher and higher. And that's how we take a guy who's betting $500 a game and turn him into a $5,000 better. So look, do yourself a favor. Right now, text the word WIN, W-I-N, to the number 545454. Whether you've dealt with us in the past or this is your first time, I'm going to give you a 2-for-1. You get tonight's winner, again, between the Dolphins and the Ravens, free of charge. Plus, I'm also giving you the winner of the big matchup on Sunday between the 49ers and Giants. So text the word WIN to the number 545454. Let's kick butt. Let's make money. Let's go out there and let's absolutely rocket ship to the moon, guys. Let's make some money.
The preceding interview was paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of this station or its ownership. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
San Francisco Giants general manager Zach Manassian joined Greg's Benedict today, immediately following the team's introductory press conference of Tony Vitello. Find out just how and when the team started their pursuit of Vitello in that podcast at thesportsleader.com and on our app. It's new manager day, baby!
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Tony Vitello announced and introduced as the new Giants manager earlier today. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. Should also add, by the way, that we're going to have our weekly conversation with 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan in this 3 o'clock hour coming up, sometime between 3:15 and 3:30. We'll let you know when we got him.
Do you think he remembers his introductory press conference at all?
Oh, I'm sure he does.
In ways. I'm sure he's like, I probably said some things. It's been 8 years.
Well, the interesting thing about Kyle is it's right after he loses the bowl.
Exactly.
Right? So it's a little bit different. And like Vitello gets announced last week. He had like a spring practice. He hasn't played baseball with a college team, or they haven't played a game in months, you know?
Right.
So Kyle, it's like you're going through that process while you're in the playoffs. You know you're going to get the job. You got to finish your season, try to go beat Tom Brady. You put up 28 points, you're up 25 points, and then it all falls apart. I mean, the body wasn't even warm, wasn't cold yet by the time Kyle stepped on the podium.
It was probably less than a week. I just think, though, when you've been coaching for that long, like him and Steve Kerr, you probably remember the day. You probably remember what you wore. You probably remember everything leading up to it. But when the lights, come in and you see everybody and you're in your first press conference as the head honcho, I'm sure there's things you don't remember. So he's had a lot of football since then. I'd be curious to see if he remembers anything from that day.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. 707 says, yep, no question. If the Giants don't win 85-plus games or make the playoffs, this hire could be heavily criticized. I think it's heavily criticized if they take a step backwards. I don't know that it would be heavily criticized simply by missing the playoffs, because that's where you miss it. You go, well, if they miss the playoffs, I'm kind of the mindset like, it's not necessarily all on the manager. The same as this whole year was not all on Bob Melvin.
Right.
It's a body of work. As Tony Vitello said today, we win as a team, we lose as a team. And it's 162 of these battles every day where he's like, one thing that did give me a bit of pause is you got to win each one each day. And it's about winning that game and not getting too far ahead in that 162 game schedule. I think, that's good, but that's a different logic for college, right? You have a finite number of pieces to win this game.
He'll learn that.
Right? He'll have to learn that quickly. And that's something that Pat Murphy talked about. I'd implore everybody to go read the interview that Pat Murphy did by phone with Baggerly and Brisbee. There's a joint piece out there where he talks about that. He says the pace of the game is much different. That was the most alarming thing to him because he was the bench coach in San Diego, I want to say, and then was interim manager when Bud Black was fired in 2015.
Mm-hmm.
So he did the rest of that season. Then was a bench coach, of course, with the Brewers before he was named head coach. But he said that's one thing you'll have to learn is the pace of the game moves much different than at the college ranks. And you have a finite number of pieces to try to win these games. You've got to not just manage today, you have to manage tomorrow too. So you can play the game of win today's game, but you also know that you can't use every bullet in your arsenal to win today's game.
And he also was honest, and when asked about his enthusiasm for every game, he said, well, my mom will tell me to kind of temper it down, and my dad will tell me to amp it up a little bit.
Ratchet up, yeah.
He's got to learn, it's a marathon. It's absolutely a marathon. So he'll figure that out. As far as expectations for the season, we're a long way away from that. We got to see what happens this offseason. If it's relatively the same team, I don't know what to expect. I mean, you should have a playoff team. You have a playoff roster. I thought that they definitely did not fulfill expectations this season, well below. But if you see progress, if you see better play than long stretches that we saw this season, then I think that they're in the right direction. But to expect them to compete with the Dodgers, the Padres, we're well away from that. 808
KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. I want to hear from you because when Buster was hired, we said, how much rope does he give? How long of a leash? Everybody goes, give Buster the leash. He's got all this leash and rope. Does that transfer to Tony Vitello?
Well, he's got 3 years.
He's got 3 years, but does that mean, again, Buster this year made the trade for Devers and said it's time to go.
Yeah.
What does that mean for Vitello? He thought this year at that point, again, the roster will look different. We've got to redo the whole bullpen. You got 2 starters, probably 3 if you count Landon Roop.
Yeah.
Which means you've got 3 in-house options. You have 2 to fill as starting pitchers. And if you're playing meaningful games in August and September, you cannot be on your 12th and 13th options Carson Seymour, when you get to like meaningful games late in the season. You know what I mean?
Just real quick, whenever a college coach came into the NFL or the NBA, were there like high expectations right away? Like maybe Barry Switzer with the Dallas Cowboys, but they were established.
Switzer definitely.
Everybody else had
yeah.
to build up a franchise. I think that, in a way, it's about instilling a culture before having wins, which will piss off some fans. I get that. But I think the main thing why Tony Vitello was brought in was to build up the farm system, find talent and build up talent, but at the same time establish a culture in the clubhouse.
Well, culture's big, but it has to translate this year, I think. I mean, again, I think it's only heavily criticized this year if they take a step backwards or there's some major thing that goes on. But I'm talking in terms of success on the win-loss front, if they are 80 and 82, I think you're criticized to some point, barring, again, major injuries.
It is the same old thing. However, that's not bad for your first year when you came from college.
It's not bad, but you're worse than the team was the year before. Again, then you beg the question, what's the impact of a manager? That we don't know. We'll see how he navigates managing a coaching staff and whatnot. But again, if it's on, like I said, it's the line from Rounders when Matt Damon walks in with Ed Norton to go talk to Grandma, and he's like, Grandma bought up all his debt. And he goes, it's 25 large. And he goes, you're vouching for him? And he goes, yeah. He goes, 25 large in 5 days. And if not, it's on you too. And he goes, then it's on me too. Buster Posey is that in this situation.
Right.
If we're giving Buster the leash, you got to give him some leash. But also we have to know that these decisions come in concert. They're a joint decision. So do they have to make the playoffs for you to feel comfortable this year? This guy said it well, this texter, 85 wins or a playoff berth.
To feel comfortable?
Well, he's saying to feel like it's not a failure year one. And I'm saying I'm kind of in the same boat where I'm going, this franchise is about that. If you signed with the Yankees day one, would you have the would they say, yeah, rebuild is okay? And I'm not saying, I know they're differently constructed right now.
They are, yes.
But the franchises, the San Francisco Giants view themselves in that class of elite franchises. They're not here. They've never said rebuild. They don't go to rebuilds. They don't view this as a rebuild. They view this as the right guy to help them get to the next level. So we want to see fruits of that labor to the next level.
I hear that. When you have, though, a guy with this amount of inexperience, it's going to be tough. I'll just say that he acknowledged that. In the press conference today, he said, I don't know how to be a major league manager. He also said, though, they are high expectations from the success of the past. So he acknowledges that.
Yeah.
I just think, though, if you can't treat this guy like Bob Melvin, you can't say right away, like, if we look like crap in July, then he needs to go. It's going to be a process. It is.
For sure. 808 KNBR. And it's different, too, because it's a 3-year contract picked by Buster. It's sort of like the Mark Jackson thing. Mark Jackson had won the title the first year the Lake have had him. Wouldn't he probably be back?
It wasn't my guy.
It wasn't his guy, and they kept stalling out in the same round.
Yes.
So this is Buster's guy. Getting to the same place might just be a wash. Right. As a fan, I don't want that. I want to see progress.
I get that.
Let's go to Tim in San Diego. Tim, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader. Are you feeling better, worse, about the same? Where are you on Vitello after today?
No, man. I'm feeling worse.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, well, I mean, just really. I mean, come on, man. I mean, this is Mike Montgomery, Chris Mullen, all over again. I mean, hey, look, the guy may be good. The guy may be, good with kids, but come on, we're talking about pros now who have attitudes, and you look at all the managers that are really successful. They're psychologists like Kerr. They know they have a diversity of not only how to manage, but how to manage the aspect of a human being person, and he's pretty limited in that, to say the least.
Well, they kind of I would say Tim, but I would say that people are saying that's kind of his greatest strength is like managing people and like knowing and like being
strength, but he was at a collegiate level, man.
Yeah, sure. Dude, Tim. No, I hear you. What you're saying is something that I am also skeptical about, but it's not on the personal level. It's on the magnitude of the game level. Like we don't know what we don't know about him. He doesn't know what he doesn't know about Major League Baseball. I'm skeptical too. I'm hopeful, but I'm skeptical. But today didn't make me feel worse.
Well, that's the problem. You don't know. I don't know. We don't know. As a candidate, to get to hire someone. It's all about contacts and relationships and being able to handle prima donnas. And not only that, man, he's going to have Asian players, Latino players, all kinds of diverse personalities and cultures in the game, which at a collegiate level, I'm sorry, man, especially Tennessee. I mean, for crying out loud, the guy calls himself by Vitello. I'm Italian. My nonna and grandpa are turning in their graves. It's Vitello.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
Like
I'm with you on that one.
You don't say Kai Auntie. You say Chianti.
Yes.
You know, so it's like, come on, bro. You know, I mean, I'm just like, I don't know. It's kind of white bread for me. It's a tame hire, and I get it. And it's like we just don't have the training wheels to continue for a couple years. You know what I mean? I mean, you got the Dodgers, Padres, who continually load up, and not only load up on management, but load up on players. What players, you know, connections? You know it is. It's a small fraternity that are going to want to like play for someone like this out of the gate. And that's all I'm saying is it's a learning curve. You know what? If you got the money to invest in a learning curve, go for it. But one of the ideal things about getting an experienced manager is he's already going to be accountable, and he's already going to be accountable to win. So, you know, I think it's kind of you know, I don't know, man. It's just kind of a tame hire, and I'm not really digging it from a let's get out, and I think we could have done better.
All right, Tim.
And to answer your question about the like Dodgers or Yankees, they would never hire anyone like this just because it's
nobody ever has, Tim. Nobody ever has. I mean, forget those two teams. Nobody ever has. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Coming off you know, I just think that you could have done better. That's all, man.
Appreciate the call, Tim. Thanks so much.
I get it, man.
I would dispute saying it's a tame hire. I think
it's definitely not a tame hire.
I think it's the opposite of a tame hire.
It's risky as hell.
It's a super risky hire. It's hard for me to be with him when he says he has no experience. We don't know what to expect because nobody's ever done this. He may not have this skill set, but it's tame. Tame would be like vanilla. Tame
would be Bud Black.
Bob Melvin was a pretty tame hire.
Yeah.
That's one I would say ties the organization, wanted to be here, short-term. It was to me, I tell you what, I thought Bruce Bochy was like the tamest of hires.
I thought, well.
When he was hired, I was like.
If they brought him back, I thought that'd be tame as well.
I thought so too. I thought that would be not being aggressive or looking to do something different. When Buster said we're not going with Boch, if Buster says we're not going with Boch, you know, I thought still he was going to go veteran or maybe even a first time, but a guy with experience did not go that path. I don't think it's tame. I'm still skeptical.
Of course.
Because
we haven't seen him manage a game yet. I totally understand.
Of course I'm skeptical. That said, when we're like, yeah, the best managers are the guys who can manage people and whatnot, what is Dave Roberts' best managerial asset?
See, I was asking you that a couple weeks ago. Is Dave Roberts that good of a manager?
I don't think Dave
Roberts...
He has
a galaxy of stars.
I don't think Dave Roberts is that good of a manager.
No, we're seeing it right now.
I mean, but see, to be fair, saying that about Steve Kerr was ridiculous to me years ago, too. When people go, well, he just rolls the ball out. And I would say to that, you try to control the egos in a locker room of Kevin Durant, Draymond Green. Like, look at the superstars you've got to deal with and manage. And clearly it was not all hunky-dory behind the scenes. Also in basketball, the coach is inputting offense in real time.
Exactly.
He's telling you what to do in timeouts. He's that's, again, they still have to go make the plays, and he had the talent. But we know Steve Kerr is a good manager or a good coach, or he wouldn't have made the death lineup. Like, all that stuff comes into play. Dave Roberts, he's never not had the best talent on the field in baseball, and yet he's only come away with one World Series.
Does he make really great in-game decisions?
1.333 World Series. I thought yesterday he almost hosed them on the leaving Blake Snell.
Steve Kerr, I hear that knock all the time. He just has a bunch of great players.
I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that either because he diagrams a play up. He brings out the whiteboard and draws it up. He doesn't just let his assistants figure it out. Mark Jackson didn't do anything X's and O's wise. Steve Kerr knows what he's doing. So yeah, I hear you on that point. I understand the skepticism when it comes to Tony Vitello, but what?
Sorry, now I was thinking of getting into the huddle and Mark Jackson's handing out rosaries or something like that.
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
like, here's what we're going to do, boys.
Yeah, exactly.
Hand down, man down, Hail Mary.
Just catchphrases. Mama, there goes that man
He's just
again.
saying catchphrases and prayers, dude.
Yeah.
That's all Mark was doing.
No, I mean, I totally understand what Tim was talking about, but at the same time, you're not in the likes of the Dodgers right now. You're not in the likes of the Yankees right now.
You're not.
And Buster Posey knows that. He knows that his owner is going to limit him on what he could do in an offseason. He's not going to give out a bunch of cash to get these big-time stars. So you have to start from the ground level again. They have a good roster on their hands, but really, when it comes to developing talent, they have to start from scratch, and that's why he brought this guy in.
I mean, right now, Dave Roberts is staring down his fourth World Series loss, right?
Third, I thought.
Third World Series loss.
Yeah.
He'd be
Astros, Red Sox, Blue Jays.
Again, I'll give him credit for last year, man. I'm still not
2020.
I'm still whatever on 2020.
Yeah.
I mean, and again, by the way, benefited from maybe the worst managerial decision in World Series history.
I'll say this though: were they down 3-1 in that NLCS to the Braves?
that year and came back and
Yes.
I'd have to go back and look.
I give him credit for that one. Just the odds
Well,
are
you
against
come back.
him.
I'm just saying he would be 2 and if you count 2020,
2-3.
He's 2-3 if they lose this.
Yeah, not great.
No.
Not
And
to
again,
mention,
if you lose this World Series, I mean, with the money they've spent, this would be atrocious. The money they've spent, the talent they've acquired, and this is why baseball's funky.
Yeah.
And it's weird. But also, I mean, again, the Blue Jays aren't like some scrap team. They're a top 10 payroll.
of course, but not to mention all the first-round exits where he lost to, the Nationals, the Diamondbacks a couple years ago, the Padres.
Like if you're a Dodger fan, you're like, we should have 4 World Series rings right now.
You should win every year.
And it's not on Roberts, but I thought if they'd lost last year, Roberts would maybe be out.
I thought so, too. The year they lost the Diamondbacks the first round, I was sitting with John Curley at a bar, and I was like, they're going to fire Dave Roberts. And they didn't.
Let's go back out to the phone lines. Bruce is in Palo Alto. Bruce in Palo Alto, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey there. Well, it took a little bit of my thunder a couple of minutes ago because I agree that they're young players are what it's all about, and that's why the main reason anyway Buster hired the new manager because everybody focuses on the obvious, Chapman and Devers and Adames, but let's look at the roster. I mean, they're trying to rebuild, or as Brian Sabian would say, retool, while they contend, and that's always a tough job. It's easier to do one or the other, but I think the hire makes sense to me. It's a good gamble. I kind of like that hire today, though, by the Nationals.
Yeah.
This 33-year-old, because he did work with young players in Major League Baseball, but again, it's somewhat of a similar situation, similar ages, a little bit older than young college kids, but I think it makes sense.
Yeah, I appreciate the call, Bruce. Thanks so much. By the way, that guy Blake Butera, is that his name?
Yeah, 33.
He wasn't in the I don't think he was in the Nationals system. He was hired from the Rays organization, and he was the Rays director of player development, or the head of player development.
Yeah.
Which is, by the way, the same job that what's his name had David Bell had with the Giants for a year before he got the job as manager of the Reds. It's the same job that Gabe Kapler had with the Dodgers before he got the job as manager of the Phillies.
Right.
So that is a path that guys have taken, head of player development. And again, for a young organization that's looking to identify talent, develop and grow talent at the big league level, a guy who's been doing that for the last 3 years in Tampa, maybe a good hire.
Yeah.
He'd done that for the last 3. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. We got a full show for you today. We'll be with you till 6. Kyle Shanahan's going to join us in about 10 to 15 minutes or so, somewhere between 3:25 and 3:30. We'll pick the brain of the 49ers head coach, Kyle Shanahan. When we come back, John Lynch, the general manager and president of football for the Niners, was on with Murph and Marcus this morning. He's got some updates on things like Ricky Pearsall, and he talked a bit about Keon White, who they acquired from the Patriots the other day. We'll hear from John Lynch before we talk to Kyle about the Niners and the Giants on Sunday. It's only coming up right here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
San Francisco 49ers general manager John Lynch joined the Water Boy and the Water Man this morning on the 49ers' ongoing pursuit of pass rush after the team's trade for Keon White and the signing of Cleve Earl. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, head to thesportsleader.com and on our app. It's a podcast palooza.
back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, we're going to catch up with 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan here in about 10 minutes or so. Between 3:25, 3:30, Kyle's going to join us. Just real quick, before the Niners get to take on the New York Giants on Sunday, 7 a.m. pregame right here on The Sports Leader with myself and John Dickinson, and then a 10 a.m. kickoff. We'll have it all for you right here on The Sports Leader. We're going to talk to Kyle in just a few minutes, but John Lynch, the president and general manager of the Niners, joined Murph and Marcus as he does every week right here on The Sports Leader. Let's start with the Ricky Pearsall health status update. It's been 5 weeks or so.
Yeah. Since the Jacksonville game, yeah.
It's getting real frustrating for Ricky Pearsall. I mean, you could say, well, they haven't put him on IR. They did. They just would have had a roster spot open to.
Might as well have.
Yeah, but you can make somebody inactive.
Yeah,
you have to make somebody inactive anyway, and you only get so many to return from IR. Here's what John Lynch had to say about Ricky Pearsall, who's been out since week 4. Is that right? Here you go.
You know, Ricky was never put to IR, so no window to be opened or whatnot. But, he's still working off to the side. And what I can tell you is those PCL injuries, that seems to be the injury of the Niners this year. And they can be very stubborn. I had one during my career, and, they can linger a little. It's an injury Puka Nacua had, I think, a year ago, and it lasted some weeks. Ricky's doing his best to get back. He is making steady progress. He plays a position. There's other positions where maybe you can play not being at full speed. Receiver's a position you better be at full speed and have the ability to get in and out of breaks. And so Ricky's doing a great job with the rehab. I can tell you that there's been some positive progress, but he's not quite there yet. Now, can he get there by Sunday? We'll see. But such a good football player, we're surely missing him.
I mean, it's troubling. It's troubling that he hasn't practiced at all, maybe in a limited capacity here or there.
He is off to the side. He's not just standing on the side. Like, he is working on the side field. And, again, we can ask Kyle this when we talk to him in a few minutes, but, like, my thought is that because he's been out for so long and he missed so much time last year, that he would have to put together a string of practices. We can ask Kyle, like, is he a guy that if he's good enough to go by Sunday, you'd need him in practice, or would you feel comfortable just putting him out there when he's ready?
The fact that it's a knee.
I feel like he's got to put together a few practices. Like, that's what I was saying to you a couple weeks ago.
Right.
When we were still just like 2 or 3 weeks removed, and you said, well, maybe on Sunday. And I was like, now it's been like a month and he hasn't practiced.
Yeah.
So it's like, how comfortable is, like, if it's a Larry Fitzgerald, you might be like, well, screw it. He feels good now, even though it's been a month, put him out there.
Right.
He knows that he's good. Does Kyle feel that way about Ricky, or is Ricky at that level?
Yeah, it's kind of like with the Ravens and Lamar Jackson, where he practiced in a limited capacity. They're like, let's be cautious. Let's have him out this week against the Bears. We'll bring him back on the short week against the Dolphins. But
if he were good enough to go, they'd be okay with him having not practiced and playing because it's Lamar.
Yes.
If they felt he was good enough to go, is my point.
Right, but when you're dealing with a guy that has a knee injury, it could get to something worse. So it's kind of the same thing with Brock. You need a string of practices. I'm with you on that one, Copes. I think they need to see like a little consistency with Brock and Ricky Pearsall practicing, not in just a limited capacity.
One more here from John Lynch. Let's go to the one here. He said he talked about calling Mike Vrabel personally to get the inside scoop on Keon White. Yeah. Mike Vrabel, the head coach of the New England Patriots. John Lynch was like, "Yo, Vrabes, tell me what's up on this guy we just got from you." Here's John Lynch.
You know, guys that are going to shoot you straight, and I've known Vrabes for probably 30 years, and being in the league, with him, and I know about one thing about Mike Vrabel. He's gonna tell you the truth, and I waited till the deal was in place, and the parameters of the deal were set, and then I said, Kyle and I were talking. I said, let me call Vrabes and just kind of get the straight scoop. And hey, Vrabes, I get it. You're a new head coach. Not everyone's gonna fit in your scheme. But what I want to know is this guy's a good dude. He's not going to disrupt our locker room from that. And John, this guy's a great kid. Here's what happened. And he went through it, and it made a lot of sense. At that point, that kind of frees you. I trust him, and understood why they made the decisions they made. It's working pretty well for them. But he has a lot of, had a lot of praise for him as well. And so I think it's just a step. It's when you have relationships, you might as well use them. And, especially when you trust someone that you've known for a long, long time.
Vrabes, Hey, Vraves, give me the deets on Keon White.
I actually heard Julian Edelman say that in reference to Vraves. He was like, "Yeah, dude, I was talking to Vraves."
I like that. Kind of like with Mark Cuban cubes. Vraves, let me know.
Vrabesters.
Yeah, just like call him. Hey, Vrabey, call me back.
Yeah.
Let me know about Keon White later.
707 just said Vraves. Yeah, there you go. That was John Lynch on
Sabes.
Thank you. On Keon White. We should also make it be known here that Robert Saleh said today that Bryce Huff should return next week against the Rams.
There you go.
So that's positive. Shouldn't be out there this weekend, but could return next week against the Rams. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get ready to talk to 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, the Niners, and the New York Giants. The Niners are 5-3. Pregame 7 a.m., kickoff 10 a.m. Shanahan next on the Sports Leader.
Sabes.
Some of the
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
We got a chance to do something this year, man.
On the Sports Leader.
What a pleasure. We get to catch up with 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan each and every week here on Dirty Work. Kyle is sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. By Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. And by Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. When you've been injured in an auto accident, don't just need an attorney, you need a heavy hitter. Contact Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. The Niners and the Giants this Sunday, 7 a.m. pregame right here on the Sports Leader. Kyle joins us on the Uma Guest Line. What's up, Coach? How you doing, man?
Hey, Kyle.
Good, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing well, man. How's the week been? Coming off of last week, I know you had a lot to get into after last week's game, but how's it been preparation coming into this week?
It's been good. Anytime you have a bad game like that, it's all you want to do is get back out on the field. So it's been nice to get back out these 2 days, having 2 good practices. Got one more, but honestly, just need to get to Sunday so we can get that game out of our taste right now.
So you guys traded for Keon White. You talked about his versatility yesterday, playing on the edge and inside. And I'm always curious about how trades come about. So did New England reach out knowing you like Keon, like from a previous press conference from last year, or do you and John see he's not getting playing time, and then ask if you're willing, if the Patriots are willing to let him go?
I don't know exactly how this one came out, so
Okay.
that'd probably be better for John. But I mean, I have probably a good assumption to where John and our whole personnel department and all 32 in the league. I mean, those guys talk all the time, and they're always. It's probably why I would struggle to do it, because they're all talking for a while, but feeling each other out, but not trying to say anything over the course of months till it leads up to deadlines. So you kind of got an idea who's available, but no one wants to act like they're available because everyone wants to act like they really want guys. So you never totally know. And the time once it gets closer to the trade deadline, then it starts to get a little bit more realistic. So I doubt it was something that they were offering to us or we were just hunting up. It's just more relationships with certain guys, and eventually you know who's available, and they also see injuries and stuff on your roster, so they'll start to ask questions like that, and one thing leads to another, and usually the closer it gets to a trade deadline, usually people start to finally figure it out.
What is your role, though, when a trade like that, for a defensive player, I guess specifically, goes down? Do you run and look at tape of him from last year against you guys? I know you commented on Keon's play against you guys last year. Do you look at tape from this year? Is it more on the defensive side? What's your role when a trade for a defensive player goes down?
Same as it would be offense. So there's no difference in that aspect, but it all depends on the time. That came up in one morning, and we were going to do it in the next few hours. I'm in the middle of game plan and doing stuff, so usually it's more John will come down and be like, hey, we got this guy available. It's going to take this, and usually my first question is, how does that affect us next year? What does that mean from a draft standpoint? What does it mean from a cap standpoint? And when he says it's not that bad, it shouldn't hurt us too much, then I'm usually like, all right, well, what's your guys' evaluation of all these guys? And then he'll tell me what he thinks. He'll tell me what everybody upstairs thinks, and then depending on the position, I'll ask him if he's talked to our position coach. I'll ask him if he's talked to Sala, and then when it's someone I played against, and I got an idea, and we see what the risk reward is on what we're giving up, it moves pretty fast, and then we all sign off on it.
Talking to Kyle Shanahan on the Yuma guest line. Keon White, acquired a couple of days ago from New England. Is edge rusher, where does that rank in terms of plug and play ability? I know you guys got him early in the week, and you get him in and get him out on the field and in sync with everybody. I know there's offense, there's the playbook. I remember the Christian McCaffrey situation where you had to get the physical done and try to get him up to speed, and he played 22 snaps or something that first week. But is edge rusher a spot you can just plug and play this week?
Yeah, I would say edge rusher. I'm trying to think about this, so make sure I'm not wrong, but I would say edge rusher is probably right behind kicker and long snapper and punter. And plug and play. I'm not trying to downplay it. There's definitely a lot of things that go into it, but in terms of lining up over a tackle or a guard, depending on what the front is, and going to get the quarterback in passing situations, that's usually about as simple as it gets in terms of just scheme. But there is more things that go into it: stunts, blitzes, and stuff. When you got to peel on a back, different fronts you got to line up. And just terminology, that's tough to soak in. So you got to be aware of what the guy does know and what he can do, but it usually is easier if it comes to third down and stuff and getting the quarterback.
Talking to head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on the Yuma guest line. George Kittle was on our morning show this week saying that the Tunges touchdown was supposed to go to him, but he didn't mind because it was a fellow touchdown or a fellow tight end. What was your reaction to that play?
It was all within. It was a bunch of reactions in under a second, so it was an emotional second for me because I saw Kittle open, and I saw Mac throw it, and I saw Tonjes reach his arms back, and I was livid at first because I knew it was going to Kittle, and I thought there was no way he could catch it. And then once he did catch it and it was a touchdown, then I don't give a damn. I could care less as long as I don't care how we score 6 points. So then I was ecstatic and completely moved on with my life. But I thought it was actually a hell of a catch or a hell of an interception or however you want to say it. Because when that ball left, I didn't think he had a chance to catch it. I could see him reaching for it, so I thought he was just going to tip it and make it an incompletion. But once he caught it, I was pumped, and then I looked at George in the back of the end zone because I knew he was open, and then I saw George celebrating right away, and I kind of messed with him too. I said, would you have reacted as quickly if that was a different position? Because I know you have a little bit more love for the tight ends on your guys' day or whatever it was. So it ended up working out. George was happy for him, and I was just happy we got a touchdown.
Yeah, staying on tight ends, Jake saw a lot of productivity while Kittle was out. You already you used quite a bit of a 2 tight end system, but are you hoping to use both of them more in the passing game in the upcoming weeks?
Yeah, it all depends on the situation because we got, when it comes to our non-receivers, all our guys are pretty good at catching it. So then you add it into blocking. I mean, and I'm talking about Christian obviously, but I'm talking about Juice, who he's called a fullback, but fullbacks and tight ends are used very similar. And then you got Jake, who can't come on strong, and then you got Luke, who he's got a couple of touchdowns this year, and I believe Luke's one of the best blockers in the league also. So it's nice to have some depth there. It's always been Kittle, who is our elite pass game guy and elite blocker. But it's pretty cool that behind him we got a guy who I kind of consider an elite blocker in Luke, and we got a guy in Jake who, if Kittle went down and is missing it in any of his game plan stuff that you would think in the past only Kittle could do. Usually when Kittle's gone down, we've had to change our whole game plan. And with what Jake's done, if Kittle goes down, I got no problem with Jake going in there. I mean, he stepped it up while he was gone and shown that he can make those plays also.
We asked you last week after the Atlanta game. Christian had a huge running performance, your best run game of the year. And then last week, obviously, it was a much different style of game, and you didn't get the run game going. I think last week you told me you thought it was great offensive line play. It wasn't as simple as just Kittle being back out there. What did you see last week against Houston that can be rectified this week against the Giants in terms of getting the run game going?
Well, I think it's hard to get a run game going when you only have 8 runs in a game.
Sure.
And I think we had 14 plays, with 2 minutes to go in the first half. And I mean, our first drive of the year, I think we had 16 plays on one drive. And if you actually look at some of our runs in that game, we have our analytics do everything. It was our most yards before contact this year on runs. Now, that happens when you have 8 runs and 3 of them are draws, and 2 of them are gap schemes on 1st and 10 that get you to 2nd and 3. But that's about it after that. It was kind of an unusual game. I think that's why when you look at it, it's the first time since like 1960 or something, some of those stats have happened. And when a team controls the ball like that, it is tough. I feel like I've been in one game like that before, and it was actually last year when we went to Green Bay and played, when I think at halftime we had 9 plays, and you just kind of sit there and you're like, man, we haven't even got going yet. So I don't want to sit here and we didn't play good enough on offense by any means. We needed to get things going, especially the way they controlled the ball, and we didn't. But to sit there and I think it'd be a little unfair to say that we didn't get the run game going. We didn't attempt the run game. So hopefully we'll be able to play better all around, move the chains on 3rd down. If you don't move the chains on 3rd down, you're never going to get that run game going. But for us to be successful, for us to get the points we need to win, we're going to have to do better on 3rd down and stay out there longer so we can get that run game going just like we did versus Atlanta.
With the Texans possessing the ball as much as they did, how quickly do you as a play caller kind of change your game plan that you had going into the game?
It's hard. I try not to, but there comes a certain time where you have to. In this game, I didn't have to too much until it was out of 2 scores, but that was until there was like 6 minutes left to go, because it was looking bad. They had, I think with 2 minutes, they had the ball for 24 minutes, and we had it for 4. They had 14 first downs, we had 0. And they had 300 yards of offense, and we had 24 yards of offense. Yet it was only 16-0. And so it was still a 2-score game. So I hadn't really had to change anything yet. We were just getting our 3rd drive of the game. And when we did, we went down and we scored at the end of the 2nd quarter, which made it 16-7. And then we were starting with the ball in the 3rd quarter. So I thought we had a chance, despite all of that, to make it a 2-point game about 12 minutes into the 3rd quarter. Unfortunately, we went out there on 2nd and 3. We had a lost run, and then we got sacked on 3rd down, so we went 3 and out. And then they went 95 yards and took it right back to 2 scores. However, we answered, made it right to 8, and then there was 8 with about 7 minutes to go, and then that's when it changed and it went to 2 scores. So I'd say really about 8 minutes to go, we went to more 2-minute drill, more drop back passing, and didn't get a chance to even run the ball or anything. So in that game, it took a while to change.
Talking to head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on the UMA guest line. As you said, you guys had trouble getting C.J. Stroud last week. So how do you see the assignment this week of applying pressure to a mobile rookie in Jackson Dart?
I think that's a huge challenge this week, and just in terms of, I thought we made it a little bit too easy on CJ last week in terms of, we blitzed him, but his hot routes were always open, so we didn't have to really make him work too much. It's great to blitz and get after a guy, but if they just can run a slant and he's not covered and you can get a first down on 3rd and 10 that way, you're kind of making it easier by blitzing them. And I thought we struggled with that. That's why I thought we couldn't get off the field, and they were able to do so well on 3rd down and hold on to that ball like they did. Jackson, we're going to have to do it a number of ways. But in terms of blitzing him, we'll have to do that at times. He's shown he can get rid of it. But what this guy's done different is how much off schedules he's had. Since he's taken over, they got more off schedule plays than anyone in the NFL. A lot of explosives doing it. You hope to limit some of those. He's going to have his moments where he buys some time and gets some off schedule ones. You got to keep him out of the end zone and find a way to get off on 3rd down. But we got to be much better than we were last week, not just in blitzing, but also playing coverage. And we're pretty disappointed about last week, so we're real excited to get to Sunday, get back out there again, and kind of change what we did last week.
Just a thought. I want to hear a thought process from you on some returning players. John Lynch, as I said, was on our morning show today, and he was asked about Ricky, and he said he's doing work on the side field still, and the PCL's been a problem, obviously, around the NFL, and he's trying to work his way back. But he said, I don't know if we'll get him up to speed to be out there this week. I just wonder always, when a guy's been out for as long as he has, what's your philosophy on having him? Would you like to see practices strung together? Or is he a guy that, if he's up to it by the time you get to Sunday, you could give him a go? How do you work a guy back in, maybe specific to Ricky, but also in general? Are there guys who you would not have practice but then play if they're up to the task Sunday?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, just like player injury situation, it's all different. But when a guy's missed a month or 3 games in a row, then it's never a consideration where he can go on Sunday. I mean, if a guy's missed that long, he's got to get back into practice and give himself and everyone else the confidence that he's okay and can be good by Sunday. Now, if a guy's been playing and stuff and he just got hurt in Sunday's practice, and he wasn't good and he wasn't healthy enough to go on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, then there's a decision to be made. What's this guy's history? Has he done this before? When he says he's going to be good to go on Sunday, is he going to be good to go? Is he going to be able to last in the game? Do the doctors say he won't re-injure it? And is he a guy that can go on a Sunday without 3 days of practice? But anytime it's been a guy who's been missing a week or multiple weeks, if they don't get the practice in, then it's not an option to play him.
Last one for you, Coach. I know you're focused on the football team right now, but the Giants introduced their manager today. Tony Vitello was his introductory press conference, and you had yours 8 years ago. What do you remember most of that day? And if there's one piece of advice you give yourself from back then, what would it be?
From my press conference day?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, mine would have been to maybe eat something, go to a tanning booth, try to make myself look more presentable. That when I look at pictures from that day, I kind of laugh. That I had just lost a devastating Super Bowl 2 days before.
Right, yeah.
I hadn't slept in, I feel like, a week. We had just finished a long playoff run. I woke up on the East Coast. I didn't sleep all night, but we left on the East Coast at 7 a.m., landed here. I shaved and put on a suit on the airplane, came out, went straight to a press conference, and then got bombarded with Super Bowl questions and being a head coach of a new franchise. And I actually can't believe I survived that day. But when I look back at it, it was a lot. My wife always talks about it. She thought I was going to pass out on stage, and she couldn't believe I pulled it off. But those were a little different circumstances.
Yeah.
I would say if you aren't coming off all that, I bet he really enjoyed it. I bet it was a special time, and going from college at Tennessee and coming all the way out here, I bet it's a different deal. But it sounds, I don't know a lot about the story, but it sounds like a cool story, and I'm pumped he's out here, and I'm excited to see what he does with the Giants.
It's unique, should be fun to watch. And I'm looking at a photo right now, dude. You don't even look too tired. You look sharp, man. Suits pressed, the pinstripes. You look good, dude. Hair slicked back. It's all good, Coach.
I appreciate it. I tried.
All right, man. Well, good luck. Safe trip out to New York, man. And we'll talk to you next week. Good luck on Sunday, Kyle.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, guys. Thanks. Talk to you later.
Good deal there from 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan on the game on Sunday against the New York Giants coming up. No Ricky Pearsall, doesn't sound like, as we were talking about. He's been out for as long as he has. He's going to need to practice before he gets back on the field. That's kind of what I thought. You get banged up on Sunday, you can't go Wednesday, can't go Thursday, can't go Friday, but you're like, okay, I think I can go. It was a bone, it was a bruise, or I got a contusion, something like that. But if it's a PCL and they're not sure that he can put it up to the test 100% in practice or partially,
take it easy.
You got to take it easy. It does not sound like, per Cam Inman, that there's been any Brock Purdy setbacks. but I don't know that there's been any progress.
Well, the big deal this week is they're playing on the MetLife turf.
And so he's not going to go this week.
I highly doubt it.
Is Brock Purdy. Cam Midman says it looks more likely like it could be next week, but he has an article out also. The 49ers are trusting Brock to gauge his comeback as Mac Jones moves forward as the starter. Because again, they got to know that he can protect himself, that he can get through this, that he can play 100% and not have a setback like he did after what game was that? Jacksonville.
Yeah, I mean, that's a mixed bag because you want to trust your quarterback, and I'm sure your quarterback always wants to play. But, he also knows himself. I think he was very honest the last press conference he did where he was like, yeah, we'll see. I got to make sure that I don't have a setback with my toe. So, I mean, I'm sure if they gave it, if they left it up to him, he would play. I'm sure if the Bengals left it up to Joe Burrow, he would be out there. But sometimes you got to save your players from themselves. So I think the best course of action is to go with Mac Jones, and maybe you bring Brock Purdy back for a home game against the LA Rams.
So Bryce Huff could be back next week. Could have Brock Purdy back next week. And there's some other guys who have returned to practice after not practicing yesterday. I'll tell you about those next. Could the 49ers be getting back some more pass rush this week? That's coming up. Adam Copeland, D-Pop. Dirty Work rolls on a Thursday afternoon. A little reaction to what Kyle Shanahan had to say coming up next. And then can they win this week with the defenders that they're going to run out there? Also a fun quote from Robert Saleh on Jackson Dart.
Oh,
we'll talk about that next. It's all coming up. Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
How are you feeling about today's introductory presser of the new manager of the Giants, Tony Vitello? Did Buster calm your frayed nerves? Tell us about it on the Sports Leaders YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to yell, Vitello! It's kind of fun to say.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan joined us just a few minutes ago talking about this game in New York against the New York Football Giants. 10 a.m. Sunday, 7 a.m. pregame right here on the sports leader. This per Cam Edmond, a little bit of practice insights or what he saw at practice today in terms of the health of the 49ers. He said all quarterbacks were in action. Still seems Mac Jones is quarterback one, but Brock looks like no setbacks. So maybe next week with the palms up emoji. Who knows?
Yeah, I think that's best case scenario.
Back after Wednesdays did not practice. Defensive end Yetur Gross-Matos practiced.
Okay.
The first time in a couple of weeks. That's big.
Nice.
With the hamstring injury. Sam Okanyanu, who was a no practice yesterday, is back in practice today
There you
in
go.
a limited
All
capacity.
right. It's a pass rush.
Linebacker D. Winters practiced.
Good.
Al Collins practiced, D tackle,
My
all
guy.
big stuff. And then McCaffrey and Trent, who are out with rest days, practice today as well. Still out, Pearsall, Bryce Huff, who Robert Saleh said could return next week, and center Jake Brendel. 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh spoke to the media earlier today.
During the Vitello press conference.
During the Vitello presser. We should say that somebody on the text line asked, can you please tell us how to say his name? It's Vitello.
It's Vitello.
Vi is an I.
Yeah.
Vitello.
It should be Vitello, but it's
That's
Vitello.
why Derek keeps saying Vitello, because he's just like that
I
caller.
grew up that way.
I kept saying it too.
The caller was upset earlier in saying that he wasn't embracing his Italian roots.
I was kind of hoping for that a little bit today, but it is what it is.
I think he's half Irish as well.
Yes, he is.
You know what I mean?
So it's Vitello, not the way that my no would say Vitello.
It took us years to get Farhan. Give us a break.
Not me. People always get on me, though. People
Not me.
People are always like, dude, Copes, you never I'd like you to represent your Irish side more.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they're always telling me that.
I've seen you drink.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, you have, buddy. Here's Robert Saleh, though. Not a sound, but I'll read it to you.
Yeah.
Don't
worry, Tim.
Don't worry. Yeah, Tim, we're going to that cut. Hey, Tim, not that you would have had it ready. Here's
Jesus.
Nice.
You had the mistake of the day sounder in the break.
In the commercial break.
You made a mistake.
No. You hit the JR Thieves song.
Dude, only Tim Webb could make a sound mistake during a commercial break.
And I was like, not now,
Yeah,
JR.
Now it's the thin.
And anybody who's listening closely heard the drums too.
Heard the drums, and I looked up. I was like, what are you doing, bro? It's commercial break. Come on.
A lot of moving parts.
Even now, dude, Tim's losing games on the bye week. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
are the Raiders.
Here's what Robert Saleh said. He was asked about Jackson Dart. And Kyle just kind of had some high praise about Jackson Dart as well. Robert Saleh said, quote, this kid is uber talented. He's big on Uber. Have you noticed that?
No, I have not
Saleh
noticed that.
will drop an Uber talented.
Uber?
Uber skilled. Uber. He'll put that on the front of words.
I like that. Okay.
This kid is uber talented. I understand why Dable went into the blue tent. It's just
He said that?
Yes. This is a line from Saul. This kid is uber talented. I understand why Dable went into the blue tent. He's a really, really good kid. I think New York hit big on this one. He's dynamic, decisive, accurate, and has been a joy to watch just studying his tape over his 5 starts. He was then asked, how are you going to spend your time when you get back to MetLife Stadium where you coached
I didn't
the
think about
Jets
that.
up until
I did not
last
think about
October?
that.
And what he said was, quote, eat some pizza, go to the visiting locker room, and hope to have a good day.
Nice.
I like that.
Okay, now, the way that Robert Saleh said it about Jackson Dart, he's uber talented. I could see why Brian Dable went into the blue tent. is now Russell Wilson going to be like, that's classless by Robert Saleh.
Classless Robert Saleh.
Classless by him.
It doesn't have a Bounty Gate riff on this one, though,
exactly.
Huh? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I thought that was funny by Robert Saleh. I totally
Uber talented.
Totally get why he went into the tent.
Yeah.
He needs that
now,
kid back.
So does he drop Uber all the time? Like, did he go up to Liam Cohen and be like, I'm going to Uber kick your ass right now. I'm going to Uber end your life.
You're Uber dead, bro. You're Uber dead.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, Robert Saleh against a rookie quarterback, I like my chances.
Yes, but as
you gotta
Kyle,
have the person.
As Kyle just said, it's definitely more of an assignment this week to get this guy down than C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud's not the most mobile quarterback, but he got the ball out of his hands.
And they didn't make a move at all.
They didn't make a move at all.
Yeah.
This guy, as Kyle just said, makes off-schedule throws. He's good at improvisation. That's why this is kind of a scary matchup to me. And the defense is not as good as the Houston Texans, but this pass rush is legit. And this might be the last week that they have Kayvon Thibodeau, but they got Abdul Carter, who they just drafted, 3rd overall. They got Brian Burns, who I believe is either tied or leading the league in sacks. So I know that the Giants gave up.
Did you say Thibodeau too?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Okay.
And they have Dexter Lawrence. They're not great stopping the run, but he's one of the better nose tackles in all of football. I mean, last week they gave up over 200 yards. Saquon just busted a huge run out the gate.
His first game.
And then Tank Bigsby's running for over 200 or 100 yards.
Yeah,
so,
after Saquon got banged up for a minute, he tweaked something, right? He
tweaked his groin.
And
but he said if he could go back in the game, he would have.
But he left the game, and it didn't really matter. It was out of hand, and then Bigsby ran all over them. Now, what about the run game for them, for the Giants?
Well, no Cam Scatterbo.
Yeah, no Tyrone Tracy either, right?
They got, I think Devin Singletary's back for them.
Back, or did he ever leave?
No, he was with the...
I feel like he's always there.
Oh, no, he was always there. What am I talking about? Well, yeah.
He's 28. He's like always been there, yeah.
Yeah. Did he go to the Texans for a little bit of time in between? Or am I wrong about that?
He may have. I'll check it out. Devin Singletary back
Buffalo, Texans, Giants, right?
Back to the top of the depth chart, yeah.
Gotcha.
All the blue, white, and red teams?
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. With Jackson Dart, though, yeah, this guy's mobile. And this guy, you could see it's boom or bust with him. He could be explosive like he was against the Philadelphia Eagles or the first half against the Denver Broncos, or he can throw a terrible interception that got the Broncos back into that game. So it's going to be more of a challenge, I think, for the defense. It's good they have now reinforcements as far as the pass rush. You got Keon White. We'll see if they activate Cleveland Farrell. They brought him back on the practice squad.
That's probably partially going to be due to whether or not a guy like Al Collins is able to go, or a guy like
Yatir Gross-Matos
or Sam Okenyana. I mean, those are guys on the outside where it's like, if we can't get into a situation again where you lose Bryce Huff, you lose Sam-O, and you don't have anybody else to rush the quarterback.
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of so I think he's an insurance policy for the season and for this week specifically.
Yeah, but it's another 10 a.m. start. And as far as Mac Jones, we'll see how the offensive line holds up against this pass rush. It's not going to be a cakewalk. So, yeah, I think it's another tough game. I think you have better chances than last week against the Houston Texans, but I do think it's a tough game. These games the rest of the way are not going to be cakewalks. Like, yes, they'll play Tennessee. I forget who else they have the rest of the way, but this is going to be a tough one.
Tell me about defensive coordinator Shane Bowen.
I don't know.
I don't know much about him.
I don't know a lot about him. He was, what I do know is that he was handpicked by Brian Dable because they were featured in that off-season Hard Knocks. That is the best one by far, where you see Joe Shane and Brian Dable.
This was around the draft.
This was on the draft and the free agency process, where
you see the whole Saquon fallout.
You see Saquon call them and be like, yeah, I'll come back, if the price is right. And then he goes signs with the Philadelphia Eagles. Shane Bowen was with Mike Vrabel in Tennessee. The defense is okay. Their secondary is not great, but I think they were playing Abdul Carter at middle linebacker out of necessity for a little bit of time. And they could do that because they still have Thibodeau and Brian Burns. But yeah, I mean, this team can, get after you like we saw in the Philadelphia Eagles game. They were stopping the run pretty well, and then Jalen Hurts was getting his ass lit up by Brian Burns. So yeah, I do think that this is going to be tough. I do think that Mac Jones, you don't want Brock Purdy to play in this game if he's not 100%, but he will give you more mobility. And I think that Mac Jones, you're seeing it now, he is definitely a talented backup. But if he's having the walls close in on him from last week with Danielle Hunter or Will Anderson, and now you got three guys you got to worry about with the Giants, I think it's a tough assignment.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm intrigued because the last time the Niners saw the Giants, was it 2 seasons ago?
Last time the Niners saw the Giants.
I want to say, because they didn't play them last year.
Was it the Thursday night game?
It was the opening night. It was week 2 or 3.
Week 3,
opening.
yeah.
It was the home opener.
When they were still 30 for Purdy.
And Wink Martindale blitzed 90% of the game. Remember
Good
that?
old Wink Martindale.
So that's why I was
he
like,
hated Brian Dable.
So that's why I looked. I was like, it's not Wink there anymore. So I went to look and see who it was with Shane Bowen. So I was asking what you knew about him, because that's what Wink did. Was all he did was blitz all damn night, and Brock Purdy carved him.
Yes,
carved him. I think they beat it 30-10 or 30. I have to go back and look, but they
I want to say 30-12.
Yeah, okay.
I'm Rain Man when it comes to these scores.
I know
sometimes.
you are. I know you are. That's why I was like, I'm going to be off by a little bit, I think. But
I know. That was when I was still producing, and I was like, I remember writing that score down for you and Tom.
Yeah, I think that was 2 years ago.
Yeah,
against the Giants. Anyway,
but Brian Dable, as I said the other day, he's out of his mind. Like he needs to save his job. That's why he's uber crazy about Jackson Dart and why he didn't want Russell Wilson to go in that game. That's why he threw the challenge flag out of anger, because he thought that the Giants got a fumble on the tush push. So you're going to see a man that is desperate to keep his job. He's going to throw the kitchen sink at the 49ers.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Thursday. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR from San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. That is called a legal ID.
Real quick. What Kyle had to say about Tony Vitello. I do think there's...
I was going to transition to Vitello here. So
just real quick, though.
Yeah.
Sorry, Vitello. There's like an NFL interest with this guy because he coached college baseball. I've seen him do interviews. He was on Bussin' with the Boys with Will Compton and Taylor Lewan. He did a long interview with Greg Olson. There is a NFL intrigue with this guy because NFL players can relate to a college coach coming in and being a head coach. This is totally different, but Kyle doesn't know the whole story, but he himself is even intrigued because this goes, it's not just a baseball story. This is a big sports story.
I was actually kind of surprised.
This is unprecedented.
I was kind of surprised at what Kyle did know about it, because I was like, that is an unprecedented thing. And football coaches, especially in the NFL, are so entrenched in what they're doing. Kyle would tell you, like, I thought about being like, hey, you ever getting dressed up for Halloween? It was like, Kyle didn't even know tomorrow's Halloween, probably. Kyle's like, tomorrow's Friday practice day.
Yes, exactly.
And tomorrow I got stuff to do, and then I'm flying out to New York to take on the Giants. Like, they're not in the same calendar or schedule that we're in.
Yeah, but
Sundays are work days, Mondays they're all work days. So I was intrigued or interested that Kyle was aware of Tony Vitello.
Right.
And he's like, it's unprecedented. It's new. It's something we haven't seen before.
Yeah, just to go back to the Halloween thing, I do remember Tom asking back in the day, like, what do you do for Halloween? He's like, I just, I go with my kids. I'm usually focused on football. But I do remember him saying his favorite Halloween costume, I guess, was back in the day when he was at Texas. He dressed up as Tyler Durden from Fight Club.
Yeah, he did say that to us, right? Tyler Durden,
man.
Yeah, dude, Affleck. Or excuse me, Pitt, out there.
Or Edward Norton,
whichever way you want to look at. Well,
no spoilers.
Well, Durden was a different guy. He was what Norton saw himself to be. It's what he aspired.
That's like everybody's go-to, like...
Could have been Meatloaf in that movie.
Exactly, yes.
His name was Robert Paulson.
Big Meatloaf.
His name was Robert Paulson. Dude.
Yes, his name was Robert Paulson. Say it.
His name was Robert Paulson.
That's like the ideal, like, go-to figure for a guy. Like, whenever like a dude wants to get like buff in shape, I think I've heard like Rob McElhenney say this in interviews when he got in shape for It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Yeah. His trainer was like, who do you want to look like? And don't tell me Brad Pitt in Fight Club. He was like, that's exactly what I want to look like. Everybody like is ideal like body image is Brad Pitt.
Is that what you say when you go to the gym?
Oh yeah. I'm striving for Durden.
It's like when Dorothy clicks her ankles together, No Place Like Home. Derek's on the treadmill going, striving for Durden.
Yes.
Striving for Durden.
One more lift and I'll look like him.
Or it's ass.
Yeah.
Nicely done, Tim.
Yeah, it is. It's funny that you said there's like an NFL intrigue around it. There's intrigue everywhere around it because it's never happened before. Tony Vitello was introduced today at Oracle Park as the new manager of the San Francisco Giants. Just sort of relating that, as you asked Kyle about his introductory presser, what he remembered about it, and whatnot. It is crazy. He's like, I came from the East Coast. He had just lost the Super Bowl.
Yes,
like just
in Houston. Yep.
Like days later, he's got to go do this interview. He said he was dead tired, dressed on the plane, and all that. Shanahan and Steve Kerr, the other two head coaches here, two younger guys when they got the job.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle's still a fairly young guy, and Steve's not an old coach by any stretch.
I think Kyle younger than Vitello.
Vitello's 47.
And I think Kyle's 45.
I think so too, yeah. I mean, Buster's younger than Vitello.
That's true, yeah.
You know what I mean? Which is also interesting. Anyway, Tony Vitello hired today. Shanahan and Kerr are known for being innovative and having their respect from players. In what way was Steve Kerr innovative? Like, in terms of innovation for Steve, what would you say?
That's not so much innovative.
That's not what I think about when I think Kerr.
Well, just the fact that it was not innovative, but the fact that they would shoot many threes and the small ball, the death lineup, kind of messing with Tim Kawakami, saying like, no, I'm starting Andrew Bogut tonight. No, I'm actually bringing Andre Iguodala off the bench.
He's a gamesman. He for sure plays chess with that stuff. But the 3-point shooting also was just a product of like what he had.
Right. I mean, the Warriors did it better than anybody else. So maybe not innovative. Kyle, yes, because he's one of the guys that was in the group with Sean McVay and Matt LaFleur. And when you talk about the best play callers on football, like as Guy Haberman told us during training camp, everyone talks about Shanahan's offense or Sean McVay's offense and how it's so many misdirections. It's a lot of eye candy before at the line of scrimmage before you see anything. Like you're seeing it right now with Shane Steichen. That's why the Colts are one of the best offenses in all of football. But don't get it twisted. Like Kyle's a hard ass. Steve Kerr is definitely a hard ass. Those guys command a room. And I say this phrase a lot. My buddy Stephen Langford always makes fun of me that I bring this phrase up all the time. But those guys are leaders of men. And that's what you need to be a head coach in any professional sport. You have to command a room. That's why you're seeing Mike McDaniel right now be questioned. Like, does he have the chops to be that guy? But Kyle can do that. Sean McVay can do that. Matt LaFleur can do that. It's not because they're whiz, offensive coordinators that look young. It's those guys respect them. Like when they have their presentations at the beginning of training camp, everybody shuts the hell up because that guy's talking. Same thing with Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr's played in the league. He's fought Michael Jordan. He has the championships. When he tells when he tells Steph Curry what's what, Steph follows. Draymond Green, it took a little bit of time. It was rocky at first, but he does that. They yell at each other, but at the end of the day, Draymond Green trusts Steve Kerr. It's going to take a while, but I mean, maybe not a while, but I do think that Vitello has the chops to command that clubhouse. And I don't know if it's going to translate to wins, but I think that when they see that this guy is basically like one of them, even though he didn't play Major League Baseball, he's just a down-to-earth guy. He eats, sleeps, breathes baseball. He's crazy about it. He's on record saying, I don't have a personal life. I don't have a wife and kids. I'm married to the game of baseball. And that's what Buster Posey was looking for. When they asked him, when Bob Melvin was fired, what are you looking for in a manager? I want a guy that I call at 4 o'clock in the morning and talk about the game. So I think that this guy, he just he's not phony like I said before. He's real. So I do think that players are going to gravitate towards him. But as far as, being a guy that can win games for the San Francisco Giants, that remains to be seen. But I do think these guys will respect him.
Yeah, well, respect is it's earned, of course. And he said all that. And he said, I know that people would say, you haven't cut your teeth or you haven't built any equity yet in the game. But he says there's a lot of different ways to do that. And just because it hasn't happened here doesn't mean I don't have the chops to do it. I actually think it's much different than the Kerr because of what you just talked about. Steve Kerr came in with a variety of experience in like every avenue of the game you could have, except for coaching, right? I mean, he'd been a general manager. He'd been an elite player. He'd been a key player throughout his career on elite teams with some of the best players of all time, multiple organizations, obviously playing under Popovich and under Phil Jackson, playing alongside Jordan, winning titles alongside Tim Duncan as well. Like all of that comes into play. Plus he built the Suns and had them in the conference semis there's a conference semis a couple of different years.
Yeah. Lost every time, but
against the Lakers and all that. So I think it's a different level. I think he commands the respect based on what he walked into the room with all those accolades. Now, he'd never coached before,
right?
But he still walked in with all those accolades. With a football coach, I feel like this is a little bit closer tied to that, where it's different still because Vitello only had college coaching experience, never coached at the professional level in pro baseball. But it's also like, it's funny that we sit here and I'm spearheading this, going, there's so many questions, so much inexperience. We don't know what we don't know. We don't know what's going to be a problem for him. We don't know what his deficiencies may be because it's the same sport, but a different game.
Mm-hmm.
What's interesting is like how many of the 32 offensive coordinators or play callers, let's say, in football, how many played professional football?
Very few. Like Kyle played wide receiver at Texas, but that's it.
Right. So like college football, pro football head coaches and coordinators, there's a handful. I mean, like Kellen Moore was a guy who was a great college player.
Mm-hmm.
Might have gotten drafted. He got drafted, right?
Yeah, he did. He was a backup with the Cowboys.
But he's only like in his late 30s now. Like
exactly.
He was out of playing so early on that he's built a coaching career, right? My point here is that in football, it's all about, can you help us win? Brian Daboll wasn't playing quarterback for anybody in the NFL. You know what I mean? There's a lot of great play callers who did play. There's a lot of okay ones. There's a lot of really bad ones.
Right.
There's a lot of great, same as in every sport. But it's funny that like Kyle Shanahan, we talk about one of the most respected, Andy Reid, the genius, the best coach in football. Can't ever take a snap. You know what I mean?
Well, he did. You ever seen that
punt, pass, and kick?
Oh yeah,
yeah,
he was the big guy.
He was the big dude.
That's great footage.
He's the same size as he was then. My point is, like, these guys are so good at what they do that they command the respect. Now, they worked their way to being a head coach through the ranks of being coordinators and other position coaches.
Right.
That's a little bit different for Vitello, but he earned this job by being elite at the level of play that was below where he's been hired now.
Exactly.
Right?
Like Mike Holmgren, he went from, I think, being a high school coach to getting a job.
He was like a high school teacher, yeah.
Yeah, he was a high school teacher, and then he got a job. I don't know if it was straight with the 49ers, but it wasn't that far off. So it's however you get there, as long as you get the job accomplished, that's all that matters.
Dick Vermeil's brother, Al Vermeil, who coached at my alma mater, Moreau Catholic.
Yeah.
The football field there is named after him, Al Vermeil Field.
Right.
He was the head coach there in like the 70s. People were going there to play against him, and they were somewhat of a powerhouse when they played in the old CAL, Catholic Athletic League. He was hired away by the 49ers to go from being the head coach of like a fairly successful high school football program in the 70s to go be their strength and conditioning coach.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, if they brought him in to go do strength and conditioning, and then he coached in the NFL behind the scenes for a number of years. But there's a lot of different paths there. It's just that I would almost even make the case, Derek, that the goal of a college head coach is closer to the goal of a baseball manager than the goal of a minor league manager.
Why is that?
The goal of a minor league manager is not just to win. It's great if you win. Builds culture and all that, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But it's about development, right? It's about, we have to see 4 different pitchers today. Oh, also there's a rehab start coming down. Also, we got to get this big leaguer 4 at-bats.
Yeah.
It's navigating minor leaguers in the organization, being able to give feedback and evaluate whether or not this player is eligible or quality enough to move up. What is he going to give? You need to be able to evaluate talent, develop talent, right? You also treat guys differently based on what their case is. Is this a 35-year-old 4A minor leaguer, or is this a guy who's a 19-year-old top prospect that we've got to bubble wrap? We've got to be careful about our usage. There are so many different things and goals that make a minor league manager successful. Just winning is good,
right?
But they also want to develop. A college coach's job is kind of to win by any means necessary.
No, I'm with you on
His job is
that.
to develop because the kids want to develop. And he tells you, when I recruit you, we're going to get you to a pro baseball program, blah, 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 blah. We'll get there. He's also going to have a pitcher throw 135 in a College World Series if he needs to. Because his goal and job is to win, not to make sure this guy gets to the next level, although that is part of the package.
Right.
That's kind of what I'm saying. The goal there was winning, and that translates in terms of Buster's mind, I think, into that's what we need him to do, develop and win.
But to keep it simple, the 209 says, the fan base is acting like we hired a fast food worker to build a rocket ship.
Yeah.
It's baseball. If Vitello wins baseball games.
Dude, some guy texted in earlier, I can't remember the area code, I think it was 408, and he said, this is a white flag hire.
It's not a white flag hire.
I said,
pack it in, boys.
Dude,
the season's over.
There is no such thing as a white flag hire. A white flag move would have been, or the blah move would have been just sticking with Melvin.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah,
absolutely. A white flag hire, they had to pay Melvin to go away. They had to pay the Tennessee Volunteers to allow them to get Vitello. They had to pay Vitello. And mind you, they took on the Devers contract last year for 8 more years. They ain't waving a white flag.
No.
It's the last thing they did was wave. You think Buster Posey's ass is sitting up there going, all right, I think one year in at 81 and 81.
I'm pretty established.
I think I'm packing in. By the way, 81 and 81, thanks to the kindness of the Colorado Rockies.
Yes.
Thank you, Rockies, for the 81 and 81 finish.
The kindness?
Yeah. The soft hearts of the Rockies.
I mean, like a blah hire, honestly, to me would be like Joe Madden. Like, I know he's accomplished in this league, but...
That would tell me they thought differently, like, we're going in now to win. I mean, that would be like, this is a short-term thing, and but baseball coaches don't have the same impact as like bringing in a head coach in football.
Exactly.
To do that.
And I like the fact that, I'll go back to a couple weeks ago when Buster said we're not going to hire Bochy back. I like the fact that he wants a guy, yes, it's a 3-year contract, but he wants this guy to be here for the long haul. That's what he expects. He wants this guy to be the manager of the San Francisco Giants for the next 10 years. So, yeah, I think it's outside the box thinking. I have no idea how it's going to go, but from hearing him today, I like what I heard.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. Tim, did you say we have breaking news?
Yeah, just a little bit of a hardwood news tonight in Warriors Bucks. No Giannis Antetokounmpo. He is out.
Oh.
All right. There you go.
Dude, what about all the Warrior fans living in Milwaukee who get one game a year to see Giannis against Steph?
Well, he's got left knee soreness, so sorry.
You know, Michael Jordan would never have any load management.
Yeah, he would never. By the way, I saw they asked Giannis
The load.
I saw them do a video where they asked Giannis his top 5 most proud accomplishments in the NBA, and one of them in the top 5 is His other brother is now on the team, so they have three of his. It's him and two of his brothers on the Bucks.
So one of his accomplishments is convincing the Bucks to get his brothers on the team?
Evidently.
Good for him.
He's never getting another one in Milwaukee.
No.
He'll never get another ring in Milwaukee.
No.
Never.
If they do
that was
not,
it. They got their one. He's never getting another one.
If they don't get out of the first round this year, he's probably going to man a trade.
He's got to go. Does he want to win? Or does he want to just play with his brothers?
Well, he has to go.
I'm saying if he wants to win, it ain't happening. That's where I was going.
What? I would love for once an NBA team to be like, no, absolutely not.
Yeah, you hate the teams. I do too. That they just like abide by it. My bigger one is I hate when teams won't trade a guy to a team or trade a guy to a team that he demands.
Yeah,
Paul George was like, I'm only going to the Clippers.
Yes. Well, I loved it when Greg Popovich was like, Kawhi Leonard wanted to go to, I think, the Lakers, wherever it was. And he was like, I'm not sending you there. I'm sending you to the Raptors. It's a better situation for you and a better situation for me. I'm not appeasing you.
No. You think you know? I'm Greg Popovich.
Exactly.
All right, let's take a quick break. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Dude, the Blue Jays are one win away from taking down the Dodgers.
How about that? Waltz Jays.
I'll tell you what, I thought
he's on a plane to Toronto today.
No, he's not.
No,
I thought losing that game 3, 18 innings was gonna broken the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
I think it took more out of the Dodgers than it took out of the
That's
Blue
what
Jays.
I think too.
And if you go back, we'll go back and do it. But if you go back to when the Dodgers tied it at 5, before they go 18 and win, they've scored like 4 runs in the last 27 innings or something like that. They look out of gas.
Dude, Mookie Betts at the postgame was like, he just looked tired as hell. Yeah, I think that game 3 took the life out of the Dodgers. They won, but they didn't win the war here.
I'd say 2 things. I'd say bummer, and then I'd say F them. Let's take a break. We'll come back and talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The San Francisco Giants introduced new manager Tony Vitello today. You can find the entire press conference, including Jack Loader's incredible question, at thesportsleader.com and on our app. Keep it locked for everything Giants right here on the new manager leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Derek was just saying to me, as it's an ugly day out here in Daly City.
Gloomy.
Shocker. Go ahead, Tim. I was saying something to you.
No.
Anyway, we got the clocks changing this weekend.
I know.
It's our last show on Friday tomorrow where we'll sign off with a little bit of sunlight.
I know. And look, I love more sleep, but I hate when the sun goes down at 5 o'clock. It just feels like the day's gone.
It's the worst.
I can't stand that.
It's the worst. It's light earlier though, isn't it?
Yes.
You getting up early? Getting your sweat on when it's light out?
I'm trying to.
Getting your pump in the gym?
Dude, lately it's been hard when it's pitch black outside at 7 o'clock, and I'm like, I'm still a little tired. Now that the sun is going to come on through, let the sun beat down upon my face.
Do you get that got me. Do you have like sunlight beaming through your bedroom window? Does it hit you? How do you wake up in the morning? Tell us about your life, Derek.
Well, I do
Peel
a lot.
back the curtain, yeah.
Well, speaking of curtains, my blinds.
They're blinds, okay.
They broke off. And
hold on. You have the blinds that dangle from the ceiling to the ground?
Yes.
Those are the worst ones. So
I know.
They hang on just by that little piece of plastic tip.
And believe me, I don't always go to the maintenance guy and be like, can you fix my blinds? I do it myself. But after a while, I was doing a lot of damage just putting them back myself. So I was like, could someone come in and fix these? And one broke off so bad, the guy's like, I can't repair the middle one. So now every morning I have just a beam of light coming through just one blind that the guy won't fix for me.
All right, can I change your life? You just go to IKEA and get the blackout curtains. The blackout curtains.
I've been meaning to do that for a long time.
Change your life. It's not expensive.
Do that for a long time.
My apartment blacks out pretty good, dude. I can get into a nice cave in my.
Of course, Ron does that.
In my apartment, dude. Ron's got me some nice sliding blinds, dude. They're beautiful. They can't break. They're like inside a glass. I like slide them in and out. It's perfect. It's beautiful.
This is the first apartment that I've ever been in that I didn't have the blackout curtains, and it's just like. Man, when you don't have that light coming in, and you guys have both seen it now.
Tim's got a lot of windows. Tim gets
my
bright.
apartment is all windows.
He's got a lot of sunlight in there.
Okay.
Good natural light in Tim's apartment for he and oatmeal. What I would say to you, though, is also, dude, in my old apartment, in my old building, we used to have those same blinds, like the ceiling to floor ones.
Yeah.
That you twist a little pole or the little stick, and then they open and close. But they all hang by that little clip at the top. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a little hole in the blinds, and they clip in. That little piece on the blinds that they had at my old building used to snap off all the time. So you'd call them to come fix it. They would charge you $25 for a new blind every time. Just by like pulling the blinds open, they would clip off and break. You'd be like, damn it.
Yeah.
And they would charge you. Is this guy charging you?
Not charging me, but I went down to the front desk and I was like, hey, the guy fixed my blinds. Thank you for doing that. But he left one blind off. And they're like, yeah, it's kind of more of a thing. We'll get to it in time. It's been weeks. Also, at the same time,
in time.
Yeah. Also, this we're under new management now.
Oh, at your building?
At my building. I told you about this earlier.
It's funny, you didn't get to vote on that, did you?
No, did not. Of course not. It's people that own a restaurant right across the street from my building, and they are doing maintenance to our gym. And I don't really use the gym at my apartment complex, but if I'm feeling lazy, I'm not walking all the way to my gym, it's easy to go down to. So they put up a lot of stuff saying we're doing maintenance, and I was like, if I could still get in with my key card, I'm going to work out. Nothing's done on these treadmills. So one day I work out, and some guy sees me, doesn't say anything to me. But then the next day I go back to work out, and there's a bunch of signs put up saying, do not go in. We are doing maintenance. So I ask the front desk, hey, just curious, how long is this going to be? And they're like, it's going to take some time. And I'm like, that's great, but what maintenance is being done right now? And they're like, oh, well, you know.
That's great, dude. Derek filing complaints at the desk.
We have new management, so we want to like redo the whole gym. And I'm
like, so do the Giants. I'm still hitting the gym.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? I bet you Logan, if he wants to hit the weight room, he can.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
So I say to them, is it really that big of a deal if I want to come in at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the morning to run the treadmill? They're like, sir, bottom line is we don't want anybody in the gym right now. I'm like, fair enough. But that's a huge pain in the ass.
It sounds to me like the new management is running through some insurance stuff to make sure they're not going to get. They're not going to get busted. If somebody drops a weight on their foot or something. You know what I mean?
Sounds like that.
Damn, dude. So you're dealing with the blood. So how do you wake up? Is it because of the sunlight now?
It's not that bad, but
you set an alarm.
No, I'll usually get up like 7:30, and if I'm trying to go to my new gym that's not close by, it's like a 25-minute walk. So if I get up at 7, I can make it there. If I get past 7:45, I'm like, yeah, I'm not going today.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn it all.
Yep.
Derek, just waking up rested, natural wake up in the sunlight every day, huh?
In the sunlight. Let the sun beat down upon my face.
Just comes on in 415, one of our favorite people, one of our favorite members of the filth. 415, our guy George in Frisco checks in.
Oh, love George in Frisco.
Oh, hell yeah. One of my favorite Dirty Work unofficial segments, Life with Derek Papa. I don't know why it's so fascinating to all of us, how Derek lives his life. But
it's not that fascinating.
But you also revealed you have a treadmill in the apartment.
I tried, dude.
So Derek has to go to the gym, but they said you can't use that one because they're under maintenance.
Well, yeah, at the apartment complex.
So what's up with your apartment?
My own treadmill that I have in my closet. I broke it out the other night because I was like, you know what? If I can't use the treadmill in my apartment complex, I'm going to use my own.
Wait, so it's in the closet?
Yes.
So wait. This is like a portable?
I wheeled it out. Oh, yeah.
Isn't it big?
It's big, but it has wheels at the bottom. So I plug it in.
Wow. I assume they were heavy or like you just have them sitting in one place.
It was fine. So I plug it in. Haven't plugged it in maybe about like 3 years. And I hear like it kind of like winding up.
It's like,
yeah. And I started letting it go. And it being on like, I'm on the 16th level. Being on that level, it's not good for people below me. So as soon as I started running, I was like, oh, this is making a lot of commotion. And then I was like, you know what? Maybe if I just walk on it, if I just do the incline, it's fine. I pump it up to like level 10, and I hear it like, and it
used to make this noise.
Breaks through. The incline broke through the treadmill. I was like, okay, never again then.
What do you mean it broke through the treadmill?
The incline, like at the beginning of the treadmill where the head is.
Yeah, like right where you're facing the front.
The metal piece that makes it incline broke through the treadmill.
Oh, so it snapped through the actual thing.
Through, broke off, and I was like, yeah. Exactly that. And I was like, never mind, not doing it again. Never mind.
So it's broken. Treadmill's cooked.
It's broken.
Damn, dude.
Yep, I have a broken treadmill. If anybody wants it, let me know.
Dom, don't even go to his house, okay? Come on.
You interested in a broken treadmill?
Wait, so did you just put it back in your closet, or you're not tossing it?
I mean, no one's going to take that.
You wheel it down.
It's heavy.
You know what you do is you take it down to your gym that's closed down and just dump it there.
Drop it in the gym in there.
You know what? I'll call my buddy Walt to help me with my couch. He'll help me bring it down to the trash.
Walter Ecalpacento?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
No, take it to the old gym that you're not allowed to be in. Be like, hey, well, if I can't use it.
Speaking of Walt, Jays one win away.
Yeah, Jays are 1 win away. Yeah, speaking of Walt, nice segue. We got too many texts coming in on your lifestyle. 209 checks in and says, Derek does need the sun. He's fair-skinned.
I need some sun?
He says, my boy Tim needs to get it together back there. I don't know what he's riffing on. Maybe Tim, a lot of moving parts.
I said I'm very pale, is I think what he should.
916 says Derek uses his own treadmill to hang his clothes on because he doesn't have a dresser. He does have a dresser now. Are you still hanging clothes off of your treadmill?
Yes. If I come home wearing like a jacket or a hoodie, I'm like, that's an easy place to put it.
But it was in the closet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're hanging it in the closet.
Yeah. It's not like a ton of clothes on there, but I have like a hoodie or my Warriors jacket on there right now.
There's a lot of good texts, dude. A lot of them right now.
Yeah, one text on here says from the 707, Derek Costanza. Yeah, you know what? Not to give it away. That might be my Halloween costume.
Yeah, well, dude, you're not to give it away.
Yeah, too late.
4 and 5 checks in and says, it's not so much that it's all fascinating about Derek. It's amazing just that he's survived so long living like this.
What's crazy about any of this?
623. I'm oddly fascinated with Derek's secret life.
It's not a secret life. The secret life of Derek Pop.
530. Oh, I wish I could blast my tenant over 50,000 watts.
I praise my landlord. Derek's just like, they're screwing me. They're hosing me.
661's with you. They're still charging you for that gym.
Yeah, that's why I told Derek. I'm like, dude,
see, exactly.
Now, did you have to sign up to be able to use the gym as part of it?
Is this part of my lease?
Like in my building, my old building, when we had a gym in that building, and I had to pay like an extra $20 a month.
No, I believe it's complimentary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then you don't have much say.
That's fine. I go to a gym anyway, so I'll deal with it. It's a minor inconvenience.
Yeah, 707. I love this deep dive into Drew's life.
Drew, thank you.
Keep it up. Such an interesting man.
Adam Drew.
That's from our guy Beak, dude. That's pretty good. 4 and 5 checks in says Depop should ask for a rent decrease while the gym is closed for maintenance.
That ain't happening. Yeah. That ain't happening.
Yeah. 707 says my grandfather had one of those machines that strap you and wrap around your waist and it vibrates. Derek, you can have that for free if you come pick it up.
No, thank you. That's like an old-timey way of getting in shape.
Yeah,
with the medicine balls and that, yeah.
Let's go out to the phone lines real quick. Our guy Rick in Hayward. We were quoting Rick earlier. It's our guy Rick who usually calls on Monday. Rick in Hayward, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, brother?
You had to bring up the Drew comment. Wasn't that from the guy from Grass Valley?
Yes, exactly.
The one that was like, hey, go with the. I wanted you guys to play some Grateful Dead bumper over him, or like the old bong noise.
A bong bubbler sound. Yeah, the Cheech and Chong something in there. Yeah,
that would have been great.
Yeah, that was good.
I was trying to call back right after I hung up and be Rick Producer from Hayward, but can't get through. Anyway,
we can go Rick Producer from Hayward. We can do that. Producer Rick.
Yeah, no thanks. I want to get paid. And I know that doesn't happen.
No, I barely do. Don't worry, man.
Yeah, good luck, dude. How you feeling about Vitello today? Did you like the presser?
I did, but I missed Andrew. I missed Susan and Alex. They weren't there.
Yeah,
I was like, what the heck? I hope nothing's going on, but I'm pretty sure Alex is okay. I guess Susan might be on a trip long 6 or 8 months. I mean, everybody deserves a trip now and then, but it had a week. I thought maybe the most important media people would be there.
Alex was there, Rick? Alex was there. I saw on NBC Sports Bay Area, Alex Pavlovich had an exclusive with Tony Vitello afterwards.
So he must not have done a lot of the question asking because he could have asked it all on his exclusive.
Oh, got it. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Anyway, that means I'll have to listen to that, too. Okay, so getting to the Vitello hire, I said it last week when we talked about it. I think it's a great move, especially looking at what the Giants are probably going to do this offseason, which isn't going to be as fruitful as everybody thinks.
Right.
I personally don't think they're going to go out and they're going to sign a $30 million right fielder and a $25 million pitcher. I was very intrigued to hear that Vitello used the two players of Verlander and Scherzer. That kind of I get he knows Scherzer, but to use Verlander in any kind of context to the Giants, especially when he's a free agent, makes me think maybe there's something there that we just don't know yet. Maybe they're thinking about re-signing him, which, a lot of Giants fans, I'd say it was 50-50, but Giants fans, the 50% that don't want him back just thought he was terrible, which wasn't the case at all. They just don't know baseball. But I think getting a veteran presence like Verlander back would help Vitello because, believe it, they're not going to go out and sign $70 million worth of players, people. That isn't going to happen.
Yeah.
So hiring a guy that can relate to younger players and knows how to get more out of younger players and took a young team of 17 to 21-year-olds to the College World Series and won it just 2 years ago, makes me think that, hey, maybe this is a good hire. And, you know, go like I think you said Derek earlier, and Derek, all you need is some duct tape for that blind, you know. I had them too. But
thank you, Rick.
It works fine. They also open and close, you know. They don't just turn left and right.
I'm aware.
Okay, so anyway, you know, Derek, you were saying about just rehashing it and going out and hiring a Madden would just be a letdown. Well, that was obvious that Buster wasn't going to do that early on, because he didn't go out. He went out right away and said, you know what, Coach is a great manager, a great person in our organization. He can have any role he wants, just not the manager. I know that pissed off the older guard, but this isn't going to be an old guard or a veteran team. And I can tell Vitello doesn't care what the other teams have out there. He's only concerned with one thing: who's on the Giants, who's playing that day, and how can we beat that team we're playing that day. And that's the mentality that we have to have. Buster even said it. He goes, I want a person that lives, drinks, sleeps, lives, breathes, everything baseball. This is the guy. You got him.
Yeah.
And so now it's about who is going to be the coaching staff, who's going to be the players on the team. And I think I'd say about 80 to 90% I'd say 90% of the players are already on the 40-man roster.
Rick, we got to run. I appreciate the call, man.
Thanks,
I'm with
Rick.
you. I don't think there's going to be a lot done this offseason in terms of player acquisition either, but there does need to be some. They've got 2 spots in the rotation that I think they're going to have to fill. We'll see which direction they go. We'll talk more about that when we come on back. Blue Jays are 1 win away. We can get into that, plus many more people checking in on Derek's lifestyle. That's next. Dirty Work rolls
What's crazy
on.
about
and then at 4:50, T-Rock, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guerrero back in. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a ball drilled. Left field.
If it's fair, it's gone, and that one is fair, and it's gone. Back to back to begin the game, and the Blue Jays lead it. It's 2-0. How do you like that? 2-2 now. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, struck him out, and the Blue Jays win it 6-1. And they take a 3-2 lead in this World Series back to Toronto and a chance to win the World Series at home. They come into Los Angeles and take 2 of 3. Very, very impressive.
They took 2 of 3, and they took the Dodgers to 18 innings. So now in context, that 18-inning loss, I mean, it's a 1-run loss. You were up in that game. Shohei Ohtani would reach base 9 times, and they beat you by 1.
Yep.
And since that game, they gave up, what, 2 runs yesterday? 1 run yesterday.
1 run yesterday.
2 runs the day before. So that's 3 runs in the last 2 games. And if you go back to that 18-inning game, I mean, they went from like the 9th into the 18th before allowing that run. So they went about 9 innings there. I mean, the Dodgers scored 4 runs in like the last 27 innings.
Dude.
Against the Blue Jays. And the Blue Jays at bats have been fantastic. Like you can tell the approach is different. They'll go the other way. They'll dink and dunk it, and they'll hit the ball out. The Dodgers feel right now so home run reliant to me that they're not applying pressure to the Blue Jays enough to make them make plays. And the Blue Jays have done it to the Dodgers. Andy Pajas is now like unplayable for them, where they can't put him in the lineup. They didn't make a decision early enough in the postseason of the World Series to not play. Who's at shortstop for them? Like they could have gone with. They're putting Mookie there. If I were them, I would have done. If you're Dave Roberts, at some point you got to be like, I know Mookie was great and led the league in defensive runs saved at short, but if you don't have another outfielder that's quality enough, and they're going with Kike because they love him, he's a legend there and all that, but do you get more out of your defense if you go Mookie to the outfield and then go Hassan Kim or somebody at shortstop or second base? Like, but they've waited too long. You're at game 6 now. Hassan Kim hasn't played like the whole series. You can throw him out there after he hasn't played for however long. So I don't know, man. Like, I don't feel good for the Dodgers, which is good. Like, I don't. That's not looking good. It's dire. They're throwing. Who's pitching tomorrow? Yamamoto pitches tomorrow. He's not going CG. You going 3 straight complete games for this guy? I don't think so.
No, probably
He's
not.
going up against Gausman, and then they're scheduled if it gets to game 7 to have Tyler Glasnow throw against Max Scherzer.
Yeah, and
Glasnow didn't look great his first start.
And let's be real here. Now that the Blue Jays come back to Toronto up 3-2. That place is going to be Electric City tomorrow. And if they go to a game 7,
Land, dude,
Banana Land. Like, dude, I thought it was going to be the Dodgers come back to Toronto up 3-2. The fact that they're down 3-2, not that it's a foregone conclusion by any means, but this is going Toronto's way. And I will say this. I'm never a guy that's like, I never think the way some Giants fans do, where you have this theory of like a national broadcaster who also works for the Dodgers, that they're against that team.
Talking about Joe Davis?
Yes. So, but like in years past, like I know a lot of Giants fans didn't like when Joe Buck would call the Giants game because he's the Cardinals announcer.
I got something on that right after this. Go ahead. Yeah.
Just real quick, hearing some of the home run calls, I like Joe Davis a lot. There definitely is some favoritism. Joe Davis, and you see it on the ESPN broadcast. They're on radio, but I've seen the video clips on Twitter. Jessica Mendoza's not happy when there's a Blue Jays positive play. There's a lot of national people that work for the Dodgers. I never think it's a thing, but until the last couple of games, you could hear it. Joe Davis is not thrilled that the Blue Jays are winning the series.
I'll tell you what, I've gotten a real kick though out of John Smoltz this World Series.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I've enjoyed Smoltz.
Yeah,
I think he's funny. I think he's been great on his analysis and stuff. I think Smoltz has been fun.
I mean, he's always solid. Yeah,
he's been good to listen to.
And Joe Davis is good, but I'm hearing it where he's like, and Blue Jays take the lead, where it's Dodgers. He's like, go!
Well, people used to hate on that. Now, here's the thing, too. I remember the Joe Buck Giants-Cardinal thing flared up. The first time I became aware of it was 2002. I don't know how long people felt like this before, but the Giants hadn't been to the playoffs the year before. They'd been eliminated in the division series 2 years prior to that in 2000. So, like, to me, this was sort of my first foray into Joe Buck, Tim McCarver.
Yeah.
And I remember being miffed like that in the 02 LCS, being like, damn, Joe Buck, he's rooting for the Cardinals, and this is so obvious, and blah, blah, blah. And Mama Susie, my stepmom, said to me, I hear you. And she goes, it is frustrating to hear that. You love to have John Miller on it, or our guys, Krug and Kipe and whatnot. But she said, if you're Joe Buck, in 2002, the Cardinals had a crazy season where Jack Buck, his father, had passed away that year.
Yes.
Also, that was the same season, if people recall, when Darryl Kyle passed away in season.
Oh, yeah.
Darryl Kyle was a pitcher for the
that.
Cardinals who died in season. And they found him in his hotel room. And it was a heavy-hearted Cardinal team. And so Joe Buck, who had been very tied to the organization. Obviously, his dad was a broadcaster there, a legendary broadcaster for years. Clearly, it seemed to me, and Tim McCarver, who was a Cardinal catcher for years, seemed to me that, of course, there would be rooting interest. You can't tell me that John Miller didn't want the Giants to win when he's calling that game on ESPN radio. That said, got to be professional, right? You got to call it. There's going to be emotion that comes out and then is withheld and restrained. But it was funny. Last night, I was watching the game with my buddy Will, or I was talking to my buddy Will as we were watching the game, and he texted me. He said something like, "Dude, he said, I said something about Joe Davis on the broadcast, and he said, dude, I hated Joe Buck. Joe Buck hated the Dodgers." And I went, okay, so everybody just thought Joe Buck hated their team.
Exactly.
Which is sort of a thing that Joe Buck has leaned into now, where he goes, everybody, I hate your team. Everybody, I hate every team. Because he just thought he was always calling it unfairly. So maybe that's the best way. If everybody thinks Joe Buck hates their team, he must have been calling it fairly straight up.
Yeah, I mean,
you just don't like the critical analysis.
He definitely was a solid broadcaster. But yeah, there was times where you thought he hated your team, but I think we're hearing a little bit more with Joe Davis. Not that he hates that the Blue Jays are winning, but he's not as enthusiastic as the Dodger home run calls.
No, I'm with you. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We got to take a quick break. When we come on back, we're going to catch up with our guy, Tim Ryan. He'll be on the call
T-Rock
on Sunday. T-Rock on the call for the Niners and the New York Giants. He'll join us breaking this one down. How do they get to Jackson Dart, and can they create any pressure with any of the new acquisitions? We'll do it next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
San Francisco Giants general manager Zach Manassian joined Greg's Benedict today, immediately following the team's introductory press conference of Tony Vitello. Find out just how and when the team started their pursuit of Vitello in that podcast at thesportsleader.com and on our app. It's new manager day, baby!
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We do it every week with our guy Tim Ryan, who, by the way, is sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi Stadium. Tim will be on the call on Sunday, 10 a.m. for the Niners and the New York Giants. Tim, what's going on, bro? How we doing, man?
I'm doing well, fellas. How are you guys?
Doing pretty well.
Doing well.
I was going to ask you, man, after last week, I mean, pass rush was obviously non-existent last week. They couldn't create any pressure. Offense never got going. Was it exciting for you to see some of these acquisitions this week? Cleve Ferrell comes back to the practice squad, a guy we're familiar with from a couple of years ago, former first-rounder, and then they made a trade for Keon White from the Patriots. What did you think about these moves?
Yeah, and may not be done yet.
Yeah.
We'll see. Still got up until Tuesday next week. Loved them. I'll just say this: the 49ers got better in the last 48 hours or so. And I mean, we all know Cleve Ferrell, what he's going to bring to the table, and if he gets out there, he's setting the edge in the run game. It's going to be a red hot motor going the whole time. There's no doubt. Remember when he hurt his knee back in the Super Bowl year? 49ers missed him in the postseason, no question. So getting him back is certainly an upgrade. Plug and play, knows the system, knows the mentality and the mindset and how to play in this defense. The Keon White move, to me, will go. A lot of people won't notice on the outside looking in around the country and, the whole narrative but I will say this, he is a hell of a football player. And I just remember as soon as I heard the name the other day, I'm like, oh, wow, it's crazy how you don't even think of those kind of scenarios, but didn't even think of it. And I just know in getting ready for the Patriot game last year, early in the season, I went up to Trent Williams during the week and Aaron Banks. I'm like, this dude can play, man. This Keon White, because I was unfamiliar with him. He was a second-year player and a second-round pick. And I said, this guy has got moves. He's got an arsenal of moves. He can win quick when he's working the inside. He can work hands. He can counter. And most impressively, when he gets by you and gets to an edge, he can finish. He can bend and burst. And then when he gets to the quarterback, he's got a nasty mindset trying to get him to the ground. So when you consider, the compensation and to be able to go get a guy like that and basically trade a 6th for a 7th and have him going into next year under contract already as, he's a 3rd-year player, I thought it was an awesome move and already saw him out of practice. And it was confirmed. The same things that you see on tape that I saw last year getting ready for that matchup. And then, I've watched his cut-ups, most of his plays, certainly, a lot last year and not as many this year. But very nice addition to an area where the 49ers absolutely needed some help.
No, they definitely need it because no sacks on C.J. Stroud last week, T-Rock. So just what'd you make of no pressure on the quarterback? I mean, they were thriving all day on 3rd down.
Yeah.
Just your reaction to the lack of pass rush. Was it more personnel or just kind of a lack of effort or just the fact that...
No, it definitely wasn't a lack of effort.
Right,
I mean,
right.
no question. It wasn't a lack of effort. It was, and those guys were obviously got a lot of reps with the injuries and Jordan Elliott going down in that game and then Sam Okwanu going down in that game. So guys were out there for virtually all the plays.
Right.
It's never a good mix when you're already challenged. Saleh had to send pressure. I mean, he had to try to get some pressure one way or the other, but it's never a good mix when you're not winning up front and you're having assignment errors on the back end. And was a big part of last week. And give Houston credit. They looked and played really well. C.J. Stroud looked as good as he's looked all year. But the 49ers didn't make it real difficult on him, just in certain terms of some of the errors, some of the dropped coverages. And then when you couple that with the inability to win and win quick up front, you got what you got on the field. And then when the offense can go out there, and that's why, complimentary football was not in the forefront in that game against Houston. When the defense is spending so much time on the field, and then the offense goes out there and it's 3 and out, I mean, at one point before the first half, before that last drive, they had 10 plays of offense. And, thank God the defense played well in the red zone. They kind of bowed their neck down there and held them to field goals, which really kept the 49ers in the game for 4 quarters until the very end. But third down on both sides of the ball. And when you look at the Giants and you start, kind of looking forward to this matchup, third down is obviously a huge down. That's why they had so many runs, that being Houston. You convert that many third downs, you're going to get more run opportunities. And D'Amico Ryans, with their execution and how they played, kind of beat Kyle and the 49ers with their own blueprint. All the stuff they did is what I envisioned the 49ers needing to do to go in and win a game like that on the road, and Houston played desperate. So this, to me, is just like going and playing the game a couple of weeks ago, the Atlanta game after the Tampa game, a bounce-back game, a game that the mindset's got to be flipped again. And this game will ultimately come down to how well the offensive line can play up front. And you look at this pass rush and these guys that they've got on their defensive line, and it's not, Thibodeau, Brian Burns in particular, he's got 10 sacks already. Yeah. 49ers have 9 as a team. This cat's got 10 by himself. Abdul Carter is a problem, even though the production hasn't been there. The guy plays all over the place. They stand these guys up. They got a lot of sub packages. You don't know where they're coming from. Thibodeau can rush the passer, obviously. But it's not just those guys. You look inside, and everybody knows about Dexter Lawrence and what he brings. They've got a veteran group with their hand in the dirt. Nunez Roches is a power pack. Roy Robertson Harris, same thing. So these guys feed off of that defensive line. They are absolutely built and loaded up front. And the question is can the 49ers, now I know they've had problems in stopping the run, and Philadelphia certainly exploited that last week in that matchup with 276 yards rushing. I think losing McFadden at linebacker no doubt hurt him, and how they're defending. And we'll see if they get Javon Holland back at safety. I think he did practice some yesterday and today. But the question is can the offensive line, the blockers, play well enough that in the passing game and even the run game can get to the back end? Because if they can get to the back end, you can attack a beat-up secondary, a team that's missed a lot of tackles, a team that's got a lot of injuries out on the island. But can you block those monsters at the line of scrimmage to be able to exploit that is the question.
Talking to Tim Ryan here, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. 10 a.m. kickoff local time here on Sunday. Pregame at 7 a.m. We'll have it for you right here on The Sports Leader. I was saying to Derek, Tim, I think the last time that the Niners played New York was at home 2 years ago, the home opener, week 3. Wink Martindale blitzed like 600 times, and the Niners put up 30 points, and they won opening night. A different D coordinator now. Wink ain't there. They got Shane Bowen. What do you know about Bowen? What are we going to see defensively from this team?
You're going to see a lot of man coverage. That's, I don't know how much of it. I think he just really counts on that front and getting home and letting those guys eat. So they are, they'll send blitzers. Oh, they've got the same blitzes everybody else has, but it's really about those sub packages and where guys are lining up. They multi-align everywhere. I mean, for example, you'll see their 2 edge guys standing up in the A gaps. 49ers have a few wrinkles of that, but these guys can line up. I call them spinners because they can line up anywhere in a 2-point. They can drop into coverage, and then they send, pressure from somewhere else. They create a lot of problems and create a lot of matchup problems. And then they all have the physical tools to get home. So I think if you watch them, especially on third down, I think they're more man coverage than anybody in the league on third down. So guys are going to have to win those isolation matchups, and Mac's going to have to throw some good balls to some covered receivers. And then there's certainly some chances to run after the catch. But man, I'll tell you what, I think that, again, back to the offensive line and the execution. And, we'll see if Burford's out there at left guard or if it's Barch or it's Connor Colby. Either way, the guards are going to have their hands full. McKivitz is going to have to play better over at right tackle. He had been playing really good and had a lot of good plays last week, but certainly some ones that hurt him against Houston. So the O-line's going to have their hands full, and third down, they're going to, one way or the other, have to beat man coverage.
Talking to Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line. As far as the Giants offense, they're missing playmakers and Malik Neighbors and Cam Scatteraboo for the rest of the season. But the 49ers have their struggles trying to get C.J. Stroud down. What do you think about this mobile rookie they got in Jackson Dart?
Well, there's a different animal because, I mean, you guys have heard me say it many times. You'll have a chance to win a lot of games. Now, they've had their challenges for sure. The 5 turnovers against New Orleans and a lot of that was on the quarterback.
Yeah.
There's a pretty good offensive line. They'll use the tight ends a lot in Theo Johnson, and we'll see if Bellinger can play. I know he's been down, and he is a big weapon in their offense, and multi-line those guys everywhere. I don't think he's practiced the last couple of days with a neck injury. But Jackson Dart is a guy that extends plays, and they got a heavy RPO game. They got QB runs, the way that Dayball is using them, and Kafka is calling the plays and doing a good job. They'll keep you off balance, but a big part of it is the quarterback and his ability to continue to keep his eyes down the field while he's buying time. I mean, a boatload of their big plays and their explosives are him just back there buying time and moving around and finding guys down the field and has the arm talent to be able to kind of put it anywhere. Now, what comes with that is some hero ball, and he'll put up some opportunities for the defense to go get it. But he's going to be a handful. So anytime you play a quarterback like this and a guy that's got a lot of RPO game to go to, the discipline in the eyes of the defense in terms of, kind of keen and diagnosing the formations and where the RPOs come off of and how the defense adjusts to some of the motions will be their the key and how well they see it and how fast they can get out there and tackle some of those 3-on-3 games when it's the quick RPO, and then all the quarterback runs that are built off of it. But anytime you're playing a quarterback like this, you got to have a rush plan in terms of, and we hear it every week, easier said than done, disciplined in your rush lane. That all sounds good until you're trying to get a sack and you're trying to win, and you end up getting pushed out of your lane. I think a big one this week, though, is depth. You don't want to be rushing way up the field and opening side door escapes for this guy, because he will be one read, tuck the ball, and take off to throw it. And then, he'll milk it as long as he can, and then he'll cross the line of scrimmage, and he's got the legs to be able to go get first downs.
Tim, I heard you talking last week about, because they did try to manufacture pressure, especially after Sam O got banged up. They did send some blitzes. Chase Lucas come in. He's had some success with that, but it felt like C.J. Stroud was beating him every time, thrown into the blitz. And you talked about it, I heard on the game broadcast, not playing on a string, meaning the secondary has to be accurate and precise in coverage when you send a blitz, because everything else changes when you send extras. Right. You got to be in coverage. When you've got a mobile quarterback like this, what's the biggest issue in playing on a string? Plus, you've got some new personnel coming in potentially.
Well, yeah. Well, you play on a string for the first play, but it's the second play where you got to get off the string and go plaster. And and you know what I'm saying? Because you can prepare for the first play and how it looks on the grease board. No, guys, that's that concept. That's that concept. We're all playing it together. The rush is tied together with our coverage on the back end. But as soon as he jumps out of the pocket, all that goes out the window. Now it's being in position to go hip up to those weapons and run with them. And at times, I'm sure there will be a spy out there that'll be in charge of Jackson Dart, try to get him down when he does cross the line of scrimmage. But it's really about eyes and effort and that's really kind of the biggest thing I want to see out of the back end with all the young players of the 49ers is, yes, there's been some challenges, 2 of the last 3 games with assignment errors. That's been pretty obvious, certainly against the Bucks, and it was outstanding against Atlanta. And then obviously, major issue last week is I want to see some urgency out of those guys in terms of being on it and really anticipating what's coming and playing with, Renardo Green, playing with a sense of urgency to, if you got a guy and you're in off coverage and he's running an in cut, and if it's your responsibility, don't just trail him by 4 or 5 yards. Get up on him and hip up to him and make it a tough throw for the quarterback. So that's kind of what I want to see out of the back end. The question is how many layers can Robert Saleh go with all the youth on defense in terms of their rules on the back end? You guys have heard me say it a lot. These coverages, you need a PhD back there to be able to understand what to do post snap. I'm telling you, it is difficult. It's not easy. And to be able to think on the run like those guys have to do is a major challenge. So do you add, I would think at some point you got to take less layers off so they're thinking less and able to play fast. So we'll see on Sunday.
Tim Ryan will be on the call on Sunday. The Niners and the New York Giants again, 10 a.m. kickoff, 7 a.m. pregame. Tim, have a great trip out to New York, and we will talk to you next week, bro.
Thanks, Tim.
All right, Copes, are you feeling good about this one?
Dude, you know what? I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling better. Honestly, no joke, feeling better with the Keon White acquisition and seeing that Sam O is back at practice today. I'm feeling much better. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
All right. There we go.
We'll talk on Sunday.
Good talking to you guys.
All right, brother. Talk to you later, Tim. Tim Ryan will be on the call Sunday. It is true. Every week I've been saying I got a feel on a game.
Yeah?
I haven't said it yet this week.
You don't know yet, huh?
I've had less feel for this game than any game so far.
You got a feeling deep inside? A feeling you can't hide?
I'm not hiding it.
Well, yeah, but tomorrow.
You're quoting, yeah.
Yeah. Tomorrow you'll reveal it.
Well, tomorrow, I'll wake up tomorrow and know how I feel tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I had less feel on this game, or I have had less feel for this game all week than I've had for any game. The Niners and the Rams I definitely thought was not going to go well, but that day when I woke up in L.A., went down, got some breakfast, went over to the stadium, then I was like...
Saw a dead body?
Yeah, saw a dead body. I was like, dude, this might be the one.
Okay.
That's the day I thought, wouldn't bet against them.
Yeah.
I don't feel bad about this New York game. I feel weird like I did against Atlanta where everybody's telling me, watch out, watch out, watch out. And I was like, for them? For that? And I think New York's way worse than Atlanta is.
Different.
Sure, different. Yeah, they're better defensively.
Yes.
And they're worse offensively. And they don't have a run game now, do the Giants?
They don't. But
they have Devin Singletary there.
Yeah. But
Aaron Tracy.
Yeah, but I do wonder about the lack of pass rush with the 49ers. They just acquired Keon White, and again, some reinforcements back. But as Kyle said, as Tim said, this guy with Jackson Dart, you can't account for him. I mean, you can, but as far as like he's just so mobile, he makes improvisational throws. So yeah, that'll be the difference to me. And also, just can Mac Jones stay protected against these three guys on the Giants defensive line? Not to mention Sexy Dexy, Dexter Lawrence.
Sexy Dexy.
Sexy Dexy.
It'll be Devin Singletary and Tyrone Tracy in the backfield there, taking over for Cam Scatterbo. All right, we spoke to Kyle Shanahan earlier. We'll play that again for you at 5:30, the replay leader. But also what happened today is Tony Vitello introduced as Giants' new manager, and we didn't get into a whole lot of his comments. He talked about Twitter, talked about how hard it was to leave Tennessee to choose the Giants.
Yep.
He was asked about putting together his coaching staff. Plus, Buster checked in on giving credit to Perry Manassian as well as the front office being a part of day-to-day lineup decisions. I said Perry. I was just reading an article on him. Zach Manassian. Perry Manassian, his brother, GM of the Angels. Zach, the GM of the Giants. It's time for our Sound Swartello. Oh. Sound Swartello.
You like that?
Is next. Only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
San Francisco 49er General Manager John Lynch joined the Water Boy and the Water Man this morning on the 49ers' ongoing pursuit of pass rush after the team's trade for Keon White and the signing of Cleve Earl. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, head to thesportsleader.com and on our app. It's a podcast palooza.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work. Dirty work.
Ha ha! Rested but still dirty.
That was our talk with Tim Ryan just a couple minutes ago. All available at thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app. The Giants have a new manager. Tony Vitello was out there rocking number 23. He said, give me Felipe's number. I want Felipe.
You like that?
He was like, give me Felipe and give me Garco. That's what I want. I think Garco was 23.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe he was. I don't know, Tim. We have to look. There's a lot of 23s. Give me Felipe's. That's what I want.
Give me Jordan.
He worked 22 when he was at Tennessee as a manager. He'll work 23 as manager of the Giants. He had his introductory press conference today. And he talked about how when he went through the hiring process and he was going to take the job, he asked him, do I have to start a Twitter? Is that a thing? Like, does a major league manager have to have a Twitter?
No.
They're like, no, because he's not a guy who's on social media, so he didn't see any of the criticism or coverage that was out there. He said, I saw some of the stuff, but people are going to say what they say. How about Tony Vitello talking Twitter? He's like, that ain't real life, bro. Here you go.
Twitter is not life. And I know I don't have an account. I asked before even taking the job, I don't have to get a Twitter, right? And they said, no. I realize it's a part of the job. There's great information. There's great entertainment. But one thing that I think is very beneficial to people is to know that Twitter is not life. So you pull a 3-second clip and you see Drew Gilbert doing something in college, you think he's a maniac and maybe a maniac off the field, and you don't get the full scope of the kid is literally a sweetheart, off the field. But yeah, he's very competitive on the field. So that's just the one thing I'd say. And I had to live it out. I didn't look at a lot of the stuff, but I can tell when people say, I'm sure there's negative stuff. There's always doubters, and why would you do this? But the amount of positive feedback I've gotten from, I was joking about recruiting, from kids that I didn't even coach. I just recruited them, or opponents in college baseball, or other people in big league baseball. These other managers that are either retired or still coaching, reaching out to me has blown me away. And positivity's got a lot of power.
Positivity's got a lot of power.
I like that. I like I said a couple weeks ago when they were interviewing him, or there was rumors that they were closing in on the deal for him, that there is a new mentality in professional sports of having the Ted Lasso effect of having guys that build people up with confidence instead of building it down with criticism. And I think that this guy has the right mindset where Twitter's fun. We get a lot of our content for the show on Twitter. We see stuff. It's funny stuff.
I like to think I'm pretty good at Twitter.
Yeah. But also, it's a cesspool.
It's a game, yeah.
It's toxic. And when you see one negative thing, it definitely tears you down. So I definitely understand what Tony Vitello is saying there, where he's going to hear the criticism. People are going to doubt him. You never done this before. You never done that before. We'll question this. We'll question that. Screw all that. All that matters is the guys in the clubhouse and Buster Posey, obviously. The fans do as well, but let the main thing be the main thing, and then he'll figure everything out. But yeah, Twitter's not reality. Twitter does not dictate life.
Here's more from Tony Vitello on leaving what was a great job for him, a cush job for him. He's the highest paid coach in all of college baseball. He was going to College World Series. Maybe didn't have more to achieve or accomplish there, but he had an opportunity. He said this was a new dream of his, not something he foresaw doing in his life or his career. He said, I never dreamt of being a big league baseball player because I never thought I had the ability to do it. It was so far above the clouds. This is a newer dream for him to be a major league manager. How hard was it to leave Tennessee, and why did you choose the San Francisco Giants? Here's Tony Vitello.
I think for whatever reason, I clicked on pitching a little bit when scouting. Maybe a few guys maybe hit the nail on the head there, but I've just tried to work hard. And I think no matter what field it is, probably everyone here knows from the media, it's not easy. It's hard work. You all have a job to do too. And the harder you work, the more you have success, and the more you also figure out what doesn't work, and trial and error and things like that. So that's a long lead into a lot of relationships, and a lot of work were put into that. It's a phenomenal place to live, work. Like here, the one similarity I saw is the fan base is arguably the best in the country for who they are. And you end up creating a bond if you do put in the work with those people, where there's a reciprocation. For everything you give to them, you get back. I don't know what number you want to attach to it, but you get back. And then I started my rambling at the beginning by talking about players. I owe everything to the coaches that have given me opportunities, like Tim Jamison, who I played for, and he gave me my first coaching job, but more to the players that have competed the way they have when I've been fortunate enough to be in the dugout. And then you get some credit. And those relationships are tough. And no one wants to see that team go to Omaha more than me that's in Tennessee. But I'll tell you whose wins I'd enjoy more than Tennessee's San Francisco Giants.
Important note there at the end there.
Yeah. It's okay to still have that emotion.
Of course,
it's okay to feel like that. I mean, it's a totally different situation, but I was thinking about leaving something that meant a lot to you. Like, dude, when I went from Murph and Mac to the afternoon show with Tom, that was hard. Like, I was never going to say no to that, but it was like, it was tough. I loved working on that show. I loved being on that show. It was very emotional for me the last day and the last couple of days there. Like, that was something that meant a lot to me. But sometimes you have an opportunity to do something that you always wanted to do. And so you go and you do it. And there's nothing you want to see succeed more than my guy Marcus sitting in that chair. You know what I mean? Who came in after me. So it's like, I resonated with that, where he's like, I didn't want to have to leave, and he would be there if the Giants had not come knocking. You know what I mean? He'd still be there, and he'd be competing, and he'd be going balls to the walls to do anything he could to win another national championship and put more kids into professional baseball. But no, he's to your point, you've said this a bunch today. He's a guy. He's a normal guy, is what he seems like.
He's real. And
he's a real guy. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, to your example of leaving the morning show and going to the afternoons.
You don't have anything like that, do
No,
you?
I mean, same thing with me. Like, I never wanted to leave Tim in the back room, but here I am, and now I'm glad to see Tim just there by himself.
Just me alone.
Tim's real nice.
Tim's thrilled you're in here, so you're not like, dude, Tim, hit it.
I miss you,
hit it.
Tim. I miss you.
Right here.
I get a lot. You know what I mean? I get a lot of Tim. I'm good. I'm good. All right. More here from Tony Vitello. This was, I think, from Kerry Crowley.
Yes.
Asked Tony about, dude,
Great question.
Have you picked a coaching staff? Do you know who you're retaining? Where does that process go? How do you pick the staff? Here's Vitello on how he finds out or how he finds the rest of the 2026 San Francisco Giants coaching staff. Here you go.
I think at this point, it's get to this day and then push forward. That doesn't mean there haven't been a ton of conversations prior to, and it could be a variety of things. It could be, keeping those that are on board and obviously know the players well already, bringing somebody in, covering blind spots, just complimenting one another. But my biggest thing is just for everybody to be on the same page. I think, pulling on the same rope is a cliche for a reason. And we talked about how long the season is. So it's important to have a group of guys that are willing to be there through thick and thin. It literally is a marriage for the course of the season. So to me, it doesn't have to be the brightest, the best, the most experienced, or the best resume. It needs to be the guy that's going to have your back. And he's also going to have to take either the leap of faith or know that, I or whoever else has their back. And then you kind of get this reciprocal thing we talked about with fan base. It's more important for it to go on with the coaching staff because the players can see it and they can feel it and they can hear it. And in order for them to do it, you all have to be doing it as a staff as well. And there is nothing more fun than when you got it going on with the staff and the players are doing that. And then there's the back and forth too. And, sometimes it's after a loss, which is crazy for me to say up here, but there's a feeling. These guys have been a part of competitive sports. You can feel when it's like, if I'm going to come back, and bounce back from this, I want to do it with this group. And I believe I can. And then of course, nothing better than celebrating a win with the people that you truly want to be around and people that again, you could count on to help you achieve something like that.
So was he saying there's guys from Tennessee who are coming with him?
I don't know. Great question by Kerry. Great response.
Could not tell where he was going with that. I mean, it was a good spiritual answer about being on the same page as your coaching staff.
A lot of like cliche stuff about camaraderie. He didn't give a concrete answer.
It felt to me like that was a bit of an evasive answer.
Yes.
That was the one that I felt was a bit evasive, and that was one of the answers I kind of was intrigued to get. Like, would Buster be in on this process? Are you choosing the staff as Buster?
We never got that. It's going to be Buster. And I mean, not to take away anything from the press conference where that was hinted, but we're not going to hear this directly from Buster or Vitello. But I have a feeling that Buster wants to construct the coaching staff.
Well, and remember there was that report about a month ago saying Buster was going to have more of a say in the minor league coaching staff and the big league coaching staff.
Yep.
which is fine. I mean, Buster's got a lot of connections, probably more than Vitello across Major League Baseball.
Of course.
And definitely has an opinion about how this thing should be filled out. But as he said, being on the same page and wanting to go to battle with those guys, complimenting each other is what he said. So finding somebody, to me, the compliment to a guy with no experience is probably a guy with experience. And I'm talking bench coach specific.
Yes, absolutely.
That's the compliment we're talking about. Do we compliment each other?
Today?
Just in general.
I think so.
Today, you meant like, did we give each other a compliment?
I could use one.
You could use one?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
I really like, give me a few.
I got you one. I find you fascinating.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
the treadmill thing was fascinating.
Was that a treadmill? Was that a compliment?
Absolutely.
I find you fascinating.
You find you fascinating? Okay.
Boring is boring. Who cares?
Yeah, there you go.
I admire your consistency, regardless of what is thrown at you, to be you.
Oh.
All the time.
Well, thank you.
I do admire that.
I appreciate it.
Because it's hard. It's hard to get. It's easy to get knocked off your block and give in and wilt, but you are 100% always you.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There you go.
That was more of a knock than anything.
Oh, really?
No, I meant it as a compliment.
Well,
I meant it as a compliment.
Well, I appreciate
said
that.
that
Thank you.
facetiously. All right, moving on.
No,
here.
I got a compliment for you. Give me time on that one.
Yeah, okay.
That'll be my note to self.
I'll just go to the text line. It's full of them. Buster Posey on If you need a compliment, just check out the text line. So that's all it is normally.
Yep, usually.
Here's Buster Posey. Whose idea was it, Buster, to go out and get Tony Vitello, the first ever college coach to take a head coaching job or a managerial job in baseball? Buster, that was all you, right? It was your idea?
I'll start because I'll give Zach credit. He was the one who first had the thought.
Oh, okay.
I think that's credit, right? Yeah. But no, it's so I don't remember the exact time, but once the season was over, started having conversations, pretty casual to start with. A unique thing about this process was, and it's one thing that I've come to really appreciate about Tony, and honestly made me feel more confident in this decision is. This guy was hard to get a hold of because he was on the field all the time, or he was bouncing from city to city recruiting. And just because this was on his plate, he was still full go with what his job was at Tennessee. And I have a tremendous amount of respect for that. I wish it was easier to get in contact with you during those times sometimes.
I like that. It's easy to be like, hey, this opportunity's here. Let me reschedule some of these visits. Let me recalibrate this coaching schedule. But if you don't get that job, you're like, well, damn, I still got to go back and recruit that kid.
Exactly.
I still got to get the team ready to play in this scrimmage.
That's integrity, and that's also led to why the press conference was pushed back to Thursday because he still had stuff to take care of.
One thing he had to wrap up in Tennessee before coming out this way. One more here from Buster Posey. He was asked, much like when you had Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler here, and Buster was on those teams, you had the front office kind of giving their insight into what should be happening or telling what should be happening day to day with lineup decisions, roster decisions. Posey asked if the front office will be part of those day-to-day roster and game decisions. Here's Buster.
I think it remains to be seen. And some of it will just evolve naturally as we spend more time around each other and the staff is built out. The way I look at our role is we're evaluating so many different departments across the organization. But as much as anything, the way I see us as a support system to get Tony and his staff information, we can be a sounding board. We can be think partners as well. As Tony mentioned, from my experience, any great team that I've been a part of, people are pulling in the same direction, and that's the hope and the expectation here is, we're all going to be working together. Does that mean that we're going to have perfect harmony all the time? No, I mean, it doesn't. But there's going to be things that we all continue to learn and grow together as we go through this.
So not a concrete answer on that one either.
I don't think needs a concrete answer now, and I appreciated him kind of being like, that's going to iron itself out. We don't even know who the coaching staff is yet.
Right.
So I'm okay. I actually would have felt weirder if there was a concrete answer about that one, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting
if he was
one.
like, yeah, it's all us, or yeah, no, it's going to be all Tony. I would have been like, whoa, what?
No. I mean, well, Buster did give Bob Melvin that freedom, but
Bob Melvin had a lot of experience.
Of course, and that's where I think this is the difference here, where we may not know about this. They'll never tell us this. But Susan and Bags will find out, and I think there'll be reports that maybe it's Buster telling Tony, this is the way I want the baseball team to play. Maybe I want, this is where it kind of is like Kapler and Farhan. And I think you would trust Buster Posey's expertise in baseball a lot more than Farhan. So we'll see what happens. I would think that Buster has a bigger hand in this whole organization now, so that's what I would anticipate, but you never know. We'll see what happens.
If they're all on the same page, it's okay. You know what I mean? If you're all on the same page, the same as like to act as though Brian Sabian didn't have a say in what was happening day to day with the managers and coach, you'd be wrong. You'd be wrong. He came down there and he sat and he talked. They discussed, what are we going to do with this rotation? How are we going to go here? Where do we navigate this?
Right.
A sounding board is exactly what that needs to be, and a think partners. How do you go about this? What would be the creative way to do this? They're two, in terms of like what I'm saying with Buster and Sabian even, or whoever else, great baseball minds. Those guys have to, as Steve Young said, walk alongside Tony Vitello as he finds some of these deficiencies, and they can be the counter for what he does not know. So that's where we are with the new Giants manager, Tony Vitello. That was a good interview today, a good presser. I thought it was a good way to start off this era. And again, if things go well, we'll never remember it.
Exactly. That's the key.
I don't remember Boach getting introduced.
That's the key. It's simple enough where it was nice. He said some nice things today, concise, but in the grand scheme of things, doesn't matter about wins and losses. Let's forget about this press conference.
All right, Dirty Work rolls on a Thursday evening. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan joined us earlier this afternoon to talk about last week and look ahead to the New York Giants on Sunday. Kyle Shanahan will play for you next on the Replay Leader.
$69.
Faithful. To him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
You got a chance to do something this year, man.
On the Sports Leader.
What a pleasure. We get to catch up with 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan each and every week here on Dirty Work. Kyle is sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. By Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. And by Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. When you've been injured in an auto accident, don't just need an attorney, you need a heavy hitter. Contact Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. The Niners and the Giants this Sunday, 7 a.m. pregame right here on the Sports Leader. Kyle joins us on the Yuma Guest Line. What's up, Coach? How you doing, man?
Hey, Kyle.
Good, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing well, man. How's the week been? Coming off of last week, I know you had a lot to get into after last week's game, but how's it been preparation coming into this week?
It's been good. Anytime you have a bad game like that, it's all you want to do is get back out on the field. So it's been nice to get back out these 2 days, having 2 good practices. Got one more, but honestly, just need to get to Sunday so we can get that game out of our taste right now.
So you guys traded for Keon White. You talked about his versatility yesterday, playing on the edge and inside. And I'm always curious about how trades come about. So did New England reach out knowing you like Keon, like from a previous press conference from last year, or do you and John see he's not getting playing time and then ask if you're willing, if the Patriots are willing to let him go?
I don't know exactly how this one came out, so
Okay.
that'd probably be better for John. But I mean, I have probably a good assumption to where, John and, our whole personnel department and all 32 in the league, I mean, those guys talk all the time, and they're always, it's probably why I would struggle to do it, because they're all talking for a while, but feeling each other out, but not trying to say anything over the course of months till it leads up to deadlines. So you kind of got an idea who's available, but no one wants to act like they're available because everyone wants to act like they really want guys. So you never totally know. And the time once it gets closer to the trade deadline, then it starts to get a little bit more realistic. So I doubt it was something that they were offering to us or we were just hunting up. It's just more relationships with certain guys, and eventually you know who's available, and they also see injuries and stuff on your roster, so they'll start to ask questions like that, and one thing leads to another, and usually the closer it gets to a trade deadline, usually people start to finally figure it out.
What is your role, though, when a trade like that, for a defensive player, I guess, specifically goes down? Do you run and look at tape of him from last year against you guys? I know you commented on Keon's play against you guys last year. Do you look at tape from this year? Is it more on the defensive side? What's your role when a trade for a defensive player goes down?
Same as it would be offense. So there's no difference in that aspect, but it all depends on the time. That came up in one morning, and we were going to do it in the next few hours. I'm in the middle of game plan and doing stuff, so usually it's more John will come down and be like, hey, we got this guy available. It's going to take this, and usually my first question is, how does that affect us next year? What does that mean from a draft standpoint? What does it mean from a cap standpoint? And when he says it's not that bad, it shouldn't hurt us too much, then I'm usually like, all right, well, what's your guys' evaluation of all these guys? And then he'll tell me what he thinks. He'll tell me what everybody upstairs thinks, and then depending on the position, I'll ask him if he's talked to our position coach. I'll ask him if he's talked to Saleh, and then when it's someone I played against, and I got an idea, and we see what the risk reward is on what we're giving up, it moves pretty fast, and then we all sign off on it.
Talking to Kyle Shanahan on the Yuma guest line. Keon White acquired a couple of days ago from New England. Is edge rusher, where does that rank in terms of plug and play ability? I know you guys got him early in the week and you get him in and get him out on the field and in sync with everybody. I mean, I know there's offense, there's the playbook. I remember the Christian McCaffrey situation where you had to get the physical done and try to get him up to speed, and he played 22 snaps or something that first week. But is edge rusher a spot you can just plug and play this week?
Yeah, I would say edge rusher. I'm trying to think about this, so make sure I'm not wrong, but I would say edge rusher is probably right behind kicker and long snapper and punter. And plug and play. I'm not trying to downplay it. There's definitely a lot of things that go into it, but in terms of lining up over a tackle or a guard, depending on what the front is, and going to get the quarterback in passing situations, that's usually about as simple as it gets in terms of just scheme. But there is more things that go into it, stunts, blitzes and stuff. When you got to peel on a back, different fronts you got to line up, and then just terminology, that stuff is tough to soak in. So you got to be aware of what the guy does know and what he can do, but it usually is easier if it comes to third down and stuff and getting the quarterback.
Talking to head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on the Yuma guest line. George Kittle was on our morning show this week saying that the Tunges touchdown was supposed to go to him, but he didn't mind because it was a fellow touchdown or a fellow tight end. What was your reaction to that play?
It was all within. It was a bunch of reactions in under a second, so it was an emotional second for me because I saw Kittle open and I saw Mac throw it and I saw Tonjes reach his arms back, and I was livid at first because I knew it was going to Kittle, and I thought there was no way he could catch it. And then once he did catch it and it was a touchdown, then I don't give a damn. I could care less as long as I don't care how we score 6 points. So then I was ecstatic and completely moved on with my life. But I thought it was actually a hell of a catch or a hell of an interception or however you want to say it. Because when that ball left, I didn't think he had a chance to catch it. I could see him reaching for it, so I thought he was just going to tip it and make it an incompletion. But once he caught it, I was pumped, and then I looked at George in the back of the end zone because I knew he was open, and then I saw George celebrating right away, and I kind of messed with him too. I said, would you have reacted as quickly if that was a different position? Because I know you have a little bit more love for the tight ends on your guys' day or whatever it was. So it ended up working out. George was happy for him, and I was just happy we got a touchdown. Yeah,
staying on tight ends, Jake saw a lot of productivity while Kittle was out. You already you used quite a bit of a 2 tight end system, but are you hoping to use both of them more in the passing game in the upcoming weeks?
Yeah, it always all depends on the situation because we got, when it comes to our non-receivers, all our guys are pretty good at catching it. So then you add it into blocking. I mean, and I'm talking about Christian obviously, but I'm talking about Juice, who he's called a fullback, but fullbacks and tight ends are used very similar. And then you got Jake, who can't come on strong, and then you got Luke, who he's got a couple of touchdowns this year, and I believe Luke's one of the best blockers in the league, also. So it's nice to have some depth there. It's always been Kittle, who is our elite pass game guy and elite blocker. But it's pretty cool that behind him we got a guy who I kind of consider an elite blocker in Luke, and we got a guy in Jake who, if Kittle went down and is missing it in any of his game plan stuff that you would think in the past only Kittle could do. Usually when Kittle's gone down, we've had to change our whole game plan. And with what Jake's done, if Kittle goes down, I've got no problem with Jake going in there. I mean, he stepped it up while he was gone and shown that he can make those plays also.
We asked you last week after the Atlanta game, Christian had a huge running performance, your best run game of the year. And then last week, obviously, it was a much different style of game, and you didn't get the run game going. I think last week you told me you thought it was great offensive line play. It wasn't as simple as just Kittle being back out there. What did you see last week against Houston that can be rectified this week against the Giants in terms of getting the run game going?
Well, I think it's hard to get a run game going when you only have 8 runs in a game.
Sure.
And I think we had 14 plays, with 2 minutes to go in the first half, and I mean, our first drive of the year, I think we had 16 plays on one drive. And if you actually look at some of our runs in that game, we have our analytics do everything. It was our most yards before contact this year on runs. Now that happens when you have 8 runs and 3 of them are draws, and 2 of them are gap schemes on 1st and 10 that get you to 2nd and 3. But that's about it after that. It was kind of an unusual game. I think that's why when you look at it, it's the first time since like 1960 or something, some of those stats have happened. And, when a team controls the ball like that, it is tough. I feel like I've been in one game like that before, and it was actually last year when we, went to Green Bay and played, when I think at halftime we had 9 plays, and you just kind of sit there and you're like, man, we haven't even got going yet. So I don't want to sit here and, we didn't play good enough on offense by any means. We needed to get things going, especially the way they controlled the ball, and we didn't. But to sit there and, I think it'd be a little unfair to say that, we didn't get the run game going. We didn't attempt the run game. So, hopefully we'll be able to play better all around, move the chains on 3rd down. If you don't move the chains on 3rd down, you're never going to get that run game going. But for us to be successful, for us to get the points we need to win, we're going to have to do better on 3rd down and stay out there longer so we can get that run game going just like we did versus Atlanta.
With the Texans possessing the ball as much as they did, how quickly do you as a play caller kind of change your game plan that you had going into the game?
It's hard. I try not to, but there comes a certain time, where you have to. In this game, I didn't have to too much until it was out of 2 scores, but that was until there was like 6 minutes left to go because, it was looking bad. They had, I think with 2 minutes, they had the ball for 24 minutes and we had it for 4. They had 14 first downs. We had 0. And they had 300 yards of offense and we had 24 yards of offense. Yet it was only 16-0. And so it was still a 2-score game. So I hadn't really had to change anything yet. We were just getting our 3rd drive of the game. And when we did, we went down and we scored at the end of the 2nd quarter, which made it 16-7. And then we were starting with the ball in the 3rd quarter. So I thought we had a chance, despite all of that, to make it a 2-point game, about 12 minutes into the 3rd quarter. Unfortunately, we went out there on 2nd and 3, we had a lost run, and then we got sacked on 3rd down, so we went 3 and out, and then they went 95 yards and took it right back to 2 scores. However, we answered, made it right to 8, and then there was 8 with about 7 minutes to go, and then that's when it changed, and it went to 2 scores. So I'd say really, about 8 minutes to go, we went to more 2-minute drill, more drop back passing, and didn't get a chance to even run the ball or anything. So in that game, it took a while to change.
Talking to head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on the Uma guest line. As you said, you guys had trouble getting C.J. Stroud last week. So how do you see the assignment this week of applying pressure to a mobile rookie in Jackson Dart?
I think that's a huge challenge this week, and just in terms of, I thought we made it a little bit too easy on C.J. last week in terms of, we blitzed him. but his hot routes were always open. So we didn't have to really make him work too much. You know, it's great to blitz and get after a guy, but if they just can run a slant and he's not covered and you can get a first down on 3rd and 10 that way, you're kind of making it easier by blitzing them. And I thought we struggled with that. That's why I thought we couldn't get off the field, and they were able to do so well on 3rd down and hold on to that ball like they did. Jackson, you know, we're going to have to do it a number of ways. But in terms of blitzing him, you know, we'll have to do that at times. He's shown he can get rid of it. But what this guy's done different is how much off schedules he's had. Since he's taken over, they got more off schedule plays than anyone in the NFL. A lot of explosives doing it. You hope to limit some of those. You know, he's going to have his moments where he buys some time and gets some off schedule ones. You got to keep him out of the end zone and find a way to get off on 3rd down. But we got to be much better than we were last week, not just in blitzing, but also playing coverage. And, you know, we're pretty disappointed about last week. So we're real excited to get to Sunday, get back out there again and kind of change what we did last week.
Just a thought. I want to hear a thought process from you on some returning players. John Lynch, as I said, was on our morning show today, and he was asked about Ricky, and he said he's doing work on the side field still. The PCL's been a problem, obviously, around the NFL, and he's trying to work his way back. But he said, I don't know if we'll get him up to speed to be out there this week. I just wonder always, when a guy's been out for as long as he has, like, what's your philosophy on having him? Would you like to see practices strung together? Or is he a guy that, like, if he's up to it by the time you get to Sunday, you could give him a go? Like, how do you work a guy back in, maybe specific to Ricky, but also in general? Are there guys who you would not have practice but then play if they're up to the task Sunday?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, just like player injury situation, it's all different. But when a guy's missed a month or 3 games in a row, then it's never a consideration where he can go on Sunday. I mean, if a guy's missed that long, he's got to get back into practice and give himself and everyone else the confidence that he's okay and can be good by Sunday. Now, if a guy's been playing and stuff and he just got hurt in Sunday's practice, and he wasn't good and he wasn't healthy enough to go on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, then there's a decision to be made. What's this guy's history? Has he done this before? When he says he's going to be good to go on Sunday, is he going to be good to go? Is he going to be able to last in the game? Do the doctors say he won't re-injure it? And is he a guy that can go on a Sunday without 3 days of practice? But anytime it's been a guy who's been missing a week or multiple weeks, if they don't get the practice in, then it's not an option to play him.
Last one for you, Coach. I know you're focused on the football team right now, but the Giants introduced their manager today. Tony Vitello was his introductory press conference, and you had yours 8 years ago. What do you remember most of that day? And if there's one piece of advice you give yourself from back then, what would it be?
From my press conference day?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, mine would have been to maybe eat something, go to a tanning booth, try to like make myself look more presentable. That when I look at pictures from that day, I kind of laugh. That I had just lost like a devastating Super Bowl 2 days before.
Right, yeah.
I hadn't slept in, I feel like, a week. We had just finished a long playoff run. I woke up on the East Coast. I didn't sleep all night, but we left on the East Coast at like 7 a.m., landed here. I shaved and put on a suit on the airplane, came out, went straight to a press conference, and then got bombarded with Super Bowl questions and being a head coach of a new franchise. And I actually can't believe I survived that day. But when I look back at it, it was a lot. My wife always talks about it. She thought I was going to pass out on stage, and she couldn't believe I pulled it off. But those were a little different circumstances.
Yeah.
I would say if you aren't coming off all that, I bet he really enjoyed it. I bet it was a special time, and going from a college at Tennessee and coming all the way out here, I bet it's a different deal. But it sounds, I don't know a lot about the story, but it sounds like a cool story, and I'm pumped he's out here, and I'm excited to see what he does with the Giants.
It's unique, should be fun to watch. And I'm looking at a photo right now, dude. You don't even look too tired. You look sharp, man. Suits pressed, the pinstripes. You look good, dude. Hair slicked back. It's all good, Coach.
I appreciate it. I tried.
All right, man. Well, good luck. Safe trip out to New York, man. And we'll talk to you next week. Good luck on Sunday, Kyle.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, guys. Thanks. Talk to you later.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
How are you feeling about today's introductory presser of the new manager of the Giants, Tony Vitello? Did Buster calm your frayed nerves? Tell us about it on the Sports Leaders YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to yell, Vitello! It's kind of fun to say.